A wealthy individual is not merely a nouveau riche, but rather someone who spends extravagantly to indulge in personal joy. Upon awakening, Xiao Bei finds himself transmigrated into a parallel world, having activated a luxurious system. Young, handsome, and affluent, just as Xiao Bei revels in the life he desires. The sudden appearance of an individual shatters his existing tranquility. Chapter 1. I truly do not wish to transmigrate. On the high-speed train from Ning City to Hang City. In seat 2A of train 13, Xiao Bei wears a perplexed expression. Gazing at his surroundings, he is engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just discussing the essence of life in my office with my secretary? The two had grown unsatisfied with merely discussing life's deeper meanings and had intended to put their thoughts into practice. Upon opening his eyes, the little secretary had vanished, along with the alluring black stockings and everything else. The opulent office had transformed into a train compartment. Boom! At that moment, a surge of memories flooded into Xiao Bei's mind. Fragments of memories flashed through Xiao Bei's consciousness like a slideshow. After a while, Xiao Bei let out a soft sigh and shook his head in resignation. Through his recollections, Xiao Bei realized he had transmigrated. Moreover, he had entered a parallel world remarkably similar to his previous life. This world shares similarities with the blue star of his former life, possessing both familiar and unfamiliar facets. Yet overall, it is largely comparable. Many individuals experience a complex and exhilarating mix of emotions when faced with transmigration. However, Xiao Bei is different. He does not wish to transmigrate. In his previous life, he was a billionaire, a successful entrepreneur, undeniably a high-class and handsome figure. Yet in this world, Xiao Bei's identity is rather difficult to articulate. For in this realm, Xiao Bei is an orphan. At this moment, Xiao Bei's heart echoes a singular thought. I ardently declare if I am guilty, let the law punish me, rather than subject me to such humiliation. No one who was once a billionaire would desire to transmigrate, would they? In comparison to his previous life, the status and hardware of this world are indeed somewhat lacking. As for being an orphan, it is best left unmentioned. He possesses an appearance that is rather ordinary. Without any distinguishing features, he is merely an average face lost among the crowd. Compared to an unattractive man, he is handsome, yet when placed beside a truly handsome individual, he is merely unremarkable. This transmigration can be described as exceedingly inequitable, akin to poverty alleviation. Just as Xiao Bei lamented the unfairness of fate and bemoaned his own transmigration, a melodious voice resonated within his mind. A system? Xiao Bei stood in stunned silence for a moment, repeatedly confirming that it was not an illusion, his complexion gradually flushing with excitement. At that moment, an attribute panel materialized before Xiao Bei. Godly Wealth Rebate System. Spend to receive rebates, with random multipliers for each expenditure ranging from 1 to 100 times the amount spent. The source of rebate funds is secure and reliable, capable of generating corresponding stock trading records to facilitate the host's explanations to those around him. Godly Wealth Mall. Now open. Note: expenditure amount is converted at a 1-to-1 ratio to godly points, which serve as currency within the Godly Wealth Mall system. Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, then promptly focused his gaze on the Godly Wealth Mall. He observed that the attribute panel had shifted to reveal a subpanel with only 2 categories. The 2 categories were skills and intelligence. Skills, such as proficient in English, master of combat, business savvy, charm 1 and a plethora of other diverse skills, while naturally excluding any supernatural abilities associated with cultivation. Intelligence. In an intelligence mall, one could procure any information, be it about individuals or objects. Astonishingly, one could not only access historical data, but also acquire insights into current and future intelligence. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, Xiao Bei was momentarily speechless. After a period of exhilaration, he embraced this unexpected stroke of fortune. No, the divine gift bestowed upon every transmigrator. At this moment, Xiao Bei felt no remorse regarding his transmigration. With a godly wealth system in hand, what was there to regret? Moreover, he found himself increasingly fond of his current identity. Why? Firstly, as an orphan, he was unencumbered by any sordid attachments, free to indulge in his desires, effectively granting him a completely new identity. Secondly, he was young. Although his handsomeness was not immediately striking, he possessed a system. What does youth signify? It signifies the potential for greater audacity. Ultimately, this version of Xiao Bei was a recent high school graduate, poised to embark on his university journey. He had gained admission to the only 985 and 211 university in Zhe Province, Hangxing University. What kind of beginning is this? This is a royal commencement. Simultaneously, upon comprehending the system's capabilities, Xiao Bei immediately recognized the system's formidable nature. Firstly, unlike the various task-laden systems found in novels, his system was refreshingly simple. The more he spent, the greater the returns. Expenditures transformed into godly points, which could be utilized in the mall to acquire relevant skills, enhance oneself, and assist others. The intelligence system is of paramount importance. As a former billionaire and company president, Xiao Bei was acutely aware of its significance. Business fundamentally hinges on two factors: possessing core competitive advantages or leveraging information asymmetry. Could he, then, utilize the intelligence features of the system to construct his own commercial empire? Let not be said that one with a godly wealth system should not venture into entrepreneurship. Many fail to comprehend that while money is essential, certain upper echelon resources cannot be resolved through financial means. With only wealth, devoid of power or status, one finds oneself barred from accessing certain opportunities. This time around, it is imperative to grasp both authority and wealth. Xiao Bei has already envisioned a developmental model for his future, establishing a commercial empire based on system rebates, supported by skills, with intelligence as the core. After all, possessing wealth and status is what attracts the attention of young ladies. This system is splendid, unlike certain others that inundate one with tasks or simply bestow wealth, resulting in a sudden rise to riches. Xiao Bei asserts that his system is indeed the ultimate experience. Why? Because this system provides him with the autonomy to excel. If he desires to become even more remarkable, then he should spend, investing to grow stronger. Even though Xiao Bei's mindset is akin to that of someone in their 30s, he cannot help but feel exhilarated at this moment. What does it feel like to be youthful again while possessing a godly wealth system? At this moment, Xiao Bei recalled a phrase from a bean's transformation. Life resembles a milk blind box. Unless you partake, you shall never know whether today's drink is a large coconut juice or a small Wangzai milk. However, Xiao Bei is quite certain. Henceforth, his life will eternally be flavored with milk. What large coconut juice or small Wangzai milk? If he desires the large, he shall have the large. If he yearns for the small, he shall indulge in the small. If all else fails, he shall enjoy both large and small milk. Do not inquire as to why, for the words of a bean are the truth. Should you doubt it, seek out a bean. Chapter 2. Locking eyes with the young lady exiting the system, Xiao Bei felt no lingering attachment to his past life. Nor did he harbor any nostalgia for his former secretary. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for the future, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery. Xiao Bei understood that his new life had commenced. This was a parallel world, sharing the name Xia Country, yet vastly different from his previous existence. Xia Country had endured since the unification by Emperor Qin. In his recollections, Xiao Bei hailed from Ning City in Zhejiang Province, but as an orphan, he found it difficult to ascertain whether he truly belonged to Ning City. Today marked the date of August 31st, 2017, the day he was to report to Hangzhou University. Dear passengers, we are approaching Kuaiji City Station. Passengers wishing to disembark are kindly requested to move to the left side doors of the train. As Xiao Bei's thoughts wandered, the announcement aboard the high-speed train brought him back to reality. He was familiar with Kuaiji City, given his past life as a Zhejiang native. Kuaiji City was steeped in cultural richness, having produced many illustrious figures, such as Zhou Shuren. Yes, the very Zhou Shuren of Yu Grablu's son. What does it have to do with Zhou Shuren? Despite Kuaiji City's profound cultural heritage, its geographical position was somewhat precarious, nestled right next to the provincial capital, Hangzhou, which could potentially absorb it at any moment. Such a fate was not without precedent, as Zhejiang was home to two notorious cities, Hangzhou and Ning City. The two sibling cities voraciously annexed surrounding counties, leaving neighboring cities trembling in trepidation, unsure when they might be favored next. Before long, the train arrived at Kuaiji City. Observing the travelers outside, a smile crept onto Xiao Bei's lips as he reveled in the joys of youth. Today was particularly significant for students across Xia country, marking the commencement of the academic year for various universities. Xiao Bei felt a rush of excitement as he noticed numerous ladies dressed in summer attire, flaunting their long, fair legs. What male could withstand such a test? At least for Xiao Bei, it was impossible. His sole interest lay in admiring beautiful women. A day without such delights left him feeling restless. As he continued to gaze outside, he soon spotted a young lady whose profile was strikingly beautiful, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic standards. Zhujiang truly was a province rich in talent and beauty. Xiao Bei mused inwardly. Just as he was observing the young lady, she unexpectedly turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and Xiao Bei realized that had he been his former self, he would have averted his eyes in self-doubt upon encountering such beauty. He might have even felt a twinge of guilt. But who was Xiao Bei now? A former CEO of a publicly traded company, he had encountered every manner of gaze, flattering, subservient, and enticing. Thus, when their eyes locked, Xiao Bei maintained his composure, meeting her gaze with steady resolve, a slight smile gracing his lips. The young lady appeared momentarily taken aback before shyly diverting her eyes, her hand instinctively smoothing her hair. As she adjusted her hair, curiosity bloomed within her. It was rare for a peer to maintain such a sincere and unoffensive gaze during eye contact, akin to the young man who had just met her gaze. In that moment, she felt a flicker of delight, grateful that his attention had not dismayed her. After all, being noticed was a testament to her beauty. What was there to be upset about? Little did she know, had it been someone else, she might have reacted differently, likely adopting a more aloof demeanor. Thus, it was indeed a matter of individual perception. Soon, it was time for the young lady to board the train. Just before she stepped on, she discreetly glanced back at Xiao Bei. This was not due to his striking looks or a case of love at first sight, but rather out of curiosity. She sensed an air of confidence radiating from him. And that was the beauty of confidence. In the absence of extraordinary looks, one's demeanor and presence could leave a lasting impression. Let us not dismiss the notion that girls are merely enamored with handsome faces. In a first encounter, to leave a favorable impression on a girl, one must either possess breathtaking beauty or, conversely, have an unconventional charm that is equally captivating. The significance of first impressions cannot be overstated. If one cannot even glimpse the essence of a person, how can they appreciate their inner qualities? For those of average appearance, it is their aura that speaks volumes. Although intangible, the presence of charisma is undeniable. As Xiao Bei watched the young lady board the train, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He lowered his head, intending to scroll through his phone. Just then, a new passenger emerged from the seat next to him, carrying a delicate fragrance. Curious, he glanced up and was taken aback, a smile blossoming on his face. What a coincidence. It was the very young lady he had just been admiring. One could not help but marvel at the serendipity of the moment. Up close, Xiao Bei could now fully appreciate her stunning beauty. She appeared to stand at a golden height of 1.68 meters, her skin a flawless white, exuding refinement. Her facial contours were exquisite, particularly her large, expressive eyes framed by long lashes. Her hair was styled in a ponytail, and she donned a light blue dress paired with white shoes, her slender frame accentuated by the alluring visibility of her collarbone. Adorning her neck was a delicate necklace, lending her an air of purity that undoubtedly placed her among many boys' ideals. At that moment, the young lady stood in the aisle with a large suitcase, contemplating whether to place it in the overhead compartment or leave it in the aisle. Noticing Xiao Bei, she paused for a moment, her expression a blend of surprise and curiosity. Xiao Bei, seizing the opportunity, smiled and inquired, "Do you need assistance? Could you please help me with my suitcase?" She replied, her voice melodious and soft, further enhancing her goddess-like allure. "Of course," he responded. Stepping aside, she allowed him to lift her suitcase effortlessly and place it on the overhead rack. "Thank you," she said, her smile radiant as she retrieved a tissue from her pink bag, offering it to him. "You might want to clean your clothes. They brushed against my suitcase and got a bit dirty." "Thank you. I'll make sure to wipe it well." Xiao Bei took the tissue, glancing back at her. "Please, have a seat." Chapter 3. The Scheming Fat Man. Upon hearing this, the young lady smiled gently and adjusted her dress before settling into her seat. Xiao Bei gazed at her, revealing a row of pristine white teeth as he cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, classmate. I'm Xiao Bei." Having established a connection, it was time to seize the moment. One must take initiative to craft a story, wouldn't you agree? Do not let the beauty of a young lady deter you from approaching her with a greeting. Many share your sentiments, regardless of how divine a goddess may appear. She is, after all, merely human. Should you find yourself grappling with the fear of initiating a conversation with such a goddess, consider this. Does she not also engage in the most mundane of human acts? Indeed, I too partake in such trivialities, as do all. We are fundamentally alike. Of course, refrain from directly inquiring, "Hey, goddess, do you pass gas?" Gauge her resilience instead. The young lady, curious about the gentleman before her, responded with a polite smile when Xiao Bei took the initiative to greet her. Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Qingyan. What a melodious name it is. Lu's daughter, captivatingly beautiful, radiating kindness. Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's name, Xiao Bei immediately pondered its connotations. Qing signifies unparalleled beauty, aptly reflecting her current appearance, while Yan suggests gentleness, amiability, and grace. Though their interaction had been brief, she exuded an aura of refined elegance and approachability, truly embodying the essence of kindness. Lu Qingyan smiled slightly at his words, particularly when her eyes crinkled in delight, revealing a tenderness reminiscent of a gentle Jiangnan maiden. She scrutinized Xiao Bei for a moment before cheerfully remarking, Classmate, you have a sweet tongue. It's quite novel. You're the first to say that. The young lady displayed modesty. Are you also a freshman? Xiao Bei, eager to sustain the friendly atmosphere, swiftly posed a question. Upon hearing his inquiry, a gentle smile graced Lu Qingyan's face. I am not a freshman. I am in my third year. You should address me as senior. Come now, call me senior. Hello, senior. Xiao Bei promptly obliged, seizing the opportunity to foster camaraderie with such an endearing term. Where do you attend university, junior? Lu Qingyan inquired, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. In Hangzhou. What about you, senior? I am in the Magic City. She replied. Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was not from Hangzhou, but soon found solace in the fact that the Magic City was not too distant. Which university do you attend, senior? Lu Qingyan smiled and replied. Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Xiao Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shanghai Conservatory of Music? Isn't that the cradle of stars? Wow, how fortunate I am to have encountered a future star. Just as Xiao Bei was about to engage in a playful banter, they spotted another vacant seat, and a man approached. Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan occupied a three-seat arrangement, with Lu Qingyan situated in the center and Xiao Bei by the window. The newly arrived man took the seat nearest the aisle. Upon settling in, he was momentarily stunned, not expecting to find such an exquisite beauty beside him. Clearly not a student, the man had a slick demeanor, a round face, and wore a t-shirt emblazoned with a dog motif, complemented by a flashy gold chain, tight pants, and loafers, with a conspicuous designer belt. He bore no luggage save for a black wallet tucked under his arm, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him. Upon sitting, he turned to Lu Qingyan, overly familiar, and asked, Beautiful lady, are you from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music? I'm well connected. Do you aspire to be a star? I know many directors. Faced with his presumptuousness, Lu Qingyan responded coolly, Thank you, but I'm not interested. At that moment, Xiao Bei furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the man was trouble. However, since the man had not yet acted inappropriately, Xiao Bei remained silent. Feeling slighted by Lu Qingyan's rejection, the man hastily extended his hand, flaunting a visibly counterfeit Rolex and boasted, Look at my watch. It's a Rolex. And my belt, it's from LV. You can see my prowess. In this world, one must flaunt connections and strength, especially in your field of artistry. Today, if you acknowledge me as your brother, I assure you a prosperous future in the entertainment industry. Lu Qingyan frowned, evidently unaccustomed to such encounters, and subtly shifted her gaze toward Xiao Bei. At that moment, Xiao Bei burst into laughter. The man squinted his eyes suspiciously, glaring at Xiao Bei. What is so funny? Is my appearance comical? Brother, you've misunderstood. Your looks are far from amusing. However, it seems Rolex and LV are out of vogue. Your Rolex and LV are quite outdated. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the man's cheeks flushed. Realizing he had made a fool of himself, he mumbled sheepishly, Big brother, I prefer to keep a low profile. Lu Qingyan, sitting between them, smiled faintly at Xiao Bei's teasing, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Xiao Bei smiled back, ready to speak when the intrusive man interrupted once more, Beautiful lady. What a coincidence. In this vast sea of people, our paths must have crossed in a previous life. That's why we meet now. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Bei felt a surge of interest but refrained from intervening immediately, wishing to observe Lu Qingyan's response. Lu Qingyan cast a dispassionate glance at the man and replied coolly, In my past life, I indeed brushed past you. In this life, it remains the same. Beautiful lady, our meeting is fate. You're still young and unaware of the world's perils. Trust me, acknowledge me as your elder brother, and I shall protect you. I can protect myself. Lu Qingyan retorted, still indifferent. After speaking, she turned her attention back to Xiao Bei. At that moment, Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances when the man began to make a scene again. He pulled out a bottle of cheap cologne and sprayed it on himself. Coughing, Lu Qingyan immediately felt discomfort and stood up. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. Sure, go ahead. The man replied, standing up as well. Lu Qingyan ignored him and headed straight for the restroom. At that moment, a sly smile crept onto the man's face as he followed her. Chapter 4. The rescue. Xiao Bei noticed this and frowned slightly. Observing the man's departure, he realized he was headed in the same direction as Lu Qingyan. Instinctively, Xiao Bei sensed something was amiss. Yet, he did not rise immediately, knowing Lu Qingyan was currently in the restroom and trusting his instincts. His gaze remained fixed on the man's figure. Before long, he saw the man enter the restroom, glancing around as if to ensure no one was watching. Standing there, he casually played with his phone. Xiao Bei understood it was time to intervene. Though he was not fond of meddling in others' affairs, having just met Lu Qingyan, he felt a sense of camaraderie. After all, a newly acquainted friend is still a friend, is it not? Thus, Xiao Bei stood up and approached the restroom area. As luck would have it, there was an unoccupied seat at the front of the train carriage, and Xiao Bei promptly settled himself down, scrolling through his phone while discreetly observing the rotund figure nearby. After a brief wait, the restroom door swung open, and Lu Qingyan emerged, only to be startled by the leering grin of the portly man. He fixated his gaze on her as she stood at the entrance, hesitating to step out with him blocking her path, peering intently into the restroom. "Could you kindly step aside? I need to exit," Lu Qingyan implored. The man, with a smirk, responded, "Miss, I've never used a high-speed train restroom before. Would you be so kind as to instruct me?" Lu Qingyan's complexion paled slightly upon hearing his words, just as she felt at a loss. A voice broke through the tension. "Hello there, I also need to use the restroom. Allow me to assist you." Xiao Bei, fully aware of his slender frame rendering him less than formidable, chose not to confront the man directly. With a wink towards Lu Qingyan, he approached the portly fellow and said with a smile, "My good sir, nature calls for us all. Shall we go together?" With that, he deftly nudged the man aside, allowing Lu Qingyan to step out. Seeing Xiao Bei thwart his intentions, the rotund man's temper flared. "You little brat, I advise you to mind your own business." His ire intensified upon noticing Lu Qingyan standing behind Xiao Bei. Unfazed, Xiao Bei regarded the irate man with calm composure, gesturing for Lu Qingyan to leave first. She complied, making her way back to her seat, though her gaze remained fixed on the restroom. Once Lu Qingyan had departed, Xiao Bei turned his attention back to the portly man. "My good sir, nature's urgency is universal. How am I intruding?" he inquired, feigning innocence. The man, seething with anger, retorted, "You've ruined my chance with the beauty." Xiao Bei, suppressing a smirk, had already activated his recording device earlier. "What was that you just said? I couldn't quite catch it. Isn't this the restroom? Were you implying something untoward?" he pressed. The portly man, dismissing Xiao Bei's frail appearance, scoffed, "Kid, you're too naive to play the hero. I was indeed planning to take some clandestine photos. What will you do about it? You're just a student. Don't be reckless and ruin your future." Xiao Bei, undeterred, simply replied, "By all means, proceed with your restroom visit." With that, he turned to leave. The man, emboldened by his perceived victory, sneered as he prepared to return to his seat. However, just then, a train attendant approached. Xiao Bei had engaged the attendant in conversation, and before long, the attendant had received Xiao Bei's phone, listening intently. The attendant's brow furrowed as he regarded the rotund man. "You come here," he commanded. "What's the matter, officer?" "I have a valid ticket," the man protested, still brimming with confidence. "We're not checking tickets. We suspect you of illicit behavior. You'll accompany me to the police office." "That is absurd. I am a person of integrity. I would never resort to such despicable tactics." The attendant, unimpressed by the man's denial, played back the recording. Panic washed over the portly man, and without waiting for further protest, the attendant escorted him away. Once the man had departed, Xiao Bei returned to his seat. Lu Qingyan, relieved to see him, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for coming to my rescue, Junior." "What happened to him?" Xiao Bei replied, "Perhaps it would be safer for you to sit inside." Lu Qingyan paused, a hint of admiration blooming within her for the confident and clever young man before her. Though she was unaware of the full extent of the earlier confrontation, she recognized Xiao Bei's wisdom in handling the situation with finesse. Now that Xiao Bei had suggested a change in seating, Lu Qingyan, being a perceptive young woman, immediately understood the subtlety of his emotional intelligence. With a grateful smile, she took the window seat, while Xiao Bei occupied her former spot. As they settled in, Lu Qingyan inquired about the earlier incident. Xiao Bei recounted the details candidly, and upon hearing them, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'm fortunate to have you around today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." "Don't mention it, senior. As my elder, it's only right that I assist you," he replied. Lu Qingyan glanced at him again, inching closer and whispering, "You're quite clever, Junior." Unbeknownst to her, their proximity and the warmth of her breath sent Xiao Bei's heart racing. Lu Qingyan, noticing his flushed ears, suddenly realized her position might be construed as overly intimate. Embarrassed, she quickly returned to her seat, turning her gaze out the window. Yet, her curiosity drew her back to Xiao Bei, observing his bashful demeanor. A thought struck her. Could he still be a novice in matters of romance? With renewed intrigue, she leaned in closer, asking softly, "You haven't been in a relationship, have you?" Xiao Bei, meeting her gaze with calm assurance, replied, "No, I haven't." There was nothing shameful about admitting this. He was indeed uninitiated in the ways of love, primarily because he had yet to encounter someone as captivating as her. As he continued, "I've never met anyone as enchanting and poised as you, senior." The playful banter resumed, and Xiao Bei, feeling emboldened by Lu Qingyan's earlier flirtation, was determined to reciprocate. "Ah, so you're saying my charm has ensnared you? I had no idea my words held such power," she teased, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "All right, I'll concede you possess a way with words." Upon hearing the words, Xiao Bei seized the opportunity to inquire further. "Senior sister, being as beautiful as you are, you must be in a relationship, right? I can only imagine your boyfriend is quite handsome." Xiao Bei's question was deliberate. He was keen to discover whether the enchanting young lady before him was involved with anyone. Although he enjoyed flirting, he had a steadfast principle. He would never pursue a woman who was already taken. In response to Xiao Bei's query, Lu Qingyan, with a hint of grievance, replied, "I wish I could be in love, but I haven't encountered anyone with the charisma of a junior like you." Upon finishing her sentence, Lu Qingyan playfully blinked her eyes, her bright gaze sparkling with mirth as she looked at Xiao Bei. "How perfect. I'm single, and you're single. Shall we consider becoming a couple?" Xiao Bei was well aware that Lu Qingyan had been teasing him with her words. Regardless of his confidence, he found it hard to believe that Lu Qingyan would develop feelings for him so quickly. At best, she might harbor a mild affection, but true love seemed a distant prospect. Now that he understood her intentions, he decided to engage in the playful banter. "Ah, Junior, it seems you've let your guard down. I was merely joking." Lu Qingyan thought to herself, secretly delighted. "Senior sister, you must be quite burdened with your studies." Xiao Bei shifted the topic. Having discerned from their earlier exchange that Lu Qingyan yearned for romance, yet had not experienced it, and considering she was already in her third year, it was likely due to a lack of time. Lu Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Xiao Bei. "Junior, you're remarkably perceptive. How did you come to that conclusion?" Her astonishment stemmed from the prevalent misconceptions surrounding art students, who were often perceived to have ample leisure time, leading a life of elegance and frequent visits to cafes, while the reality was quite the opposite. "I understand that pursuing art is no trivial endeavor. Although I'm unaware of your specific major, I believe that any individual dedicated to the arts, striving for excellence, must work diligently. After all, compared to traditional academics, art is equally challenging. Not everyone can master it," Xiao Bei calmly analyzed. At that moment, Lu Qingyan was rendered speechless by his insight. She recognized a remarkable quality in Xiao Bei, unlike many soon-to-be college students who had only known the sheltered life of high school. This young man could see through her fatigue. A surge of mixed emotions filled her heart. She felt both joy and a sense of injustice. Joy that her junior understood her struggles, and injustice that so few recognized the hard work that went unnoticed. "Junior, you've said so much, but I truly lack time. The pursuit of art is not only challenging to learn, but also to achieve dreams in the future. Especially at my school, which is among the top art institutions in the country, the competition is fierce, surrounded by exceptionally talented individuals. Rather than competing with my classmates, I am, in essence, competing against myself. I know that if I slack off even slightly, the future will be even more daunting. Choosing art means relinquishing certain paths. It's either succeed or fail. Sometimes, the thought of it terrifies me, which is why I genuinely have no time for romance." As she spoke, Lu Qingyan's tone was calm, almost as if she were recounting the struggles of a frail woman persevering for her dreams with no safety net. It was evident that this was not her first time contemplating such matters, for her words were imbued with a profound tranquility. Xiao Bei, however, was not astonished or perplexed. He had risen from humble beginnings to become a billionaire in his past life, a feat achieved through perseverance amidst fierce competition. He understood the weight of the future, which could be suffocating at times, especially for those born into ordinary families. How could they compete with those who had generations of advantages? The effort of one individual could hardly compare to the collective efforts of their lineage. Ordinary people often bore the burden of no margin for error. A single mistake could lead to irrevocable consequences. At this moment, Xiao Bei felt a pang of sympathy for the seemingly delicate young lady before him, despite her fragile appearance. She possessed an indomitable spirit. If given the chance, he would gladly become her ally. Chapter 5. 3 parts reflect the past, 7 parts for companionship. After Lu Qingyan finished speaking, she gazed intently at Xiao Bei, awaiting his response. However, the next moment, Xiao Bei suddenly broke into a smile. "Senior sister, since you study in Shanghai and I study in Hangzhou, I shall visit Shanghai next time, and you must show me around." Lu Qingyan was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "This junior truly is a bit dense. I was hinting at where to go for fun. Shouldn't you respond to me more appropriately? What kind of thought process is this?" Coming back to her senses, she regarded Xiao Bei with a hint of reproach. Xiao Bei smiled gently, his demeanor calm, his eyes radiating confidence and clarity as he locked gazes with Lu Qingyan. "Humph, if you come to Shanghai, I certainly won't take you out," Lu Qingyan replied with a hint of pride. At that moment, Lu Qingyan felt a slight emptiness in her heart. Perhaps her junior was merely a tad more mature than his peers. Additionally, as an artist, maintaining both skill and physique was essential, which meant she couldn't indulge excessively. Thus, she regretfully declared, "I'm afraid I cannot accompany you." Xiao Bei chuckled softly, his gaze toward Lu Qingyan now filled with admiration. She was beautiful, charming, and remarkably disciplined, a true gem of a senior. As a pirate, he was determined to claim this treasure. Sometimes, relentless self-competition might not be the best path. Dreams are precious, and the journey to realize them can be arduous. A balance of work and leisure is essential. Perhaps inspiration might strike during moments of relaxation, Xiao Bei stated thoughtfully, prompting Lu Qingyan to regard him with newfound appreciation. The earlier cloud of gloom dissipated, revealing that her junior had not been unresponsive but rather intended to act upon his words. In Lu Qingyan's eyes, Xiao Bei now shone with brilliance. She was no naive novice. On the contrary, Lu Qingyan possessed high emotional intelligence and keen intellect. She understood Xiao Bei's underlying message. Although he was younger, his approach was decidedly more mature than many of her peers, who, despite their handsome appearances, often acted immaturely. Interacting with Xiao Bei brought her comfort, as he offered genuine responses, ensuring that their exchanges were free of awkwardness. "Your perspective seems valid." Lu Qingyan beamed, her dimples accentuating her charm. Xiao Bei smiled in return and pulled out his phone. "Senior sister, let us exchange WeChat. When I visit Shanghai, I'll reach out to you." His request was so natural, devoid of the awkwardness often associated with such exchanges. The smoothness of Xiao Bei's actions left his friend, who had been observing, utterly astonished. Is this what it means to charm a girl? Lu Qingyan, equally straightforward, exchanged contact details with Xiao Bei, and they successfully added each other on WeChat. Xiao Bei encountered the profile picture of his senior, who was none other than herself, adorned in a striking red dress, standing on stage while playing the violin. "Oh, a violin playing senior? All right, junior, let me add you to my contacts as a stinky junior," Lu Qingyan provocatively remarked to Xiao Bei, casting a teasing glance in his direction. Xiao Bei smiled gently and, while updating his contact, designated her as Little Seven. Lu Qingyan stealthily observed as he did so. Upon seeing the name he had chosen for her, she pouted. "All right, junior, who are those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 little beauties?" Senior. I sense a hint of jealousy in the air. Xiao Bei teased. "Umph, who's jealous of you?" Lu Qingyan retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze. She then pressed him. "Come on, who are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? It seems, junior, you are a bit of a flirt." Xiao Bei chuckled and asked, "Would you like to know why I chose Little 7? Lu Qingyan, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, nodded in agreement. "Because I am fond of a particular saying. If 3 parts can account for the past, let 7 parts accompany you through the years. Do you not find that rather romantic?" Upon hearing Xiao Bei's explanation, especially the latter part about 7 parts accompanying you through the years, Lu Qingyan's face turned crimson, and she hastily glanced down at her phone. Her mind racing with thoughts. "Junior, is this a confession? Should I accept?" But that stinky junior is quite clever. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingyan, the reason Xiao Bei had chosen that name was that he had just seen a phrase on a television show being watched by a girl in front of him. However, Lu Qingyan interpreted it as a flirtation directed at her. To be fair, Xiao Bei's fresh and romantic approach was indeed hard to resist. What girl wouldn't desire a future partner who could bring a touch of romance into their lives? At that moment, Lu Qingyan's fondness for Xiao Bei soared. Subtly, she updated his contact name to Treasure Junior. After making the change, she shyly glanced at Xiao Bei, relieved to find he hadn't noticed her adjustment. She then set her phone down and said casually, "So, Junior, now that you're in the Magic Capital, make sure to contact me, and I'll show you a good time." "All right, when I visit the Magic Capital, I'll rely on you, Senior." Xiao Bei laughed. "Rest assured, Senior will ensure you have a splendid time." They exchanged smiles, an unspoken emotion weaving through the air. Xiao Bei was in no rush to rush into a relationship, believing that good things take time. Though he felt confident, it didn't equate to arrogance. Pursuing a girl should be a natural progression. Being overly persistent could be counterproductive. Nearby, Fatty watched the two exchange phone numbers and make plans for the Magic Capital, his frustration boiling over. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Xiao Bei. unable to fathom why this seemingly average-looking guy appeared so effortlessly charming to girls. Where did he fall short? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just then, the train's announcement rang out, signaling their arrival at Hangzhou Station. Fatty wasted no time in getting up to leave, fearing that staying any longer would only exacerbate his frustration. Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan also heard the announcement. At that moment, Lu Qingyan's eyes reflected a palpable sense of reluctance. "Stinky Jr., you must come to the magic capital to find me," she declared. "My excitement has reached a pause. But I hope we can embark on a new chapter together. Just don't forget about me." Xiao Bei pondered for a moment before replying. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Xiao Bei departed the high-speed train under the watchful gaze of Lu Qingyan. Standing on the platform, Xiao Bei glanced back at her. Lu Qingyan was looking at him as well. He gestured with his phone, and Lu Qingyan responded with a slight nod. Chapter 6. Shopping spree as the train pulled away. Lu Qingyan waved goodbye to Xiao Bei. He nodded in acknowledgement, watching the train grow distant. Picking up his phone, he snapped a quick photo and sent it to her. "Xiao Bei, Image Senior, see you in the Magic Capital. Lu Qingyan, Jr., see you in the Magic Capital." Xiao Bei merged into the crowd as he exited the platform. Once outside, he marveled at the sight of countless long legs and youthful faces, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. "University, here I come." Glancing at the clock, it was only 10 a.m., and he had no intention of heading to campus just yet. Instead, he planned to indulge in a shopping spree. Taking stock of his wardrobe, Xiao Bei chuckled at his lack of suitable attire. Hangzhou, known as a thriving new first-tier city in summer country, is often referred to as the internet capital and the entrepreneurship capital. It attracts a vast influx of talent, second only to the 4 direct-controlled municipalities. As the capital of Zhejiang province, Hangzhou boasts a considerable scale. Xiao Bei was no stranger to Hangzhou, as he had once toiled in a city much like it in a previous life. However, everything had changed. He was embarking on a new beginning. Xiao Bei decided to seek out a nearby hotel to commence his shopping adventure. He browsed online and found a decent hotel, opting not to splurge on luxury accommodations just yet. After all, he needed to ascertain the authenticity of the system he had encountered. If he rashly booked a 5-star presidential suite only to discover the system was a sham, he might as well forego university altogether. After selecting a hotel, Xiao Bei promptly paid the room fee of 500 yuan online. Just as he completed the transaction, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected a spending action from the host, randomly extracting rebate multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a 10x rebate. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a rebate of 5,000 yuan, credited to the host construction bank card ending in 7878. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 500 points of wealthy points. As the system's notifications concluded, Xiao Bei's phone buzzed with a new message. Your account ending in 7878 has received a financial deposit of 5,000 yuan. Balance now 25,000 yuan, construction bank. Upon seeing the funds deposited, Xiao Bei felt a sense of calm wash over him. As long as the system was real, he was content. A small smile crept onto his lips as he set his phone down, hailed a taxi, and headed to the hotel. After checking in, Xiao Bei tidied himself up a bit before venturing out, ready to embark on his shopping spree. Hangzhou Tower was a renowned establishment, frequented by the affluent. This building housed an array of global luxury brands, both domestic and international. 15 minutes later, Xiao Bei arrived at Hangzhou Tower, with 25,000 yuan in his bank account. Though not an exorbitant sum, the prospect of rebates meant his funds would only multiply. Thus, he felt no trepidation as he entered this haven of luxury. After all, money is a man's confidence, is it not? Xiao Bei glanced at the attire adorning his frame, contemplating the acquisition of a refined ensemble. He strolled into the Balenciaga boutique with a casual air. Unlike the common trope of being looked down upon by sales associates, he found the atmosphere welcoming. After all, it was a prestigious global brand. In the realm of service, the caliber of the staff was invariably high, and it was evident that only those with confidence would dare to enter such an establishment. Given the unremarkable state of his clothing, Xiao Bei resolved to procure a new outfit. Within the store, he selected a cobalt blue short-sleeve shirt and a pair of white casual shorts. After requesting the sales associate to wrap them up, he spent 3,000 yuan, anticipating a rebate of 6,000 yuan. Once clad in his new garments, his demeanor exuded an elevated charm. Subsequently, he ventured into the adjacent Gucci store and purchased a pair of pristine white sneakers. His total expenditures, initially amounting to 250,000 yuan in cash, had burgeoned to 380,000 yuan, an astonishing increase. Upon exiting the Gucci store, he spotted the Huawei flagship store and recalled his mobile phone. With resolute determination, he made his way toward it. Upon entering, he approached a sales associate with ease and inquired, "Hello, do you have the Huawei Mate 50 Pro in stock?" "Indeed, sir. Which color would you prefer?" "Black, please, with 512 gigabytes of storage." Anticipating the need to handle documents on his phone in the future, he opted for the larger memory. Hearing this, the associate's eyes sparkled. A 512 gigabytes Mate 50 Pro was not a trivial purchase. The associate, identified as Chun, led him to the checkout. "Xiao Wang, one Mate 50 Pro, 512 gigabytes, he stated. "Certainly." "Chungu." The associate then turned to Xiao Bei with a smile, asking, "Will you be paying by card or QR code?" "WeChat Pay, please." Xiao Bei revealed his WeChat payment code, and Chun promptly processed the transaction. Soon, the receipt printed, confirming the successful payment. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully spent 20,000 yuan, randomly extracting rebate multiples. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining a 100-fold rebate. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving a rebate of 2 million yuan, which has been transferred to your bank account ending in 7878. Just as Xiao Bei set his phone down, he was greeted by the system's notification. Initially, he paid little heed, but upon hearing the 100-fold announcement, even his composed demeanor faltered in astonishment. Truly, he felt like a fortunate individual in that moment. Had he not suddenly crossed into the realm of millionaires? Was his modest goal now within reach? A gentle smile graced his lips. With newfound wealth, his confidence soared. After successfully transferring necessary files and apps to his new Huawei phone, Xiao Bei contemplated the absence of a laptop. He promptly invested 16,888 yuan in a Huawei business notebook, eschewing gaming laptops as they held no appeal for him. This transaction only yielded a 1-fold rebate, akin to receiving a complimentary computer. Emerging from the Huawei store, Xiao Bei indulged in further shopping at the mall, acquiring items from LV, Givenchy, CK, Nike, and more, anything that caught his fancy. By the end of the day, his funds had swelled to over 8 million yuan. Given the plethora of purchases, Xiao Bei opted to store his acquisitions at the store, intending to acquire a vehicle. This decision stemmed from two considerations: the sheer volume of his purchases made carrying them cumbersome, and the practicality of having a car for future endeavors. Resolute in his choice, he exited the Hangzhou Tower and headed to the neighboring Mercedes-Benz dealership. Chapter 7. AMG S63 Coupe. The Hangzhou Tower was not merely home to luxury goods, it also housed several high-end automobile dealerships. Xiao Bei had no intention of purchasing a supercar, as they required customization and extensive wait times, luxuries he could not afford at present. Instead, he sought a vehicle for everyday use, planning to invest in a more extravagant option when time and finances permitted. He made his way to the first floor of the Hangzhou Tower, entering the Mercedes dealership. Upon stepping inside, his attention was immediately captured by a striking vehicle, a black two-door coupe, its sleek body and prominent AMG emblem commanding the spotlight in the showroom. The sight evoked a singular thought in Xiao Bei's mind: suit-clad savage. While its exterior exuded elegance, those familiar with its capabilities recognized its ferocity. Captivated, he could not tear his gaze away from this magnificent machine, the AMG S63 Coupe. Not solely the Audi RS7 embodied the notion of a suit-clad savage. This AMG S63 Coupe was equally deserving of the title. Approaching the vehicle, he was soon greeted by a young saleswoman adorned in a professional uniform and black stockings. "Good day, sir. I am Li Wan from the Hangzhou Tower Mercedes dealership, and it is a pleasure to assist you. May I ask your name?" Xiao Bei assessed the sales associate. Her complexion was fair, devoid of wrinkles, suggesting youthfulness. Her large eyes sparkled with professionalism, and her smile was inviting. He nodded with a smile. "My surname is Xiao." "Mr. Xiao, are you interested in the AMG S63 Coupe?" Li Wan inquired. Her expression warm as she gestured toward the vehicle in the showroom. "How did you know?" Xiao Bei replied, slightly taken aback. "Because your gaze has been fixed upon it since you entered." Li Wan responded with a smile. Her observation piqued Xiao Bei's interest. "Surely anyone with a modicum of automotive knowledge would be drawn to such a car. How can you discern that I can afford it?" "Well, Mr. Xiao, your demeanor speaks volumes. It is rare to encounter someone of your age with such an aura, which led me to surmise that you might be a potential client for this vehicle." As she guided him closer to the AMG S63 Coupe, she continued to address his queries with a smile. Xiao Bei inwardly chuckled, impressed by the warmth and enthusiasm of the staff at the Hangzhou Tower. Yet, he pondered why he had not experienced any of the stereotypical scenarios depicted in novels, where the protagonist is snubbed by salespeople and ultimately asserts their worth. Truth be told, he was quite curious to experience the sensation of flaunting wealth and silencing critics. "Mr. Xiao, this black beauty is part of the AMG series, a tier above the S-Class, emphasizing both sportiness and elegance. It features a 4.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine, delivering a staggering 612 horsepower and 900 newton meters of torque, achieving 0 to 100 kilometers h in just 3.5 seconds. As Li Wen elaborated on the specifications, Xiao Bei approached the car, gently pulling open the driver's door. The interior of the Mercedes was nothing short of opulent, adorned in a youthful blue and white palette, complemented by a massive dual-screen display and multicolored ambient lighting, truly a testament to luxury. At that moment, Li Wen took her place in the passenger seat and addressed Xiao Bei. The interior features are quite evident, Mr. Xiao, so I shall refrain from elaborating further on them. Instead, let us delve into the subtler aspects, such as your seats, which are equipped with intelligent seating. When you navigate a turn, the lumbar support will elevate, and during sharp corners, the seat will embrace you tightly. Truly a marvel of intelligence. This vehicle is not merely about speed or sportiness. It embodies elegance and composure. Of course, underpinning that elegance, the requisite power must be present. Furthermore, when you take this car out, it resonates with those who truly understand it, allowing you to stand apart from the crowd while ensuring a comfortable driving experience, much like your life, characterized by grace, yet brimming with passion. Listening to Mr. Li's words, Xiao Bei nodded subtly, recognizing the finesse of a seasoned sales representative. Such dialogue is undeniably pleasing to the ears. How much does this car cost? Is it available for immediate purchase? Xiao Bei inquired, stroking the steering wheel. Li Wen paused momentarily, then a look of excitement illuminated his face. Mr. Xiao, we currently have only this particular vehicle available, which was custom ordered by a previous client. However, due to personal reasons, they have missed the pickup date. If you are interested in this vehicle, we can offer you a suitable discount. Li Wen candidly responded. How much? Our standard on-road price is 3.5 million. But for this one, we can reduce it slightly to 3 million, and you can take it home today. Li Wen replied with a smile. Do you provide license plate services? I haven't been able to obtain a plate yet. Xiao Bei suddenly remembered that in Hangzhou, license plates require a lottery system, which is notoriously slow. However, he was aware that some dealerships possess a collection of plates to sell as an added service. Li Wen smiled gently. Mr. Xiao, we do have plates available. May I inquire what tier you are interested in? What tiers are available? Typically, a standard plate costs around 100,000. A mid-tier consecutive number plate is 500,000, and a premium 4-digit plate is 1 million. What do you think? What premium plates are currently available? Xiao Bei was inclined toward the superior options. After all, he had the means. Li Wen, sensing the potential of a significant client, replied eagerly, Mr. Xiao. Our current 4-digit options include Hang AX8888, A2222, and W6666. Let us go with something understated. Then, X8888, Xiao Bei stated nonchalantly. Li Wen was momentarily taken aback. You wish to choose X8888 for an understated choice? Are you perhaps misunderstanding the concept of subtlety? Despite his puzzlement, Li Wen's excitement was palpable. Subsequently, Li Wen guided Xiao Bei to the payment area, and with the addition of the license plate and insurance, the total came to 4.5 million. Without hesitation, Xiao Bei swiped his card. As the receipt emerged from the payment terminal, Li Wen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mr. Xiao, please proceed to our VIP lounge while we prepare your vehicle with a wash and plates. Xiao Bei nodded and made his way to the VIP lounge to await the completion of the process. Not long after, approximately half an hour later, Li Wen approached Xiao Bei with a smile. Mr. Xiao, we are ready for a brief handover ceremony. Xiao Bei was led to a garage where his new vehicle awaited, and the staff applauded in celebration. Following a simple ceremony, Li Wen stepped forward. Mr. Xiao, here are your purchase documents, the green registration book, the driving license, and 2 keys to your new car. As he handed the folder to Xiao Bei, Li Wen's hand lightly grazed Xiao Bei's, and he meaningfully added, should you have any inquiries regarding your vehicle in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. Here is my business card. Xiao Bei accepted the items with an expression of calm and offered a slight smile before entering his new car and driving away. As for that business card, it was discarded into the trash as soon as Xiao Bei parked in the underground garage. Though he appreciated women, it did not imply that just any woman could ascend to his bed. Chapter 8. The pinnacle of aesthetics after exiting the vehicle. Xiao Bei returned to the Hangzhou Tower to deposit his purchases. With the assistance of the staff, everything was loaded into his car before he headed back to the hotel. Upon his return, he placed the clothes he had bought into a new LV suitcase, opting to keep his old suitcase and clothing in the trunk instead of discarding them. Once organized, Xiao Bei glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Rather than leaving immediately, he took a moment to reflect on his achievements. He had been suppressing his excitement, as during his recent car purchase of 4.5 million, he had unexpectedly received a rebate of 100 times that amount. At that moment, his account boasted an astonishing 450 million. Even in his past life as a billionaire, that was merely a valuation not actual wealth. Yet, on the very first day of his rebirth, he found himself with 450 million in liquid assets. Who wouldn't he be exhilarated? Xiao Bei's demeanor was commendable, and even more importantly, his godly wealth points had surged to an astonishing 10 million. This remarkable increase was largely due to his purchase of 3 watches valued at over 5 million, with a rebate multiplier of 1, essentially receiving them for free. Now armed with substantial wealth points, Xiao Bei contemplated acquiring skills that would enhance his attractiveness. Currently, his looks were neither unattractive nor striking. If rated, he would score around 80. Below 60 was unsightly, while 61 to 70 was merely average. A score of 71 to 80 indicated mediocrity. 81 to 90 suggested a charming appearance, and anything above 91 was considered godlike attractiveness. Xiao Bei accessed the system marketplace and spent 1 million to purchase a beauty enhancement skill, instantly feeling a transformation within his physique. He proceeded to the restroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, and smiled subtly. His previously frail figure had now evolved into a well-proportioned physique, the kind that appears slim in clothes, yet toned when undraped. Moreover, his height, once 178 meters, had now reached 180 meters. Lastly, his facial contours had refined. While not drastically altered, his nose appeared more prominent, and his brows and eyes had a striking quality. The system had subtly enhanced his features, elevating his overall attractiveness. As he regarded his reflection, Xiao Bei felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a captivating protagonist in a novel. His current appearance was quite commendable, reminiscent of the charming figures of Hangzhou. Additionally, he had acquired the business acumen skill for 2 million points, the master of learning skill for 3 million points, and the martial arts proficiency skill for 3 million points. The business skills were strategically aimed at establishing his future commercial empire, while the learning skills were designed to ensure he excelled academically with ease. Despite having been a top student in his previous life, the current mindset required refinement. Prompting the purchase, Xiao Bei understood that his time in school would be limited, and thus, excelling in his studies was paramount for future convenience. Another combat skill is easily explained. As a college student, brimming with youthful vigor, one inevitably encounters confrontations. While not one to initiate bullying, understanding the importance of defense is essential. Moreover, martial arts training has sculpted Xiao Bei's physique to perfection, not the exaggerated muscles of a bodybuilder, but the refined muscles of a martial artist. Most notably, his once flat abdomen now boasts a set of 8 well-defined abs. Observing this transformation, Xiao Bei couldn't help but burst into laughter at his reflection in the mirror. A beautiful new beginning, a splendid college life. Here comes Xiao Bei. Once everything was in order, Xiao Bei promptly checked out of the hotel and set off in his car towards Hangzhou University. After a half-hour drive, he parked in a nearby lot, preferring not to draw too much attention. Exiting the vehicle, he retrieved his luggage from the trunk. Before leaving the hotel, he had taken care to present himself well. His attire, a stylish outfit complemented by a flamboyant hairstyle reminiscent of Jackson Wang from his previous life, was nothing short of stunning. Adorning his wrist was an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch with an orange strap, exuding youthfulness. With his suitcase in tow, Xiao Bei leisurely made his way out of the parking lot. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Hangzhou University, which was bustling with activity as students swarmed in. Some were accompanied by parents helping with their luggage, while others, like Xiao Bei, carried their own suitcases. Joy filled Xiao Bei's heart as he stepped onto campus. For today marked the day of new student registration. Upon entering, he quickly spotted the registration signage. Among the throngs of people, there were older students clad in red and yellow vests, serving as volunteers. However, Xiao Bei chose not to trouble them and followed the sign straight to the gymnasium. The gymnasium was even more crowded, as it served as the registration hub. The area outside was alive with chatter, adorned with a banner reading, "Welcome to the class of 2017. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant, with various departments set up at tables alongside roll-up banners displaying their names and classes. Pushing his suitcase, Xiao Bei swiftly located the registration point for Class 1 of the finance department. Here, the queue was lengthy, necessitating patience. "Wow, Bei, look. I see an absolute gem. So handsome," exclaimed a girl named Bei, captivated by her friend's gaze. Instantly, she displayed a starry-eyed expression, responding, "Wow, this junior is so handsome." Their exclamations caught the attention of several other nearby girls, who turned to see Xiao Bei standing out amidst the crowd. "Wow, not only is he good-looking, but he is also affluent. Look at that suitcase. It's the latest LV model. His clothes are from Balenciaga, and that watch is definitely not cheap," exclaimed one girl, dreamily. "Wow, this is my ideal type." Another added, "I see, the wealthy ones are all your type," retorted her friend. "No, seeing him makes me realize looks are crucial. Just imagine if I were pinned down by him," teased another girl. "Oh my, someone else feeling frisky. But honestly, He asked the most handsome one I've seen so far, queuing for the finance department. He must be a finance major, declared one of them. Ladies, he asked mine. So don't even think about competing with me. Chapter 9. The Terrifying Senior Sisters. It wasn't just the nearby volunteer sisters who were taken by Xiao Bei's charm. Even some of the new female students in line with him stole glances his way. Yet, Xiao Bei was accustomed to such attention, as he had always been the center of focus in his previous life. Soon enough, it was Xiao Bei's turn in line. Senior, I'm here to register for class 1 of the finance department, Xiao Bei, he announced. As soon as he spoke, a chorus of gasps erupted from the surrounding girls. Wow, he is actually from class 1 of the finance department. Sisters, who has their class schedule for this semester? I do. But I want to share it with you. I'm not letting go of such a valuable resource. Another chimed in. Stop fighting, you bunch of shameless girls. This junior is mine. Despite the whispers being soft, Xiao Bei could still hear them, prompting a wry smile from him. He was aware of his attractive appearance, but hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. Ah, junior, you must be cautious of the third-year senior sisters. You know what I mean. At that moment, not only Xiao Bei heard the girls' chatter, but also the senior at the registration desk. He cast an envious, yet sympathetic glance at Xiao Bei. As a third-year senior, he admired Xiao Bei's looks, but felt pity for him, knowing that the third-year sisters could be quite relentless. He wondered if this junior would be able to withstand their advances. Shaking off his thoughts, the senior handed Xiao Bei a set of materials. Junior, please fill out this registration form, and then follow this campus map to find your dormitory. Sure, senior, Xiao Bei replied, bending down to complete the form. At that moment, the earlier girls shot daggers at the senior standing in front of Xiao Bei, silently scolding him for meddling. Senior, I've completed the form. Can I head to the dormitory now? Just as the senior was about to speak, several senior sisters seized the opportunity, approaching Xiao Bei with radiant smiles that could melt anyone's heart. Junior, are you heading to your dorm? Let me show you the way. Junior, I can take you. I'm also from the finance department and your direct senior. I know our department inside out. Let me take you. Xiao Bei gazed at the enthusiastic seniors, feeling a mix of helplessness and a hint of regret for his dashing appearance. The woes of being handsome were hitting home. At that moment, he cast a pleading glance at the senior. All right, ladies, let us allow the junior to gather his belongings first. The senior interjected, handing Xiao Bei a folder containing his campus card, dorm key, school introduction, and regulations. As Xiao Bei accepted the folder and glanced at the senior, he quietly asked, Senior, are all the senior sisters at our school this enthusiastic? The senior looked at Xiao Bei and replied, they're just being friendly, but junior, heed my words as a form of protection. What? Xiao Bei asked, puzzled. The senior glanced around before leaning in to whisper, Junior, your looks have likely made you the new campus heartthrob. If you're interested in dating someone from your class, be proactive. If a second-year senior is willing to go out with you, don't hesitate, be assertive. But when it comes to the third-year seniors, keep your distance. You probably won't stand a chance. As for the fourth-year seniors, they're already preparing for internships, making them harder to approach. Are third-year seniors really that terrifying? Xiao Bei was genuinely shocked. The senior assessed Xiao Bei's physique and attire, and instead of envy, his expression was one of deep concern. Third-year seniors can indeed be quite daunting. All right, you may proceed now. Thank you, senior. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he politely waved and pushed his suitcase out of the gymnasium. As he stepped outside, he spotted a senior from the volunteer team, donned in a vibrant red vest, rushing toward him with exuberance. Junior, I'm a third year from the finance department. Let me show you to your dormitory. Come on, let us help you with your suitcase. Upon witnessing this enthusiastic display, Xiao Bei realized that if he acquiesced, disregarding the sage advice he had just received from a senior, he would undoubtedly become the target of envy among all the male students on campus. Thus, he cleared his throat gently and replied, Thank you, but it's no trouble. I prefer to handle my belongings myself. With that, he coolly pushed his suitcase away, leaving behind a chorus of soft sighs from the seniors. As they watched Xiao Bei's retreating figure, one of them exclaimed, Wow, I didn't expect him to be such an aloof, handsome guy. What should we do? I'm even more enamored. Another chimed in, He is like a block of ice, while I'm a flame. I believe I can melt his heart. Yet another remarked, Aren't you both typically drawn to flamboyant personalities? It's just that we haven't encountered anyone like him at school before. He is too cool and too handsome. He resembles the cold, heartless CEO from a drama. What a dilemma. Holding a map in hand, Xiao Bei discerned that his dormitory was in Building 6. So he ambled toward it, taking in the beautiful campus scenery along the way. He passed various locations, the basketball court, the library, the laboratory building, and the swimming pool, until he soon arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitories at Hangqing University resembled a charming cluster of red brick villas, exuding a distinctive flair. Following the assigned dormitory number, Xiao Bei made his way directly to Building 6. He ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator, Such was the affluence of Hangqing University, where even the dormitories boasted elevators. The door to room 401 was ajar, suggesting that his roommates had already arrived. Just as Xiao Bei was about to push the door open, he overheard a few voices that made him pause. Am I fierce? Am I fierce? Just tell me, am I fierce or not? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Bei's handsome face. No way. Could it be that my dorm is home to male enthusiasts? How thrilling. What should I do? Should I enter or not? Should I blend in or maintain my own charm? After contemplating, Xiao Bei concluded that they probably weren't as bold as he feared, and thus, he decisively pushed the door open. Upon entering, Xiao Bei's heart raced. 3 young men were seated at their computers, all turning to look at him in unison, their faces breaking into victorious smiles that felt rather eerie. However, Xiao Bei quickly noticed that they were engrossed in playing CS:GO, which relieved him significantly. Displaying his signature smile, he greeted, Hey guys, I'm your roommate, Xiao Bei. Chapter 10, Roommates. The trio gazed at Xiao Bei, their expressions morphing into surprise. So handsome. Absolutely stunning, they thought. As Xiao Bei pushed his suitcase in, they all stood up, abandoning their game. One of the chubbier boys approached Xiao Bei with an endearing demeanor and said, Hello, Xiao Bei, I'm your roommate, Hu Jilong. Xiao Bei politely extended his hand, shaking Hu Jilong's. The other 2 joined him. Hi, I'm Zhang Jibua. Hello, I'm Wang Wei. Xiao Bei reciprocated their greetings. By the way, Xiao Bei, your bed is the one by the window. Hu Jilong pointed towards the window. Xiao Bei nodded with a smile and pushed his suitcase toward his designated bed. The dormitory setup featured bunk beds with desks underneath, accommodating 4 people. It was already 4 p.m., and their parents had presumably left. As Xiao Bei opened his suitcase, he had prepared a bedding set and comforter prior to arriving. When the 3 noticed him getting ready to make his bed, they promptly approached him. Xiao Bei, let us help you, Wang Wei said with a smile. Xiao Bei smiled back, feeling relieved. The worst thing about a dormitory is encountering unpleasant people. Thankfully, judging by his current roommates, they all seemed quite amiable. Thank you guys, Xiao Bei said, not wanting to be overly formal. Thus, Wang Wei and Xiao Bei climbed onto the bed, while Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibua handed him items from the suitcase. When Zhang Jibua pulled out the bedding set, he was taken aback by the clothing underneath. Being from Hangzhou and accustomed to a certain level of affluence, he recognized the luxury brands, Balenciaga, Gucci, LV, Givenchy, among others, and realized that his new roommate was truly extraordinary. However, he kept this revelation to himself, primarily because he was still uncertain about Xiao Bei's temperament, and also because, regardless of Xiao Bei's financial status, Zhang Jibua would strive to foster a good relationship with his roommate. Additionally, he wished to avoid making anyone uncomfortable. Soon, with the trio's assistance, Xiao Bei had his bed set up in no time. After descending, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Do you guys smoke? Of course. I started in high school. Zhang Jibua replied nonchalantly. Hee, I smoke Marlboro. Hu Jilong chuckled as he produced a pack of Marlboro from his bag. Give me one. Wang Wei laughed. Xiao Bei handed each of them a cigarette, while Hu Jilong enjoyed his Marlboro. Be careful, smoking Marlboro can affect your vitality. You should cut back. Wang Wei ignited the cigarette Xiao Bei had given him, grinning at Hu Jilong. No worries, we're young and full of energy. A little 1 tea hurt. Otherwise, the ladies will be crying. Hu Jilong replied cheekily. The laughter that ensued made Xiao Bei and Zhang Jibua chuckle. Xiao Bei found the chubby boy quite amusing. Despite Hu Jilong's size, he had a charming face that would surely appeal once he slimmed down, especially with his trendy attire, suggesting his family was not lacking in means. As they smoked and chatted, Xiao Bei subtly observed his roommates. Hu Jilong hailed from Wenzhou, Zhejiang, which explained his fashionable demeanor. Wenzhou was known for producing successful entrepreneurs, and among the 5 of them, 4 came from families that owned factories. Zhang Jibua, a local from Hangzhou, was not only handsome but also exuded a calm demeanor. Through their earlier conversation, Xiao Bei discerned that Zhang Jibua was not only good-looking but also emotionally intelligent. Had Xiao Bei not been present, he would likely have been deemed the most attractive in the dormitory. Wang Wei, surprisingly, turned out to be from Ningbo, Zhejiang, and he too possessed good looks. While Zhang Jibua had a rugged charm, Wang Wei had a somewhat boyish appeal, fair-skinned and youthful. However, based on their conversation, Wang Wei's personality contrasted sharply with his appearance, radiating a robust masculinity. His family background was evidently comfortable, given his latest model Apple phone and stylish AJ11 sneakers. While Xiao Bei appraised his roommates, the 3 of them were equally busy sizing him up. The trio could distinctly sense that Xiao Bei was not merely handsome. He exuded an undeniable aura. Hu Jilong felt this most profoundly, as the charisma radiating from Xiao Bei surpassed even that of his father, a factory owner who had long held a position of authority. The emergence of such presence in his roommate indicated that Xiao Bei was indeed someone of considerable significance. Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei shared similar sentiments. After a brief conversation, they arrived at a quintessential aspect of male dormitory culture, the hierarchy. Wang Wei, born on January 12, 1999, claimed the title of the eldest. Hu Jilong, born on May 11, 1999, was the second in line. Zhang Jibua, born on September 29, 1999, held the position of third, while Xiao Bei, born on October 20, 1999, was the youngest. Xiao Bei glanced at his watch and remarked, "Gentlemen, the time is ripe. Shall we first address our hunger?" The three checked the time. Realizing it was already past 5 o'clock, with the sun nearing the horizon, they all felt the pangs of hunger. "Let us go grab a bite." Indeed, they were famished. "Let's south head to Garbage Street." Zhang Jibua appeared quite familiar with Hangqing University, as Garbage Street was a renowned snack street adjacent to the campus, featuring street food and restaurants. The quartet exited their dormitory, making their way toward the school gate. Xiao Bei, Zhang Jibua, Wang Wei, and Hu Jilong emerged together, instantly becoming the most eye-catching figures on campus. Xiao Bei's striking looks were unquestionable, while Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei were also undeniably attractive, likely boasting attractiveness scores around 90. Even Hu Jilong, despite his weight, exuded a charming appeal, primarily due to his facial structure, complemented by a commendable sense of fashion. Among the heavier set, he was undoubtedly the most handsome. With 3 handsome young men and a charming companion in tow, it was impossible not to attract attention. While Hu Jilong strolled alongside them, preoccupied with his phone, Xiao Bei and the others engaged in lively conversation. Their eyes would invariably gravitate toward any attractive female, particularly a senior who caught their attention. At that moment, Hu Jilong, lagging slightly behind, was scrolling through the campus network, eager to catch up on the latest happenings. Just as he opened the app, a striking headline caught his eye. Class of 17 campus heartthrob makes a dazzling entrance, stunning everyone. Hu Jilong clicked on it, and was instantly met with a photo of Xiao Bei. He rushed forward, exclaiming to the others, "Wow, Bei Gu, you've made it to the campus hot search." Upon hearing Hu Jilong's words, Xiao Bei remained unfazed, but Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei became intrigued. The two quickly pulled out their phones, navigating to the campus network. Within moments, they discovered the trending post Hu Jilong had mentioned. The post had only been live for less than 2 hours, but had already amassed thousands of comments. Opening the post, they saw a picture of Xiao Bei queuing for registration, presumably taken by an upperclassman from a distance, capturing Xiao Bei's undeniable charm. "Whoa, whoa!" Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei exclaimed, expressing their astonishment in the most civilized manner. Commenter 1. "Wow, what a handsome junior. Which class is he in? I must bring him breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Commenter 2. "The one above is clearly a lovesick senior. Confirmed." Commenter 3. "Wow, he looks like a wealthy young man, dressed head to toe in designer brands." Commenter 4. "Hee hee, I just saw this junior, but his 3 roommates are not too shabby either, except for one chubby guy. But for those who like a bit of meat, he's a must-see." Image. Commenter 5. "Sister above, I've seen their dorm. It must be a celestial abode." As Zhang Jibua and the others realized they had made it to the trending list alongside Xiao Bei, excitement surged within them. They turned in unison to Xiao Bei. "Old Fourth, you are the deity of our 401 dorm. Old Fourth, you're incredible. Throughout our university years, whether we feast on meat or vegetables, it all depends on you." They were all freshly minted adults, bursting with youthful exuberance, especially on the very first day of classes. And their entire dorm had made it to the hot search. What could this be called? A moment of glory for their families. Xiao Bei merely smiled at the trio and promptly said, "All right, it's not a big deal. Let us quickly find somewhere to satisfy our hunger, as I am absolutely starving." Xiao Bei clearly wished to avoid further discussion on this matter. After all, a lack of reaction would have truly surprised him. It appeared the system was indeed impressive. "All right, let us eat." Hangqing University boasted 4 entrances, and the one near Garbage Street was the north gate, just across a road. Upon their arrival, they found restaurants lining both sides of the street, with a wide outdoor plaza filled with various snacks. Given it was the first day of the semester, the snack street was bustling with people, with new students like Xiao Bei and his friends gathering to share meals and strengthen bonds. Upperclassmen were also out, eager to reconnect after 2 months apart, ready to have a few drinks and boast about their adventures. "Guess what I just spotted?" Hu Jilong pointed to a nearby establishment. Grinning mischievously, Xiao Bei and the others turned to see a hot pot skewer restaurant named Old Wang next door. "Goodness, that name is utterly audacious." Wang Wei chuckled. Zhang Jibua then suggested, "Why not eat here? It looks quite popular. Are they all aspiring to be Old Wang?" Xiao Bei quipped, rolling his eyes. "Shall we experience what it's like to be Old Wang?" Xiao Bei joked, glancing at the 3. The moment he spoke, all 3 revealed mischievous smiles. They entered the restaurant, which was quite spacious and decorated in a stylish manner, with both upstairs and downstairs seating. The group split, with Hu Jilong and Wang Wei ordering while Xiao Bei and Zhang Zhibua headed upstairs. The restaurant was bustling with patrons. Finding a window-side table, they settled down. Just as they did, Xiao Bei surveyed the surroundings and his eyes lit up. He discreetly gestured to Zhang Zhibua. Second, at 12 o'clock, check out those long legs. Wow. Zhang Zhibua's eyes widened, fixated on a table of girls with strikingly long legs. He stammered, I'm utterly in love with university. Go get their WeChat. Xiao Bei teased. Zhang Zhibua hesitated, responding, I'd rather not be a creep. I prefer meat that comes to me, delicious. As they continued chatting, Hu Jilong and Wang Wei soon joined them. Bro, look at 12 o'clock. There are some beauties there, all long-legged. Zhang Zhibua exclaimed to Hu Jilong, who, along with Wang Wei, turned to look. Wang Wei blinked in surprise. 666. Bro, go get their WeChat. Why don't you go? Xiao Bei observed them with a smile, amused at how they had boasted in the dorm, yet now faltered when it came to action. At that moment, their phones chimed simultaneously. Upon checking, they discovered a message from their class group. The homeroom teacher had announced a class meeting at 6 p.m. in room A101. Oh, I had hoped to indulge in a few more drinks, but it seems that is no longer feasible. Let us eat well and return early, Zhang Zhibua said with resignation. There will be plenty of opportunities in the days to come. We have 4 years of university ahead of us, Hu Jilong remarked as he munched on edamame. Xiao Bei glanced at his phone, intending to set it aside, but at that moment, a WeChat message arrived. Upon opening it, a smile crept onto his lips. The message was from none other than Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan. Junior, have you completed your registration? I just finished tidying up. Xiao Bei. Yes, I'm done. Currently having a meal with my roommates. Lu Qingyan. Be sure to cultivate good relationships with your dorm mates. They will be your family over the next 4 years. Xiao Bei. Okay, has the senior eaten yet? As Xiao Bei continued his conversation with Lu Qingyan, the three companions exchanged glances at his focused demeanor while typing. Wang Wei. Hey, fourth, who are you chatting with? You seem so engrossed. The dishes have arrived, and you're not eating? Xiao Bei looked up and replied. No one in particular, just a friend. You all go ahead. A friend? More like a girlfriend. Zhang Zhibua teased with a grin. Just a friend. I'm still a single dog, all right? Xiao Bei laughed. The three companions responded with a chorus of eye rolls, clearly skeptical of his words. Xiao Bei felt exasperated. He was speaking the truth, but their disbelief left him at a loss. He resumed chatting with Lu Qingyan, but before long, she bid farewell. Lu Qingyan. Junior. My roommates are calling me for dinner. I'll find you later. Make sure to eat well. You seem a bit thin. Xiao Bei. Sure. When I come to Shanghai next time, I'll definitely have an 8-pack. Lu Qingyan. You're always daydreaming. How can you have an 8-pack? I can't even see it. Xiao Bei. If you want to see it, we can find a place, and I can show you. Lu Qingyan. Let us talk about it when you actually have one. Lu Qingyan. All right, I'm off to eat. You make sure to eat too. Xiao Bei. Okay. You too. Be good and wait for me in Shanghai. Chapter 12. Qin Mingxue in Shanghai. At the Music Academy, Lu Qingyan read the last message Xiao Bei sent. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Just then, someone patted her on the back, startling her. She hurriedly tucked her phone away, her face blooming with color as she turned around. Oh dear, you scared me to death. Her roommate, affectionately dubbed Big Girl, looked at Lu Qingyan with a knowing expression. Yin Yin, you're hiding something from us. Something is not right. Are you in love? Lu Qingyan, caught off guard, averted her gaze and replied. No way, that's just nonsense. Big Girl, observing Lu Qingyan's reaction, wore a teasing smile. You've been clutching your phone since returning to the dorm. That's not like you. I saw you smiling while chatting on WeChat. Not at all. Lu Qingyan panicked, quickly covering Big Girl's mouth with her hand. Okay, let us go eat. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei put down his phone and, under the knowing gazes of his three friends, finished his meal. They then exited the establishment. To be fair, the food was quite delectable. It wasn't like the novels where one meets a beautiful girl and wins her heart. Such occurrences are rare. Life is not a story. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 6 o'clock. The four of them took great care in their appearance, Xiao Bei included. After a bit of grooming, they confidently stepped out. On the first day of classes, each of them headed to their respective classrooms, as they were still getting acquainted, primarily familiarizing themselves with their dorm mates. As they walked towards the teaching building, the three friends cast envious glances at Xiao Bei. Zhang Zhibua remarked, Hey, fourth. You're already handsome enough. Why go to such lengths to dress up? How are we supposed to compete? Wang Wei added, Exactly. I was the most handsome in high school, but now I encounter you, and it's just unfair. Hu Jilong chimed in. Fourth, are you trying to overshadow someone? Xiao Bei had his own little schemes. After all, it was their first class meeting. While he was unaware of the girls in the class, he knew that good looks were advantageous. First impressions matter. Not everyone can discern character at first glance. In such circumstances, being a bit more dashing could open more doors. Don't be swayed by what others say about inner beauty. If you haven't interacted with someone, how can you know their essence? Who would want to delve into your inner self if you look like a sharp-eyed weirdo? Having had skewers for dinner, the lingering scent was strong. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Bei immediately took a shower. At present, he wore a light blue Gucci summer shirt, layered over a white Balenciaga tee, paired with white Givenchy casual trousers and crisp white sneakers. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, with one corner tucked into his trousers for a touch of style. He completed the look with a pair of stylish gold-rimmed glasses and a royal oak watch, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Jackson Wang. As they walked, several girls cast surreptitious glances at Xiao Bei. Amid their playful banter, they arrived at teaching Building A, quickly locating the classroom for their meeting. The university classroom accommodated both Class 1 and Class 2 due to a shared instructor. The 4, having taken their time with their appearance, arrived a bit late. Upon entering, they found the room already bustling with students. The small classroom had most of the central and back seats taken, leaving only the front row available. As they stepped into the classroom, all eyes turned towards them. The boys felt a wave of self-consciousness upon seeing Xiao Bei and his friends, each possessing their own charm. Even the chubby Hu Zhilong had a striking appeal. Some girls who had arrived early, hoping to catch a glimpse of handsome faces, had been somewhat disappointed in the absence of attractive boys. However, upon the entrance of Xiao Bei and his companions, the girls' expressions transformed, akin to a pack of wolves that had spotted their prey. Wow, the 4 newcomers are so handsome. That chubby one is adorable. Did you see? The campus heartthrob is in our class. Are you referring to the one in the blue shirt? Yes, he is absolutely stunning. Not just good-looking, but his fashion sense is impeccable. Xiao Bei surveyed the seating arrangements and realized there were no seats left in the back. Arriving late meant they could only sit in the front row. This is going to be painful, Hu Zhilong lamented, as for students like them. The front row was a perilous zone. Without much discussion, the 4 of them settled into the first row, ready for the class ahead. Xiao Bei and Zhang Zhibua occupied the 2 central seats, with Wang Wei seated beside Xiao Bei and Hu Zhilong positioned next to Zhang Zhibua. As soon as they settled in, Hu Zhilong remarked, "Gentlemen, I just did a cursory scan of the room, and there are quite a few lovely ladies. If we are to make our move, we must act swiftly. The competition is fierce." His words were laced with a conspiratorial tone. Zhang Zhibua, Xiao Bei, and Wang Wei exchanged exasperated glances at him. Scratching his head, Hu Zhilong looked at his 3 companions and curiously asked, "Dressed so flamboyantly, isn't it all for this moment?" Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Zhibua retorted, "Could you possibly keep your mouth shut? Try to maintain an air of aloofness, will you? Be cool. Don't be a sycophant." At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed through the classroom. With a creak, the door swung open. Instantly, the male students erupted with excitement. And Xiao Bei too was taken aback, for the newly arrived counselor was undeniably attractive, with a figure that was nothing short of mesmerizing. Cascading curls that flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, striking features, flawless skin, and long legs, she captured everyone's attention the moment she stepped in. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding a chilly elegance. Clad in a stunning black gown, her exquisitely chiseled features and deep brown eyes held a dispassionate allure. She gracefully approached the podium and surveyed the classroom, radiating an undeniable commanding presence. Her gaze fell upon the quartet seated at the front, particularly on Xiao Bei, whose demeanor was refined yet assertive. Then, a soft smile graced her lips as she elegantly introduced herself. "Hello everyone. I am your counselor for the next 4 years. My name is Qin Mingxue, but you may call me Teacher Qin or Old Qin." Chapter 13. The class meeting commences. Xiao Bei observed Qin Mingxue on stage, a subtle smile playing on his lips. This instructor exuded an undeniable individuality, and her background seemed affluent as well. Adorned with Tiffany's latest necklace and a Vacheron Constantin watch, she embodied sophistication. As her introduction concluded, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 erupted into a frenzy. "Isn't that our school's goddess counselor, Teacher Qin? I can't believe she's actually our counselor. Her aura is incredibly powerful. She's so beautiful that I can barely meet her gaze," murmured the students behind them. Meanwhile, Hu Zhilong gazed at Qin Mingxue on stage, swallowing hard, and excitedly tugged at Zhang Zhibua's sleeve, whispering, "Wow, this is incredible. With a counselor like this, I'll never be late for class." Zhang Zhibua responded with an eye roll. Unfazed by the disdainful look, Hu Zhilong continued, "I'm curious. The man who has her must have been extraordinarily lucky in his past life." Previously, it was Zhang Zhibua who had rolled his eyes at Hu Zhilong. But now Xiao Bei and the others collectively shot him a disapproving glance. "Bro, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? You're filling it with such inappropriate thoughts. We should steer clear of this perverted dragon." Xiao Bei and his friends chimed in, each taking turns to chastise Hu Zhilong. As the students engaged in their chatter, Qin Mingxue cleared her throat from the podium. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Her commanding presence was undeniable. Once the class quieted down, she began, first and foremost, I welcome you all to Hangqing University. In the coming 4 years, I hope you will cherish this final segment of your academic journey. University is a time of great autonomy. While you indulge in romance, do not neglect your studies. I have no high expectations of you. Just don't fail any courses. And please, don't call me from the rooftop of the dormitory at night, threatening to jump for the sake of love. Her words elicited laughter from the students, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Seeing the mood shift, a smile graced Qin Mingxue's lips as she said, All right, now that the jokes are over, let us get to the heart of the matter. I know you all would prefer to be anywhere else. We will now begin with self-introductions, and each person will come up to the stage for the election of class leaders for our 2 classes. Looking over the assembled students, she continued, Who would like to volunteer to go first? Xiao Bei remained in his seat, pondering that likely no one would be eager to take the lead in this self-introduction. However, he was soon proven wrong. As soon as Qin Mingxue finished speaking, the boys in the classroom eagerly raised their hands, even Hu Jilong among them. Xiao Bei couldn't help but marvel at the potency of a beautiful woman's influence on male hormones. Qin Mingxue stood elegantly at the podium, seemingly unfazed by the enthusiastic response. Her gaze swept across the room, landing particularly on the 4 of them. Let us have this chubby boy come up first, and then we'll proceed one by one. Upon hearing this, Hu Jilong grinned widely, casting a smug glance at Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Zhibo felt a surge of frustration towards the chubby boy, thinking, if it weren't for you, I could have waited my turn. Xiao Bei was indifferent, while Wang Wei shared Zhang Zhibo's sentiments. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his friends, Hu Jilong strutted up to the podium. Hello, old Qin, he exclaimed, extending his hand in a somewhat foolishly eager manner, as if he were a naive rich heir. Qin Mingxue smiled gently, refraining from shaking his hand, and instead said, Dear student, please introduce yourself first. Let us keep it brief. Yes, of course. Let us keep it brief. Hu Jilong quickly withdrew his hand, scratching his head. At this point, Xiao Bei and his friends were utterly embarrassed by Hu Jilong's antics. Ha, little beauty, this chubby fellow is quite adorable. He is clearly a social butterfly, exclaimed one of the students. Adorable? Seriously? Can someone with talent even say young age? At that moment, if anyone was feeling the most disgruntled, it was undoubtedly Zhang Zhibo, who thought, this guy must have come prepared. If I don't say something impressive, I'll be overshadowed. After Hu Jilong's introduction, it was Zhang Zhibo's turn to take the stage. He wasted no time on pleasantries. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Zhibo, 18, a native of Hangqing. There's a saying that meeting is fate. Since we are destined to gather in Class 1, I hope we can encourage each other and grow together. During both the sunny and rainy seasons, may we forge the deepest of friendships. I am also delighted to be your classmate, and hope we can assist one another in our studies. Upon concluding his introduction, the classmates below felt a wave of dismay. Damn it, the first 2 introductions were so impressive. What are we supposed to do now? After Zhang Zhibo stepped down, it was Xiao Bei's turn. As Xiao Bei rose from his seat, an eruption of excited screams filled the classroom. Wow, the heartthrob is about to give a speech. I wonder what the heartthrob's name is. Damn, this guy is too handsome. He's a serious threat to my good looks. A boy, his face marred by acne, gazed at Xiao Bei with a hint of envy. The girls surrounding him rolled their eyes. Confidence is admirable, but when it veers into arrogance, it becomes foolishness. When Qin Mingxue saw Xiao Bei take the stage, the students below became restless, eagerly anticipating how this dashing young man would introduce himself. Xiao Bei approached the microphone and first addressed Qin Mingxue. Hello, old Qin. Hello, classmate. Please begin your introduction. Qin Mingxue replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded slightly. In truth, he felt no trepidation at all. For him, self-introduction was not merely a formality. It was an opportunity to showcase his charisma, a chance to bask in the spotlight, one he simply could not squander. In his previous life, Xiao Bei had dropped out of high school to enter the workforce. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he eventually amassed a fortune. If he harbored any regrets from that time, it was his lack of a university education. High school may be a time of youth, but university is no less a vibrant chapter of life. Thus, Xiao Bei now yearned for the university experience, especially with the added benefits of the system at his disposal. He had no intention of playing the role of a humble underdog. With his capabilities, there was no need to diminish himself. Standing on the stage, he surveyed his classmates, all brimming with youthful exuberance, especially the girls. It would be a foolish mistake to overlook such a splendid opportunity to impress. While he intended to maintain a level of modesty, he was determined to leave a lasting impression. Xiao Bei flashed a bright smile, revealing his pristine white teeth, radiating confidence. Merely standing there stirred excitement among many girls in the class. After all, handsome men attract beautiful women, and vice versa. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Bei, Xiao as in portrait, Bei as in north. I am 18 years old and hail from Ningxing, Zhejiang province. First and foremost, it is truly an honor to become classmates with all of you. In this vast sea of humanity, our encounter is rare, so let us cherish it. I sincerely hope that over the next 4 years, we can not only be classmates, but also forge lasting friendships, brothers for the boys, and close friends for the girls. I have many hobbies, which I won't enumerate here. We can discover them gradually, and you might even find me to be a treasure of a boy. Every leaf has its own path, every step tells its own story, and every piece of writing has its unique narrative. I hope we can all cultivate our thoughts and ideas, and journey further along the path of our dreams. Lastly, I would like to mention that if any girls have a friend group, please add me. I am eagerly seeking to become single again. If interested, feel free to message me privately in the class group. Public flirtations are not welcome. With that, Xiao Bei concluded his introduction, and the room erupted into enthusiastic applause and laughter. Many gazes directed towards him shifted, particularly among the girls who had initially perceived him as aloof, now brimming with excitement. Wow, Xiao Bei is so handsome, and he doesn't seem cold at all. Should I really add him and message him privately? What if I get to be close to him? This guy definitely has some charm. Did you notice? All three from their dorm spoke so confidently. If only I could possess such confidence and ease. I can't believe it. Xiao Bei is flirting with me. I'm going to message him. Who knows what might happen? While some girls and a few boys praised Xiao Bei, others expressed envy and jealousy. TCH, just because he is handsome. He can do whatever he wants. He is clearly a player. I wonder how many girls will fall for him. Look at him, obviously spoiled. He'll make a fool of himself during military training. The chatter continued, but soon faded as everyone realized that the boys from that dormitory were indeed formidable. Now, it was Wang Wei's turn to take the stage, and the students were eager to see how this handsome young man would present himself. Wang Wei felt somewhat beleaguered. Xiao Bei had already set the bar high. Nevertheless, he confidently addressed the audience. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Wei, and I share the same hometown as Xiao Bei. I am 18 years old, male, a bit nervous. Could everyone please give me a round of applause? Most of the audience obliged, granting him applause. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, thinking, good job, Wang Wei, engaging the crowd. Okay, I feel the warmth from everyone. I'm no longer nervous. Thank you all for your support. And I hope we can all become good friends in the coming years. With that, Wang Wei exited the stage. Qin Mingxue glanced at the 4 boys in the front row, a smile gracing her lips. They had all pleasantly surprised her, and she was now looking forward to the remaining introductions. However, her anticipation soon waned, as the subsequent speakers failed to impress, with only a few standing out, yet still falling short compared to Xiao Bei and his friends. After half an hour, everyone had finished their introductions. Qin Mingxue returned to the podium, smiling at the crowd. The self-introductions have concluded. Now we will select class officers. Military training begins the day after tomorrow, so we need to share the responsibilities. Class 1, please come forward. Those interested in running for class president, please be proactive. This is also a chance for personal development. Who wants to run? As soon as Qin Mingxue finished speaking, nearly all the girls in Class 1 turned their gazes towards Xiao Bei. Amidst the confusion, a girl stood up. Teacher, I represent the girls of Class 1 and recommend Xiao Bei as our class president. This girl, Wang Meina, served as the representative for the females in Class 1 and possessed considerable social skills. In their group chat, the girls had all expressed their desire for Xiao Bei to be class president, as it would allow them to interact with him more frequently. As soon as she spoke, the other girls chimed in, we want Xiao Bei to be class president. Among the boys in Class 1, with a few exceptions, most quickly aligned with the girls, expressing their agreement. Qin Mingxue was taken aback by the class's choice, but being a democratic teacher, she turned to Xiao Bei. Classmate Xiao Bei, everyone is recommending you. What are your thoughts? Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he wasn't particularly keen on the role of class president due to his numerous commitments. Yet, with the entire class now looking at him, he gradually rose to his feet. Addressing his classmates, he said, thank you all for your support. However, I fear I might not be suited for the role of class president, as I have other plans. As Xiao Bei was speaking, the female representative, Wang Meina, stood up once more and declared, Xiao Bei, it's perfectly fine. As long as you take on the role of class monitor, I shall run for vice monitor and support you wholeheartedly. With a playful smile directed at Xiao Bei, her intentions were clear. This would grant her the opportunity to interact with him more frequently. After all, what young girl is devoid of romantic yearnings? Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was quite insistent on his acceptance of the position. However, reflecting on Wang Meina's earlier words, he pondered, given the enthusiasm displayed by his classmates, to decline would be ungrateful. All right, old Qin, I shall accept. Chapter 15, You Cannot See Me. Though Xiao Bei felt as though he was being pushed into a role he had not sought. It is often said that a man remains youthful at heart until his last breath. Regardless of age, men harbor a desire for recognition and support, which is essential for both mental and physical well-being. Xiao Bei acknowledged his own mundane nature. Thus, although this situation was not of his choosing, he found himself preferring it over the alternative. Hence, let the first step towards becoming a male idol commence with the position of class monitor. Upon witnessing Xiao Bei's decision, Qin Mingshui adhered to the principles of democracy. Very well, from this moment forth, the monitor of Class 1 in finance shall be Xiao Bei. Let us applaud. The classroom erupted in applause, with the girls celebrating as if they had achieved a great victory. After all, this monitor was a collective recommendation from them. At this moment, Xiao Bei couldn't help but marvel at the power of good looks. It truly allows one to act with impunity. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Once seated, his three loyal companions gazed at him in unison, simultaneously giving him a thumbs up. Their eyes reflected the pride of a father witnessing his son's accomplishments. Xiao Bei thought to himself, well, I have brought glory to our dormitory. I must return and show my appreciation to my father. Soon, amidst the lively atmosphere, the class meeting concluded, and the class officers were elected. Wang Meina successfully became the vice monitor. At this juncture, Xiao Bei took a moment to observe Wang Meina. Clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, adorned with a Swarovski necklace, her complexion fair, and wearing light blue jeans. Her features were not exquisitely delicate, yet they possessed a certain charm, with a hint of baby fat giving her a cherubic appearance and standing at about 1.6 meters tall, she was indeed a gem, a delightful little cutie with a unique allure. Do not inquire how Xiao Bei came to understand such nuances. He had encountered them in a previous life. The class officers for Class 1 are as follows. Class Monitor, the flamboyant Xiao Bei. Vice Monitor, the adorable Wang Meina. Academic Committee, Li Cici, a quiet girl, bespectacled, clearly a top student. Literary Committee, Hu Jilong, a bit flamboyant himself. Sports Committee, Zhang Jibo, inspired by Xiao Bei, he boldly stepped up to compete, though he is quite fond of sports. Labor Committee, Wang Wei, all three of the beasts from room 401 have positions. He must secure one as well. At this moment, it can be said that the 401 dormitory has achieved resounding success, with each of the four holding a position. Before long, under Qin Mingshui's leadership, the class officers for Class 2 were also elected. By the time class concluded, it was already 7 p.m. After class, Xiao Bei planned to return to the dormitory with his three companions, but soon noticed something amiss, as many girls had gathered at the front. Monitor, you are so handsome. Let's exchange WeChat for private chats, definitely not in the group. Monitor, I know I'm not worthy of you, but Zhang Jibo, would you like to add WeChat? Wang Wei can too. Hu Jilong, you are so adorable. One by one, the girls greeted Xiao Bei and his three companions. Hu Jilong, being quite the charmer, welcomed all attention, and within 10 minutes, half the girls in class had exchanged WeChat with him. As for Xiao Bei, he only exchanged WeChat with Wang Meina. Monitor, you must look out for us in the future, Wang Meina said with a smile. Xiao Bei glanced at her cherubic face, feeling an urge to pinch it, mainly out of curiosity about its elasticity. Not to worry, as I will have ample opportunities to communicate with you. You must pay close attention to class matters. I shall grant you my authority. Xiao Bei was fully embodying the essence of someone who, unable to lead a team, would exhaust himself in the process. Wang Meina was momentarily taken aback. What? You genuinely intend for me to assist you? Did you not say so? You cannot backtrack, or I will block you. Xiao Bei joked. Fine, I will do it. Wang Meina replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. Some girls chimed in. Isn't it inappropriate for the monitor to do that? We can help too. Zhang Jibo, Hu Jilong, jealous. Wang Wei, so, being handsome truly allows one to act with impunity? The girls collectively responded. Well then, monitor, see you tomorrow. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded at everyone. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Upon returning to the dormitory, his three companions gathered around, all staring intently at Xiao Bei. Old four, I'm beginning to hesitate about going out with you, Zhang Jibo said, feeling helpless. After all, in high school, he was quite the figure, yet in university, he found himself overshadowed by Xiao Bei. Old four, if you won't go with him, I will. Just share the WeChat of the girls with me. Hu Jilong exclaimed excitedly. What do you need so many girls WeChat for? Wang Wei quipped, exasperated. Oh, you wouldn't understand. I'm aiming to give each girl a warm home. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei promptly kicked Hu Jilong in the rear. Scoundrel, Zhang Jibo. Wang Wei, aren't you a scoundrel too? Hu Jilong, the thief, cry stop thief. I protest. Xiao Bei ignored Hu Jilong's protests and climbed onto his bed, addressing his three companions. Those who wish to visit the girls' dormitory tomorrow, keep quiet and go to sleep. I, Zhang Jibo, am not that kind of person. Sleep. With that, Zhang Jibo promptly shut his mouth and got into bed. Wang Wei. As if no one has ever been to the girls' dormitory, but if I get the chance, I wouldn't mind sleep. Hu Jilong gazed at the others, bewildered. Suddenly reminded of a song. Little friend, do you have many questions? Regardless, sleep it is. The following morning, Xiao Bei awoke early, stirred by the incessant notifications in the group chat. Qin Ming Shui. All class officers, please have the monitor lead the way to Building B to collect military training uniforms. Acknowledgement required. Wang Mei Na. Acknowledged. Qin Ming Shui. Where's the monitor? Xiao Bei. Li Si. The monitor is likely still asleep. How pitiful. Yi Xiao Ning 1. Chun Mei Si. 1. Shui 1 Hao. 1. Hu Jilong, still in bed, glanced at Xiao Bei, who had just risen. Seizing the opportunity to snap a photo of Xiao Bei without a shirt, he slyly sent it to the group. Hu Jilong. Nonsense, the monitor is awake. Just got up, still grumpy, can you believe it? Image, evil grin. Bai Ting. Wow, am I the only one seeing those 8-pack abs? Flirty. Yi Xiao Ning. Flirty. Wang Mei Na. Flirty. Qin Ming Shui. Oh my, flirty. Classmates. At this moment, Xiao Bei pulled out his phone, glancing at the 99 messages. Initially perplexed by the flurry of flirtatious emojis. However, upon seeing Hu Jilong post his own photograph, a wave of murderous intent surged within him as he cast a fierce glare at the self-satisfied Hu Jilong. At that moment, having shared a picture of Xiao Bei, Hu Jilong was already inundated with messages from several girls eager to chat, all wishing to see more. Naturally, Hu Jilong seized the opportunity to engage with the girls, flirting with one after another. Just as he was reveling in his newfound attention, he suddenly sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from his left front. Slowly lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Xiao Bei, whose expression radiated fierce intensity. Hu Jilong offered Xiao Bei a faint smile before hastily pulling the blanket over himself. You can't see me, you can't see me. Chapter 16, The Girls' Dormitory. Not long after Hu Jilong had covered himself with the blanket, it was abruptly yanked away. With squinted eyes, he peered at Xiao Bei, who was now wearing a hint of a smile. Hu Jilong was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Where had the murderous intent gone? Old 4, my boy. You did well with the photos. Make sure to take good ones next time. Xiao Bei observed Hu Jilong with keen interest. As Hu Jilong transitioned from a curled-up position to one of comfort, he sighed in relief. Ha, old 4, absolutely. You needn't worry about my photographic skills. Indeed, they are quite commendable. Therefore, as a reward, you shall skip the trip to the girls' dormitory to distribute military training uniforms. Upon hearing this, Hu Jilong instantly panicked, grasping Xiao Bei's thigh with his large hand. Old 4, I was wrong. I truly was. Please let me go. I promise I won't do it again. As he spoke, Hu Jilong's eyes glistened with tears. What a shameful display. Xiao Bei teased, quickly responding with received in their group chat, before waking the other two who were still sound asleep. Once all 4 had risen, Xiao Bei promptly summoned the dormitory leader of Class 1 to join them in retrieving the military training uniforms. At the uniform collection site, the military training outfits for Class 1 were all ready for distribution. The navy camouflage looked rather dashing, but it was only flattering on someone with a physique like Xiao Bei's. After sending away the boys' dormitory leader, Xiao Bei encountered the girls' dormitory leader, who was meticulously scrutinizing the uniforms. Complaints about aesthetics and fit were plentiful, as Xiao Bei observed. Old 4, aren't we supposed to head to the girls' dormitory? How do we go about that? Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibua, the simpleton, quietly inquired. In response, Xiao Bei chuckled and, under the watchful gaze of the 3 boys, approached the cluster of girls. Hey, Meina, you girls have an abundance of military training uniforms. Would you like assistance in carrying them? Wow, class leader, is that really possible? Wang Meina and her companions looked at Xiao Bei with excitement. Before Xiao Bei could respond, Hu Jilong rushed forward. Meina, look at my muscles, they're impressive. Leave it to us, you can count on our strength. Wang Meina glanced at Hu Jilong and replied, all right, that would be a great help. Yi Xiaoning also smiled and nodded. Zhang Jibua, would you help me carry some? Of course, no problem. Zhang Jibua scampered up eagerly. Wang Wei, you can help me too. Kai Jing said, slightly blushing as she looked at Wang Wei. Sure, no problem. Wang Wei smiled back. Thus, Xiao Bei and Wang Meina carried the uniforms from her dormitory, leaving Hu Jilong behind, wallowing in despair. Why did things unfold this way? Why was I not called? Just as Hu Jilong was feeling aggrieved, a timid voice emerged from behind him. Who? Could you help me carry some? Turning at the sound, Hu Jilong was met with the sight of Li Si, the class representative, who was now shyly avoiding his gaze. Of course, I would be happy to help. No, it's no trouble at all, Hu Jilong said, touched, patting his own head. Ultimately, the 4 boys from room 401 had the opportunity to enter the girls' dormitory. While Xiao Bei reasoned that since he wasn't yet acquainted with the other students, The benefits should naturally go to his close friends, right? As they had yet to officially commence classes and military training, Xiao Bei confidently strode into the girls' dormitory alongside Wang Mena, while the three boys behind them were somewhat apprehensive, fearing the dormitory supervisor's reprimand. The supervisor merely glanced at the four and said flatly, "Be down in 10 minutes. If not, I'll come up to fetch you." "Sister, all right. You're so kind." Xiao Bei sweetly addressed the supervisor, his charm evident. As expected, upon hearing this, the supervisor's face broke into a smile. "Then make it 20 minutes. Hu Jilong, Zhang Jibua, and Wang Wei exchanged incredulous glances at Xiao Bei's audacious maneuver. "Truly, it's all you old for." The girls also shared amused glances, their expressions brightening. The girls' dormitory was situated a fair distance from their own, separated by a river. The boys' dormitory lay to the left, and the girls' to the right. The girls' dormitory for Finance Class 1 was on the 4th and 5th floors of Building 12. Wang Mena and Yi Qiaoning were on the 5th floor, while Li Sisi and Kai Jing were on the 4th, prompting the four to split into two groups once they reached the 4th floor. As they separated, Xiao Bei shot a knowing glance at the two boys, signaling them to seize the opportunity. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Xiao Bei maintained a relaxed demeanor, while Zhang Jibua, in contrast, was more on edge, glancing around furtively. Just the thought of catching a glimpse of undergarments would quicken his breath. Xiao Bei, with his seasoned confidence, remained composed, focusing on his conversation with Wang Mena. "Class leader, you mentioned you possess many skills. What are they?" Wang Mena asked curiously. Xiao Bei smiled at her, admiring her cute, chubby demeanor, thinking how striking she would be with a contrasting look. "That is something to be felt rather than discussed." "What do you mean?" Wang Mena pressed, her curiosity piqued further by Xiao Bei's cryptic words. "I have many skills, such as swimming, climbing, and, I can also shoot." "Well, you will gradually discover more," Xiao Bei replied with a playful tone. After Xiao Bei spoke, Wang Mena laughed. "Class leader, you are so impressive to have such talents." "Indeed. Impressive. And there will be even more to come." Xiao Bei smiled at the innocent Wang Mena. Before long, they arrived at Wang Mena's dormitory door. "You can just leave the clothes here," she said as she opened the door. "All right." Xiao Bei's voice resonated with charm. Just then, a chorus of squeals erupted from within the dormitory. "Ah, a man has entered the dormitory. Ah, it's the class leader. Wow, Mena, why didn't you tell us earlier? I haven't even done my makeup." Wang Mena looked helplessly at her love-struck roommates. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. "No worries. I prefer you all without makeup. So, my lovely concubines, may I enter?" There was a moment of silence before laughter erupted. "Class leader, you're so charming. When did we become your concubines? If I must, I demand to be the main consort." "Your Majesty, I too wish to be the main consort. So, should we call you Your Majesty or class leader?" Xiao Bei deliberately referred to them as his concubines, primarily to ease the awkwardness and enliven the atmosphere, ultimately fostering a closer bond, wasn't it? From the girls' reactions, "It seems I have succeeded." Chapter 17, Flirtatious Banter. "Ha ha ha. Calling you Emperor is also quite acceptable. Ha ha ha. Class monitor, you are so dramatic. Come on in." A feminine voice floated from inside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and decisively stepped inside. The beds in the girls' dormitory are equipped with privacy curtains. However, as soon as Xiao Bei entered, they all peeked out, propping themselves on the bed's edge, gazing at him with infatuated expressions. Their lounging postures and loose pajamas revealed a hint of purity. Xiao Bei mused that the girls' dormitory was indeed exceedingly comfortable. He began to scan the room, one by one. "Ah, Chen Aifei, Yang Aifei, Zhang Aifei. So you are all in the same dormitory as Wang Aifei." As soon as Xiao Bei's words fell, the three girls on the bed were astonished. "Wow, class monitor, you recognized us so quickly?" Xiao Bei chuckled and replied, "No, I only remember beautiful girls. I have a unique impression of beauties." Hearing this, the three girls burst into laughter. "Class monitor, have you really never been in a relationship? You seem quite experienced," exclaimed one. Yes, you're so handsome and your words are so charming. You must have dated," added another. "I wish I could, but with so many beauties around, I find it hard to choose." Xiao Bei dramatically exaggerated his facial expressions as he spoke. Giggling ensued. At this moment, even Wang Mena, who stood behind, began to laugh. Wang Mena then asked, "So class monitor, if you had to choose between us, who would you pick?" Yes, who would you choose? I'm so curious." The four girls looked at Xiao Bei with eager anticipation, awaiting his answer. At that moment, Xiao Bei recalled a saying from his past life that had yet to be uttered in this world, so he decided to be bold. "Children make choices. Adults take them all." Giggling erupted once more, and the gazes directed at Xiao Bei brimmed with fondness. It is indeed hard not to develop an affection for a charming boy with high emotional intelligence. Family, who can understand such a feeling? Class monitor. I never expected you to be this kind of class monitor. Class monitor, you are truly skilled at handling situations. Exactly. Exactly. The four girls gazed at Xiao Bei, their expressions full of delight. Xiao Bei, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, having shared a couple of jokes, felt it was time to make an exit. It is better to maintain a certain distance and an air of mystery between boys and girls. All right. A phase, I must take my leave. Xiao Bei waved at them. Oh. Class monitor, goodbye. Farewell, Emperor. Bye-bye, Divine Monarch. Xiao Bei chuckled and gracefully departed. Once Xiao Bei left, Wang Meina's dormitory erupted into a lively chatter. Wow. The class monitor has such high emotional intelligence. He is truly a male god. Nana, you spent quite a bit of time with the class monitor. Did you discover anything? Share with us. The three girls immediately turned their attention to Wang Meina. Wang Meina nodded, smiling at her sisters. Sisters, I indeed have something. I've managed to uncover the class monitor's interests. Quick, quick, tell us. The class monitor enjoys playing in the water, climbing high peaks, and shooting guns. That is all I found out. Wang Meina articulated each word, her tone filled with pride. Uft. The sound of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, the class monitor is so naughty. I absolutely adore him. There's such a contrast. He appears so refined, yet turns out to be so playful. Wang Meina paused slightly at this. What do you mean by naughty? The three girls observed Wang Meina, realizing she genuinely seemed unaware, and thus discreetly informed her. Suddenly, Wang Meina's face flushed, her lips pouting and rosy, her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and indignation. So, I was just teased by the class monitor? After leaving the dormitory, Xiao Bei intended to check on the other three boys, only to find they seemed to have left. He then proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he spotted the three boys engaged in conversation. When did you come down? Xiao Bei approached and inquired. We've been down for a while. Just dropped off our things and were kicked out without even a drink. Zhang Jibwa said with a wry smile. What about you two? I'm fine, just chatting. Wang Wei replied nonchalantly. Hu Jilong, wearing a broad grin, remarked, Old Fourth, I finally see quite adorable. All right, someone S in a flirty mood, Xiao Bei teased. Let us head back to the dormitory. We need to rest well for tomorrow's military training. Wang Wei addressed the trio. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei shook his head. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Bei planned to utilize this free time to seek out an office building after military training. The renovations should be nearly complete. Where are you headed? Hu Jilong inquired curiously. Just to handle a few things. I'll be off first. Xiao Bei replied before departing. The three boys exchanged glances but said nothing further. Let us go play some games. Xiao Bei made his way to the parking lot across from the school. The sun was still glaring, prompting him to jog to his car. Upon opening the door and sitting inside, he quickly regretted it as the interior was stiflingly hot. He hastily turned on the air conditioning to its maximum setting. Then, he pulled out his phone to search for office buildings. Xiao Bei's objective was straightforward, to find a good location, preferably a larger office building that had not been previously renovated so he could design it according to his preferences. After an extensive search on the mobile app, he selected several promising office spaces and made a call to a salesperson to schedule a viewing. Once the arrangements were made, Xiao Bei revved his car's engine. The roar of the V8 engine was quite pronounced. He pressed the accelerator, driving out of the parking lot. The nearest CBD to Hangzhou University is located near Future Technology City. Thus, the office building Xiao Bei was considering were all in that vicinity. The Euro-American Financial Tower is a well-known building in the area, housing major corporations. The office spaces Xiao Bei chose were all within this building. Upon arriving at the Euro-American Financial Tower, Xiao Bei contacted the agent he had spoken to on the app. Hello, Mr. Xiao, have you arrived? Yes, where are you? Xiao Bei parked his car in the ground-level parking lot of the Euro-American Financial Tower. Mr. Xiao, I'm over here by the entrance, wearing a black suit. Xiao Bei glanced around and soon spotted a man in a black suit holding a briefcase, speaking on the phone. I see you. After saying this, Xiao Bei hung up the phone and drove up to him. Zhang Go, is it? Xiao Bei lowered his window and asked. Zhang Ming had been puzzled about why a Mercedes was parked in his spot, but upon hearing Xiao Bei's question, he realized this was his current client. Are you Mr. Xiao? Yes, please wait here while I park. Chapter 18, Office Building and Bank Call. Xiao Bei quickly parked his car and stepped out, approaching the salesperson, Zhang Go. Hello. Xiao Bei. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm Zhang Ming. Shall we go view the site now? After the two individuals exchanged handshakes, Zhang Ming smiled and inquired, all right. Please lead the way. Xiao Bei replied in a calm and composed manner, devoid of the wit and humor he usually exhibited at school, his expression betraying no emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming promptly guided Xiao Bei into the Euro-American Financial Tower. Mr. Xiao, the Euro-American Financial Tower is an A-class building in the future tech city and stands as one of the landmark structures. The companies that reside here possess promising development prospects and significant strength. By the way, Mr. Xiao, what industry are you engaged in? Zhang Ming did not underestimate Xiao Bei due to his youth. Being in Hangzhou, known as a city of entrepreneurship, he had encountered numerous young moguls. Furthermore, he had done some research on Xiao Bei's car, which was valued at over 3.5 million yuan, particularly noting the special license plate, something typically unattainable for the average person. Of course, he was unaware that some luxury car dealerships offered related license plate services. This reflects a disparity in perception. Why do the wealthy continue to amass more wealth? Beyond mere finances, it is also about awareness. The understanding of ordinary individuals pales in comparison to that of entrepreneurs. For instance, why do many business owners prefer to act as supervisors rather than chairpersons? Or why would a company worth over 100 million establish another with a registered capital of only a few hundred thousand to hold the larger enterprise? The answer lies in the fact that if the larger company were to fail, they would only be liable for the debts of the holding company, amounting to a few hundred thousand, provided they avoid unlimited joint liability. I am involved in financial venture capital, Xiao Bei stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a surge of excitement. In their eyes, venture capitalists were synonymous with capital firms. And what do capital firms possess in abundance? Money, of course. It is truly disheartening to realize that a young man has already become a capital player while he remains an ordinary employee. Mr. Xiao, you are indeed a remarkable young talent. Venture capital is excellent. There are entrepreneurial companies within this office building, and perhaps you may collaborate with them in the future. Zhang Ming remarked with a smile, soon arriving at the elevator. He proactively pressed the button and, when the elevator arrived, held the door open for Xiao Bei to enter first. Mr. Xiao, shall we proceed to the 16th floor? Zhang Ming asked. Certainly, Xiao Bei replied. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Xiao Bei, displaying great decisiveness, requested the entire floor, totaling 2,000 square meters. Upon arrival, Xiao Bei observed the space. Noting the lack of any interior finishes, merely a shell. This was precisely what he desired. He preferred to renovate it himself rather than settle for a pre-finished space. After inspecting several load-bearing columns and evaluating the natural lighting, Xiao Bei found himself somewhat dissatisfied. The two then proceeded to the 18th floor, only to find a similar situation, either inadequate lighting or in excess of columns. Brother Zhang, between the 22nd and 30th floors, which has fewer columns? Xiao Bei asked decisively after assessing the 18th floor. Mr. Xiao, based on your requirements, it appears that only the 30th floor meets your criteria. Zhang Ming responded. Oh, let us head to the 30th floor. You shall see upon arrival. Zhang Ming smiled slightly, though he was inwardly anxious, fearing that Xiao Bei might not be satisfied, resulting in the loss of a significant client. Before long, they arrived at the 30th floor. As soon as they stepped onto this level, Xiao Bei sensed a distinct difference. First and foremost, it boasted floor-to-ceiling windows on all four sides, allowing for ample natural light. Moreover, there were few columns, and most importantly, it featured two spacious terraces. After inspecting the office space, Xiao Bei ventured out to the two terraces and was very pleased. How much for this space? He inquired. Mr. Xiao, the original price is 6 yuan per square meter, plus 2 yuan for property management. However, if you are sincerely interested, we can offer it to you at 5 yuan per square meter. Thus, with property management, it would amount to 7 yuan per square meter. Zhang Ming explained while holding the documentation behind Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei subtly nodded and declared, I will take this one. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Zhang Ming momentarily failed to respond before hurriedly adding, Mr. Xiao, this particular unit has a special requirement. The landlord insists on annual payments rather than semi-annual. What do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Bei nodded. That is acceptable. For him, this was not a significant issue, as his primary concern was his satisfaction with the space. Zhang Ming's excitement surged. He had secured a substantial deal. He quickly said then, Mr. Xiao, please accompany me to the 12th floor to sign the contract. All right, Xiao Bei replied. Subsequently, they made their way to the property center on the 12th floor, where they successfully signed the contract, making a total payment of 5.46 million yuan, with a deposit of 1 and an annual payment structure. As soon as Xiao Bei completed the payment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected consumer behavior from the host. Expenditure of 5.46 million. Net expenditure is 5.04 million, with 420,000 as a deposit, not counted as expenditure. Ding. Randomly selecting rebate multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully acquiring a 50-fold rebate multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtaining rebate funds, 252 million yuan, which have been transferred to the host's account ending in 7878. Xiao Bei was genuinely taken aback by his extraordinary fortune. A single large expenditure had netted him a profit of 246.96 million yuan. His funds had now swelled to nearly 700 million. Elated, He gathered the relevant contract documents and keys before departing the Euro-American financial tower. With some time on his hands, Xiao Bei intended to seek out a design firm to present his renovation plans. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from the construction bank. A faint smile crept across his face. Had they finally decided to reach out? Xiao Bei had been curious why. Despite his previous balance of 450 million yuan, he had yet to receive a call from the bank. Unbeknownst to him, the bank had been investigating the source of his funds, and today they had reached a conclusion, prompting the call. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Bei? A gravely voice inquired from the other end of the line. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? Greetings, Mr. Xiao. I apologize for interrupting your day. I am Fu Guochun, the president of Ningxin Construction Bank. Your deposits have now reached the threshold for our black card membership. May I inquire if you are available to visit our bank to upgrade your card privileges? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei understood that they were attempting to court him. In his previous life, while he had conducted business, he had never encountered a bank president who was so obsequious. Despite being a billionaire, his deposits had only amounted to tens of millions. Perhaps at a local branch, he might have received more respect, but at that time, his account was with the main branch of Construction Bank in Hangzhou, where his assets were insufficient to command much attention. However, the situation was now different. His assets had reached 700 million yuan, which, in financial terms, could be valued at a premium of 5 times. After all, such a sum would grant him the status of a guest of honor at any bank. Xiao Bei offered a faint smile before speaking. President Fu, I apologize, but I am currently not in Ning City. I am in Hangzhou. On the other end of the line, the recipient was momentarily taken aback, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Before he replied, Mr. Xiao, when will you return to Ning City? I would like to pay you a visit. I am studying in Hangzhou at the moment, Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. However, if you, President Fu, could be transferred to Hangzhou, there might be a possibility for collaboration between us. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bei elaborated. The reason I say this is quite simple. At present, aside from my wealth, my social standing is lacking. Essentially, my network is insufficient. Yet, if I were to collaborate with the president of a regional headquarters, my connections would undoubtedly expand. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, there was a noticeable silence on the other end. Xiao Bei remained unperturbed, sitting in his car as he awaited a response. Soon, a question emerged from the other side. May I inquire how Mr. Xiao envisions this collaboration? This query left Xiao Bei quite astonished. The implications behind it suggested substantial influence. President Fu, should you successfully transfer to the Hangzhou headquarters, I assure you that a minimum of 1 billion will reside in my account annually for your management. If I may ask, Mr. Xiao, what industry are you involved in? Our investigation revealed that most of your funds are sourced from the stock market. Fu Guochun had his own considerations. If Xiao Bei were merely a speculator, given the unpredictable nature of the stock market, he would not proceed with this venture, despite the allure of Xiao Bei's previous statements. I am involved not only in the stock market, but also in finance and venture capital. Very well, Mr. Xiao. Let me ponder this, and I shall get back to you. Thank you, President Fu. With that, both parties hung up, understanding that the mention of consideration was merely an indication of continued observation. Nevertheless, Xiao Bei recognized that he indeed required support to facilitate his rapid development. After a moment's reflection, he accessed the system marketplace, realizing that if he intended to attract others, it was imperative to showcase his capabilities. Meanwhile, having concluded the call, Fu Guochun lit a cigarette. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up the office landline. Xiaoli, please come to my office. Certainly, President Fu. Shortly thereafter, a woman entered Fu Guochun's office. You summoned me, President Fu. Here are the details of a significant client. I need you to keep an eye on their business dealings. The woman named Xiaoli picked up Xiao Bei's file, and upon noticing the status indication of insufficient permissions, her demeanor turned serious. Indeed, it was a matter of restricted access. Xiao Bei was unaware that on the very first day the system was activated, his identity had been classified, and only a select few in the entire Xia country were privy to his true identity. In Hangzhou, Xiao Bei smiled subtly, having just acquired a valuable asset. However, he did not delve into it immediately. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 2 p.m. He searched online for a renovation company and, after establishing contact, drove directly to their location. Initially, he had intended to visit the Hangzhou Design Institute, but upon considering his own stature, he opted against it. Instead, he chose Qinglong Design Company, a firm renowned for its office renovations, conveniently located just a 15-minute drive away. After parking, Xiao Bei disembarked, clutching the photocopied blueprints he had obtained from the property management. True to its reputation, Qinglong Design Company was housed within a standalone villa nestled in the Sisi wetlands. The exterior decoration was a clear testament to their design expertise. Upon entering the lobby, Xiao Bei was immediately captivated by a unique feature wall. While others might present a simple wall with illuminated lettering, Qinglan's wall resembled the architectural style of the Su family gardens in the Jiangnan water towns, evoking immediate admiration. "Hello, sir. Are you here for a consultation?" As Xiao Bei admired the feature wall, a young woman holding a cup of coffee approached him. "Yes, indeed. I am here for a consultation. Who is your top designer?" The young lady glanced at Xiao Bei and replied with a smile. "Our finest designer is, of course, our boss. Typically, one must schedule an appointment to meet her, but today you are fortunate. She happens to be in the office. May I ask your name?" "My surname is Xiao," he politely introduced himself. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Allow me to escort you to her." After expressing his gratitude, the young lady led Xiao Bei into the Qinglan studio. The first-class lobby was devoid of staff, yet the ambience was delightful, seamlessly transporting the charm of the misty Jiangnan into the interior. "Mr. Xiao, the first floor is our relaxation area, while the second floor is dedicated to work," the young lady explained cheerfully. Soon, they arrived at the second floor, where a reception desk likely served as her workstation. The desk was currently unoccupied. Behind the reception area were several cubicles, presumably the designer's offices. However, they did not linger on the second floor and ascended to the third. The atmosphere on the third floor was distinctly different, akin to entering a bamboo grove. Upon entry, one was greeted by a small bridge over a flowing stream. Crossing the bridge revealed a central corridor flanked by bamboo, artfully arranged. They quickly ventured deep into the bamboo thicket, arriving at an office that outwardly resembled a thatched cottage. In front, a bamboo-woven fence encircled a small courtyard, complete with a tea set, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. "Please, Mr. Xiao, step inside," the young lady said, guiding him into the thatched cottage. After observing the recent renovations, Xiao Bei grew increasingly curious about the designer he was about to meet, the owner of Qinglan. Chapter 20, Ji Qinglan. The young lady knocked before entering the office, with Xiao Bei following suit. Inside the thatched cottage, a world of wonder awaited him. The fusion of modern minimalism and Jiangnan aesthetics created an atmosphere that was both refreshing and serene. "President Ji, this is Mr. Xiao, who wishes to consult you regarding a design," she announced to a figure seated behind two computer monitors. Xiao Bei strained to catch a glimpse, but the screens obscured the person's face. However, he discerned that it was a woman. Indeed, as soon as the young lady finished speaking, a melodious voice emerged from behind the computer. "Very well, you may step out now." "Understood, President Ji." With that, the young lady exited, and the person behind the computer stood up. When Xiao Bei caught sight of her for the first time, he was utterly entranced. In his past life, he had encountered many beautiful women, yet none could compare to this one. Most striking was her youthfulness, appearing to be in her early 20s. Yet she possessed an undeniable aura of strength, with long, light yellow hair cascading in gentle waves, and eyes that shimmer with clarity and brightness. She possesses arched willow-like brows and delicately fluttering long eyelashes. Her fair and flawless skin radiates a subtle blush, while her thin lips, reminiscent of rose petals, seem tender and inviting. In those bright eyes, Xiao Bei glimpsed tranquility, yet they held an undeniable allure. Particularly striking was the contour of her face, which seemed to be a divine creation. She donned a form-fitting, low-cut black dress, layered with a slightly sheer white summer blouse. Around her neck, she wore a vintage Van Cleef Arpels butterfly pendant necklace that gracefully adorned her collarbone. Xiao Bei deemed her the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. If Lu Qingyan epitomized purity and Qin Mingxue exuded sophistication, then this lady embodied intellect. "Greetings, Mr. Xiao. I am Ji Qinglan, the chief designer and founder of Qinglan Design." Ji Qinglan approached Xiao Bei with poise, extending her hand and offering a gentle smile, radiating confidence. "Hello, Ms. Ji Xiao Bei," Xiao Bei replied, grasping her hand, but only holding 2/3 of it, a gesture that struck the perfect balance of etiquette. As Xiao Bei appraised Ji Qinglan, she too scrutinized him. Her initial impression of him was one of striking handsomeness, youth, and self-assurance, qualities that resonated closely with her own. After their handshake, Ji Qinglan's heart warmed slightly. He must be the scion of a prominent family, yet she pondered why she had never encountered him in Hangzhou. After their polite exchange, Ji Qinglan smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, shall we proceed to the courtyard?" "Of course, as you wish," Xiao Bei responded with a casual smile. They soon settled by the tea table in the courtyard. "What kind of renovation do you have in mind for your office?" Ji Qinglan inquired as she prepared the tea. "A corporate office," Xiao Bei replied calmly, meeting her gaze. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan looked at him while pouring tea and asked, "Mr. Xiao, being young and accomplished, have you brought the blueprints?" "Here are the blueprints. Feel free to take a look." Ji Qinglan handed the tea to Xiao Bei, who, after she set down the tray, presented her with the floor plan. Upon receiving the layout, Ji Qinglan remarked, "Mr. Xiao, please sample this exquisite Longjing tea. Certainly, he replied. Ji Qinglan then opened the document folder and retrieved the floor plan. Upon discovering that it was for a 2,000 square meter office in the Euro-American Financial Center, she was momentarily taken aback. It was not that she had never encountered such cases before. Even larger and more impressive office spaces, as she had designed many. What astonished her was that someone so young as Xiao Bei possessed such capabilities. However, she dismissed her surprise and focused intently on the floor plan. Minutes later, she closed the document and directly asked, Mr. Xiao, do you have a specific style in mind? Something youthful and modern, with ample space for employee activities. My vision is for a joyful workplace, nothing too rigid or conventional. Xiao Bei articulated his thoughts, aiming to mirror the office environment of Google in his past life. After all, in this world, companies like Google also existed. But Xiao Bei had yet to uncover their corporate culture. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly. Mr. Xiao, I understand your vision. Within a week, I will present the first draft of the design. Now, I would like to know your budget. What are your prices? Basic design is 299 yuan per square meter. Intermediate is 399 yuan. Advanced is 599 yuan. And top tier is 1,999 yuan per square meter. All packages include soft furnishings. And my personal design fee is 500 yuan per square meter, Ji Qinglan explained, calmly replacing Xiao Bei's teacup. Let us go with the top-tier option along with your design. Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly, having calculated that the total would come to approximately 5 million yuan. Ji Qinglan looked at him. Mr. Xiao, you truly are quite accomplished for your age. Shall we proceed with signing the contract? Agreed, but I must stipulate one condition. Xiao Bei set down his tea and fixed his gaze on her. Please, go ahead, Ji Qinglan replied with a slight smile. During the renovation, I need you to send someone to supervise, as I will soon be occupied with military training and will have no time for oversight. I am willing to pay extra for this service. At his words, Ji Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. Military training? May I inquire about your personal circumstances? She asked apologetically. Of course, what would you like to know? How old are you? 18, just starting university. Ji Qinglan's interest in Xiao Bei piqued upon hearing this. Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a student as well. As well? Xiao Bei queried, puzzled by her wording. Because I am also attending university. Ji Qinglan replied. Very well, no need for formalities. We are both university students. You may address me as senior. Senior, which school do you attend? Xiao Bei asked, surprised. Although he had thought Ji Qinglan looked youthful at first glance, he hadn't given it much thought, assuming she simply took good care of herself. Now, it turned out she was also a student. Junior, I am a third-year student at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. And you? Hangzhou University. Xiao Bei responded with a gentle smile. Ji Qinglan beamed. Our universities are quite close. Once the designs are ready, I can deliver them to your campus directly. That would be quite troublesome. Afterward, they finalized the contract, with Xiao Bei paying a deposit of 25,000 yuan. Do you have any free time now? Ji Qinglan inquired after the contract was signed. Yes, are you planning to visit the site? Xiao Bei quickly deduced her intention. Indeed. Well then, let us go together. As they exited the Qinglan Design Company, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan made their way to his car. Ji Qinglan typically did not drive to school, so she had not brought a vehicle. Upon seeing Xiao Bei's car, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Junior, I didn't expect you to have such taste, so understated yet refined. Why, what did you expect me to drive? Xiao Bei said, opening the car door for her. I assumed you would be like other rich heirs, cruising around in a supercar. Ji Qinglan thought it understandable. Given her own accomplishments in establishing Qinglan design at such a young age, and the connections she had made with the elite of Hangzhou, most second-generation wealthy individuals indeed flaunted supercars, though there were exceptions among the truly outstanding. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. I too wish I were a rich heir. That way, I wouldn't have to strive so hard. Once Ji Qinglan settled into the car, Xiao Bei gently closed the door behind her. Ji Qinglan was momentarily taken aback by his earlier comment, pondering whether he truly was not a rich heir. However, her curiosity about him deepened at that moment. Moments later, as Xiao Bei joined her in the car, Ji Qinglan admired his profile. Handsome indeed. Who says women aren't attracted to good-looking men? We are all visual creatures. And at least her initial impression was favorable. Xiao Bei glanced at Ji Qinglan, and in the midst of her astonished gaze, he leaned in closer. Ji Qinglan was taken aback by Xiao Bei's sudden action. What was he about to do? However, it soon became evident as she observed him deftly reach past her to grasp the seatbelt, fastening it securely around her. Buckle up for safety. It's for both our well-being. He quipped lightly. Ji Qinglan brushed her hand through her hair, her cheeks flushed, feigning composure as she met his gaze. Indeed, the junior was right. Yet, only she was aware of the turmoil stirring within her heart. Xiao Bei was the first young man to confront her with such poise, despite her clientele comprising affluent individuals. Yet those wealthy patrons were considerably older and often sought to curry favor due to her family's background. Among her peers, few dared to engage her directly. Xiao Bei, however, stood apart as the first to face her with such calmness, a realization that dawned upon Ji Qinglan. His confidence radiated far more than her own. Before long, a serene silence enveloped the car as Xiao Bei started the engine, steering towards the Euro-American financial tower. Moments later, he parked the car at their destination. "We've arrived, senior. Let us disembark and explore," he said with a warm smile directed at Ji Qinglan. She nodded, and together they stepped out, making their way towards the grand edifice. "By the way, Junior, what are your plans?" Ji Qinglan inquired curiously as she walked beside him. "Venture capital," he responded, prompting her to muse. "So, you aspire to become a financier?" "You could interpret it that way," he replied as they reached the elevator, where he gallantly stepped aside to allow her to enter first. "Such a significant investment. It seems your family must be quite supportive." Ji Qinglan intentionally probed, eager to uncover the truth behind his earlier remark. Xiao Bei smiled gently. "My family hasn't provided any backing. I simply wish to engage in meaningful endeavors. So, I may need your guidance along the way." Clearly, he was reluctant to delve into familial matters, especially not revealing that he was an orphan. There was no need for such vulnerability to garner sympathy or affection, for that would not be the essence of Xiao Bei. Ji Qinglan, possessing a high emotional intelligence, recognized his reluctance and refrained from pressing further, yet she gleaned some insights. It was apparent that her junior was embarking on an entrepreneurial journey without familial support, and perhaps his relationship with his family was strained. While she could confirm the former, the latter remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he was a standout among his contemporaries. Soon, the elevator reached the 30th floor. "This is the place," Xiao Bei announced, turning to flash a smile at Ji Qinglan. She nodded, and under his guidance, they began their exploration, particularly captivated by the two terraces. "Xiao Bei, one of these terraces could serve as your office space, while the other could be adorned with a lawn and chairs, creating a relaxing retreat," she suggested, her demeanor transforming entirely as she delved into her area of expertise. "Who says only men look their best when working diligently? Women exude beauty when fully engaged in their work as well." Xiao Bei followed Ji Qinglan closely, assisting her as she took measurements. Eventually, they arrived at the last area to measure, situated between a beam and a column. Ji Qinglan retrieved a tape measure, preparing to stretch it from the column to the opposite corner. Xiao Bei had intended to assist her, but she insisted it was her responsibility, leaving him to record the measurements. Before long, Ji Qinglan reached the wall. 23 meters, Xiao Bei understood, he quickly noted. As she neatly coiled the tape measure and approached him, he was caught off guard when he was about to hand her the notebook. "Be careful," he exclaimed, discarding the notebook and swiftly rushing towards her. Before Ji Qinglan could comprehend the situation, he grasped her wrist firmly, pulling her into his embrace just as a fist-sized chunk of concrete plummeted from the beam where she had been standing moments before. Had she been wearing a hard hat, the incident would have posed little danger. However, as they were measuring and intending to return to school, she had opted not to wear one. Once the debris hit the ground, both Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan exhaled in relief. In his arms, Ji Qinglan caught a whiff of his enticing scent, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks reddening. "How long do you intend to hold me?" Chapter 22. Has the school bell and the school hunk come together? Upon hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei suddenly realized he was still holding her. Yet, truth be told, the sensation of having such a charming lady in his arms startled him. While he had previously admired her figure, now he was truly experiencing it. Incredible. But he quickly released her, leaving them both feeling rather awkward. Ji Qinglan, blushing, felt a whirlwind of emotions, having never experienced such intimate contact with a male before. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, was reveling in the moment. "Oh, I apologize for that." He broke the silence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's all right. You were only trying to save me. Junior, I've completed the measurements. I'll have the first version of the design and render ready within a week." Ji Qinglan's tone was somewhat disjointed, initially maintaining eye contact with him. But now her gaze flickered with uncertainty, avoiding his eyes. Xiao Bei smiled gently. "I appreciate it, senior. By the way, let us exchange WeChat for easier communication." He decided to take the initiative. A beauty like her was too alluring to pass up. "Sure," Ji Qinglan replied, pulling out her phone to exchange contact details with him. "Junior, are you free now?" she asked earnestly, looking at him with intent. "What's on your mind?" Xiao Bei questioned, puzzled by her tone. "Could you give me a ride back to school? I didn't drive," she said, feeling a bit self-conscious afterward. Although she had initially planned to take a taxi, after the earlier incident, her intention had shifted to asking Xiao Bei for a ride. At that moment, Ji Qinglan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "That's no problem. I'd be happy to oblige." Xiao Bei gazed at Ji Qinglan before him. A a subtle smile gracing his lips as he mused internally. The young lady appears to be shy. Hangqing University and Hangqing Academy of Fine Arts are indeed in close proximity, separated merely by a street. At precisely 5 p.m., a vehicle, emitting a thunderous roar, gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Hangqing Academy of Fine Arts, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Those unfamiliar with automobiles scoffed upon recognizing it as a Mercedes. What a dilapidated Benz, making such a ruckus. Goodness, my friend. You must be quite affluent to dismiss the AMG S63 as a mere wreck. A knowledgeable bystander chuckled at the disparagement directed towards Xiao Bei's car. This vehicle's price could procure a Ferrari Roma, surpassing $3.5 million upon delivery. While a Ferrari owner might possess only that one car, the owner of this beauty undoubtedly has more than one. They simply prefer discretion. Wow, so the person inside is quite the big shot? Murmured some in hushed tones. Who knew Mercedes had such extravagant models? Inside the car, Xiao Bei turned to Ji Qinglan and said, Senior, let us keep in touch. Should you encounter any design-related queries, feel free to discuss them with me. Ji Qinglan, still reeling from earlier events, found herself unable to converse with Xiao Bei throughout the journey. Yet, her eyes would occasionally steal glances at him. Oh, yes, then, goodbye, Junior. When the drawings are ready, I'll come to your university to find you, she finally responded, regaining her composure. All right, I shall await your visit, Senior, Xiao Bei replied with a hint of meaning. Ji Qinglan, still grasping the door handle, smiled slightly at his words. I won't keep you waiting long. Goodbye, Junior. Goodbye, Senior. With that, Ji Qinglan exited the vehicle. Students who had been observing the car were taken aback when they saw Ji Qinglan alight. Wow, isn't that the campus flower, Ji? Could it be that she has succumbed to the charms of the dashing young man? Come on, what are you thinking? Ji's family background is no ordinary affair. Besides, her design firm is quite lucrative. Truly, none can compare to her beauty, and her capabilities are unmatched. As the crowd chattered, Ji Qinglan had already closed the car door and was preparing to enter the school. The previously bashful Ji Qinglan had transformed into an imposing figure, impervious to the remarks of her peers. Senior, your bag. Just then, Ji Qinglan heard Xiao Bei's voice from behind her. She paused, glancing at her belongings, realizing her bag was indeed missing. Turning around, she found Xiao Bei had exited the car and approached her. As Xiao Bei stepped out, a group of students gasped in astonishment. Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. The two standing together resembled a pair of celestial beings. So handsome and wealthy. Alas, we have no chance. He is already taken. Why does this guy seem familiar? At that moment, a male student from Hangqing University, standing beside his girlfriend from the academy, muttered softly. Then, as if struck with a revelation, he logged into the university's internal network, exclaiming, Isn't that the freshman heartthrob, Xiao Bei? With excitement, he discreetly captured the moment when Xiao Bei assisted Ji Qinglan with her bag. Junior, thank you, Ji Qinglan exclaimed, reaching for her bag. However, with her hands occupied with Xiao Bei's official documents, she found herself unable to manage. Senior, allow me to assist you with that. Ji Qinglan initially intended to decline, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she nodded and softly replied, All right, thank you. Thus, the scene of Xiao Bei adorning Ji Qinglan with her bag unfolded. Senior, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Bei smiled at Ji Qinglan, who felt her heart racing in his presence. She nodded, her cheeks flushed. This moment left the surrounding students in disbelief. Wow, did I just witness that? Is the campus flower shy? Who would have thought even a goddess could exhibit shyness? Are you spouting nonsense? Goddesses can be human too. Wait, I know who that man is now. Who? The new campus heartthrob from this year's freshman class. Xiao Bei. Given the close proximity of the two schools, many girls occasionally browsed Hangqing University's forum. Thus, Xiao Bei's photograph had caused a stir not only at Hangqing University, but also at the academy. Some were not surprised to recognize Xiao Bei, but rather astonished to see the campus flower, Ji Qinglan, seemingly together with him. Chapter 23, Trending on Campus Again. Xiao Bei flashed a smile at Ji Qinglan before turning to stride towards his car. Ji Qinglan watched him approach his vehicle, and just as Xiao Bei was about to open the door, he noticed Ji Qinglan still standing there, gazing at him. He waved, mimicking a phone gesture. Ji Qinglan smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Xiao Bei settled into his car, the engine roaring to life as he departed from the Hangqing Academy of Fine Arts, steering towards the parking lot from their previous encounter. Delighted, he exited the vehicle. If there was anything to celebrate today, it was undoubtedly his encounter with Ji Qinglan and successfully adding her on WeChat. With this thought, Xiao Bei retrieved his phone, clicked on Ji Qinglan's WeChat profile, and entered her moments. Her posts consisted either of design sketches or her own stunning photographs. However, at that moment, Neither Ji Qinglan nor Xiao Bei was aware that their earlier exchange at the school gate had ignited a fervor across both campuses. In dormitory 401 of Hangqing University, Long, you're such a letdown. I told you to go to point A where no one is, yet here you are wandering around point B. Wang Wei, exasperated, removed his headphones and picked up his phone to browse messages. Yet the next second, he was astonished. Holy cow, Fourth, you've trended on campus again. You two come look. With Wang Wei's shout, Hu Jilong and Zhang Zhibo dashed over. Fourth, what is going on? Yeah, what happened? See for yourselves. Wang Wei switched his phone to the class group chat. As he picked up his phone, he had spotted a flurry of messages. Wow. Our class president has officially found someone, exclaimed Yi Qiaoning. What a sad day for us. Crying emoji, image. The image was a screenshot from the campus forum, depicting Xiao Bei assisting Ji Qinglan with her bag. Wang Meina. Wow, the girl in the photo is stunning. Envious. Li Sisi, Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Chen Xiying, class monitor, you rascal. Didn't we agree that I would be the main consort? Feeling wrong. Yang Yuhan. Forget it. I shall be a beloved concubine then. The class monitor dotes on me. Zhang Yi. Qiaoning, where did you see that? Curious. Yi Qiaoning, on the campus forum. It's all the rage now. By the way, that girl is the campus belle from the neighboring school, Ji Qinglan. Zhou Tao. No way, the class monitor actually drives an AMG S63, envious. Yi Xiaodao. That car is incredibly cool. The class monitor is magnificent. Zhu Yu. Damn, not only is he handsome and wealthy, but he also has the beautiful campus belle as his girlfriend. The class monitor is truly legendary. Kaidi. So what if it's an S63? My brother drives a Ferrari. When Wang Wei and the others from room 401 saw this news, they were instantly astonished. Hu Jilong, hurry. Check out the campus forum post. Hu Jilong urged Wang Wei, who promptly switched to the campus forum. They then saw a pinned post. Shocking. The new heartthrob of Hangqing University, Xiao Bei, is dating the third-year campus belle from Hangqing Academy of Fine Arts, Ji Qinglan. Pictures included. The post had only been published for 20 minutes, but had already garnered thousands of comments. Wang Wei clicked on the post, which contained several photos and even a GIF, along with a description. What the heck? No way. The three of them exclaimed in unison, employing the civilized expressions of Xia Nation, especially Hu Jilong, who was bursting with excitement. The private matter that Old Four mentioned was dating the campus belle? Damn, I knew Old Four had a girlfriend. He was definitely flirting with Ji Qinglan during our last meal. Wait, why did I not notice that Old Four owns an AMG? Zhang Zhibo looked helplessly at the two. What on earth? What kind of family does Old Four come from? I knew he was wealthy, but seriously, driving an S63 as a freshman? And the license plate is Hang EX8888. Did he buy this car in Hangqing? This is terrifying. Old Four has hidden himself too well. No way, when Old Four returns. I must ask if his parents are looking for a son. Hu Jilong thought for a moment and blurted out something shocking, just as the three were still discussing. A click sounded as the door unlocked. Then Xiao Bei returned to the dormitory, but he soon sensed something was off. As the three sons were all staring at him in unison, Hu Jilong's gaze was filled with envy, Zhang Zhibo's was inquisitive, and Wang Wei's was imploring honesty. Sons, why are you looking at your father like that? It's making me nervous. Please don't eat me. Xiao Bei placed his hands on his chest, glancing fearfully at the three pairs of predatory eyes. What were you up to? Wang Wei put away his phone and directly looked at Xiao Bei. Yes, Old Four. Be honest, resistance is futile. Hu Jilong added, looking at Xiao Bei with envy, his tone also laced with inquiry. Speak up. Our dorm is democratic. Zhang Zhibo crossed his arms, awaiting Xiao Bei's response. Xiao Bei was a bit puzzled. What do you three sons want? Be honest, resistance is futile. The three replied in unison. What am I supposed to confess or resist? You must tell me what you want to ask. Xiao Bei looked helplessly at his sons, maintaining a fatherly composure. Stop pretending. First, how did you get together with Ji Qinglan? Second, why are you hiding the fact that you own an AMG S63? The three looked at Xiao Bei as if performing a comedic skit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback and then asked with confusion, how do you know about that? You're trending on campus, yet you still pretend? Wang Wei chuckled, waving to Xiao Bei and handing him the phone. After reading it, Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. Firstly, guys, regarding the car, I don't want to draw too much attention. Since you've discovered it, just let me know when you want to drive it, but only if you have a driver's license. As for my relationship with Ji Qinglan, it's purely professional. The specifics will be discussed later. Xiao Bei preferred not to elaborate further. Old Four, we three fathers are quite satisfied with your honesty, but we are unhappy about your concealment regarding your siblings. Yes, Old Four, you have siblings now. And you want to even introduce them to us. We should be closer. You'd be a good son. The three spoke in a machine gun-like manner. Xiao Bei sighed, then casually walked into the bathroom. The car keys are on the table. Can you all be quiet now? Old Four, Do you think I'm someone who can be taken down by sweet words? Zhang Jibo approached Xiao Bei's desk and said, picking up the car keys. Yes, I absolutely am. Chapter 24, Dinner with Ji Qinglan. Zhang Jibo took the car keys and, amidst Wang Wei and Hu Jilung's astonished expressions, dashed out of the dormitory. What the heck, son? You're not playing fair. Wang Wei shouted, following suit. Seeing both had left, Hu Jilung quickly pulled up his pants and rushed out as well. Having completely forgotten about interrogating Xiao Bei had just washed his face in the bathroom and emerged to find the dormitory empty, smiling slightly. No boy can feign disinterest in cars. Xiao Bei returned to his spot and pulled out his phone, checking the messages in the group chat and the campus trending topics. After a moment of contemplation, he switched to WeChat and found Ji Qinglan's contact. Xiao Bei, Senior, how are you doing right now? At that moment, Ji Qinglan at Hangqing Academy of Fine Arts had just experienced something similar to Xiao Bei. She had grown accustomed to it since her first year, often finding herself trending on campus. Lan, is there really nothing between you and Xiao Bei? Ji Qinglan's roommates had also seen the trending news and began to gossip. I've said it's a professional relationship, Ji Qinglan replied, sitting at her desk, her expression unreadable. What kind of professional relationship is that? You seem rather close. It can't just be a business partnership, can it? One of Ji Qinglan's roommates, named Zhang Yi, spoke with a tone that revealed her disapproval. I don't need to explain everything to you, do I? Ji Qinglan turned her head, glaring at Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly clarified. Aren't we good roommates? I'm just concerned about you. This Xiao Bei is handsome, but generally, handsome guys are playboys. You should be cautious. That's my own affair. Ji Qinglan responded to the other three in the dorm. Two of them were quite good, but she felt indifferent towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, internally scoffed, thinking she was just pretending to be aloof while still wanting to attract someone younger. Meanwhile, another roommate, Qian Li, immediately stepped in to mediate the situation. Lan has already said there's nothing between them, so please don't pry any further. In the 3 years we've been together, how many rumors have there been about Lan? When has any of them been true? As soon as Qian Li finished speaking, Zhang Yi chimed in again. Indeed, your concern is genuine, but my concern seems to be dismissed. Lan, if your relationship with this Xiao Bei is not sincere, why not recommend him to me on WeChat? I happen to be in the mood for romance, Zhang Yi remarked with a smile, gazing at Ji Qinglan. A handsome fellow like Xiao Bei, seemingly affluent, is precisely the type of boyfriend Zhang Yi desires, one who could indulge her with numerous luxuries. Ji Qinglan glanced at Zhang Yi, then replied, if you want his WeChat, you should seek it out yourself. I want to divulge my client's information. Indeed, I think you should reconsider. Xiao Bei, the junior, is not someone you can handle. What is that saying? With a monthly salary of 3,000. Why would someone earning 30,000 be interested in you? Li Yan, lounging on her bed while binge-watching a series, interjected. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Zhang Yi retorted confidently. Oh, pray tell, Li Yan queried, her curiosity piqued. Because I am alluring, Zhang Yi declared earnestly. The trio in the dormitory reacted to her proclamation in varied ways. Qian Li thought, not bad, her self-awareness is quite strong. Li Yan, however, dismissed her silently, foolish girl. Even if you were charming, he wouldn't spare you a glance. Meanwhile, Ji Qinglan pondered the unsettling notion of whether Xiao Bei might indeed be attracted to someone like Zhang Yi. Why was she even entertaining such thoughts? At that moment, Ji Qinglan found herself perplexed as images of Xiao Bei, particularly the moment he held her in his arms at the office, flitted through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Just then, her phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. She delicately reached for her phone and saw that it was from Xiao Bei. For reasons unknown, a flicker of joy stirred within her. She quickly typed back, I'm fine, how about you? Xiao Bei replied, I'm alright, just returned to my dorm. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Ji Qinglan responded, it's fine, I've grown accustomed to it. By the way, I almost forgot, you are still the campus's celebrated figure. Xiao Bei remarked enviously. Now you are as well. Having just entered university, you've already trended twice. Ji Qinglan chuckled. That's thanks to you, senior, Xiao Bei laughed. Alright. Excessive modesty is just pride in disguise, Ji Qinglan teased. Then I shall abandon modesty, Xiao Bei grinned widely. Okay, I must start working for you now. Ji Qinglan replied playfully. Alright, senior, I'll treat you to a meal when time permits, Xiao Bei promised. With military training looming, I reckon our dinner may have to wait a month, Ji Qinglan quipped. Upon reading Ji Qinglan's message, Xiao Bei paused momentarily before a smile crept onto his face. How about dinner tonight, then? I'd like to invite you ahead of time. Ji Qinglan stared at Xiao Bei's message, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she typed back, sure, I'll eat you out of house and home. As she sent the message, her heart raced with excitement, internally admonishing herself. Ji Qinglan, maintain some composure. Xiao Bei, noticing her response, wore a triumphant smile. A girl expressing a desire to dine with you signifies a favorable impression. Wonderful. I'll await you at the school gate in half an hour, he replied. All right, but please don't drive. Let us grab something nearby, Ji Qinglan suggested. Whatever you say. Xiao Bei agreed cheerfully. After setting her phone down, Ji Qinglan found herself in a daze. Had she truly just agreed to go out for dinner with Xiao Bei? Yes. It's just to discuss design, right? She rationalized, immediately sitting at her vanity to touch up her makeup. Her actions drew the attention of her dorm mates. Lan, why are you putting on makeup? Are you going out? Qianli inquired. Ji Qinglan hesitated briefly before feigning calmness. Yes, I have a client meeting to finalize a design. Wait a minute, Lan, don't you usually avoid meeting clients at night? Come on, spill the truth. Li pressed. Zhang Yi, observing quietly, remained silent. Oh come on. It really is just a client meeting. Don't overthink it, Ji Qinglan said, playfully scolding Qian Li and Li Yan. Sure. Meeting a client. We all know you're going to see Xiao Bei. Qian Li smirked knowingly. As if confirming her suspicion, Ji Qinglan's gaze darted away momentarily. Enough of this. I'm heading out now. Chapter 25, taking the senior for spicy hot pot. Bang. The door to dorm 401 was violently kicked open, startling Xiao Bei, who was in the shower. That brat. If I end up impotent, I swear I'll kill you. His furious voice echoed from the bathroom. Ha fourth. You're not still playing with your five-fingered lady, are you? Hu Jilong teased as he pushed the bathroom door open, peering in with a mischievous grin. Damn it. You little brat, that's an invasion of privacy. Xiao Bei retorted, splashing water at Hu Jilong. Well, fourth, you're quite bold. Hu Jilong continued his playful banter. Can you get out? I'm in the middle of a shower. Xiao Bei shouted. Ha. This is too funny. Fourth, don't let Hu Jilong drive. You have no idea. When we were driving earlier, I could literally see the car sinking lower. Wang Wei chimed in, peeking into the bathroom. Ha, dragon brother. This guy needs to lose some weight. Ji Zhuang added. At that moment, Xiao Bei felt mortified, fully aware he was being openly scrutinized by three friends as he stood there, feeling quite exposed. All right, you've all seen enough. Time to scram, Ji Zhuang declared, pulling Hu Jilong and Wang Wei away. Xiao Bei exhaled in relief, muttering to himself, just you wait. A few minutes later, standing in front of the mirror, Xiao Bei admired his reflection. Who is this handsome guy? Ugh, came three simultaneous gagging sounds as Xiao Bei disdainfully shot a glance at his friends. Fourth, showering this early? Haven't you had dinner yet? Zhang Jibua asked, puzzled. I'm hungry. What as for dinner? Hu Jilong queried, clutching a bag of chips. The others looked at him incredulously. Are you even speaking in coherent sentences? You guys go ahead. I have plans tonight and will not be joining you, Xiao Bei joked. What? Come on, Fourth. Can't we tag along for the meat feast? Wang Wei exclaimed, genuinely envious of Xiao Bei's imminent outing with a girl. Convinced that it was not just a casual meal. Unfazed by their reactions, Xiao Bei swaggered out. After all, what could compare to the prospect of spending time with a potential girlfriend? Upon arriving at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, Xiao Bei spotted Ji Qinglan waiting for him. It was inevitable. Her extraordinary aura made her stand out in any crowd, as if she were a crane among chickens. Xiao Bei hurriedly approached. Senior, have you been waiting long? Upon seeing Ji Qinglan before him, his eyes sparkled. Had she applied makeup? Compared to her natural look, she now possessed an alluring charm. Ji Qinglan smiled gently upon noticing Xiao Bei. Not for long. I just arrived myself. She also observed that Xiao Bei had changed into a new outfit, which brought a subtle smile to her heart. What would you like to eat, Senior? I'm open to suggestions, Xiao Bei inquired. But, Junior, could you take me to Garbage Street? She replied. Of course, Xiao Bei nodded. Ji Qinglan's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed. I've never been to Garbage Street. I can finally go. Xiao Bei, taken aback, looked at her, puzzled. Senior, in 3 years of university, you've never been? Yes. I really wanted to go, but my family always said it was unhygienic. Whenever I wanted to go, my roommates had other plans. And I've been busy with my own startup, rarely spending time on campus, so I've never made it. At that moment, Ji Qinglan appeared utterly adorable in Xiao Bei's eyes. Let us go then. I'll take you, he declared, and the two set off towards Garbage Street. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Senior, can you handle spicy food? Xiao Bei asked. Ji Qinglan, her face alight with excitement, took in the bustling atmosphere and the myriad delicious aromas wafting in the air. I can manage a little bit, she replied. Then how about some spicy hot pot? Xiao Bei suggested with a smile, knowing that most girls enjoyed it, especially since it would likely lead to several visits afterward. Yes, Ji Qinglan beamed, resembling an enthusiastic little companion trailing behind Xiao Bei. Before long, they found a place called Billionaire Spicy Hot Pot. As they entered, the owner, a middle-aged man with a beer belly, greeted them with a warm smile. Baskets are on the left. Sure thing, Xiao Bei replied cheerfully, then turned to Ji Qinglan, explaining, "You use this basket and tongs to choose your ingredients. Whatever you want to eat, just place it in the basket." With curiosity, Ji Qinglan took the basket and tongs from Xiao Bei, and they made their way to the selection area, eyeing the array of delectable ingredients in the fridge. She felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Ji Qinglan was indeed a foodie, entirely unable to resist the allure of food. Anything she fancied went straight into her basket. Minutes later, their basket was filled to the brim. "Junior, am I eating too much?" Ji Qinglan asked, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Xiao Bei. He smiled softly. "Not at all. I can eat quite a bit myself." Ji Qinglan nodded with a smile. After Xiao Bei paid, he informed the owner to make it mildly spicy. Turning to Ji Qinglan beside the fridge, he inquired, "Coke or Sprite?" "Oh, I don't drink carbonated beverages," she replied. "Really?" The great Ji Qinglan is already so stunning, and yet so disciplined. How is the rest of us supposed to live? Xiao Bei teased. Upon hearing his words, Ji Qinglan smiled slightly, feeling a sweet warmth inside. Xiao Bei's compliment was quite comforting, showcasing the charm of language. "All right, I suppose I could drink it," she conceded. "That's the spirit. A goddess shouldn't be too aloof. A touch of earthly flavors makes you even more enchanting." Xiao Bei continued to flatter her, employing his own set of skills in interacting with women. He believed in gentle coaxing, without overdoing it, lest he be perceived as overly eager. A high emotional intelligence man understands the balance of give and take, just as when purchasing something priced at 1,000 yuan. Having only 999 yuan leaves a yearning for that remaining yuan to acquire what one desires. Thus, he believed, interactions with women should follow a similar approach. "Is that so? Did I manage to charm you, Xiao Bei?" Ji Qinglan said, her words slipping out before she could restrain them, instantly regretting the ambiguous statement. She realized they had only just met today and wondered if Xiao Bei might misunderstand her. Yet, despite her internal turmoil, she maintained a steady gaze on him. Xiao Bei, unfazed, replied naturally, "Ji Qinglan, I acknowledge your beauty, but to truly captivate me, you still have some way to go." At that moment, he refrained from being overly suave. Knowing that pursuing a girl requires a hint of mystery and, at times, a dash of challenge, especially with someone like her. Reflecting on their school days, he mused that those who liked you often teased you first, and then he returned to their earlier conversation. "So, Sprite or Coke?" Ji Qinglan, still focused on Xiao Bei's eyes, sought to discern his reaction to her earlier words. However, her hopes dwindled as he showed no flicker of emotion or surprise. Ji Qinglan's choice to gaze into his eyes stemmed from her awareness that many boys, whether in society or at school, often avoided direct eye contact. While Xiao Bei's clear, calm gaze remained steady, betraying no signs of fluster. This realization left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. Did she truly possess so little allure in his presence? Yet, paradoxically, it ignited her desire to win his approval even more. "Sprite, then," she said, pouting slightly. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and retrieved a bottle of Coke and Sprite from the fridge. "By the way, do you prefer it cold?" he asked as he prepared to hand the drinks to her, paying attention to the details. "Cold is fine," she responded. With that, Xiao Bei secured a spot by the window and sat down. As soon as they were seated, he pulled out a napkin and wiped the seat beside him before gesturing. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Ji Qinglan noted how Xiao Bei was truly a remarkable young man. Not only had he started a business in his first year, but his conversational finesse and attention to detail piqued her curiosity and sparked a budding fondness for him. Once seated, Xiao Bei took a cup, rinsed one with hot water, opened the Sprite, poured it in, and handed it to Ji Qinglan while he drank straight from the Coke bottle. "Why don't you drink from the cup?" she queried. His earlier actions seemed quite ordinary, yet it was peculiar that he had prepared the drink for her while opting to drink directly from the bottle himself, showcasing his carefree nature. However, just moments ago, Xiao Bei had poured himself a Sprite, heated his cup, and made Ji Qinglan feel that the young man before her possessed a blend of roughness and intricacy. Curiosity prompted her to inquire, "Haha, as a man, I'm accustomed to being rather carefree." Xiao Bei casually replied with a smile. Ji Qinglan pressed further, "Then why did you clean up for me?" "Well, it's quite normal for girls to appreciate cleanliness. It is indeed my honor to tidy up for a goddess like you," Xiao Bei retorted. "Has anyone ever told you that you have a silver tongue?" Ji Qinglan laughed, covering her mouth. "Then I must possess a silver tongue as well. Look at me. My lips are parched. Where would I find the oil?" With a soft giggle, she admitted defeat. "I can't argue with you. Do you often frequent places like this to eat?" Ji Qinglan glanced at their surroundings, recalling how familiar Xiao Bei seemed here. Indeed, it's surprising how delectable food can be in such establishments. Who would have thought, young Master Xiao, you have such a side to you? I suppose that's why you frequent high-end clubs and exclusive restaurants? Ji Qinglan teased. "Isn't that the case?" she continued, smiling. "I wish I could, but my capabilities don't allow it." Xiao Bei responded with a chuckle. Come now, if your capabilities are limited, how would the average person survive? Ji Qinglan felt Xiao Bei was jesting. Just as Xiao Bei was about to respond, their spicy hot pot arrived, filling the table with a large bowl. Ji Qinglan's cheeks flushed slightly. Would Xiao Bei think I eat too much? Then she scrutinized the colors of the hot pot, furrowing her brows. Aren't we supposed to eat mildly spicy? It is mildly spicy. Perhaps the broth is simply rich in color. Let me give it a try. With that, Xiao Bei took a generous bite, completely disregarding any concerns about his image. After all, no matter how he ate, he was undeniably handsome, his charm clearly evident to the readers. Seeing Xiao Bei enjoy his meal so heartily, Ji Qinglan found it hard to hold back. Xiao Bei, is it spicy? Not at all, Ji Goddess. You are free to dive in, he replied cheekily. Always so glib. Then I won't hold back, Ji Qinglan playfully retorted, picking up a piece of fried tofu and placing it in her mouth. How is it? The taste is satisfactory, I presume? Xiao Bei smiled gently. It's delightful. Ji Qinglan exclaimed, feeling unexpectedly pleased with the day's turn of events. Eat slowly. Let me serve you. What would you like? Please have this largest shrimp ball. Isn't it too big? What if I waste it? No worries. If you can't finish, I'll gladly help. His words carried a hint of flirtation. Yet, Ji Qinglan felt no aversion. Instead, she found Xiao Bei rather amusing. His earlier attentiveness and kind words had already won her over. However, girls tend to be a bit reserved. Despite feeling a thrill of delight, Ji Qinglan feigned annoyance as she looked at Xiao Bei. Trying to take advantage of me? Upon hearing her, Xiao Bei paused, wiping his mouth, and gazed intently at Ji Qinglan with a slight smirk. So, will Ji Goddess grant me an opportunity? Faced with his bold gaze, Ji Qinglan felt a flutter of uncertainty for the first time, her heart racing with excitement. Regret washed over her. Why had she flirted with Xiao Bei? Now, she found herself caught up in his charm. After a moment, she playfully replied, I'll give you a chance, but can you seize it? Chapter 27. High emotional intelligence and interaction. At this point, Ji Qinglan found herself in a rather passive role. In their ongoing interplay, Xiao Bei had been leading the dance, and she decided to give it her all, adopting a strategy of retreat to gain insight into his next move. Sometimes, when faced with an uncertain situation, a clever withdrawal can lead to progress. Xiao Bei smiled. As long as the goddess is willing, I believe I can seize the opportunity. Wouldn't you agree? Ji Qinglan's face flushed immediately. All right, she conceded her defeat. Xiao Bei was indeed no ordinary young man. She lowered her head, playfully admonishing, let us just focus on eating. Seeing her blush, Xiao Bei couldn't help but smile inwardly, amused at her attempts to outwit him. He continued to enjoy the spicy hot pot, as Ji Qinglan occasionally stole glances at him, thinking, this charming rogue is undeniably handsome and quite engaging. Stop staring, or your food will get cold, Xiao Bei remarked. Ji Qinglan's cheeks reddened further as she retorted, I'm not looking at you. I'm merely observing the food in your bowl. That's not a commendable quality, Ji Goddess. Eating from your bowl while gazing into the pot is hardly a virtue. Xiao Bei's words carried an underlying message, subtly reminding her to stay focused. Why don't you let me? Ji Qinglan pouted, her tone teasing as she bit into the shrimp ball Xiao Bei had served her. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. After finishing, she glanced at Xiao Bei's bowl, unable to resist saying, Understanding her unspoken request, Xiao Bei pushed his hot pot towards her. Let us share. I can't possibly finish it alone. Ji Qinglan smiled gently, appreciating his thoughtfulness. He was a young man who surely wouldn't make anyone feel awkward. Would such a wonderful gem already have a girlfriend? As she picked at the ingredients, she feigned indifference, asking, You're so handsome and charming. Surely your girlfriend is very fortunate? Xiao Bei chuckled softly, finding amusement in Ji Qinglan's inquiry. It was clear she was testing the waters. Adopting a mock pitiful expression, he replied, I would love a girlfriend. But my circumstances don't permit it. Why not? You're so exceptional. Are all those girls blind? Then, dear senior, are you blind or have the vision of a hawk? Xiao Bei countered, catching Ji Qinglan off guard. Flustered, she quickly retorted, Focus on eating your meal. Seeing her flustered reaction, Xiao Bei thought, what an adorable senior. He then served her a small meatball. Thank you, Ji Qinglan said. Her cheeks flushed as she accepted it and popped it into her mouth. Is it tasty? Xiao Bei inquired, watching her enjoy her meal. Quite delicious, though a bit spicy. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. With that, Xiao Bei poured her a glass of Sprite. In truth, Xiao Bei had intentionally refrained from stopping Ji Qinglan from ordering so much food, wishing to prolong their time together at the table. Pursuing a girl requires a touch of sincere strategy. After all, goddesses are merely human. They should not be idolized but treated normally. Many fail to win over their goddesses because they overcomplicate things. To elevate someone to such heights is to diminish oneself. for it suffices to interact normally and disregard her divine status. What of a goddess? She, too, is a mere mortal, subject to the same basic needs. Does your goddess not partake in the mundane acts of eating and drinking? When you attain such enlightenment, you may indeed pursue the goddess. Yet one must not rush in blindly. A gradual approach is essential. Currently, the rapport between Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan has already shed the veneer of her goddess persona. Oh, Xiao Bei, this is delicious. The spicy hot pot is simply exquisite. I regret not coming to Garbage Street sooner, Ji Qinglan remarked, gazing at Xiao Bei. Noticing the grease on her lips, Xiao Bei picked up a napkin and declared, "Hold your tongue for a moment." Huh. Ji Qinglan's wide eyes fixed on Xiao Bei. Uncertain of his intentions, yet strangely compliant, she found herself silent. At that moment, Xiao Bei extended the napkin towards her mouth. Ji Qinglan froze, wanting to retreat. But for some inexplicable reason, she remained still, perhaps anticipating something. With Ji Qinglan's astonished and bashful gaze upon him, Xiao Bei gently wiped away the grease. Ji Qinglan sat there, momentarily speechless, experiencing intimacy with a boy for the first time, her mind a blank canvas. After tidying her lips, Xiao Bei inquired, "Is it tasty?" "Indeed," she replied eagerly. "Would you like to have more in the future?" "Yes, I would. Then I shall take you every day. How about that?" Xiao Bei smiled. And upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan realized she had once again allowed this rogue to lead her. Yet, rather than feeling displeased, she felt a tinge of excitement. Though as a lady, she knew to maintain some decorum. "Humph, you scoundrel, always using tricks on me. Ha ha ha. Then, dear goddess, may I have the pleasure of your company in the future? Hee hee hee. Let us see how you perform," Ji Qinglan replied, shyly lowering her head. Her eyes flitting nervously towards Xiao Bei as she continued to eat. Before long, they had finished their meal and exited the hot pot shop. "Goddess Ji, shall we take a stroll?" "Oh dear, do not call me goddess. It sounds so unappealing." Ji Qinglan wanted to protest, but was distracted by the food. "What shall I call you then?" "Goddess Qinglan," Xiao Bei teased. "Xiao Bei, I find you rather annoying. Just call me by my name or Qinglan," Ji Qinglan insisted. Her head bowed, feeling a bit bashful. "All right, Qinglan, shall we walk a bit to aid digestion?" Xiao Bei suggested. Ji Qinglan nodded slightly. As a nearby park in the higher education district beckoned, they made their way across the street. As they walked, Ji Qinglan admired Xiao Bei's handsome profile and moved closer to him. "Xiao Bei, do you truly have no girlfriend?" Xiao Bei did not answer directly, but turned the question back to her. "And you, Qinglan, do you have a boyfriend?" Ji Qinglan's cheeks flushed, perhaps from the lingering spiciness of the hot pot or her own shyness. "I do not," she stammered, lowering her head and clutching the hem of her shirt. Regardless of a girl's personality, during the transition from acquaintances to something more, she often reveals a vulnerable side, feeling nervous and shy. Xiao Bei smiled gently at Ji Qinglan. "I do not, just a simple boy." Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. "Then, watch out." At that moment, they were standing at a crosswalk, engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the approaching vehicles. Just as Ji Qinglan was about to speak, an electric delivery scooter sped towards them. Xiao Bei reacted swiftly, pulling Ji Qinglan back into his embrace. She found herself spinning, yet the outline of Xiao Bei remained vividly clear. Once the scooter passed, Ji Qinglan realized she was still nestled in Xiao Bei's arms. Time seemed to stand still. The bustling street continued its flow, but in Ji Qinglan's eyes, there was only the visage of Xiao Bei. Feeling the warmth of his chest, Ji Qinglan's mind went blank. Xiao Bei, noticing her dazed expression, chuckled. "How long do you plan to linger like this?" Oh right, thank you for just now." Ji Qinglan's heart raced with embarrassment. She rarely lost composure among her peers. Yet today, her time with Xiao Bei had seen her flustered more than once, especially with how handsome he was. "Not at all, just be more observant while walking. I won't always be by your side," Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. "Understood," Ji Qinglan responded, feeling a mix of awkwardness and relief. Grateful it was Xiao Bei who had caught her. The image of him pulling her into his arms replayed in her mind, causing her to drift off again. At that moment, the traffic light turned green. Xiao Bei took a step forward. Noticing Ji Qinglan still standing still, he shook his head in exasperation and took her hand. "What are you thinking about? You just said something, and now you're lost in thought again?" No, I was just..." Ji Qinglan began, but then realized Xiao Bei was holding her hand, and her cheeks flushed once more. She instinctively tried to pull away, but Xiao Bei, having no intention of relinquishing his hold, continued to guide her. In the pursuit of romance, one must often be bold. Hesitation may prevent discovering whether the girl harbors feelings. If she rebuffs you strongly, it is wise to part ways. But if her response is mild, congratulations, you have a chance. At least she does not dislike you, which is a promising sign. At that moment, Ji Qinglan felt the tension dissipate, She initially resisted, but then allowed Xiao Bei to lead her. Humph, you rascal. Qinglan, you cannot accuse the good-hearted. I just saved you. Is this how you treat your savior? Xiao Bei remarked, holding her hand as they crossed the street. That's entirely different. What are you doing now? Ji Qinglan retorted, though secretly feeling safe in his grasp. Yet, as a lady, she wanted to maintain her modesty. In response to Ji Qinglan's inquiry, Xiao Bei unabashedly stated, I merely wish to keep you safe from harm while crossing the street. All right, Ji Qinglan conceded. Suddenly at a loss for words, she felt utterly ensnared by Xiao Bei, glancing at their intertwined hands, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Thus, Xiao Bei naturally held Ji Qinglan's hand as they crossed the street, his heart swelling with joy. After all, the goddess's hand was undeniably delightful. For not everyone has the privilege to hold it. Across the street lies the entrance to the park. After crossing the road, Ji Qinglan anticipated that Xiao Bei would release her hand. However, Xiao Bei seemed to have forgotten this notion altogether, firmly holding onto her hand as they ventured into the park together. Xiao Bei, shouldn't you let go now? Ji Qinglan's voice was barely above a whisper. Xiao Bei responded with a faint smile, countering her question. Do you really want me to let go? Ji Qinglan retorted, you tell me, how many girls have you harmed? Deep down, Ji Qinglan didn't truly wish to break free. She allowed Xiao Bei to hold her hand, though she maintained a facade of defiance as she challenged him. I assure you, this is my first time holding hands with a girl. Do you believe me? Xiao Bei said, locking his gaze with Ji Qinglan's, enunciating each word carefully. Flustered, Ji Qinglan replied, who knows if what you say is true or not? You're so adept at it. Plus, being the school heartthrob, I'm sure many girls adore you. To which Xiao Bei replied, I speak the truth. Now, think about yourself. Me? Ji Qinglan inquired. Exactly. As the goddess of our school, don't you think others assume you have no shortage of suitors? But what is the reality? Don't be ridiculous. I definitely don't have a boyfriend. See, I was right. I'm in the same boat as you. Ji Qinglan pondered this, realizing the logic in his words, yet felt a sense of dissonance. The nature of boys and girls seemed inherently different. She wanted to argue, but ultimately held her tongue, choosing instead to trust Xiao Bei. Before long, they entered the park, which was bustling with couples. As they fell into a comfortable silence, Xiao Bei noticed a vendor selling glowing headbands and promptly led Ji Qinglan over. She followed him, head down, still holding his hand. Xiao Bei picked up a glowing headband and placed it atop Ji Qinglan's head. What are you doing? She asked, bewildered. Shoo, don't move. Let me see. He released her hand and stepped back. To his delight, she looked rather adorable. Ji Qinglan couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Bei's expression, complying with his request. Returning to her side, Xiao Bei grinned. Jinior, you're truly beautiful and quite charming. Caught off guard, Ji Qinglan couldn't suppress a laugh. Under normal circumstances, such a compliment would have brought her joy and a hint of shyness, especially in the picturesque park setting. However, the nickname Jinior struck her unexpectedly. It was the first time someone had called her that. Chapter 29, Almost Lovers. Could you be a bit more serious? Ji Qinglan instinctively slapped Xiao Bei's arm, the impact causing her hand to sting. Xiao Bei effortlessly took her hand once more, and this time she made no attempt to escape. Understanding that their relationship had progressed further. Did that hurt? He feigned concern while looking at his right hand. It does. Whack. Ji Qinglan playfully smacked his arm again. Xiao Bei, momentarily taken aback, was met with a teasing glare from Ji Qinglan. I hit your left hand, and you're pretending it's your right that hurts? Xiao Bei unabashedly changed the subject, holding her hand and saying, your hands are lovely, just like you. Ji Qinglan recognized him as being quite shameless. But instead of confronting him, she mockingly warned, next time, without my permission, if you dare to touch me again, I'll break your wandering hands, understand? Xiao Bei merely chuckled in response. She could be fierce, while he remained cheeky. It was a playful standoff to see who would yield first. Ji Qinglan's hand remained in Xiao Bei's unrelenting grip as they strolled through the beautifully lit park at night. Observing Xiao Bei, who was slightly ahead of her, Ji Qinglan smiled faintly, feeling a vague, indescribable emotion wash over her. By the way, Xiao Bei, why are you starting a business while still in college? She inquired, wishing to break the silence. After posing her question, she gazed intently at him, eager to understand his thoughts. And why do you want to start a business? Xiao Bei didn't respond immediately. Instead, he smiled and tossed the question back to her. Ji Qinglan, taken aback, playfully struck his back and said, aren't you supposed to answer my question first? Can't you show a little gentlemanly demeanor? All right, I'll answer, Xiao Bei replied, indulgently regarding Ji Qinglan. Well, why? She pressed, unflinching under his intense gaze, feeling a thrill within her. It was a delightful sensation to be appreciated by someone she admired. It signified her own allure. Why should she feel annoyed? She was indeed attracted to Xiao Bei and should be happy about it. Yet, unbeknownst to her, had anyone else looked at her that way, she would have felt discomfort. Such is the nature of women, capricious and often contradictory. When someone enters your line of sight and captivates your heart, you naturally pay them special attention, often subconsciously. Ji Qinglan found herself enveloped in such a feeling, one that was both effortless and enchanting. As they continued their stroll, Xiao Bei remarked, "There's no particular reason. I just want to start a business. Besides, Hangzhou offers great support for student entrepreneurs, and I think I should give it a shot. Otherwise, how will I support you?" Huh? Ji Qinglan paused, puzzled by his words. Support me? Was he confessing? You naughty boy, I won't agree so easily. She huffed, feeling exasperated. Who confesses without any sense of ceremony? Xiao Bei found her bewildered expression utterly charming and instinctively pinched her nose playfully. Stop it. You keep getting handsy with me. Watch it. Ji Qinglan shot him a mock-serious look, feigning anger. Lowering her voice, she added, Actually, I can take care of myself. Xiao Bei laughed heartily. Can I take that to mean I can lean on you? Oh, senior, I'm tired of working hard. Living off you sounds delightful. He gazed intently into Ji Qinglan's eyes. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she averted her eyes awkwardly and rolled them. You're so self-absorbed. I want to be your sugar mama. Then you're truly stunning. Xiao Bei cheekily replied. Humph. Ji Qinglan huffed, though a smile danced on her lips. As they wandered through the park, they engaged in a myriad of conversations. Xiao Bei's insights and perspectives left Ji Qinglan in awe. He was genuinely different from the boys at school. At his age, his thoughts were remarkably mature, setting him apart from many of his peers. Yet, despite his extraordinary qualities, Ji Qinglan couldn't help but wonder if she was worthy of him. When a woman falls in love, her intelligence often seems to wane. Ji Qinglan, who was already a standout among her peers, found herself questioning her worthiness. But if anything, it was Xiao Bei's remarkable nature that had captivated her. Youth is characterized by its innocence. Unwittingly, one may encounter a beam of light that illuminates one's life, a light that is undoubtedly more unforgettable than any one might encounter thereafter. On this particular evening, Xiao Bei refrained from confessing his feelings, and Ji Qinglan similarly held back, as both seemed reluctant to hastily embark on a romantic relationship. For such a beginning would inevitably lead to a swift conclusion. In a certain sense, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan are kindred spirits, both in pursuit of perfection. If one were to describe the nature of their relationship at this moment, it could be termed as friendship tinged with unspoken romantic potential. Yet, this relationship stands on the precipice, as either party could effortlessly take a step forward, leading to a natural progression. Hand in hand, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan returned to the entrance of Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, drawing astonished gazes from a throng of onlookers. The goddess Ji was indeed dating the boy from the morning, and they were holding hands. Oh, what must it feel like to hold the goddess's hand? The boys wished to be Xiao Bei, while the girls longed to be Ji Qinglan. Of course, neither of them paid heed to the prying eyes of others. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and smiled, asking, What are your plans for tomorrow, goddess Ji? Ji Qinglan responded with a slight smile, gazing at him as she replied, What's this? Are you asking me out? Xiao Bei nodded with a grin. Actually, you could ask me out too. After all, I have military training starting tomorrow. Xiao Bei was unabashed. Pursuing a girl was no place for shyness. Moreover, they had already held hands. Wasn't the distance to becoming a couple now negligible? Ji Qinglan burst into laughter at his unconventional response, yet she appreciated his straightforwardness. Xiao Bei, you have quite the audacity. Focus on your military training. Let us talk about this afterward. The goddess's words stung a little. Humph, so slick with your words, I'll ignore you. With that, Ji Qinglan turned to leave. But Xiao Bei watched her retreating figure, counting silently, 3, 2, 1. As he reached 1, Ji Qinglan indeed turned back, smiling at him. I'll come find you tomorrow if I have time. All right, goddess. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, and Ji Qinglan returned the gesture, sealing their small agreement. Chapter 30. Is Hu Jilong a simp? As Xiao Bei watched Ji Qinglan's figure fade from view, he turned to head back to his school. Passing by a supermarket, an idea struck him, and he made his way inside. He headed directly to the aisle for feminine products. Yes, military training was imminent. And although Xiao Bei had not attended university in his previous life, he was well aware of what military training entailed. It was a grueling ordeal, far more demanding than what one experienced in high school. High school military training was merely an experience. Some institutions offered it for a week, while others wrapped it up in 3 days, harmless enough. However, university military training was a different beast altogether. It was a full month of rigorous activity. Considering the current weather, one had to be well prepared. Standing in front of the sanitary napkins, Xiao Bei picked up several packages of Safi. Yes, several, to cushion his feet. Wow, class leader. What brings you here? Just as Xiao Bei grasped 3 packages, a voice of surprise came from his right. He turned to find Wang Meina and her 3 roommates. "Oh, my beloved concubines," Xiao Bei joked, only to be met with 4 pairs of rolled eyes. Chen Xiying, Yang Yuhan, and Zhang Yi were not amused. "Class leader, what about our agreement for me to be the main consort?" Chen Xiying pouted. "Oh dear, class leader, are you buying sanitary napkins for your main consort?" Yang Yuhan quipped. As her words settled, Wang Meina and the others finally noticed the packages in Xiao Bei's hands. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, addressing them. "What is this? I sense a whiff of jealousy in the air." "Who is jealous?" Yang Yuhan retorted. "Class leader, you're quite the scoundrel." Wang Meina chimed in. "Wait, class leader. Are you really this bold? Buying 3 packages for Goddess Ji?" Chen Xiying questioned. "Is Goddess Ji experiencing menstrual pain?" Zhang Yi added. Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback. "Why must it be that I'm buying these for her?" he thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I heard that right, class leader. You can't possibly have other women. Can you? How could you betray someone as beautiful as Goddess Ji?" The 4 girls bombarded him with questions, leaving him little room to speak. After they finished, he could only muster a wry smile. "Can I simply be buying these for myself?" Uffed. "Ha ha ha. Class leader, are you suffering from frequent urination? I'm curious, do boys have their Annie too? You're starting to seem a bit sketchy," one of them teased. "If you truly are a scoundrel, then count me in." They all laughed heartily, and Xiao Bei realized that his earlier remarks had clearly led to misunderstandings. He quickly clarified, "What are you all thinking? Tomorrow is military training. I'm buying this to cushion my feet. You lot still dream of being the main consort." "Wow, class leader, you're so clever," Wang Meina exclaimed. "Though your explanation was reasonable, we're still a bit upset. There's no chance for us to be the main consort now. Are you going to make it up to us?" Li Xiying said cunningly. "Yes, class leader, you owe us a treat." Yang Yuhan chimed in to support her. In response, Xiao Bei could only smile helplessly and said, "What I said earlier was a joke. They're waiting for me right here. So what do you want to eat?" "Hooray. Long live the class leader." Li Xiying laughed. "Just treat us to a cup of milk tea," Wang Meina suggested with a grin. "Let us go," Xiao Bei replied. And after paying for the sanitary products, he led the 4 girls to the nearby milk tea shop. They ordered 5 cups of milk tea and settled around an outdoor round table, chatting merrily. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Xiao Bei spotted 3 familiar faces approaching. As he was about to greet them, Hu Jilong's eyes lit up upon seeing him, especially at the sight of him surrounded by 4 girls enjoying milk tea. He quickly pulled Zhang Zhibua and Wang Wei over to Xiao Bei's side. Hu Jilong, looking at the lovely quartet, dramatically declared, "Old Fourth, you're being rather inconsiderate. This is where you've gone wrong. Enjoying milk tea with 4 beauties all by yourself. And what about us?" Zhang Zhibua chimed in, equally indignant. Though he was clever enough to sit beside Li Xiying, Wang Wei shot Xiao Bei a disdainful glance and took a seat next to Yang Yuhan. Hu Jilong, grinning, prepared to sit next to Zhang Yi. "Hu Chaopeng, you'd better sit in the back. You're too big, and it's already getting cramped," Zhang Yi retorted, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Hu Jilong looked at Xiao Bei with a face full of grievance. Xiao Bei, still smiling, replied, "Go order your milk tea first. I'll cover it," and I just ran into them. Upon hearing the words, Hu Jilong chuckled softly. Subsequently, the 4 occupants of room 401 and Wang Meina's dormitory decided to gather at the entrance of the milk tea shop, where they purchased a deck of cards and commenced a spirited game. Throughout the session, everyone participated, thereby strengthening the camaraderie between the 2 dormitories. Upon returning to their dormitory, Xiao Bei was the first to head for a shower. When he emerged, he found 3 of his companions huddled together, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. At that moment, Hu Jilong was engaged in an animated discourse. Just as Xiao Bei approached, he overheard Hu Jilong's lewd remark, "I think Yang Yuhan is the prettiest. Although she isn't very tall, her skin is fair, and she has a hint of baby fat. During the card game, I made a point to brush against her. The girl has a lot to offer." Uffed. "Can Yang Yuhan's figure even compare to Li Xiying's?" Wang Wei interjected, reminiscing. "Li Xiying is tall and beautiful. Especially in that dress. It makes my heart flutter. I still think Wang Meina is the most beautiful. She is a gem of a girl." Zhang Zhibua chuckled. "Regardless, my Yang Yuhan is the best." Hu Jilong shot a glare at the 2. "Come on, can we not be such simps?" Zhang Zhibua retorted, rolling his eyes at Hu Jilong. "Right, and as if Yang Yuhan is yours. Has she even agreed to that?" Wang Wei chimed in with a jab. Xiao Bei merely shook his head and smiled, refraining from joining the conversation. It was evident he could not interject. While the girls were indeed attractive, they did not meet his standards. Flirting casually was sufficient. There was no need for seriousness. Moreover, he suspected that things were progressing with Ji Qinglan, and he certainly did not wish to embroil himself in unnecessary complications. As for Lu Qingyan, one was in Hangzhou and the other in Shanghai, so they could engage freely without concern. Chapter 31, Military Training commences. On September 2nd, the weather remained oppressively hot. the students of Hangzhou University officially began their military training. At 6 a.m., Xiao Bei rose early, as he was tasked with coordinating with Qin Mingxue to summon the male dormitory occupants. The female dormitory was under Wang Meina's purview. By around 7 a.m., all the students of Class Finance 1 gathered at the base of the male dormitory. The main thoroughfare of the dormitory building was lined with class formations, each adorned in Navy military training uniforms. Even amidst this crowd, Xiao Bei stood out. His striking features unmistakable, especially as he carried the flag at the front of the line. At 7:30 a.m., a group of remarkably handsome instructors approached from the playground, meticulously organizing the classes. Soon, a commanding officer, approximately 178 meters tall and clad in military attire, walked up to Xiao Bei. "Is this Class Finance 1? He inquired. Xiao Bei, who held great respect for military personnel, responded earnestly, "Yes, officer." He stood tall, delivering his response with clarity. The officer regarded Xiao Bei with a slight smile. "Relax, student. We haven't begun yet." After patting Xiao Bei's shoulder, it was clear that the officer held a favorable first impression of him. Xiao Bei maintained his respect for the officer, stating, "Report, officer, my name is Xiao Bei, Xiao as in portrait rights, and Bei as in north." "Very well, Xiao Bei. Fall back into formation." "Yes, sir." Xiao Bei promptly repositioned himself at the front of the line. The female students of Class Finance 1 gazed at Xiao Bei with starry-eyed admiration. "Wow, our class leader is so handsome. I thought someone like him would be hard to approach, yet he is so earnest. Here we have a class leader who is not only wealthier, but also more diligent than us." As the girls discussed, a few boys, apart from the introverts, exchanged disdainful glances at Xiao Bei. "What a show-off. Seriously. Yeah, he acts as if he is the representative of our class. Audie, how about we plan to make him look foolish later?" "Absolutely. I can't stand him unless he is more capable than me." "Can being rich and handsome fill your stomach?" they whispered among themselves. Qin Mingxue had also arrived early at the formation of Class 1. Having witnessed Xiao Bei's earlier performance, a subtle smile graced her lips. This student was indeed somewhat exceptional. She felt confident in trusting Class 1 to him. Approaching Xiao Bei, she said, "Xiao Bei, I'm going to check on Class 2. Can you manage well here?" Qin Mingxue regarded him with a smile. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, a white cap atop her head, and sporting athletic pants and shoes, she exuded an air of competence. Xiao Bei smiled back. "Don't worry, Lao Qin. I'll handle it." He never missed an opportunity to flaunt his charm. "All right, contact me if needed. I'm more assured with you managing Class 1. After casting a glance at Xiao Bei, Qin Mingxue walked over to the officer and whispered something before departing. Just as she left, the officer stepped in front of Class 1. "Hello everyone. I am your instructor for the next month. My name is Gao Peng, and you can call me Officer Gao. We are about to enter the field, so I will outline a few important points." He went on to elaborate extensively, then fell silent, standing aside and observing the formation. Soon, the clock struck 8 a.m., and the formations began to enter the playground. Class Finance 1 was assigned a less than ideal location on the basketball court, exposed to the blazing sun. At 9 a.m., the military training officially commenced. The intensity of the first day was manageable, primarily focusing on basic stances and assembly, along with various detailed instructions. After half an hour of practice, the session concluded. However, the girls began to complain, feeling utterly drained. They enjoyed a 1-hour lunch break. Shortly thereafter, the afternoon training began, and the intensity was markedly heightened. First came the formation drills, followed by stance practice. They stood under the scorching sun, unable to move an inch. As time ticked by, some began to falter, with a girl being the first to collapse. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction. As one by one, the girls started to fall. The first boy to succumb was none other than Hu Jilong, who, after collapsing, winked at Xiao Bei, implying he was surrendering. Xiao Bei thought to himself, had this been wartime, Hu Jilong would likely have been a traitor. Another 20 minutes passed, and a significant portion of the boys had also given in, sitting on the ground and watching the remaining 9. Among them, Xiao Bei's dormitory mates, Wang Wei and Zhang Zhibua, still held their ground, along with Kai Qizhou, Kai Shidi, Lin Haojia, and Zhang Jinan from dormitory 404, as well as Yi Xiaotao and Zhu Yu from dormitory 402. The 4 from dormitory 404 harbored animosity toward Xiao Bei, and they were now astonished that he, with his seemingly delicate appearance, had managed to endure thus far. 10 minutes later, only Xiao Bei and Kai Qizhou remained standing. On the sidelines, Kai Shidi, Lin Haojia, and Zhang Jinan observed the two on the field. "Wow, this Xiao Bei kid has some grit. Look at him. His expression unchanged and not a hint of breathlessness. He's a tough one. Let us see who goes down first, him or Kai Qizhou." However, as I observe Xiao Bei now, I find him somewhat less disagreeable. Indeed, such is the nature of camaraderie among boys. Initially, one may harbor a sense of disdain, yet when one proves to be superior, Silence ensues. Moments later, Kai Chizhou could no longer endure, leaving Xiao Bei as the sole participant on the field. Instantly, the classmates of Class 1 erupted into applause for Xiao Bei. Even the 4 members of Dorm 404, who had initially been at odds with him, could not help but give him a thumbs up. Xiao Bei, the senior instructor, called out suddenly. Present. Xiao Bei stood tall, responding with fervor. Rest in place, everyone. For half an hour. Understood. With the instructor's command, Xiao Bei took the opportunity to stretch his limbs. Today marked the first day, and the instructor likely intended to establish authority, thus maintaining a strict demeanor with no leniency. After his brief respite, Xiao Bei glanced at his classmates in Class 1, who all wore serious expressions. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the edge of the playground. Hey, where are you going? Hu Jilong inquired. Watching Xiao Bei's departing figure, Xiao Bei did not respond, simply breaking into a run. The others watched his disappearing silhouette, filled with curiosity. Chapter 32, The Class Leader of Others' Households. While everyone pondered Xiao Bei's whereabouts, he returned 10 minutes later, causing an uproar among the members of Class 1. For he had returned with the proprietor of the convenience store, seated upon the owner's electric tricycle. Class 1 boys, gather around. Carry the water and the watermelons. Xiao Bei announced. Indeed, he had gone to purchase water and had specifically acquired 5 large watermelons, all pre-sliced. To Xiao Bei, this expenditure was merely a trifling matter. Upon hearing his words, the boys of Class 1 sprang into action. Even the 4 from Dorm 404 were momentarily taken aback. Wow, this class leader, I can accept him. Me too. This leader is impressive. Not bad at all. Lin Haojia and Kai Chizhou exchanged glances before stepping forward to assist Xiao Bei in unloading the items. Xiao Bei had procured a total of 10 boxes of mineral water and 5 large watermelons. Once everything was unloaded, he addressed his fellow classmates. Now it's your turn to shine. Deliver 1 bottle of water and a piece of watermelon to each girl. All right. Ha ha ha. Thank you, class leader. Class leader is magnificent. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. The bonds of friendship among the boys were refreshingly simple. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded at them, treating everyone equally with a friendly demeanor. After all, what Xiao Bei sought was unity. Of course, this should not be misconstrued as a sign of weakness. Should anyone provoke Xiao Bei's ire or cause him displeasure, he would not hesitate to set them straight. This reflects the wisdom of a former manager, adept at swiftly forging connections. To establish a united team, one must fully embody the spirit of leadership, enjoying the fruits of teamwork. Xiao Bei then approached the instructor, holding several bottles of water and pieces of watermelon. Instructor Gao, here, have some water and watermelon. These are from the other instructors, so I won't overstep. Instructor Gao had been observing Xiao Bei from the start, and upon witnessing his thoughtful gesture of bringing water and watermelon, a subtle smile graced his lips. This young man before him was indeed talented, and it appeared he held considerable sway within the class. Recognizing the need for assistance during the upcoming month of military training, he accepted the offerings with a smile. All personnel, the break time has been extended by 10 minutes. Hooray! Instructor, the class leader is magnificent. Both the instructor and the class leader are so handsome. At that moment, every student in Class 1, regardless of gender, rallied in collective support for their leader, Xiao Bei. Wow! Being in the same class as the class leader is so delightful. Not only do we get water, but there's watermelon too. Thank you for your hard work. Class leader. I love you, class leader. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, then stepped forward in front of the line. Who just confessed to this king? Step forward. If you dare, I shall begrudgingly appoint you as a concubine. Yet, no one stepped forward. Xiao Bei continued, It seems no one desires to be a concubine. Do you perhaps wish for the primary position? Haha. Class leader, you're being cheeky again. Laughter erupted from the girls in Class 1. At this moment, Yi Xiaodao spoke up. Class leader, I like you. So, can I be your concubine? Xiao Bei shook his head, dismissively replying, My preferences are quite conventional. Let us avoid such jokes, lest the girls misunderstand. Ha ha. The class leader is biased, treating only the girls well. What about us boys? At this point, several boys had already been won over by Xiao Bei and joined in the playful banter. Of course, if I don't treat the girls well, how can we discuss the profound truths of life with you? The crowd was taken aback by Xiao Bei's personality, handsome, amusing, and emotionally intelligent. While Class 1 reveled in joy, nearby classes were envious, especially the girls, who lamented, Look at their class leader. Oh, why is there such a vast difference when we also have a class leader? Class leader, we want water too. Class leader, even if there's no watermelon, water will suffice. Look at their class leader, who is not only handsome but also good to the class. Wow, theirs is the ideal class leader, mostly because he is handsome. And look at our class leader, a mere bookworm. It's disheartening. Hearing the complaints from the adjacent classes, The students of finance class 1 swelled with pride, deliberately eating watermelon in front of them. Envious, are you? You should be. In truth, there was no need for envy, as our class leader was a product of collective effort. Xiao Bei said little in response. Having distributed the refreshments, he returned to the formation. Just as he settled back into the last row, the boys of Class 1 gathered around him, having already regarded him as their leader. Class leader, how exhilarating is it to drive your S63? Class leader, is it true you've won over the aloof beauty Ji Qinglan from the neighboring school? Class leader, they bombarded him with questions. Such is the nature of boys. Once they accept you, they embrace you wholeheartedly. Xiao Bei answered each inquiry, assuring that anyone with a driver's license could borrow his car. He was more than willing to engage with them, as Xiao Bei aspired to create a perfect university experience. All right, everyone, let us not chatter too much. There is still a long afternoon ahead. Rest well, and we'll discuss matters later tonight. I assure you, if Class 1 performs well, I'll take you all to a bar. Enough black spades for everyone. Really? Wow. The class leader is amazing. The class leader is magnificent. Excitement surged through them like a shot of adrenaline. Xiao Bei gazed at the youthful faces lying on the ground, staring up at the azure sky, the sky of youth, so blue, with a sweet breeze blowing through. As the break came to an end, Instructor Gao immediately blew his whistle and called for assembly. The students of Class 1 swiftly gathered in an orderly fashion. Observing this scene, Instructor Gao felt a sense of satisfaction, casting a deep glance at Xiao Bei. What a remarkable lad. Next, we shall practice marching in unison, commencing with a static demonstration. As the instructor's words echoed, Class 1 resumed their afternoon military training. Perhaps due to the influence of Xiao Bei, the entire Class 1 exhibited remarkable cohesion, each student fervently engaging in their practice. No one dared to lag behind. After all, no one wished to disappoint the class leader's goodwill. Consequently, despite the arduousness of the afternoon's tasks, the students of Class 1 found joy in their endeavors. At 3:30 p.m., an unexpected uproar erupted across the basketball court. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where a fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful girl with a curvaceous figure made her entrance. Goodness, is that not Ji Qinglan, the most esteemed flower of the neighboring school? What brings her here? Bro, are you unaware? It seems Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei are an item, I exclaimed, astonished by Xiao Bei's apparent charm. The students of the finance class also noticed the unusual commotion on the court, though standing firm. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn toward the scene. Instantly, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of Class 1 as they turned their attention to Xiao Bei, for they recognized the girl. After all, she had recently graced the campus trending searches alongside him. Furthermore, as a student from another university, her presence here unmistakably indicated she was seeking Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei spotted Ji Qinglan, and a smile graced his lips. Earlier that morning, he had pondered her absence, but the events of the afternoon had quickly made him forget. During military training, he had even considered the possibility of being stood up. However, it appeared Ji Qinglan was quite astute, arriving precisely when the training was nearing its conclusion. Ji Qinglan was adorned in a lovely light blue Chanel dress, sporting a pair of pristine white sneakers, a cup of milk tea in hand, and shielding herself with a sun umbrella. Having shared his location with Ji Qinglan that morning, she soon found her way to Class 1 and quickly spotted Xiao Bei, standing out amidst the crowd. Her previously expressionless face transformed into a radiant smile. Her arrival undoubtedly stirred excitement, for they were all spirited young men, and even the girls cast envious glances at Ji Qinglan. Her aura was formidable, unmatched by any contemporary student. The instructor observed this scene, glancing at Xiao Bei within his formation, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He exchanged knowing looks with several instructors from the adjacent class. They were not oblivious. They had overheard the discussions within the ranks and had recently enjoyed Xiao Bei's watermelon and mineral water, thus felt inclined to extend their regard. In the spirit of reciprocity, the instructor addressed the assembly. Everyone, your performance today has been commendable. We shall take a break for 20 minutes before concluding. Cheers erupted in response, as many felt a newfound appreciation for the stern instructor. Ji Qinglan, unaware of the underlying dynamics that made her arrival so fortuitous, stood by as she waved at Xiao Bei. With a slight smile, Xiao Bei exited the formation but did not rush to Ji Qinglan's side. Instead, he approached the instructor first. Instructor, I shall be on my way. Off you go, you rascal. Your girlfriend is quite the beauty, the instructor teased. Xiao Bei scratched his head, responding, not yet, but I'm working on it. The instructor's eyes glimmered with mischief. You better succeed. After exchanging pleasantries with the instructor, Xiao Bei finally made his way to Ji Qinglan. Instantly, all 5 classes turned their attention toward the pair, whispering amongst themselves. Wow, it's no mystery why Ji Qinglan is the leading lady, Chen Xing remarked to Wang Meina. She is stunning. If I were the class leader, I'd go for it too, Yang Yuhan added with a smile. What a match they make. Only someone like the school flower could be worthy of the class leader. He is simply exceptional, Yi Qiaoning mused. Wow, Old Four has stealthily dropped an atomic bomb, Zhang Jibo exclaimed, gazing enviously. Indeed, Old Four is incomparable, wealthy, handsome, and with such emotional intelligence. That young lady is undoubtedly captivated, Wang Wei said, glancing at Li Xiying. Hee, Old Four's prowess is to be expected. I'll just settle for pursuing Yang Yuhan. Hu Jilong huffed, catching his breath. As Xiao Bei approached Ji Qinglan, he noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead. She promptly pulled a tissue from her sleek black Hermes bag. Here, have some milk tea. Are you tired from training? She offered, wiping his brow. Xiao Bei smiled gently. I'm all right. I can manage this level of exertion. Their interaction ignited envy among their peers. Wow, Xiao Bei from Class 1 is living the dream. If only I had his looks and skills, I too could win the heart of a goddess, but alas, I do not. Ladies, look. The leading lady is helping the class leader wipe sweat. What should we do? We ought to be jealous, yet I can't help but ship them. Unfazed by the murmurs around them, Ji Qinglan playfully inquired, what do you mean by leading lady? Xiao Bei chuckled, recounting the incident from the girls' dormitory. Realizing that honesty was the best policy, concealing it would only lead to greater complications later. It was far better to be forthright. An emotionally intelligent girl would recognize the jest and perhaps even take pride in it. Look, this is the charm of my man, she thought. Even though Xiao Bei was not yet her man, he was close enough. How did you come over? Is it hot? Xiao Bei asked with concern. Not too bad. I promised to come see you. By the way, I have a proposal for you to discuss after training. Ji Qinglan smiled, feeling increasingly at ease with him since their hand holding the previous night. All right, you've worked hard. Take your time. Xiao Bei was about to say more when the instructor's voice interrupted. Xiao Bei, do you have any talents to showcase? Class 5 just performed. While Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were engrossed in their moment, activities were already unfolding on the training ground. Some had taken to dancing, others were performing stand-up comedy, and some were singing. Turning to the instructor, who was discreetly beckoning him, Xiao Bei understood the implication. He nodded with a smile and turned to Ji Qinglan. I'm going to showcase a talent. Why don't you join me? Me? Ji Qinglan looked surprised. Yes, standing here is too hot. It's better over there. Even if there are fewer trees. Xiao Bei, having spoken, did not await Ji Qinglan's response. With an air of nonchalance, he extended his hand and took Ji Qinglan's, leading her forward. As Ji Qinglan felt Xiao Bei's grip, a sudden wave of shyness enveloped her, and she lowered her head, following him like a bashful bride. Chapter 34. The confession. During military training, the onlookers beheld this scene, with the females filled with envy and jealousy, while the males harbored a desire to be in Xiao Bei's place. Xiao Bei arrived at the center of the arena. Class monitor, give us a show. Class monitor, we want to see something. Xiao Bei, perform for us. Xiao Bei, please. Ji Qinglan was taken aback by the high esteem in which Xiao Bei was held among the freshmen. It was evident that he was indeed an exceptional young man, remarkable in every setting. Ignoring the cacophony of cheers, Xiao Bei focused his attention on Ji Qinglan and softly inquired, would you like to see my talent performance? Ji Qinglan gazed at Xiao Bei and smiled, nodding in agreement. Observing her response, Xiao Bei declared, the upcoming performance is dedicated to you. Initially uncertain of what to perform, his gaze fell upon a classmate nearby who was holding a guitar. Without hesitation, Xiao Bei expended 300,000 points from his lavish account to acquire mastery of the guitar in the system's marketplace. With a flair for the dramatic, Xiao Bei approached the guitarist and asked, might I borrow your guitar? Sure, can you play? The young man, sporting glasses and a hint of arrogance, replied. Xiao Bei understood the boy's competitive spirit, but felt compelled to demonstrate his skills, lest the boy's ego soar. Yes, thank you. Though internally amused, Xiao Bei maintained the decorum befitting a male idol. Wait, can our class monitor really play the guitar? When did he ever claim he couldn't? Wow. The monitor has unlocked a new skill. I can't wait to see him play. Indeed, our monitor possesses an array of charm, effortlessly winning hearts. Returning to the center of the circle formed by several classes, Xiao Bei found Ji Qinglan watching him with a serene smile. Tonight, I will sing a song that holds special meaning for me, as it is dedicated to someone present. With that, he turned his gaze toward Ji Qinglan. She momentarily froze. Her cheeks flushed, yet she maintained eye contact with him, filled with anticipation. This song is an original composition of mine, a piece titled Little Dimples for Everyone. Indeed, Xiao Bei shamelessly claimed the song as his own, even though it was originally from his past life. Now in a parallel universe, he thought, why not seize the opportunity? Wow, an original piece. What a remarkable class monitor. Look at how talented our class monitor is. I just had a conversation with him, and he never mentioned his guitar skills or that he writes songs. As murmurs of admiration spread through the crowd, Xiao Bei made a gesture for silence before beginning to play, his eyes continuously fixed on Ji Qinglan. The moment the prelude resonated, even the boy who had previously doubted Xiao Bei's abilities reddened, realizing that Xiao Bei's guitar skills far surpassed his own. With a soft smile, Xiao Bei began to sing. I am still searching for a shoulder to lean on and an embrace. Who prays for me, worries for me, gets angry for me, and creates a ruckus? Happiness begins to show signs. Fate brings us closer. And then solitude is swallowed. Boredom transforms into conversation and change. As Xiao Bei sang, he gazed at Ji Qinglan, his eyes burning with fervor. Upon hearing his voice, Ji Qinglan felt a sensation that Xiao Bei was not merely singing for her. The moment his gentle tones filled the air, the entire audience fell silent, captivated by the beauty of his voice, lyrics, arrangement, and guitar. As the song reached its peak, Xiao Bei smiled at Ji Qinglan's dimples and continued, little dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful marks. I can't sleep at night, missing your smile. You have no idea how important you are to me. With you, my life feels perfectly complete. Xiao Bei's voice was clear, gentle, and magnetic, drawing everyone into the depths of his melody. At that moment, his world revolved solely around Ji Qinglan and hers around him. Ji Qinglan felt warmth enveloping her heart, her resolve crystallizing. Such a beautiful song. Murmurs of admiration filled the crowd, all praising the melody. Little dimples and long eyelashes, irresistibly charming. I slow my pace, feeling as if I've become intoxicated, finally finding the beauty of a kindred spirit. A lifetime of warmth. I will love you until I grow old. Happiness begins to show signs. Fate brings us closer. And then solitude is swallowed. Boredom transforms into conversation and change. Xiao Bei continued his heartfelt performance. And as the song climbed to its crescendo, even some teachers and instructors looked at him with newfound respect. The instructors, hearing such a sweet melody, couldn't help but smile, perhaps reminiscing about their own youthful days and their own cherished memories. Time had passed, and some regrets lingered, but those memories, whether accompanied by laughter or tears, remained a treasured part of their youth. Perfect youth surely stirs the heart, yet the beauty of imperfect memories holds its own charm. Xiao Bei's song resonated deeply with many present, captivating every student in attendance. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted. Wow, our class monitor is incredible. Old Four, you're amazing. Hu Jilong exclaimed, his voice cracking in excitement. Class monitor, you rock. Teach me to play guitar next time. At this moment, the admiration was palpable. Who among the youth does not wish to impress? Why isn't Xiao Bei in our class? Even if he were, he'd be unattainable. This man shines too brightly. One more. Someone in the audience began to chant, and soon the entire basketball court filled with voices. One more. One more. Xiao Bei raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He then turned to Ji Qinglan and declared, this song is my original composition. I have always told myself that if I meet a girl I like, I must confess with this song. So, Ji Qinglan, would you be my girlfriend? At that moment, Ji Qinglan, covering her mouth, looked at Xiao Bei with red-rimmed eyes. But her gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Wow, Xiao Bei is so romantic. What girl could possibly refuse such a confession? At this moment, I wish to trade places with the illustrious Ji Qinglan. Oh, why have I not encountered such an admirable young man? It is evident that exceptional individuals naturally gravitate towards one another. Accept his confession. Accept his confession. Chapter 35, The Preciousness of Youth. Ji Qinglan had an inkling that Xiao Bei was going to confess his feelings. However, witnessing Xiao Bei's heartfelt declaration directed at her took her by surprise. She had anticipated that she would calmly receive his confession, but to her dismay, tears of emotion streamed down her cheeks. Although she had been enjoying the music, her eyes now glistened with tears. The onlookers fixed their gazes upon Ji Qinglan. Despite her tears, she let out a soft chuckle and approached Xiao Bei, grasping his hand. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Ji Qinglan boldly pressed her lips against Xiao Bei's. True to her nature, Ji Qinglan was anything but ordinary. While many girls would respond verbally to such a confession, she chose to act instead. As their lips met, the air erupted with cheers and screams of delight. The girls gazed enviously at the embracing couple, while the boys, though envious, secretly wished they could take Xiao Bei's place. After their kiss, Xiao Bei smiled gently, thinking, wow, Ji Qinglan has truly become bold. If I were in her shoes, I would probably do the same. There was simply no denying Xiao Bei's brilliance. Handsome, wealthy, and talented. How could one not fall for him? Wait, has our fourth member really found a partner? Hu Jilong looked on in astonishment at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, then turned to Wang Wei and Zhang Zhibua, exclaiming in despair, we promised to remain single together, yet the fourth has forged ahead. Are you too foolish? Wang Wei remarked at the two. Hu Jilong and Zhang Zhibua turned to Wang Wei. Think about it, our fourth has talent. He must have penned more than one song, right? Indeed. He can teach us guitar, can't he? Surely. Then why are you fretting? Once you master the guitar, you can also deliver an original song confession. Are you really worried about remaining single? Wang Wei said with utmost seriousness. Hu Jilong and Zhang Zhibo exchanged glances, realizing the validity of his reasoning, and couldn't help but give Wang Wei a thumbs up. This line of thought was indeed promising. Amidst the excitement, Ji Qinglan softly whispered in Xiao Bei's ear, "You must treat me well." Xiao Bei smiled gently in response. Of course. Another one. Another one. Another one. The classmates' playful shouts filled the air. Xiao Bei gazed affectionately at Ji Qinglan. Do you wish to hear more? Yes, I do. She replied eagerly. Xiao Bei nodded and addressed the crowd. You should express your gratitude to my girlfriend, and then I shall sing another. As his words faded, Class 1 erupted with cheers. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Seeing Class 1's enthusiasm, the other classes joined in the ruckus. Xiao Bei smiled, contemplating what other songs he might recall from his past life. Soon, a title came to mind. Here's 7 Mile Fragrance for everyone. May you all find your youth during your university years. With that, the crowd fell into a hush. Ji Qinglan stood by Xiao Bei's side, beaming with joy at this treasure of a young man, her boyfriend. The guitar's melody filled the air, the prelude as enchanting as ever. As Xiao Bei strummed, he stole glances at Ji Qinglan, smiling softly before beginning to sing. The sparrow outside the window chatters on the power line. You say this line evokes the essence of summer. The pencil in my hand dances across the paper. I use a few lines to describe who you are to me. Xiao Bei chose this song primarily to prevent Ji Qinglan from crying, and it perfectly captured the moment. As he sang for her, Ji Qinglan responded with a tender smile, utterly surprised by the delightful surprises of the day. If it weren't for the basketball court setting, she would have eagerly asked him, what other talents do you possess? The song continued to flow, and in that summer twilight, on that basketball court, as everyone listened to Xiao Bei's melody, they would reminisce fondly in years to come. Xiao Bei would forever remain a luminous figure in their youth, even if that light had little connection to them. Yet, encountering such a remarkably gifted individual during their youth, at the same time and place, was a beautiful memory in itself. The taste of mackerel, the cat wishes to understand. The fragrance of first love is something we have reclaimed. That warm sunlight resembles freshly picked strawberries. You say you cannot bear to let go of this feeling. Wow, how enchanting. Mackerel, cats, first love. Our class leader is indeed talented. Without a doubt, the class leader is a man I cannot have. How fortunate I am to share a class with him in university. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bei, he had already become the spirit of Class 1. I bet if the class leader pursued a career in stardom, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier celebrity. As if, do you think the class leader is in need of money? The rain pours all night, my love spills forth like the rain. In the yard, fallen leaves pile thickly alongside my longing. A few words of gossip cannot cool my ardor. You appear on every page of my poetry. All night, my love spills forth like the rain. As the song concluded, Xiao Bei addressed everyone. Thank you all for your kind words. With the final notes of his song, the day's military training came to an end. The audience gazed at Xiao Bei, reluctant to part ways, their yearning for university life intensifying. Little did they expect that the first day of military training would become such an unforgettable memory. At that moment, the instructor approached, giving Xiao Bei a thumbs up. They had been through similar experiences. Seeing Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan together reminded him of his own past, the foolish and daring things he had done for a girl. Ultimately, regardless of whether that girl ended up marrying her youth, those moments belonged to everyone's youth. They were memories of a time that could never be revisited, which perhaps made youth so beautiful, its uniqueness. That dusk, that playground, those two indistinct silhouettes under the setting sun, that pure love untouched by worldly matters. That cherished memory in one's heart, that is youth. But now how are that girl and that boy? Questions linger, yet the answers remain elusive. All one can do is silently wish them well. On the playground, after returning the guitar to a bespectacled classmate, Xiao Bei hurried back to Ji Qinglan, seizing her hand and sprinting outdoors. He knew that if they lingered any longer, the three mischievous friends wouldn't let him escape. During the military training period, Xiao Bei seized every moment to indulge in sweet moments with Ji Qinglan. Chapter 36. A kiss seals the fate. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the two vanished from the basketball court. Ji Qinglan, hand in hand with Xiao Bei, gazed ahead, a smile gracing her lips as she watched him dash forward. The slanting rays of the sun cast a gentle shadow of the two. He ran, she chased, and he was as if he had sprouted wings. Soon, they had exited the campus. Xiao Bei turned to look at Ji Qinglan, who was beaming at him, and then she pulled out a tissue from her bag. With a delicate hand, she gently wiped the sweat from his brow, playfully chiding, "You just finished military training and now you're running. Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. For I have you by my side." Xiao Bei allowed Ji Qinglan to tend to him. Where are we headed now? She inquired, giggling at his foolishness. Come, I'll take you somewhere. Upon finishing his sentence, Xiao Bei grasped Ji Qinglan's hand and led her toward a nearby community. Where to? Ji Qinglan asked, puzzled. Just follow me, Xiao Bei replied without elaboration, and soon they arrived at a fireworks shop. Boss, I'd like 5 boxes of fireworks, he declared. The proprietor, lounging in a chair and fanning himself, was taken aback by the sight of the charming couple entering and ordering 5 boxes in one breath. He immediately set aside his fan and welcomed them with a smile. Are you sure about 5 boxes? The shopkeeper asked again, and Xiao Bei nodded affirmatively, grinning. Darling, here are my car keys. The car is parked nearby. Could you please bring it over? Xiao Bei handed the keys to Ji Qinglan, the term darling rolling off his tongue effortlessly. Ji Qinglan instinctively accepted the keys, glanced at Xiao Bei, and without further ado, went to retrieve the car. Once she had left, Xiao Bei turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, Is my order from yesterday ready? I was just waiting for you. I thought you wouldn't show up. By the way, did the performance just now go off without a hitch? The shopkeeper asked with a grin, looking at the young college student. It went perfectly. Xiao Bei chuckled. In fact, he had noticed the fireworks shop the previous day when he returned to school and had planned to confess his feelings to Ji Qinglan if she came to find him. Indeed, opportunity favors the prepared. Regardless of whether today would be a success, it is always wise to be ready. Thus, he had placed an order for 5 specific boxes of fireworks, even paying extra to ensure they would be ready by this morning. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper produced the 5 vibrant fireworks, instructing, Here are the fireworks. Set them up in order, spaced 1 meter apart, and ignite them simultaneously. The shopkeeper beamed at Xiao Bei, who nodded in understanding. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, Ji Qinglan drove Xiao Bei's car to the shop's entrance. Xiao Bei and the proprietor loaded the fireworks into the car's trunk. Upon seeing the vehicle, the shopkeeper realized that the young man before him was indeed remarkable. Are you driving, or shall I? Ji Qinglan asked as she exited the driver's seat. You sit in the passenger side. I'll take the wheel. Xiao Bei opened the door for her, and Ji Qinglan gracefully took her seat. After she was settled, Xiao Bei joined her in the car, fastening her seatbelt with care. So where to now? We can't set off fireworks in the city, Ji Qinglan said, looking at Xiao Bei with a smile. Moreover, what made you think of setting off fireworks? She inquired again, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to uncover the reason behind his choice. Xiao Bei started the engine and replied casually, Because you mentioned in your moments that you wanted to set off fireworks just once. Whatever you wish to do in the future, I want to accompany you. His tone was calm, yet to Ji Qinglan's ears, it resonated with unwavering resolve. Sometimes, a girl's social media posts serve as subtle hints. Some boys, oblivious, may not catch on, but Xiao Bei was different. All he needed was to glance at her posts to discern the nuances. Why do girls often prefer charming rogues over straightforward boys? It is not merely due to the allure of a rogue's looks. Rather, it is their adeptness at handling details. Thus, in matters of love, one must possess a rogue's mindset. Xiao Bei had contemplated where to set off the fireworks even yesterday. Recalling from his past experiences, he knew of a secluded section of the Qiantang River embankment nearby, not one of the renowned spots, but rather an abandoned area seldom visited by anyone. It was a private little hideaway he had discovered during a time of personal discontent, conveniently located near Hangzhou University. Before long, they arrived at a narrow path surrounded by overgrown grass. Aren't you afraid I might sell you off? Xiao Bei teased as he drove. Not at all, for I know you wouldn't. Ji Qinglan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with tender affection. Ji Qinglan had a wonderfully open-hearted nature. When she loved wholeheartedly without pretense. Hearing her words, Xiao Bei reached out and intertwined his fingers with hers. Soon, they reached the embankment, where darkness had enveloped the surroundings, rendering it eerily silent, devoid of streetlights. Xiao Bei switched on the car lights and turned to Ji Qinglan, exclaiming, Let's get out. It's time for fireworks. Ji Qinglan nodded, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Once outside, Xiao Bei began to set up the fireworks in sequential order, placing them carefully together and connecting the fuses. Why connect them together? Can't we ignite them one by one? Ji Qinglan asked, puzzled. Because I possess magical abilities. Igniting them this way will create a more spectacular display. Do you trust me? Xiao Bei replied with a smile. Ji Qinglan knelt beside him, observing the fireworks, then glanced back at him and nodded. Once the fuses were properly connected, Xiao Bei beckoned Ji Qinglan to his side. He embraced her from behind, holding her hands in his. On the count of 3, you'll light it. Okay, Ji Qinglan said, feeling the warmth of Xiao Bei's embrace, her heart swelling with warmth. She held the lighter as Xiao Bei began to count. 3, 2, 1. With that, Ji Qinglan flicked the lighter to life. As Xiao Bei held her hands, he guided the flame toward the fuse. With the ignition, the fuses cascaded toward the 5 fireworks. Almost simultaneously, they stood up. Xiao Bei, still holding Ji Qinglan, whispered in her ear, "Watch closely. I have magic." Ji Qinglan shyly responded, and soon 5 fireworks shot skyward, with a series of joyous bursts. The fireworks exploded in the night sky, and as Ji Qinglan turned to look at the display, her eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze glistening with emotion. The fireworks illuminated the sky, spelling out "Xiao Bei loves Ji Qinglan" in vibrant letters. "Do you like it?" Xiao Bei inquired, holding Ji Qinglan close as he whispered in her ear. Without a word, Ji Qinglan pulled out her phone to capture the moment, then turned and boldly pressed her lips against Xiao Bei's, one hand still poised to take a photograph of the two of them. Ji Qinglan's actions resonated with Xiao Bei. In this moment, they sealed their affection with a kiss. Chapter 37. Hu Jilung's Oath of Poison. The two engaged in a passionate embrace, neither willing to release the other. Eventually, they were both gasping for breath, prompting them to part. "Thank you, Xiao Bei." "Fool, there's no need to thank me." They gazed into each other's eyes. "You are truly beautiful, Qinglan. And you are exceptionally handsome, Xiao Bei." They exchanged glances, their cheeks drawing nearer, preparing for another ardent kiss. Just as they were about to lock lips, a figure appeared in the distance, wielding a flashlight and rushing toward them. "Run." "Okay." Xiao Bei grasped Ji Qinglan's hand, and they sprinted toward the car. Once inside, Xiao Bei swiftly started the engine, executing a drift before turning the vehicle around and speeding away. Inside the car, Ji Qinglan still bore a look of lingering trepidation. "Was that thrilling?" Xiao Bei asked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on her. Ji Qinglan patted her chest, exclaiming with excitement, "It was exhilarating, but we can't do that again." "All right, are you hungry?" he inquired, glancing at her. Ji Qinglan nodded. "Let's get you home first. Then I'll take a shower, and we can go out for dinner." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and replied, "There's no need. I don't mind you at all. Be a good boy, and let's go to the trash street, shall we?" She reminisced about the spicy hot pot from yesterday, feeling nostalgic for the culinary delights of Trash Street. Seeing Ji Qinglan insist, Xiao Bei said nothing further and drove directly to the entrance of Hangzhou City University of Fine Arts. Their earlier awkwardness had dissipated, and now they were entirely at ease with each other. After exiting the car, Ji Qinglan naturally linked her arm with Xiao Bei's. The surrounding classmates were no longer surprised, as the two had just topped their respective campuses' trending lists. Military training, original song confession. They paid no mind to the opinions of others. After all, life is theirs to live. Xiao Bei took Ji Qinglan to Trash Street. Today, she craved barbecue, and he indulged her whim. As they dined, they exchanged sweet nothings, oblivious to the world around them, reveling in their affection. After their meal, Xiao Bei escorted Ji Qinglan back to school before returning to his dormitory. Upon arrival, he was inevitably bombarded with inquiries from his friends. "Hu Jilung, what is it like being with a goddess?" "Zhang Zhibua, what is it like kissing a goddess?" "Do you have bad breath?" "Wang Wei, did the goddess say you have bad breath?" Their peculiar questions were met with Xiao Bei's indifference as he hummed a little tune and headed for a shower. The three friends could only envy him, filled with jealousy but devoid of resentment. The following day, military training continued, but after yesterday's events, everyone had adapted. Each student trained diligently, and Xiao Bei continued to look after Class 1. Occasionally, Ji Qinglan would visit him, and the basketball court was thick with the scent of budding romance. Time flew, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the final day of military training, culminating in an inspection by the school leaders. Xiao Bei proudly served as the flag bearer for the entire finance department. September 30th, the month of military training was drawing to a close, and the freshmen prepared for the final performance. As the flag bearer for the finance department, Xiao Bei donned the military uniform, impeccably tailored, with polished black boots. He truly looked the part. At that moment in finance class 1, Xiao Bei was finalizing the last details with Hu Jilong. "You better make me look good in the photos later. My sister-in-law can't make it today, and I need to show her." Hu Jilong patted his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, I'll capture you perfectly. If I mess this up." Hu Jilong racked his brain for a solemn vow, quickly concocting a ridiculous oath. "When our class goes out to have fun, you find them ladies, and I'll take the dinosaurs. I, Hu Jilong, will allow them to have their way with me. If I say no, may I be cursed." The boys in class 1 collectively gave Hu Jilong a thumbs up. "That oath is solid. All right, brother, I trust you." Xiao Bei chuckled. With the military band playing, the performance commenced. Every year, numerous upperclassmen flocked to witness the spectacle, eager to see handsome boys and beautiful girls. The reviewing stand was not only occupied by leaders, but also crowded with an array of upperclassmen. Soon, after a lengthy wait, Hu Jilong finally spotted the finance department's formation making its entrance. He held his phone high, the camera focused on Xiao Bei. In that moment, Hu Jilong appeared less like a hefty fellow and more like an agile, albeit still portly, individual. Just as he was capturing Xiao Bei's dashing figure, He suddenly noticed a girl persistently following beside him, also filming the finance department's formation and seemingly capturing Xiao Bei as well. Who is she? Her figure is quite impressive. Yet, Hu Jilong didn't dwell on it, knowing he needed to focus on filming or risk the wrath of the dinosaurs. Whoever it is, they can't interrupt my shoot of Old For's charisma. Truth be told, Hu Jilong had a selfish motive. If he managed to capture Old For perfectly, perhaps his sister-in-law would introduce him to a younger sister. How delightful. The finance department marched proudly to the central reviewing area amid a triumphant symphony. Soon, Hu Jilong spotted the flag bearer, Xiao Bei, leading the finance department, and he was overwhelmed with excitement, more exhilarating than any other experience. Wow, so handsome, Hu Jilong exclaimed, snapping photos of Xiao Bei. However, his excitement caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably. I can't let this happen, Hu Jilong muttered, realizing that a poor shoot could lead to dire consequences. Envisioning a scene of a dinosaur looming over him, he quickly steadied himself, capturing Xiao Bei while murmuring, "Damn. Old For is so handsome, don't shake. Old For, don't walk so fast. I'm going to miss the shot. I can't let this happen. Am I really going to be at the mercy of the dinosaurs? No way. I'd rather be a eunuch than face that. Come on, Long Go. You can do it. You'll capture the moment perfectly," Hu Jilong encouraged himself. Just then, the girl he had noticed earlier, wearing a baseball cap, overheard his muttering and couldn't help but chuckle. She figured that Xiao Bei must have given Hu Jilong some sort of task. Chapter 38, The End of Military Training. Just as Hu Jilong was in a state of frantic anxiety, Xiao Bei was fully prepared. He then called out with clarity and authority, "Attention, right face." Xiao Bei's voice rang clear and powerful, and as his command echoed, every student in the finance department, in perfect synchrony, transitioned into a precise march. Xiao Bei adjusted the flag he had previously held high, tilting it at a 45-degree angle, with the front of the flag facing forward and the flagpole pointed downward. He then stepped forward in unison with the several formations behind him, executing each movement with impeccable precision and synchronized sound, flowing seamlessly without the slightest delay. As he kicked forward, his thighs and calves were perfectly straight, with the tops of his feet parallel to the ground. That instant of stillness was almost frozen in time, deeply etched in the eyes of all, particularly for Xiao Bei. As the flag bearer, all eyes were upon him. Each step he took resembled a fierce tiger emerging from the wild, resonating with power and his posture standing tall, coupled with his physique and good looks. He commanded an unparalleled presence. The senior students on the reviewing stand also took notice of Xiao Bei, erupting into exclamations of admiration. Wow, so handsome. Oh my, the leading guy has something special about him. He must be back from the army, right? Wow, ladies, look, the flag bearer from the finance department is actually Xiao Bei. Who is Xiao Bei? Girl, where have you been living? Xiao Bei is the new campus heartthrob, incredibly handsome. Oh my, he's so striking, but what a pity. He already has a girlfriend. Hu Jilong, observing Xiao Bei's gallant demeanor, was also taken aback. Although he had always known that the fourth brother was doing exceptionally well, he had not anticipated it to be this remarkable. A sudden feeling of envy washed over him, akin to the famous saying, "Why must there be a Zhuge Liang when there is a you?" However, at that moment, Hu Jilong found that his hands were no longer trembling. Wow, this is exhilarating. Thus, he began maneuvering through the crowd, excitedly approaching the edge of the track, aiming his phone at Xiao Bei while backing up to capture the moment. As he reached the center of the reviewing stand, Xiao Bei waved the red flag to the right and shouted the second command, "Salute." The formations behind him raised their hands in perfect unison, particularly the Finance Class 1, which had practiced diligently under Xiao Bei's guidance. This class was exceptional, and so was their leading young man. Indeed, the world is filled with talent, each generation surpassing the last. Several school leaders expressed high praise for both Xiao Bei and Class 1. Once the formations stepped beyond the reviewing stand, Xiao Bei shouted, "Everyone, march in step." After the review concluded and the troops exited the stand, a chorus of familiar voices echoed behind him. "Captain, you were so handsome just now. Ah, my emperor, I want to be your concubine. Captain, when are we going to the bar?" Xiao Bei, hearing the murmurs behind him, smiled slightly and replied, "Keep it up. Class 1, we have one last stretch to go. If we succeed, there will be rewards from this emperor. Yay, Captain is mighty. Captain, you're amazing. Captain, you're the most handsome." Amidst the praises, Class 1 returned to their designated position. Now they only needed to wait for the completion of the entire review. A month's effort culminated in this moment. Upon returning to their spot, Xiao Bei eagerly waved at Hu Jilong, who hurried over. "Fourth brother, look, absolutely dashing." Xiao Bei immediately grabbed his phone to view the footage Hu Jilong had captured. Initially, it seemed fine, but the background noise of Hu Jilong's comments had all been recorded. "Dude, what were you muttering about?" Xiao Bei asked Hu Jilong. Upon hearing this, Hu Jilong's previously joyful expression visibly paled. Oh no, fourth brother is upset. I'm done for. I'm going to be devoured by a dinosaur. No. Xiao Bei found Hu Jilong's reaction amusing. Aside from your muttering, everything else is good. Just let this slide. Remember to send it to me. Hearing this, Hu Jilong's face brightened instantly. Fourth brother, I'll send it to you right now. It's truly impressive. Your girlfriend will be absolutely thrilled. And who knows what rewards you might receive tonight. Stop. What occasion is this? Enough, enough. Xiao Bei quickly urged Hu Jilong to silence. Hu Jilong grinned mischievously. I get it. But fourth brother, you were truly stunning. Just now when you walked past. The reviewing stand was filled with screams from the girls. Of course. Who do you think I am? Xiao Bei unabashedly replied to Hu Jilong. Soon, as they chatted, the entire freshman military training review concluded, followed by speeches from the leaders. Finally, the event came to an end. When the leaders announced its conclusion, the entire playground erupted in cheers. Hats were tossed into the sky. The military training was finally over. The members of Class 1 gathered around Xiao Bei. Seeing this, Xiao Bei grinned and waved his hand. Everyone, head back to the dorms immediately for a shower. Boys, dress sharply. Girls, look beautiful. At 7 p.m. We'll meet at the Hilton Hotel. Don't be late. I've made reservations. Oh yeah, Captain is mighty. Captain is so handsome. Captain, you're my son. Who just said that? Come out. Xiao Bei laughed as he scolded Class 1. Ha! It was me, Captain. I got too excited and misspoke. Let me say it again. Captain, you're truly handsome. You're my grandpa. Wang Wei laughed heartily. Xiao Bei quickly dismissed the crowd, as he had something very important to do. Sending the video Hu Jilong had just recorded to two people, one being Lu Qingyan far away in Shanghai, and the other, his current girlfriend, Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei grabbed his phone, preparing to send the video to Ji Qinglan. Just as he unlocked the screen, a message popped up on WeChat. Qinglan, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting at the company? Why are you messaging me now? Xiao Bei wondered as he opened WeChat, only to find a video. In the video, Hu Jilong was capturing moments of himself. What the? Xiao Bei was surprised but delighted, quickly darting out of the crowd to look around. Soon, he spotted a charming figure not far away, dressed in a white dress and a white cap. She stood at a distance, swaying her phone and gazing at Xiao Bei. It was none other than Ji Qinglan. Overjoyed, Xiao Bei rushed over and embraced her. Little vixen, playing a surprise attack on me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Ah. Ji Qinglan squealed as Xiao Bei lifted her off the ground and spun her around a few times before stopping. She looked at her boy with a smile and said, I wanted to give you a surprise. Then, she giggled while wrapping her arms around Xiao Bei's neck. Chapter 39, The Surprise from Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan showcased their affection nearby, while the classmates from Class 1 who had not yet left were once again fed a dose of dog food. Of course, the most affected were not the members of Class 1, but the senior girls who had just admired Xiao Bei from the reviewing stand. Hu Jilong, recognizing a familiar girl, was momentarily stunned. Wait, was that just now his girlfriend? The captain's love is something we can only envy. Wow, so she came today? She's stunning. Her figure, her looks, she's never tiresome to behold. Damn, she's so beautiful. Doesn't she have any friends? Yeah. I suddenly want to find a beautiful girlfriend from the Art Academy too. Any girl would do. There are definitely more beautiful girls in the Art Academy than at Hangqing University. After all, it is the Fine Arts Academy, a realm dedicated to the arts, where beauty predominates. Witnessing the affectionate display between Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, the two actually shared a kiss in plain sight. Instantly, a chorus of lamentations erupted. Darn it. I suddenly feel such envy towards the class monitor. Why must the monitor be so exceptional? Oh, how I yearn to comprehend the essence of a goddess. As for the taste of a goddess, I cannot say, but I certainly know the flavor of seaweed, specifically, the delightful taste of seaweed snacks. On the other hand, Ji Qinglan felt the hostility emanating from some girls nearby, yet she chose to disregard it. Instead, she was preoccupied with Hu Jilong's earlier words. How could it be that after tirelessly pushing through my studies with the sole intention of attending your military training performance, you plan to take them out at night? And have you resumed your little role-playing games as emperor and court ladies? Pray tell, how many concubines do you intend to take, my emperor? Caught in the act, Xiao Bei could only feign nonchalance. The popularity of your man reflects your discerning taste. His fidelity attests to your charm. Rest assured, as long as you reign, she shall forever remain a mere court lady. Xiao Bei retorted with a sly smile. Are you certain she isn't a favored consort? Indeed, she is not. Xiao Bei confidently shook his head. Then let us go. When you dine out tonight and visit bars, you must take me along. I intend to keep a close watch on you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled and nodded, casting a glance at Ji Qinglan's enticing red lips. Darling, shall we share another kiss? Get away. I find you utterly annoying. How could I not have noticed your lewdness when we first got together? Do you now regret it? Xiao Bei chuckled, gazing at Ji Qinglan. She looked back at him, a playful blush gracing her cheeks. If there is regret to be had, it shall be you regretting me. Huh. Back when we first started dating, I didn't see you as so fierce. Xiao Bei teased. What did you say? Ji Qinglan shot him a knowing look. Nothing, my dear. I was merely praising you. Xiao Bei quickly admitted his faux pas. Never mind that. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Ultimately, Ji Qinglan chose not to dwell on it, as she never truly cared that much. When she decided to enter a relationship with Xiao Bei, she understood that he was not solely hers to possess. A boy of his caliber would inevitably attract many admirers. However, what Ji Qinglan desired was for Xiao Bei to shield her from the trivialities of such matters, no matter the time. My dear, shall we take our leave? I will head back to the dormitory and change my clothes before seeking you out. Yes, I shall follow your lead, Ji Qinglan nodded, willingly taking hold of Xiao Bei's hand. This aspect of Ji Qinglan was particularly admirable. She possessed emotional intelligence, granting Xiao Bei face in public and openly discussing matters without being secretive or unreasonable. Thus, Xiao Bei was ever so indulgent towards Ji Qinglan. Come now, let us avoid the sun and return to the dormitory, Xiao Bei urged, pulling Ji Qinglan along as he called out to his classmates. Everyone, head back to the dorms. There's a dinner gathering tonight. The students of Class 1 smiled at the sight of Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, exchanging knowing glances. At that moment, Hu Jilong and his companions rushed over. Sister-in-law, that was you just now. My apologies for not recognizing you. Hu Jilong quickly offered his apologies. If I fail to impress in front of my sister-in-law, the lovely ladies of the Fine Arts Academy will be lost to me. Ji Qinglan covered her mouth, laughing as she looked at Hu Jilong. It's quite all right. I must thank you for making our rascal look so dashing. Humbled by her words, Hu Jilong scratched the back of his head, feeling bashful. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. Following this, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan held hands while the trio of Hu Jilong's friends led the way back to the dormitory. Ji Qinglan had initially intended to wait for Xiao Bei downstairs, but upon hearing him, she received a reassuring glance and followed him to the gatekeeper, Grandpa Chun. Grandpa Chun, my girlfriend has come to see me. It's rather warm, so I'm taking her up to enjoy the air conditioning. Grandpa Chun smiled and waved him through. Go on up, Xiao Bei. Without asking any questions or causing any trouble, he granted them passage. Ji Qinglan giggled. You're quite the charmer, Xiao Bei. Sweeping through the dormitory with ease. A trivial feat, nothing to boast about. It primarily stems from my excellent rapport with Grandpa Chun. While the gatekeeper's authority may seem limited, he can be quite helpful at times, just like now. Thus, Xiao Bei led Ji Qinglan upstairs to the dormitory, where the trio of Hu Jilong's friends, upon noticing Xiao Bei was accompanied by his sister-in-law, rushed ahead. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they called out to their classmates. Brothers in nothing but underwear, or those in shorts, pay attention. A beauty has arrived. Zhuyu, stop parading around in those floral shorts. It's not a good look. Whoa, where's the beauty? Oh, it's sister-in-law. Hurry, put on your clothes. There's no need to flaunt your belly. Upon hearing sister-in-law, everyone hurried back to their dorms, closing the doors behind them. Xiao Bei had now established himself as the undeniable leader of Class 1, earning the utmost respect from his peers, especially with Ji Qinglan, the campus beauty from the Fine Arts Academy. If she were pleased, perhaps she would introduce a few more lovely ladies, which would be delightful. As Xiao Bei guided Ji Qinglan to the 4th floor, they were met with no obstacles. Upon entering their dormitory, the trio of Hu Jilong's friends quickly tidied their beds in a rushed manner. As soon as Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan stepped inside, they were greeted by the three, who enthusiastically welcomed Ji Qinglan. Welcome, sister-in-law, to dorm 401. We are truly honored by your presence. Here, have some water. This is Old C's spot. Please have a seat. Xiao Bei was quite pleased with the way his friends treated Ji Qinglan, and she offered a gentle smile as she gracefully took her seat. Xiao Bei then addressed the three friends. You three, take your change of clothes and wash up in the next room. Haha, all right, we won't disturb sister-in-law any longer. They replied, scurrying off. Ji Qinglan glanced at Xiao Bei. Is it that you hold quite the sway around here? Well, one should consider who my husband is. Always with the cheeky remarks. Now go take your shower. Ji Qinglan laughed. Of course, my dear, just wait for me. Xiao Bei hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the bathroom. Once Xiao Bei was inside, Ji Qinglan looked at the clothes he had left on the bed. With a subtle smile, she began folding them meticulously, showcasing her remarkable domestic skills. Chapter 40. Ji Qinglan drying Xiao Bei's hair. After finishing his shower, Xiao Bei emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair as he approached Ji Qinglan. As he reached his bed, he suddenly noticed that his clothes were neatly folded, and his slightly disorganized desk had been tidied up as well. Seeing this, Xiao Bei turned to Ji Qinglan and asked, Did you do this, my dear? Ji Qinglan shot him a playful glare, her heart swelling with joy, though she retorted, You can't even keep your own bed tidy? Hee hee. Isn't it delightful to have a wife around? It's just that the recent military training has been utterly exhausting. It wasn't like this before. Everything was quite tidy. Xiao Bei extended a hand, grasping Ji Qinglan's, a playful grin adorning his face. All right, military training it is. But should I return and find this place still in disarray, I shall not assist you in tidying it up. Ji Qinglan's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei emerged, he was clad only in a pair of shorts, a tank top highlighting the contours of his muscles. Though they had been together for a month, Xiao Bei typically donned either a military training tee or uniform, leaving Ji Qinglan yet to witness the full extent of his physique. Now, confronted with Xiao Bei's form, Ji Qinglan's face turned a delightful shade of crimson. Xiao Bei had intentionally dressed this way to gauge Ji Qinglan's reaction. Showcasing his assets was simply not in his nature. My dear wife, why the rosy cheeks? He teased, a smug smile spreading across his lips. Oh, you rascal. Hurry and put on a proper outfit. You'll catch a chill. Ji Qinglan retorted, her eyes occasionally darting toward Xiao Bei's muscular frame. Such a physique could be quite captivating to any woman. Observing Ji Qinglan's bashful demeanor, Xiao Bei quipped, all right, I shall don my attire immediately. With that, he slipped on his shirt. Ji Qinglan, watching him dress, especially noting his defined abs, felt her cheeks warm even further. She deliberately turned her head away, attempting to avoid the tantalizing sight. Once Xiao Bei was dressed, he flashed a subtle smile and seized Ji Qinglan's hand, catching her off guard. Am I not handsome, my dear? Ji Qinglan instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but Xiao Bei held it firmly, and she found herself reluctant to pull away. Such vanity, Ji Qinglan declared boldly, though her body betrayed her true feelings. Am I handsome? Yes, you are handsome. Satisfied now? She relented softly, unable to withstand his charm. So, with such a handsome husband, do I earn a reward? Xiao Bei inquired with a grin, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, his breath sending shivers down her spine. Ji Qinglan, blushing, glanced at him shyly and murmured, you naughty boy, what kind of reward do you desire? Xiao Bei chuckled, that depends on you. Their atmosphere grew increasingly flirtatious. All right, I suppose I can reluctantly grant you a kiss. After all, my kisses are not for everyone. Ji Qinglan said, her face aflame, embodying the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Her eyes burning with intensity. Xiao Bei found her demeanor amusing. She was evidently shy yet trying to maintain an air of bravado. My dear wife, do you realize you are playing with fire? He teased. Oh, is that so? And where is your fire? Ji Qinglan countered, her expression playful, leaning closer to whisper. I simply enjoy playing with fire. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Bei could no longer contain himself and pulled Ji Qinglan into a tight embrace. To his delight, she reciprocated. At that moment, Ji Qinglan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with a mix of shyness and longing for Xiao Bei. You brought this upon yourself, he thought. Spinning around to switch their positions. Fixating on Ji Qinglan's luscious lips, he boldly kissed her. To his surprise, she eagerly responded, their kisses deepening. But Xiao Bei soon sought to escalate the intimacy further. Ji Qinglan, regaining her senses, halted his hands. Dear husband, she began, placing a finger gently on his lips. Not here. Let us save that for tonight when we go out. Her eyes shone with bashfulness. Xiao Bei's heart raced at her words. Hee. I shall heed my wife's wishes. Ji Qinglan offered a shy smile. She had contemplated such matters during their relationship. After all, one cannot remain overly reserved with someone they truly cherish. All right, let go of me. Your roommate will be back soon. Ji Qinglan's voice was barely above a whisper. Their interaction feeling like a secret rendezvous. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, releasing her, and Ji Qinglan then surveyed his attire. You look quite layered in that outfit, she remarked. Swiftly adjusting his clothing, Xiao Bei chuckled. Having a wife is indeed splendid. He complied with her suggestions. Ji Qinglan styled him in a Korean-inspired look, a pristine white Gucci tee layered beneath a black CK short-sleeved shirt, paired with black Balenciaga casual trousers. Just as he finished dressing, Ji Qinglan approached and tucked his shirt into his pants, unbuttoning 2 buttons to reveal the white beneath, enhancing the layered effect. Don those Timberland boots, Ji Qinglan commanded, resembling a long-married wife dressing her husband. But, given her profession as a designer, it was fitting. Xiao Bei obediently donned the boots. Next, Ji Qinglan presented him with his Vacheron Constantin watch, stepping back to admire her handiwork with satisfaction. Sit down, she instructed. Why? He asked. So I can style your hair. She replied with a gentle smile. Xiao Bei complied, relishing the fact that his wife was pampering him. Ji Qinglan styled his hair into a fashionable side part, transforming his demeanor into a ruggedly handsome one. Perfect, she thought, satisfied with her boyfriend's appearance. Having a wife meant he would never have to worry about his wardrobe again. Chapter 41, The Dinner Gathering. Finally, Ji Qinglan crossed her arms and regarded Xiao Bei. Nodding in approval. My husband is truly dashing. I feel as though I have become your model, Xiao Bei teased, but soon sensed a wave of seriousness from her. Ji Qinglan's designer aura enveloped him, making him aware that when she entered her domain, she was indeed formidable. You look truly handsome, my dear, he exclaimed, rising to admire himself in the mirror. While checking his reflection was a ruse, it was a genuine attempt to diffuse Ji Qinglan's intensity. Yes, I know you're handsome. But if you don't want me to design for you anymore, I want Ji Qinglan stated nonchalantly. No, from now on. You shall be in charge of my style. I will be your devoted model for life. Xiao Bei responded, pulling Ji Qinglan closer just as the dormitory door swung open. Three friends entered, glancing at the couple holding hands. They exchanged awkward smiles. We didn't interrupt anything, did we? If so, we can wait outside. Oh. It seems I can also act as your lookout outside. The three canine sons are incapable of producing anything of value. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan smiled gently and gracefully remarked, It's nothing. I seem to have intruded. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. Yes, indeed. All right then. Let's cease our banter and set off. Xiao Bei chuckled as he observed the group. All set. Then let us venture forth together. You've all been standing for quite a while and must be weary. Ji Qinglan addressed Xiao Bei's three roommates with utmost courtesy. She then took the initiative to link her arm with Xiao Bei's. Upon reaching the ground floor of the dormitory, the entire group had gathered. Xiao Bei waved his hand grandly, and they all marched towards the Hilton Hotel, which was not far from the school. A large private room had already been reserved by Xiao Bei. During the meal, the boys of Class 1 engaged in a series of antics, attempting to curry favor with the sister-in-law. What was their motivation? Those with a modicum of emotional intelligence knew it wasn't merely to have Ji Qinglan introduce them to art students. In truth, out of the entire Class 1, only about 8 possessed the charisma to woo the Art Academy's ladies. The rest merely joined in the ruckus, simply because Ji Qinglan was Xiao Bei's girlfriend. Ji Qinglan, amused by Xiao Bei's classmates, warmly invited, You are always welcome to visit the Art Academy. As long as my girlfriends are available, I will bring you along for some socializing. Xiao Bei couldn't help but chuckle at this. What did it mean? You hardly have time to deal with me. Yet some foolish lads genuinely believed her. Each one was filled with immense excitement. However, this promise, which appeared somewhat implausible in Xiao Bei's eyes, commanded respect from his classmates. To be fair, Xiao Bei couldn't help but exclaim that his beloved wife truly brought honor to her man. At that moment, the most exhilarated among them was Hu Jilong. Wonderful. Sister-in-law, with your words, I am not far from finding my other half. Just as Xiao Bei was about to interject, Zhu Yu beside him expressed his discontent. Aren't you always enamored with Yang Yuhan? What's this about now, trying to snatch your sister-in-law as friend? Indeed, you glutton. You're being rather greedy, chimed in Zhang Zhibua. Xiao Bei. Hu Jilong, who says women are fickle? Men can be too. Is it wrong for me to be a little capricious? The crowd. What about your integrity? You flatterer. After the meal, Xiao Bei initially planned to take everyone to a bar, but, upon glancing at the enchanting Ji Qinglan beside him, his heart ignited with fervor. Thus, he directly transferred 500,000 yuan to Wang Wei, instructing him to take the classmates out. Upon receiving the transfer from Xiao Bei, Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Did he just hand over 500,000 yuan without hesitation? Meanwhile, those observing for the first time grasped the extent of Xiao Bei's financial prowess. Big shot. We must cling to the class leader's leg tightly. Ji Qinglan was fully aware of Xiao Bei's intentions and playfully pinched his waist. Yet, she felt a flutter of anticipation. Typically, such matters see women more eager than men, though women tend to be somewhat reserved. After discussing a few matters, Xiao Bei took Ji Qinglan and drove away. Once in the car, Ji Qinglan cast a flirtatious glance at Xiao Bei. He grinned broadly. Ji Qinglan leaned close to his ear and whispered, Let's south go to my place. Xiao Bei had initially intended to head to the hotel, but upon hearing Ji Qinglan's words, his heart soared with delight. What a splendid wife he had, already securing a venue. Without delay, he started the vehicle and, following Ji Qinglan's navigation, drove towards her home. Once he saw the location Ji Qinglan provided, he realized her residence was quite extraordinary, for she lived in one of Hangzhou's premier duplex luxury apartments, Wangjiang Pavilion. Around 9 o'clock at night, as the darkness deepened, Xiao Bei's car pulled into Wangjiang Pavilion. After parking, the two sat in the vehicle, exchanging gazes. The atmosphere in the car fell into a tranquil silence until Ji Qinglan broke it. Shall we head inside? With that, she shyly exited the car. Xiao Bei chuckled and followed suit. Soon, they found themselves in the elevator, which whisked them to the 28th floor, where Ji Qinglan's home was located. The elevator moved swiftly, and their hearts raced in tandem. At this moment, they held hands. Ding! The elevator reached the 28th floor, and Ji Qinglan grasped Xiao Bei's hand as they entered her abode. Wangjiang Pavilion featured a single unit per elevator, and upon the doors closing, Xiao Bei swiftly scooped Ji Qinglan into his arms in a princess carry. She made no attempt to resist. Her face flushed as she whispered in his ear, "To the master bedroom on the second floor." With this unspoken permission, Xiao Bei carried Ji Qinglan upstairs. Once they arrived at her bedroom, he gently placed her on the bed, preparing to turn on the lights. Ji Qinglan, blushing, leaned close to Xiao Bei's ear and softly said, "Darling, please don't turn on the lights, but I want to be able to see you otherwise." Xiao Bei replied, "Turn it off, it'll waste electricity," Ji Qinglan said, shyly burying her head. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. That reasoning seemed rather flimsy. "We can afford the electricity, let us leave it on." "All right, darling." Ji Qinglan tugged at Xiao Bei's arm playfully, her eyes twinkling as she pleaded, "Please, good husband." "Then will you behave?" Xiao Bei asked with a grin. "I will. I'll listen to everything you say from now on." "Then let us at least turn on the bedside lamp." Xiao Bei pointed to the lamp beside the bed with a smile. "Okay, I'll listen to my husband," Ji Qinglan shyly replied. As for what transpired in the room, only the moon bore witness. Chapter 42. Preparing breakfast for Ji Qinglan. In the morning, they lay beneath a thin blanket, playfully tussling with each other. After a while of cuddling, Ji Qinglan shyly declared, "It's time to get up." Xiao Bei gazed at Ji Qinglan, who resembled a small kitten curled up in his embrace, her large eyes staring at him. Without hesitation, he lifted Ji Qinglan in his arms. "You naughty one. Are you up to mischief again?" Ji Qinglan blushed, looking playfully at Xiao Bei, who chuckled in response. An hour later, Ji Qinglan clung to Xiao Bei like an octopus, her head resting on his chest as she said, "Darling, get up. I have a class this morning." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei, teasingly. "All right, I'll get up. But what do I do while you're in class?" Xiao Bei replied with a hint of frustration. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly, looked at him, and wrapped her arms around his neck. "How about you accompany me to class, just for one period?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei pondered for a moment, then grinned broadly. Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts? Wasn't he that a place bustling with beauties? "I'm in. I must go." Noticing Xiao Bei's change in demeanor, Ji Qinglan playfully pinched his waist and exclaimed, "You naughty boy, what are you scheming now?" Xiao Bei gazed at Ji Qinglan, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms, feeling the smoothness of her skin. "Come on, darling, let us take a bath together." Ji Qinglan, without any struggle, shyly nestled her face against Xiao Bei's shoulder. Soon enough, the two found themselves in the bathroom, indulging in each other's presence for over an hour. It was only after Ji Qinglan's pleas for mercy that Xiao Bei finally allowed her to emerge from the bath. Freshly cleansed, Ji Qinglan shot him a glare, thinking to herself that her husband truly resembled a beast. Her gaze then fell upon the vibrant red sheets on the bed. She prepared to strip them off, intending to wash them. "Let me help with that," Xiao Bei offered, eager to assist. After all, his wife had entrusted him with her most precious possession the previous night. As a man, he felt it was his duty to be considerate. "No need. You should go get dressed. By the way, there are fresh clothes in the right side wardrobe," Ji Qinglan instinctively replied. Xiao Bei paused, slightly taken aback. "What is this all about?" he teased, looking at her with a playful glint in his eyes. "Darling, so you were prepared after all." "Nonsense. You're not in military training, are you? I bought you a few outfits recently, intending to gift them to you after the training," Ji Qinglan explained. But before she could finish, Xiao Bei had wrapped his arms around her from behind. With a gentle kiss near her ear, he whispered, "You're truly wonderful, my wife." Ji Qinglan's lips curled into a slight smile as she asked, "How wonderful? Forever my beloved consort." Xiao Bei replied earnestly. Ji Qinglan shot him another playful glare. "You're such a rogue, but that is more like it. Darling, you tidy up while I prepare breakfast," Xiao Bei suggested after a moment's contemplation. Ji Qinglan looked at him skeptically. "You're cooking? Are you sure you can? Just focus on getting ready. Once you're done, come down to enjoy the meal I've prepared." Xiao Bei chuckled, sharing a quick kiss before heading downstairs. He took the opportunity to explore the opulent mansion, realizing he too needed to purchase a place of his own. Living in his girlfriend's home felt somewhat like being a kept man. Yet, being a kept man had its perks. He approached the kitchen to see what delectable items he could find. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered it stocked with fruits, vegetables, meats, and seafood. However, the arrangement indicated that Ji Qinglan typically didn't dine at home. These must have been regularly supplied by a personal grocery service. The kitchen appliances and utensils appeared brand new, with tags still affixed, suggesting they had never been used. Clearly, she had not cooked at home before. Xiao Bei had no intention of preparing gourmet delicacies. He decided to whip up some delightful sandwiches instead. He retrieved slices of bread, vegetables, salad dressing, eggs, beef, and cheese from the refrigerator. With deft hands, he began his culinary endeavor, frying beef patties, toasting bread, and crafting heart-shaped eggs, showcasing his culinary prowess. Soon, the sandwiches were complete. At that moment, Ji Qinglan descended the stairs, immediately drawn in by the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the kitchen. As she made her way toward the source, Xiao Bei emerged, balancing 3 sandwiches and 2 glasses of milk. Just in time, let us eat. Ji Qinglan hurried forward to take the milk, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the sandwiches on Xiao Bei's plate. Wow, husband, you really can cook, she exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Little Caramilla, Xiao Bei responded. His culinary skills were indeed commendable, delighting the senses with both flavor and presentation. The two settled at the dining table. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and playfully said, Husband, you must feed me. With that, she opened her mouth, awaiting his feeding. Xiao Bei chuckled softly, slicing the sandwich and offering her a small piece. As she savored the morsel, her eyes narrowed in pleasure, her expression vividly reflecting her delight. Wow, this tastes amazing. Husband, it's so delicious. Xiao Bei, enjoying his meal while watching Ji Qinglan, cheekily inquired, Isn't everything I cook just delightful? Everything is delicious. She replied. Chapter 43, The Devoted Admirer Beside Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan had come to fully appreciate Xiao Bei's audacious charm. Yet, she straightforwardly remarked, Husband, it's truly delicious. Xiao Bei grinned, pleased, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. Their breakfast was filled with joy and laughter. After finishing, they prepared to leave Ji Qinglan's home. Just as they were about to get into the car, Ji Qinglan seemed to remember something and turned to Xiao Bei, saying, Husband, I'll send you the code to my house. After saying this, she lowered her head to share the password with him. Xiao Bei felt a surge of happiness. However, while enjoying the perks of being a kept man was tempting, he had no intention of remaining one. He planned to seize the opportunity during the National Day holiday to purchase a home and perhaps even a new car, one that would exude the aura of a true tycoon. At Hangzhou City Academy of Fine Arts, Ji Qinglan had a major lecture in the morning and insisted on bringing Xiao Bei along. University classes were quite flexible. Aside from specialized courses, anyone could attend the lectures. Xiao Bei didn't draw attention by driving directly into the academy. Instead, he parked in a familiar spot. Hand in hand, they strolled toward the academy. Inside the A301 lecture hall, one of Ji Qinglan's roommates, Zhang Yi, was seated at the back, engaged in conversation with a handsome young man. Are you saying Ji Qinglan is with a freshman from the neighboring school? The young man, He Meng, wore a displeased expression. A third-year student and a prominent figure at the academy, he was wealthy and handsome, and had fervently pursued Ji Qinglan. Yes, they are together. They reportedly went out for dinner last night, and didn't return to the dorm. Zhang Yi continued, fanning the flames. He's just a nobody. How dare he take my He Meng's woman? He Meng's expression darkened as he glared at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, sensing the tension, added, I heard that this Xiao Bei comes from a notable family. He drives an S63. Even if it's an S63, it's still just a mediocre Mercedes. Not even close to my Lamborghini. He Meng scoffed, exuding an air of local superiority and disdain for outsiders. Although he had no idea where Xiao Bei hailed from, he was certain he was not from Hangzhou, as he had never heard of anyone by that name in the local elite circles. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, agreeing with He Meng, as she too felt the newcomer could not compare to him. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the lecture hall shifted as Ji Qinglan entered. Hand in hand with Xiao Bei, the room erupted in murmurs of excitement. Wow, Ji Qinglan is officially taken. What a stunning couple. Isn't that He Meng? He has been pursuing Ji Qinglan relentlessly. Yes, but this guy might not have a happy ending. The whispers filled the room. Meanwhile, He Meng's expression darkened further upon witnessing Ji Qinglan with the young man. Well, it seems the two of them spent the entire night together. Zhang Yi's seemingly subconscious remark was, in reality, directed at He Meng. She was eager to witness He Meng confronting Ji Qinglan's boyfriend, not for any particular reason, but simply because she found Ji Qinglan displeasing. If He Meng could intimidate this man, it would be a testament to Ji Qinglan's poor taste. Conversely, if he failed to do so, she was prepared to launch an offensive towards this charming young man. Ultimately, she had nothing to lose. Ji Qinglan led Xiao Bei to the rear right row, and, just as they settled down, Xiao Bei leaned in and whispered in Ji Qinglan's ear, Wife. With so many girls from the art academy, are you sure it's wise to bring me along? You could always test the waters. A confident smile graced Ji Qinglan's lips, prompting Xiao Bei to chuckle softly, admiring her self-assuredness. Indeed, this girl was utterly enchanting. Meanwhile, He Meng's companions had also taken notice of the interaction between Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan. Qian Hui nudged He Meng, saying, Who is that guy? Is he trying to steal your girl without any intention of teaching him a lesson? Qian Hui's tone dripped with disdain, viewing Xiao Bei as nothing more than a soft target, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Before He Meng could respond, Another of his friends chimed in. That pretty boy pales in comparison to you, Mengzi. He Meng, if you can't speak wisely, then silence yourself. What's it to you if he is better looking than me? He Meng retorted, revealing that Chun Ming's prowess should not be underestimated. Ah, what a divine boyfriend Ji Qinglan has found. Truly handsome. Zhang Yi ignited the flames of jealousy with her feigned admiration. Little did they know, her disdain for Ji Qinglan was unbeknownst to the others. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's comment, He Ming's expression shifted to one of anger as he glared at Xiao Bei. At that moment, Xiao Bei remained blissfully engaged in playful banter with Ji Qinglan, utterly unaware that he was about to become the center of attention in the classroom. As He Ming stood up, his friends rallied him. Mengzi, the dignity of the Art Academy rests on your shoulders. We can't allow an outsider to steal our school's top goddess. Come on, Mengzi, don't back down. We all know your capabilities. Bolstered by their encouragement, He Ming strode confidently over to Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan. Lan, what have you been up to lately? It's been ages since I've seen you at school. And who might this be? As Xiao Bei conversed with Ji Qinglan, an unexpected figure approached, standing beside him. His gaze fixed solely on Ji Qinglan. The art students in the classroom, who had been attentively watching, buzzed with excitement. Here he comes. He Ming is making his move. This is going to be interesting. He Ming was indeed handsome, and his family's background was impressive. The sleek black Lamborghini parked at the school was his. At that moment, Ji Qinglan furrowed her brow as she addressed He Ming. Do I need to report to you about where I'm going? He Ming, seemingly accustomed to her icy demeanor, merely smiled and said, Lan, I'm just concerned about you. By the way, Zhang Yi mentioned you didn't return to the dorm last night. Did you go home? None of your business. Ji Qinglan offered no courtesy to He Ming, causing Xiao Bei to stifle a laugh at his girlfriend's defiance. He never anticipated that his beloved would have to deal with a sycophant. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's laughter, He Ming shifted his attention from Ji Qinglan to him, his previous amusement evaporating instantly. Who are you? You seem unfamiliar. Chapter 44. Does bro have a system? Is bro feeling proud? He Ming's tone was icy. At this moment, his friends and Zhang Yi all turned their gaze toward this new arrival. Zhang Yi, too, approached, donning a facade of camaraderie. She settled next to Ji Qinglan, feigning sisterly concern. Wow, Lan, is this the younger student? He is quite handsome, and you two make a perfect match. Xiao Bei shot a puzzled glance at Ji Qinglan, silently inquiring about this girl. But it didn't take long for him to discern her intentions. Ji Qinglan remained aloof as she replied. Of course my man and I are a perfect match. What a pity for He Xiao, having pursued you for so long, only to be outdone by a younger student. Zhang Yi's seemingly casual comment was followed by a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Bei. Young student, very handsome indeed. Where are you from? Is it overwhelming to be with our Lan? Her tone was warm and devoid of ulterior motives. Had Xiao Bei been the carefree lad of his former self, he might have bantered back. But now, he recognized the disingenuous nature of her concern. Thus, he simply offered a polite smile and refrained from responding. Observing his silence, Zhang Yi's eyes glinted with mockery. She had expected more from him, yet he turned out to be nothing but a paper tiger before He Ming's inquiries. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut? Ji Qinglan shot a cold glare at Zhang Yi. The latter feigned a wounded expression and replied, Lan, how could you say that? I'm merely looking out for you as a sister. He Xiao has pursued you for so long, and you've yet to respond. I'm just curious about what kind of man can win your heart. Xiao Bei instantly understood why Ji Qinglan harbored disdain for this roommate. She was a true green tea. As Zhang Yi's words hung in the air, He Ming's expression darkened slightly. Kid, I advise you to part ways with Lan. She is not someone you can aspire to. Ji Qinglan frowned while Zhang Yi raised her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This was precisely the reaction she desired, provoking He Ming to challenge Ji Qinglan's boyfriend's worth. Everyone could sense He Ming's ill intentions. Yet, Xiao Bei boldly met He Ming's gaze and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Lan isn't someone just anyone can aspire to. But that doesn't include me. You're not even close. Although Xiao Bei's voice was not loud, the hushed classroom amplified his words, ensuring that every ear present caught his declaration. Damn, this kid truly has no idea of his limitations. He Xiao is one thing, but do you think you can measure up? Murmured those familiar with He Ming's reputation. Ji Qinglan couldn't help but chuckle softly at Xiao Bei's words, recognizing that he was indeed irritated. While others might be oblivious to Xiao Bei's true capabilities, Ji Qinglan was well aware. Setting aside the fact that their collaboration was worth over 5 million, or that Xiao Bei drove a car valued at over 300,000. Even the royal oak watch he sported today was worth over 100,000. Yes, He Ming might possess a Lamborghini, but that was a gift from his family. What could he afford on his own? Though Ji Qinglan was unaware of the exact details, she was certain that Xiao Bei's financial background was far from ordinary. At the tender age of 18, commanding a fortune exceeding 10 million surely indicates that Xiao Bei is among the elite second-generation heirs, or so Ji Qinglan could only surmise. Ha, you think I'm unworthy? He Ming appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. At this moment, He Ming stood beside Ji Qinglan, and being belittled by a freshman was intolerable, especially in the presence of a girl he admired. Though not the pinnacle of second-generation heirs in Hangzhou, he nonetheless held a modicum of renown within the second tier. To be looked down upon by an outsider? Finally, He Ming's gentlemanly demeanor evaporated. Or perhaps it was the provocation from Xiao Bei that had shattered it. Kid, don't boast so brazenly. I hear you drive an S63, which may seem extravagant to the average person, but in comparison to me, you still fall short. Do you see this? The key to my Lamborghini. And let us not even discuss my vehicle. Have you noticed my watch? A 500,000 yuan Audemars Piguet, gifted by my father on my birthday. Oh, and do you own property in Hangzhou? Apologies, but my family possesses 5 properties in the city. As He Ming concluded his boast, Zhang Yi interjected. Hey handsome, perhaps you should consider apologizing to He Xiao. It's all right. You have Lan Lan to protect you. He wouldn't dare to do anything. Their banter was particularly nauseating. The crowd, for the first time, became aware of He Ming's lineage, collectively gasping in astonishment. Wow, He Xiao's family is quite formidable. Binjiang Group, a company valued at over 2 billion. 5 properties in Hangzhou. Real estate prices there are no trifling matter. It seems this young man has truly met his match. Hearing the praises from those around him, He Ming swelled with pride, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Bei. Now, do you think I'm unworthy? Or do you believe I'm not? What do you possess that surpasses me? Zhang Yi, with a curious demeanor, observed Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, eager to witness how Ji Qinglan's boyfriend would respond to He Ming's intimidation. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, yet Xiao Bei maintained a smile, revealing no signs of distress. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with He Ming, but the affront had reached his doorstep. Ignoring it seemed unreasonable. Besides, was this all? Thus, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, Xiao Bei raised his gaze and locked eyes with He Ming. Your father is the chairman of Binjiang Group? Are you certain? You might want to verify that. He Ming replied with unwarranted confidence. Heh. Xiao Bei chuckled softly, shaking his head. My young friend, are you unaware of what a nominee agreement entails? Your father is publicly a major shareholder of Binjiang Group, but the reality is something you know all too well. You are well acquainted with Zhang Tianqing. What? He Ming's heart raced, his face drained of color, his lips trembling as he erupted in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? The crowd, having heard Xiao Bei's words and observing He Ming's reaction, exchanged incredulous glances. Even Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Bei with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Seeing that He Ming remained obstinate, Xiao Bei revealed a relaxed smile, exuding an air of composure as if everything was under his control. He continued, Your father is merely a figurehead placed in the limelight by Zhang Tianqing, a professional manager with a minor stake. In harsher terms, your father is but a puppet. However, you should be grateful that your father possesses the capability to manage Binjiang Group with aplomb. Zhang Tianqing trusts him. To put it plainly, He Ming, if your father had not possessed even a modicum of talent, could you enjoy such a lavish lifestyle? Hence, your family cannot truly be considered a prominent family in Hangzhou. You might be classified as a high-income household, but do you genuinely believe you are worthy of Lan Lan? I need not elaborate on her family background. You ought to be aware that sometimes, when one lies too often, they become ensnared in their fabrications. So, let me elevate you to a clearer understanding of reality. But you must recognize 2 points. First, your family is not nearly as formidable as you proclaim. Second, while you may be wealthy compared to many, in the shadow of titanic entities, your family is but a younger sibling. Therefore, do not prance around before me, posturing with your heirs. You lack the qualification. Do you comprehend? He Ming was utterly stunned. Everything Xiao Bei had articulated resonated with the deepest secrets of his heart. After all, the nominee shares and Zhang Tianqing's covert involvement rendered his father merely the chairman in name. This was the official registration, yet many remained oblivious to the underlying truths. Such secrets could not be concealed within elite circles. At that moment, He Ming looked at Xiao Bei, his previous disdain replaced with solemnity. He had pondered whether Ji Qinglan had divulged his family background to Xiao Bei, but soon dismissed the notion. What girlfriend would discuss another man in front of her partner? Thus, it became evident that this individual before him possessed knowledge of matters only known to himself. Ultimately, He Ming instinctively voiced his greatest confusion. How do you know all this? In response, Xiao Bei smiled with an air of intrigue. Though Hangzhou may not rival the likes of Shanghai, it stands as one of the foremost cities in the Yangtze River Delta, teeming with talent. My family wished for me to avoid trouble while simultaneously not wanting to see me bullied. Thus, prior to my arrival, they conducted a thorough investigation. Among the elite in Hangzhou, there are those I can engage with, and those I cannot. I must ascertain the distinctions. However, I regret to inform you that you seem to lack the requisite stature, as your profile doesn't even qualify as a C-list in my realm. So he shall. If you wish to flaunt your pretentiousness, seek out those beneath your level. In my presence, you fail to impress. I, Xiao Bei, am typically magnanimous. I can grant you a reprieve, perhaps even two. But do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Acquaint yourself with the intricacies of human relations. Do not focus solely on the accidents of life while neglecting the fundamentals of social interaction. Therefore, is my statement sufficiently clear now? Xiao Bei's voice was soft, deliberate, and exuded an air of calmness and composure. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, He Meng's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by beads of cold sweat on his forehead. His gaze shifted to the exceedingly tranquil Xiao Bei, whose presence now instilled a palpable sense of dread, causing He Meng's legs to tremble. After a brief moment of stunned silence, and under the astonished stares of those around him, he bowed deeply to Xiao Bei. Young Master Xiao, it is I who have failed to recognize a mountain of greatness. Rest assured, I promise there will be no next time. In that moment, He Meng realized that such a person was beyond his reach. Despite his penchant for arrogance, he was not devoid of intelligence. This was someone whose ire even his father would not dare provoke. If he wished to maintain a semblance of dignity, he must submit, for the consequences of defiance would be dire. At this juncture, He Meng's eyes reflected nothing but fear, an emotion unfamiliar to others, yet deeply understood by him. He recalled a friend whose family background was akin to his own, who had offended a powerful figure, leading to their family's bankruptcy within a month. It was then that he comprehended the complexity of the world, realizing that there existed many who surpassed him in prowess. Xiao Bei typically refrained from instigating others and seldom flaunted his capabilities, but when he did, it was with unmatched grandeur. Childish antics were beneath him. Xiao Bei's intellect and thought processes were of a different caliber altogether. As He Meng offered his apology, an eerie silence enveloped the lecture hall, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. He Meng, once among the elite of the school, was now reduced to a mere shadow before the boyfriend of Ji Qinglan, a figure he dared not confront. In fact, he went so far as to apologize directly to Ji Qinglan's boyfriend in front of all those present. Who, then, was this gentleman of such extraordinary stature? If anyone was truly astonished at this moment, it was Zhang Yi. She had always believed that individuals like He Meng were the pinnacle of the second-generation elite in Hangzhou. However, witnessing Xiao Bei reprimand He Meng left her pale with shock, though internally, she was elated. This Xiao Bei was someone she must seize. Meanwhile, He Meng's friends, who moments ago had exuded an air of superiority, immediately grasped the situation after observing He Meng's reaction. The Xiao Bei before them was not to be trifled with. Fear washed over them, and they hurriedly averted their gazes, anxious not to incur his wrath. Wow, gasped Ji Qinglan's other two roommates, who had been observing the scene. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Xiao Bei regarded He Meng, who was bowing in submission, and said, "All right, class is about to begin. Let this be a lesson learned." "Thank you, young Master Xiao." He Meng exhaled in relief and quickly returned to his seat, where the earlier bravado had completely dissipated. Once seated, he lowered his head, akin to a chick in the presence of an eagle, wishing to evade Xiao Bei's scrutiny. Nevertheless, all were acutely aware that He Meng's upcoming class would be spent in a state of trepidation. Having dealt with He Meng, Xiao Bei turned his attention to Zhang Yi and said coolly, "Put away your cleverness. My wife may overlook your antics. But that does not mean I will be so easily appeased." Xiao Bei's words doused Zhang Yi's fervor like a bucket of cold water, and she looked at him in alarm. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she came to the realization that Ji Qinglan had never regarded her as a worthy rival. Previously, she had only known of Ji Qinglan's wealth, but today she understood that even He Meng, whom she had sought to curry favor with, was dwarfed by Ji Qinglan's stature. What kind of child emerged from such a family could be deemed simple? Ultimately, Zhang Yi departed in disgrace. At this moment, no one dared to disturb Xiao Bei any further. Ji Qinglan, contemplatively eyeing Xiao Bei, playfully inquired, "Darling, how does my family measure up in your estimation?" With the innocence of a child, she gazed at Xiao Bei, eager for his response. Xiao Bei replied with a faint smile. "There was a time when your family was not included, but now it is, for my wife reigns supreme." Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan's lips curved into a smile. "Humph. At least you know how to flatter." Afterward, she leaned closer to Xiao Bei's ear and whispered, "Darling, tonight, I want." Chapter 46, Private Assistant Services. This class was an elective in economics. Although it was an art academy, certain disciplines in art were intrinsically linked to commerce. Moreover, Ji Qinglan was not merely a design student, but also the owner of Qinglan Design, making it essential for her to grasp these aspects. While Ji Qinglan attentively absorbed the lecture, Xiao Bei idly played on his phone. Before long, the hour-long class came to an end. "Wife, I'm hungry," Xiao Bei exclaimed childishly as noon approached. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a lavish meal." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a fond smile, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the pleasures that awaited him. Just then, Ji Qinglan's other two roommates approached them. Noticing this, Ji Qinglan took Xiao Bei's hand, smiling as she introduced him. "Qianli, Li Yin, this is my boyfriend, Xiao Bei." Ji Qinglan generously presented her partner to her two roommates. Xiao Bei felt a swell of happiness at this acknowledgement. "Hello, Xiao Bei," Qianli remarked, glancing between him and Ji Qinglan. "Wow, you really are a perfect match." "Xiao Bei, hello. You look even better in person than in photos." Li Yin chimed in with a smile. Xiao Bei observed Ji Qinglan's friends, acknowledging that while they may not possess the same radiant charm as his wife, they were indeed striking in their own right. What boy would not drool over such girls if they were his roommates? Xiao Bei nodded at the two of them and said, "Greetings, seniors. I am Xiao Bei, pleased to meet you." His demeanor towards Ji Qinglan's friends was entirely contingent upon her attitude. From Ji Qinglan's willingness to introduce him to her friends, he discerned that they were likely close confidants, warranting his good graces. After all, if one were to treat a best friend poorly, they might very well speak ill of him to his girlfriend behind his back. Having exchanged pleasantries, Ji Qinglan suggested, "We were just about to grab a bite. Would you two like to join us? After all, the wealthy are treating." She shot a glance at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback. What a cunning woman. Hadn't she just said she would treat him to a grand meal? Now it seemed he was the one footing the bill. However, he understood that Ji Qinglan's intentions were to bolster his reputation among her friends. "Yes, shall we?" Xiao Bei smiled. Qianli and Li Yin exchanged glances. "We wouldn't want to intrude on your romantic escapade, would we?" Qianli teased, glancing at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan smiled gently in response. "It's just a meal. We should all get to know each other." "Well, if you're saying that, we must go." Li Yin laughed. "Then let us set off," Xiao Bei declared, leading Ji Qinglan by the hand as they walked ahead, with Li Yin and Qianli following closely behind as they exited the classroom. At this moment, Zhang Yi, who had been attentively observing, bit her lip as if she had missed out on something significant. The quartet approached Xiao Bei's car directly. Xiao Bei opened the car door and said to the two ladies, "My dear beauties, I must ask you to endure a slight inconvenience and sit in the back." "No worries. With a sumptuous feast awaiting us and a luxury vehicle to ride in, who needs a bicycle?" Li Yin jested. "Indeed. This minor discomfort only makes me wish for such an experience daily." Qianli chimed in. At that moment, Xiao Bei's fondness for the two ladies surged. They appeared to be refreshingly easygoing. He opened the door to the front passenger seat and pressed a button beside it, causing the seat to automatically slide forward and fold up. "Please, ladies, step inside." "Ha ha ha, to hear the campus heartthrob call us beauties is worth it," one of them remarked. "Now I understand how you won over Lon Lon, Xiao Bei. Your charm is undeniably sweet." Both ladies praised him, eliciting a satisfied smile from Xiao Bei as he glanced at Ji Qinglan. "Did you see that? This is the allure of your man." Ji Qinglan shook her head in exasperation at Xiao Bei's smugness. "You two should refrain from complimenting him. It's only going to inflate his ego," she teased. "Oh dear. If I had a boyfriend like Xiao Xueti, I'd be singing his praises every day." "Indeed, Lon Lon, you're being quite ostentatious." The two settled into the back seat, playfully ribbing Ji Qinglan. "In truth, ladies, feel free to shower me with compliments. I am more than receptive." Xiao Bei repositioned the seat and smiled at the two beauties. "Ha ha ha. I was about to compliment you too, but it seems I should heed Lanlan's advice. Lon Lon, you better keep a close watch on Xiao Xueti. He has quite the silver tongue." Xiao Bei chuckled, while Ji Qinglan beamed with triumph. "Did you hear that, Mr. Ego? All right, my esteemed queen, take your seat. I'm famished." After ushering Ji Qinglan into her spot, Xiao Bei returned to the driver's seat and drove off. It was Xiao Bei's treat, and he was well acquainted with Hangzhou, steering the car directly to the Shangri-La Hotel in the Shanqiao district. Upon arrival, Xiao Bei escorted the three ladies into the hotel and made a beeline for the elevator, heading for the Western restaurant on the 36th floor. A man accompanying three beautiful women certainly drew attention, which was both envy-inducing and irksome. Arriving at the restaurant entrance precisely at noon, the peak dining hour, the receptionist, a petite beauty, regretfully informed Xiao Bei, "I'm sorry, sir, but you do not have a reservation, and we are fully booked." Hearing this, Li Yin and Qianli expressed their disappointment, while Ji Qinglan remained unfazed. With a slight smile, Xiao Bei picked up his phone and called his private banking advisor. Although he had yet to finalize a partnership with President Fu, Xiao Bei was already regarded as a top-tier VIP client at the bank. During his military training, President Fu had personally arranged for a financial advisor for him, assuring him that any services could be accessed via this phone call. covering the entire Yangtze River Delta region. Li Yin and Qian Li were curious about who Xiao Bei was calling, while Ji Qinglan shared their intrigue. Assistant Yi. I'm currently dining at the Hilton restaurant in the Shangri-La Hotel, Shanxiao District. Certainly, Mr. Xiao. Is there no reservation made? Came the voice of Assistant Yi over the phone. Correct. Understood, Mr. Xiao. Please hand the phone to the receptionist, and I will handle it. Assistant Yi responded decisively. Xiao Bei handed the phone to the receptionist, who was initially puzzled but quickly grew respectful upon hearing the conversation. Mr. Xiao, my apologies. We have availability in the VIP lounge. Please follow me. If her earlier smile had been merely professional, this moment radiated genuine warmth. Li Yin and Qian Li, witnessing Xiao Bei resolving the situation with a single call, realized for the first time how impressive wealthy individuals could be. Ji Qinglan, however, did not dwell on it. She would have made the call herself had Xiao Bei not done so. As they followed the receptionist to the VIP lounge, they found it bustling with patrons. A stark contrast to the crowded dining area below. Positioned on the second floor, the spacious VIP lounge accommodated only a few tables, and Xiao Bei led the group to a seat by the floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the Shanxiao district, exuding an air of sophistication. As they settled in, Li Yin and Qian Li, unaccustomed to such treatment, marveled at Xiao Bei's prowess. Xueti, your power is truly formidable. I always thought wealthy individuals were simply affluent, but it seems my understanding was quite limited. They exclaimed. Xiao Bei, instead of mocking them or adopting an air of superiority, jested, wealthy or not. We all share basic needs, eating, drinking, and other necessities. A chuckle escaped Ji Qinglan as she playfully swatted at Xiao Bei. We came here to enjoy a meal. And now you've made it sound like we're in for something much more flavorful. Ha ha, I was quite nervous earlier. But your words have turned that around for me. One of them remarked, no wonder you managed to win over Lon Lon. You're truly different from those rich kids at school. Just as they were sharing light-hearted banter, the receptionist returned, accompanied by a foreign gentleman. Mr. Xiao, my apologies for the interruption. Upon learning of your visit, our chef, Deli, is honored to personally prepare an exquisite culinary experience for you. This is our chef, Deli. Xiao Bei, upon hearing this, ceased his playful demeanor and extended his hand to shake the chef's. Hello, Mr. Xiao. It is my honor to serve you. Chef Deli spoke in French, and the receptionist was about to translate when she was taken aback. Not only was she surprised, but so were the three ladies. After Chef Deli finished speaking, Xiao Bei replied fluently in French. It's a pleasure to meet you, Deli, and I eagerly anticipate your culinary creations today. Deli paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, Mr. Xiao, your French is excellent. It reminds me of home. It is also an honor to receive your compliment. Please enjoy your conversation. I am sure today's dishes will meet your expectations. I look forward to it. They shook hands once more, and Deli left, visibly delighted. Hearing one's native tongue in a foreign land is a joy that few can resist. After the receptionist and Deli departed, the three ladies turned to Xiao Bei in astonishment. Even Ji Qinglan regarded him with newfound admiration. You speak French? She inquired. Just a little. Xiao Bei replied, attempting to modestly downplay his linguistic skill. What kind of pretentiousness is the most insufferable? It is undoubtedly the subtle kind. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Bei's response earned him a chorus of eye rolls from the three ladies. Li Yin suddenly exclaimed, Xueti, what exactly is your identity? One phone call, and you're a VIP and have a chef at your service, and on top of that, you speak French? Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, just an ordinary citizen. Upon hearing the words, Qian Li chuckled heartily. If you were a commoner, we would surely be refugees. Not a single truth escapes your lips. Ji Qinglan, smiling, tidied up the cutlery for Xiao Bei, adding her own playful critique. Xiao Bei shrugged, speechless. What can I do if you refuse to listen to the truth? Li Yin and Qian Li exchanged bewildered glances. Ji Qinglan rolled her eyes. From what I know, you've spent at least 10 million on your college education. And you dare to claim you're a commoner? Li Yin and Qian Li gasped in astonishment, their tongues nearly rolling out. Wow. I truly cannot fathom the world of the wealthy. It's quite terrifying to spend 10 million just for university. In a cool, measured tone, Ji Qinglan continued. The car is new, with that fresh scent, worth 3.5 million. 3 luxury watches, all top tier and seemingly new, various extravagant items. Plus 5 million for company renovations. Enough with the modesty. I see through it. If you continue to downplay it, it becomes unnecessary. Wang Yin shot her a sharp look. This is the first time I've heard you speak so much, and it's to throw shade at me? What grudge do you hold? He discreetly grasped Ji Qinglan's hand, whispering, truly, you are my wife, my very own worm in the belly. Initially, Ji Qinglan felt a flicker of joy at Xiao Bei's earlier words, but upon hearing the latter part, she relented, recognizing that he was still the same familiar Xiao Bei. While he may appear refined, his words can sometimes be quite mundane, Yet, when he seems trivial, his emotional intelligence and adeptness in handling matters shine through. It is indeed peculiar that Ji Qinglan has yet to encounter someone who so masterfully blends the refined with the commonplace. Xiao Bei struck the nail on the head. At that moment, Li Yin and Qian Li also discerned that Xiao Bei was unlike other rich heirs. He lacked arrogance and instead exuded a down-to-earth charm. However, unbeknownst to them, if they were to learn about Xiao Bei's past life, their astonishment would surely deepen. Stop dawdling. Today, the chef is in charge. We need not order dishes. Let us go for some desserts or red wine. Xiao Bei beckoned. Junior, you and Lan Lan order. We're not sure how to choose. Just save some money. Li Yin and Qian Li exchanged glances, then turned to Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei, saying, what money are you saving? Order whatever you desire. With your appetites, even if you overindulged, it wouldn't suffice to cover the cost of a single piece of his clothing. Ji Qinglan declared grandly. Wow, that does seem to make sense. They responded in unison. Lan Lan is right. Just order freely. Xiao Bei truly wasn't short on funds. He could afford to treat Ji Qinglan as friends generously, and perhaps he could unlock more opportunities later that evening. Indeed, I, Xiao Bei, am quite clever. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Li Yin and Qian Li felt it unnecessary to continue with their pleasantries. To do so would be disrespectful to him. After some contemplation, Li Yin innocently suggested, how about a bottle of Lafite? I've heard so much about it, but have never tasted it. Qian Li hesitantly added, perhaps we should skip Lafite? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's remarks, their cheeks flushed. Did they perhaps choose something too extravagant? An awkward silence enveloped the table. At that moment, Xiao Bei continued, smiling. Lafite is somewhat lacking in prestige. Let us go for a bottle of Romani Conti. Upon hearing this, Li Yin and Qian Li were stunned for several seconds. It turned out that their selection had not been extravagant enough. Indeed, the mindset of the wealthy was beyond their comprehension. Lafite was no ordinary red wine. Yet, in Xiao Bei's eyes, it was still not of sufficient caliber. Is the world of the affluent truly devoid of restraint? Chapter 48. School rumors observing that the two had become somewhat flustered. Xiao Bei took the menu and began ordering directly, a bottle of Romani Conti and several desserts. Ji Qinglan showed little reaction, simply watching Xiao Bei's ostentatious display. Indeed, in her eyes, he was merely showing off, yet she bore no resentment. Having spent over a month with Xiao Bei, Ji Qinglan realized that he sometimes exhibited a maturity that belied his youth. Witnessing him flaunt his wealth brought her a sense of joy. It seemed he too could embody a sense of childishness. After placing the order for exquisite dishes, the four began to engage in conversation. As the conversation flowed, Li Yin and Qian Li gradually relaxed, even starting to joke with Xiao Bei. They discovered that interacting with Xiao Bei was devoid of awkwardness, setting aside their social standings. He was much like many ordinary individuals, enjoying a good laugh at risque jokes. As they chatted, dishes began to arrive in succession. Australian Wagyu sirloin, truffle mashed potatoes, 8 Australian black abalones, French foie gras, Hokkaido scallops, king crab, and assorted vegetables, accompanied by various sauces, desserts, and baguettes. Once the food arrived, Xiao Bei refrained from showcasing excessive dining etiquette. After all, it was a gathering among friends, where comfort reigned supreme over ostentation. Everyone understood that Xiao Bei came from a distinguished background and was certainly versed in etiquette, yet not everyone shared the same social class. Sometimes, what one perceives as respect may inadvertently impose discomfort on others. Moderation in showcasing one's sophistication is key. Excessive displays result in folly. Therefore, Xiao Bei's understated demeanor and avoidance of flaunting wealth made everyone feel at ease, particularly for Li Yin, whose background was likely the most modest among them. She felt less tense in Xiao Bei's presence due to his high emotional intelligence, which fostered a sense of comfort. Initially, Ji Qinglan feared that Xiao Bei might overdo the showiness and considered reminding him, but now, such concerns were unwarranted. Although Xiao Bei was younger, he navigated social situations with greater adeptness than herself. His elevated emotional intelligence ensured that no one felt awkward. He was neither ostentatious nor excessively modest. He struck the perfect balance. As they dined and conversed, Xiao Bei occasionally interjected without overshadowing the others. The focus remained on the three women, and besides, Xiao Bei himself was quite the foodie, having little resistance when it came to food. Yes, this grown man was, in fact, a true gourmand. While Ji Qinglan and the others chatted, Xiao Bei had already polished off his steak and was moving on to other dishes. Ji Qinglan casually glanced at Xiao Bei and was taken aback. Xiao Bei, you really know how to eat. Ha ha ha, being able to eat is a blessing. You all keep chatting. I'll continue. Xiao Bei chuckled, and Ji Qinglan surveyed his physique, then glanced at her own, exclaiming, wow, this is so unfair. What is the matter, Lan Lan? Why is it unfair? Xiao Bei inquired, stuffing a tomato into his mouth as he spoke. Qianli laughed, knowing well what Ji Qinglan meant as a close friend. Indeed. Why can you eat so much without gaining weight, while we gain weight just by nibbling? At this, Xiao Bei turned to Ji Qinglan, who was pouting adorably. He laughed heartily. Well, I used to be poor and never had enough to eat. Now I must savor every bite. Uft. Junior, please don't joke. If you are poor, then no one in this world could possibly be poor. Li Yin smiled gently. Ji Qinglan rolled her eyes at Xiao Bei. But then a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing Ji Qinglan's sudden blush, Xiao Bei felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that his wife was on the verge of tears? Who would have thought? Ji Qinglan remarked, echoing the sentiment of Hunyoer, that it seems fine to eat a bit more now, as we can always exercise later in the evening. Xiao Bei, who was in the midst of sipping his soup, nearly spewed it out in surprise. Cough, cough, cough. His own wife was this audacious? Li Yin and Qianli, still innocent in their demeanor, confessed that they had not quite grasped the earlier comment. Ji Qinglan chuckled mischievously, casting a provocative glance at Xiao Bei. He was momentarily taken aback. Was she really being provocative? It appeared he would need to exert himself later that evening. Otherwise, he might be looked down upon, wouldn't he? The meal, filled with conversation, stretched nearly 2 hours, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Li Yin and Qianli displayed remarkable restraint, having savored their main course without indulging excessively in dessert. Ji Qinglan, surprisingly ravenous, matched Xiao Bei's appetite. After they finished dining, the group settled into light-hearted chatter about their classes, the social scene at school, the latest gossip regarding a girl, or the unfortunate fate of a boy's confession. It was evident that when women gathered, gossip was the order of the day. They even touched on the topic of students being kept by benefactors. In a fine arts school, where expenses were plentiful, and given the competitive nature of girls at this age, it was common for one dormitory to witness disparities. Some students might take on part-time jobs to buy their own luxuries, while others, not wishing to complicate matters, would cultivate multiple relationships, gathering gifts from various suitors. For instance, during a holiday, one could find themselves inundated with red envelopes. Of course, there was also the unfortunate category of those who willingly succumbed to becoming someone else's mistress, content to be supported while using their own funds to pamper their boyfriends. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How much is that per month? He was met with 3 incredulous glares and a swift jab to his side from Ji Qinglan. Yet, in casual conversation, one could say anything. Qianli was the first to divulge. Previously, Li Yin encountered a middle-aged, greasy man who directly offered her 50,000 yuan a month. That scoundrel. At that moment, I truly wanted to slap him. Li Yin exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Ji Qinglan added with a smirk, the problem is, at that time, our Yin still had 2 months left until she turned 18. After that, Ji Qinglan turned to Xiao Bei and asked, Darling, have you ever thought about it? Xiao Bei coughed 3 times, then quickly replied, I've thought about it, but never acted on it. Being kept is nothing compared to having my own wife. Besides, with my circumstances, wouldn't that diminish my worth? He replied playfully. Ji Qinglan nodded in satisfaction at his response. Soon, their conversation came to a close. Where to next? Ji Qinglan inquired of Xiao Bei. Come accompany me to buy some things. He replied. Then Li and I will head back first. Li Yin laughed. Xiao Bei shook his head with a grin. It's a bit of a distance back to school from here. Since we all came out together, I must take you back. Besides, having 3 beautiful women with me is quite the privilege. Chapter 49, Shopping with the Goddess. Li Yin was about to agree when Qianli interjected, No worries. We need to pick up some art supplies anyway, so we won't intrude on your little world. With Qianli's comment, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan had little to say in response. The 4 parted ways at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan climbed into his S63. Once inside the car, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and asked, Darling, what do you want to buy? After some thought, Xiao Bei lifted Ji Qinglan's chin and said, You gifted me something yesterday. Today it's my turn to give you a present. Flattered by his words, Ji Qinglan smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. I don't want any gifts. She protested. What I give you is my choice. Whether you want it is your concern. Xiao Bei declared with a charming arrogance, not allowing her any time to refuse as he started the car and drove out of the hotel. He headed straight for the Guimao shopping center. After parking, Ji Qinglan glanced at him and remarked, Though my husband isn't lacking in wealth, you really don't need to go out of your way to buy me gifts. Often, when you say you don't want something, as your man, I cannot simply comply. Now be good. Xiao Bei replied cheerfully as he opened the car door. Ji Qinglan rolled her eyes at him. Come on. Isn't it normal for a boyfriend to gift his girlfriend something? Besides, if you don't accept my gifts, will you accept something from other men? Ji Qinglan felt a warmth spread inside her at his words, but still shot him another playful glare. Ascending to the 4th floor via the elevator, they entered the mall, where Xiao Bei led Ji Qinglan directly to the Chanel store. He believed Chanel suited Ji Qinglan's elegance perfectly, hence his choice. As they stepped inside, the attendant's eyes sparkled with recognition. After all, she worked in the luxury goods sector and immediately recognized Ji Qinglan as a top-tier VIP customer. She set aside her tasks and swiftly approached them. "Ms. Ji, welcome to Chanel." Xiao Bei was unfazed by the greeting. Given Ji Qinglan's background, shopping at Chanel was hardly surprising. "We'll browse ourselves, and we'll call you when we need assistance," Xiao Bei said with a smile before Ji Qinglan could speak. The attendant glanced at Xiao Bei, initially feeling a twinge of annoyance, but upon noticing his striking looks, refined aura, and lavish attire, her previous irritation vanished. She understood that the man before her was no ordinary individual. Being a mere employee, she could not afford to offend someone of his stature. With a beaming smile, she replied, "Certainly, sir. If you need anything, just let me know." Xiao Bei nodded casually. Inside the Chanel store, as they perused the women's clothing, he asked Ji Qinglan if there was anything she liked. She shook her head, having yet to find anything that captivated her. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, choosing not to press further, and began to explore the store himself. After a brief survey, he selected a light blue dress adorned with white accents and waved Ji Qinglan over. "How about this one? Give it a try?" She accepted without protest. And with the sales attendant's assistance, she made her way to the fitting room to try on the dress Xiao Bei had chosen. 2 minutes later, Ji Qinglan emerged wearing the long dress, standing before the full-length mirror. To be honest, she was quite pleased with Xiao Bei's taste and found the dress to her liking. The soft blue fabric was designed in a way that not only showcased femininity, but also subtly ignited desire. The lace detail at the neckline, seemingly modest, possessed an alluring quality, while the hem, delicately crafted near the thigh, was made of sheer silk. This exquisite piece, while embodying purity with its light blue hue, exuded a sense of passion. Perhaps it reflected the notion that every woman possesses a side rarely seen by others, perfectly aligning with Ji Qinglan's personality. She twirled before Xiao Bei and asked, "Does it look good, silly?" "Absolutely stunning," he replied enthusiastically. At that moment, Xiao Bei approached, gazing at Ji Qinglan with admiration. Ji Qinglan inquired once more, "Which is more beautiful, the dress or myself?" "Undoubtedly you," Xiao Bei replied without hesitation. After all, when faced with such a life-and-death question, one must answer wisely to ensure survival. "If I am beautiful, does that imply the dress is not?" Ji Qinglan provocatively remarked, eager to see how Xiao Bei would respond. The dress was indeed lovely. However, it possessed no life of its own. It was only when adorned by you that it was imbued with vitality, creating an exquisite synergy. Who was Xiao Bei? In his past life, his myriad girlfriends had posed countless questions. How could this challenge him? Satisfied with Xiao Bei's response, Ji Qinglan felt reassured. He was indeed the man she had chosen, with emotional intelligence that was beyond reproach. Xiao Bei smiled at her, then called over the sales assistant. "Please package this dress. I'll pay with my card." The assistant eagerly took Xiao Bei's credit card, and after processing the transaction, she suggested, "Sir, would you like to select some matching high-heeled shoes?" At the mention of high heels, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. While Ji Qinglan changed clothes, he chose 2 pairs of high heels for her. One pair was quite conventional, suitable for pairing with the dress, while the other was a vibrant red. As for their purpose, well, that shall remain unspoken. When Ji Qinglan emerged, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiao Bei had selected 2 pairs of high heels for her. The first pair pleased her immensely, but upon seeing the second pair, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Casually walking to Xiao Bei's side, she softly remarked, "Darling, so you have a penchant for this style." Xiao Bei chuckled. His wife was indeed astute, seemingly able to decipher his thoughts with remarkable accuracy. It appeared that in this world, there truly existed a profound connection between hearts and minds. Encountering Xiao Bei's mischievous grin, Ji Qinglan couldn't help but smile as well. After leaving Chanel, Xiao Bei took Ji Qinglan on a shopping spree. Observing Xiao Bei's generous purchases, Ji Qinglan decided to buy numerous outfits for him as well. They returned home laden with treasures. Once in the car, Xiao Bei drove towards the automobile city of Hangzhou, intending to acquire a new vehicle. Previously, he had lacked the time, but now he was eager to replace his car with a sports model. He arrived at a luxury car dealership. Seated in the passenger seat, Ji Qinglan inquired, "Are you planning to buy a car?" "Yes, this one will be for you. I intend to order a better one." Ji Qinglan smiled subtly, not objecting, as her family had always held a nonchalant attitude towards purchasing vehicles. Chapter 50. The F8 is indeed excellent, but I'm opting for the LaFerrari. As Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan exited the vehicle, they entered a dealership named Dinghui Luxury Cars. Upon entering the expansive hall, they were greeted by an array of luxury vehicles, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, McLarens, and more, all epitomes of automotive excellence. While they browsed, a voice called out from behind, "Lon Lon, are you here to purchase a car?" The voice carried a hint of eagerness. Both Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan turned to see a young man in a tailored suit. His hair slicked back in a mature style. He was undeniably young and handsome, yet the hairstyle lent him an air of maturity. Jingyong, you're here too. Are you buying a car? Ji Qinglan responded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Jingyong's family had long-standing ties with Ji Qinglan's, and he harbored a somewhat concealed admiration for her. Yes, I'm just here to check out some cars. I'm looking to switch things up as I've grown tired of my current ride. By the way, who is this? Jingyong had noticed Xiao Bei but, after contemplating, realized he had never encountered this individual in Hangzhou's social circle. As Jingyong inquired, his tone remained polite. Yet Xiao Bei detected a trace of hostility in his gaze. Xiao Bei mused internally. His wife certainly had many admirers. Ji Qinglan replied coolly, "This is my boyfriend." Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Jingyong momentarily froze, his expression darkening before he forced a smile, addressing Xiao Bei. "I didn't realize you were Lan Lan's boyfriend. Are you also here to look at cars?" "Just browsing," Xiao Bei replied with indifference. Jingyong felt thwarted and, unable to mask his displeasure, pressed further. "Which model has caught your eye? I can give you a few pointers. I know the owner of this dealership, and I can ensure you get a discount since you are Lanlan's boyfriend." Jingyong's words dripped with insinuation, implying that without Ji Qinglan's influence, Xiao Bei wouldn't be eligible for any perks, a subtle provocation and test. Before Xiao Bei could respond, Ji Qinglan frowned but, recalling their family's ties, refrained from voicing her irritation, saying, "Jingyong, it's fine. We'll look around ourselves." The sales assistant accompanying Jingyong remained silent, observing the unfolding drama from a distance, understanding that customer disputes were best resolved privately. Xiao Bei, perceptive enough to grasp Jingyong's air of superiority from his earlier tone, maintained his composure, even smiling as he countered, "What car are you considering buying, Jingo?" Jingyong smirked, "I'm just browsing as well. I plan to switch from my Lamborghini to a Ferrari F8 for some fun." His tone was laced with arrogance. Xiao Bei responded with a slight smile, "The F8 is certainly a fine choice, Jingo." Jingyong's expression brightened. "It's not just fine. It's practically Ferrari's pinnacle. If I had the funds, I would have considered the LaFerrari." "I see. By the way, what is the price of the F8? Xiao Bei suddenly inquired of the sales assistant. "The base price of the Ferrari F8 is $3.42 million, and with optional packages, it typically ranges between $4.5 to $6 million. Upon hearing this, Jingyong's confidence swelled, noting Xiao Bei's youth. He continued, "What's the matter? Xiao Gu, are you also considering one? You seem quite young. You must still be in college, right? At your age, you might be better off with something else. As the F8's price is quite steep, and its resale value isn't very friendly for you." Xiao Bei replied calmly, "You're right, Jingu. I actually don't plan to buy the F8. Jingyong scoffed inwardly at Xiao Bei, thinking, is that so? However, with Ji Qinglan present, he restrained his impulse to unleash his irritation. Had she not been there, he would have certainly threatened Xiao Bei to steer clear of Ji Qinglan. With a smile, he remarked, "No worries, Xiao Gu. You're still young. You'll have your chance to drive an F8. While he appeared to be comforting Xiao Bei, his words were laced with mockery. Ji Qinglan, overhearing Jingyong's comments, couldn't help but smile internally, thinking, "You're trying to show off in front of my husband?" Observing Xiao Bei's calm demeanor, she realized, Xiao Bei is about to begin his display of confidence. "Jingu, you've misunderstood my intentions. I'm not buying the F8 because it's too inexpensive." Jingyong's previously smug expression froze, realizing he had been outdone in the very act of showing off. At least a car worth around $5 million? Too cheap? Jingyong felt as though he had been played, and with a slight huff, he remarked, "Brother Xiao, it turns out you are quite the towering figure. I wonder, what are you planning to purchase, considering you look down on the F8? Xiao Bei, remaining unruffled, replied, "I must confess, I am not particularly knowledgeable about cars or their performance. However, I am aware that the pricier options tend to be superior. Just yesterday, while contemplating a purchase, I learned that at the very least, a LaFerrari, a 918, or a McLaren P1 would barely qualify. Oh, by the way, I believe your dealership has a LaFerrari, correct?" Xiao Bei inquired of the sales consultant, adding, "I checked beforehand to avoid any mix-up." Jingyong's expression soured slightly. He was indeed well-versed in automobiles. The LaFerrari that Xiao Bei had just mentioned was the very car he had boasted about wanting to buy if he had sufficient funds. In truth, the LaFerrari is a limited edition, and acquiring a new one is no simple feat, given the numerous prerequisites. Thus, most LaFerrari transactions occur in the second-hand luxury market. However, do not be deceived, second-hand prices are not necessarily low. Quite the contrary, they remain exorbitant due to the vehicle's value retention and appreciation. Jingyong was merely posturing. Although his family was affluent, it was still out of the question to spend such a sum on a single car. Now, Xiao Bei was claiming he intended to purchase a LaFerrari? Was his earlier bravado merely a ruse? The sales consultant affirmed, "Indeed, Mr. Xiao. We do have a LaFerrari in stock, with only 2,000 kilometers on the clock, effectively a nearly new vehicle, in Tiffany blue." Jin Yong, now rendered speechless, still could not believe that Xiao Bei could afford a LaFerrari. Was this fellow genuinely making a purchase, or merely putting on a show? Jin Yong had been repeatedly embarrassed. Yet he chose to stay, eager to witness whether Xiao Bei would follow through. If Xiao Bei did not buy, he would certainly unleash a torrent of mockery. Chapter 51, Securing the LaFerrari. Xiao Bei now disregarded Jin Yong entirely. He turned to the sales consultant and asked, "Could you take me to see the car?" The sales consultant hesitated momentarily, sharing Jin Yong's skepticism, believing the young man before him was just posturing. However, the current atmosphere suggested otherwise, though still harboring doubts. He reminded himself that the customer is paramount. His employer had made it clear not to underestimate any patron. After all, the boss had once encountered a foolish employee who misjudged a customer, nearly jeopardizing the business. Since then, the boss had issued strict warnings. Any recurrence of such a situation would not be tolerated. "Very well, sir, please follow me." The sales consultant led Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan toward a nearby showroom. Jin Yong contemplated following, refusing to believe that Xiao Bei possessed the means to purchase such a vehicle. He was eager to witness the spectacle. Anyone would wish to redeem their dignity in front of their beloved, and Jin Yong was no exception. Before long, the sales consultant brought the trio to the display area of the LaFerrari, cordoned off with a barrier. Upon seeing the Tiffany blue supercar, Xiao Bei was instantly captivated. "May I take a closer look?" he inquired of the sales consultant. Nodding in affirmation, the consultant guided Xiao Bei inside the vehicle. Despite being a multi-million-dollar supercar, the LaFerrari's interior was surprisingly minimalist, lacking even a push-to-start button. But what did that matter? The car's allure lay in its exterior. Just imagine the attention it would attract while cruising down the street, with countless admirers flocking to it, exclaiming, "Brother, your car is so hot." With that thought in mind, Xiao Bei felt exhilarated. "Lan, come and have a seat," he called to Ji Qinglan. Intrigued, Ji Qinglan, who also adored the car, especially its Tiffany blue hue, climbed into the passenger seat, much to Jin Yong's chagrin. "How do you like it?" Xiao Bei asked her. Ji Qinglan glanced at Xiao Bei and smiled. "It doesn't matter if I like it. You're the one buying it." Xiao Bei smiled faintly. He gestured to the sales consultant, saying, "I'll take this car. What's the price?" His voice was soft, yet unmistakably clear. Jin Yong looked at Xiao Bei in astonishment, internally scoffing. "Keep pretending." The sales consultant, feeling a rush of excitement, replied, "Mr. Xiao, due to its global limited availability, we cannot price this vehicle at the original release price." "I understand. Just tell me how much," Xiao Bei interjected, his interest in the car genuine. "Mr. Xiao, this vehicle is priced at 60 million. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Xiao Bei retrieved his bank card and handed it to the sales consultant. The consultant froze for a moment, then was stunned, thinking, "Brother, this is 60 million, not 600. Nevertheless, he trembled as he accepted Xiao Bei's card, saying, "Mr. Xiao, are you sure you don't want to consider it further?" "No need. I quite like it, and it befits my refined demeanor," Xiao Bei boasted. The sales consultant smiled nervously indeed. With a playful nudge, Ji Qinglan laughed as she tapped Xiao Bei's arm. "Darling, I've just realized you have a flaw." "What?" "I have a flaw," Xiao Bei joked, engaging in light banter with Ji Qinglan. Observing Xiao Bei's demeanor, Ji Qinglan teased, "Your flaw is narcissism. Though now it seems you possess a hint of nouveau riche flair. Regardless of my demeanor, as long as you like it, that's what matters." Xiao Bei ribbed back. "Such vanity, but you do have a point." Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei continued their playful exchange inside the car. Meanwhile, Jin Yong suddenly felt a chill in the air conditioning of the dealership. Had he been embarrassed yet again? When he witnessed Xiao Bei beckoning Ji Qinglan into the car, he thought Xiao Bei was merely seeking an escape route, expecting Ji Qinglan to decline and thus forego the purchase. Instead, this fellow proceeded to swipe his card. What was the meaning of that? And what was this nonsense about a refined demeanor? The sales consultant rushed back, clutching Xiao Bei's bank card. Jin Yong, sensing an opportunity, inquired, "What's wrong? Did the transaction fail?" The sales consultant shook his head and replied, "Mr. Xiao, because you wish to purchase this car, our boss is currently en route back to the dealership. We are unable to finalize the sale without his approval." Xiao Bei nodded. "How long until your boss arrives?" The sales consultant responded promptly, "About 5 minutes. Would you like to wait in the VIP lounge?" Xiao Bei smiled, "Sure, I'm parched." With that, the consultant led Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan to the VIP lounge. Jin Yong, unwilling to give up, decided to follow them, eager to see how it would all unfold. In the VIP lounge, the sales consultant had already arranged pastries for Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan. "Please prepare a serving for Mr. Jin as well," Xiao Bei said, glancing at Jin Yong with a grin. Of course, confronted by Xiao Bei's indifference, Jin Yong let out a cold snort, disregarding any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Soon, 3 minutes elapsed, and the door to the VIP room swung open, revealing a youth clad in trendy streetwear. Brother Jin, you're here too? Oh, Miss G is present as well. This brother must be the potential buyer of the LaFerrari. Upon entering the VIP room, Chen Qi spotted familiar faces in Jin Yong and Ji Qinglan, dismissing any thoughts of them being the LaFerrari's purchasers. He was well aware that neither could afford it. He knew Jin Yong's financial capacity and recognized that Ji Qinglan, being a young woman, had little interest in hypercars. Thus, his attention shifted to the young man seated beside Ji Qinglan. Hello, Boss Chen, Xiao Bei greeted. Ah, brother, good to meet you. Truly accomplished at such a young age. May I ask your surname? My surname is Xiao, he replied. Brother Xiao, I apologize for my tardiness. As Chen Qi cast a glance at Xiao Bei, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He was remarkably young to be purchasing a LaFerrari. Clearly, his family possessed considerable influence, and someone of his stature was precisely the kind of person Chen Qi sought to befriend. Although Chen Qi was also a second-generation elite from Hangzhou, he was shrewd and opened this luxury car dealership primarily to cultivate connections. Thus, when he heard of a potential buyer for the LaFerrari, he had promptly made his way over. After all, those who could afford such vehicles were no ordinary individuals. Boss Chen, it's quite all right. I'm not in a hurry. I simply adore this car. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Chen Qi could see that Xiao Bei genuinely liked the LaFerrari and promptly responded, absolutely. Please swipe your card. Xiao Bei handed his card to Chen Qi once more, who then passed it to the cashier. Under the gaze of onlookers, the transaction was successfully completed as the receipt printed from the POS machine. Upon witnessing the successful exchange, Jin Yong suddenly became alert, and his previous disdain for Xiao Bei dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor. Chapter 52, Displaying Muscle. Seeing Xiao Bei so young and capable of independently managing 60 million, Jin Yong's expression darkened significantly. While the average person might not understand the implications of such wealth, Jin Yong, as one of Hangzhou's elite, certainly did. It signified that the Xiao Bei he had underestimated likely belonged to a family far more powerful than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei and Chen Qi engaged in conversation. Young Master Xiao, you truly are impressive at such a young age. I presume you are not a local of Hangzhou? Chen Qi inquired with a smile. Seated across from Xiao Bei. Indeed, I am not, Xiao Bei replied directly. At this, Chen Qi smiled slightly and continued. Now that you are the proud owner of a LaFerrari, have you considered joining our supercar club? After saying this, he looked at Xiao Bei expectantly. Xiao Bei pondered for a moment. He was aware of the supercar club. While it appeared to be a gathering of supercar enthusiasts, it was, in reality, a venue for networking. After all, those who could drive supercars came from affluent backgrounds, and through the club's platform, friendships could be forged, potentially leading to fruitful collaborations in the future. For the past life of Xiao Bei, such a platform had been significant. As for his current self, it was merely average. Yet he decided to join, as he had yet to fully establish himself. In simpler terms, he had ample funds, but in various other aspects, he still fell short. However, he did not immediately agree, but rather deliberately asked, Brother Chen, what kind of people are currently in your supercar club? While most might perceive Xiao Bei's question as mere curiosity, Chen Qi sensed it as a subtle probe. What kind of probe? A test of the supercar club's strength. For only someone of considerable capability would inquire thus. Instantly, Chen Qi regarded Xiao Bei with respect, smiling as he said, Young Master Xiao. Our supercar club is quite renowned throughout the Yangtze River Delta. We have prominent figures from the Magic City as members, and of course, many from Hangzhou, whose strength should not be underestimated. Xiao Bei, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Observing this, Chen Qi remained unfazed. It was natural for someone of such stature to possess their own personality. Had Xiao Bei lacked individuality, Chen Qi would have found it concerning. Thus, he continued, How about this, young Master Xiao? We have a gathering tomorrow, and I would be delighted to take you along to see how it goes. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Xiao Bei's lips. This was precisely the invitation he had been waiting for. What was his identity? A wealthy magnate. Such individuals would not easily seek favors. They were to be invited instead. All right, Brother Chen, I happen to be free tomorrow. I'll join you. Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. Chen Qi felt a surge of joy at this response. Young master, let's exchange WeChat so I can contact you later. He took out his phone, looking at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei also retrieved his phone, and they exchanged WeChat information. Just as they finished this transaction, a staff member entered the VIP room. Boss, Mr. Zhao's car has been washed, and the paperwork is complete. Very well, please hand over the relevant documents to young Master Xiao, Chen Qi instructed lightly. Xiao Bei accepted the documents, glanced through them, and then recalled something. turning to Qin Shi to ask, "Brother Chun, do you have any good license plates available?" Xiao Bei suddenly remembered that he had overlooked the matter of the lottery for license plates. With a slight smile, Qin Shi replied, "Young master, I actually have a great license plate available. It's a first-generation plate with a 5-digit sequence." Xiao Bei's interest piqued. "What price?" Seeing Xiao Bei intrigued, Qin Shi stated directly, "Hang a 99999, originally priced at 7 million, but for you, young master, I can let it go for 6 million as a gesture of friendship." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled lightly. "Brother Chun, I gladly accept this friendship." "Ha ha ha, young master. Brother Chun, I am younger than you, so just call me Xiao Bei or Beizi." Since Qin Shi had been so courteous, Xiao Bei felt compelled to reciprocate. Qin Shi thought to himself, wondering which influential family Xiao Bei hailed from. His poise and tact made him an excellent candidate for friendship. "Then I shall take the liberty to call you Beizi. It feels more familiar." "Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, feel free." "Beizi, rest assured, if you encounter any issues in Hangzhou, just a call away, and I will see to it that they are resolved." "Thank you, Brother Qin. By the way, I do have something I'd like you to keep an eye on," Xiao Bei stated without reservation. "Speak freely, as long as I am able to assist." "Brother Qin, please help me keep an eye out for good supercars. I anticipate purchasing a few more, such as a P1 or a 918, and ideally a Pagani. If you come across any good vehicles, just give me a call." As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, the entire VIP room collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Ji Qinglan, who typically showed little interest in cars, cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Bei. What kind of extraordinary boyfriend had she found? At that moment, Jin Yong felt his insides tremble. What kind of beast was this? A top-tier young master bullying him? Little did he know that throughout this entire encounter, he had been the one provoking Xiao Bei. Naturally, Xiao Bei would not stoop to quarreling with someone like him. It would be beneath his dignity. Yet the true shock was felt by Qin Shi. Due to the recent conversation, Xiao Bei has mentioned several models of cars, all of which represent the pinnacle of the supercar realm. He has just revealed that he is merely 18 years old. To possess such substantial funds at this young age solely for the collection of supercars raises questions about Xiao Bei's background, regardless of his origins. What matters is that I am currently his friend. Beizi, rest assured, I will certainly keep an eye out for you. However, I wonder if you could share your total car purchasing budget? Let us tentatively say 500 million. If that proves insufficient, I can always add more later. Xiao Bei's extravagant demeanor stems from an astonishing turn of events. He has just experienced a surge in popularity, resulting in a consumption of 60 million and a 50-fold rebate, adding a remarkable 3 billion to his wealth. 500 million is but a trifling sum. In truth, this display of grandeur was somewhat intentional on Xiao Bei's part, a demonstration of his prowess. Qin Shi was genuinely astounded. It appeared he had underestimated Xiao Bei. He chuckled and said, "Beizi, don't worry. I will certainly find you the best sources for cars." "I appreciate it, Brother Qin. It's getting late. We shall meet again tomorrow." "Very well. I will see you off." Qin Shi promptly gestured, understanding that such a significant figure could easily rival the 3 prominent individuals in Hangzhou. The group rose and made their way outside. At that moment, Xiao Bei spotted Jin Yong and, with surprise, inquired, "Oh, Brother Jin, you haven't left yet?" Chapter 53, A Stir in Hangzhou. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Jin Yong felt speechless. Clenching his fists, he recalled Xiao Bei's formidable capabilities, despite his reluctance. He maintained decorum. "Young Master Xiao, I haven't finalized my car purchase yet, so I obviously cannot leave." After considerable thought, Jin Yong could only respond thus. "Indeed, that is true. Actually, Brother Jin, the F8 is quite remarkable. I tend to be rather ostentatious, only purchasing the extravagant. Were I less so, I would also opt for an F8. Xiao Bei said with a smile, then took Ji Qinglan's hand and exited the VIP room. Observing this, Qin Shi realized that Jin Yong had undoubtedly offended Xiao Bei. However, in contrast to Jin Yong, Qin Shi was firmly allied with Xiao Bei. There was no reason for him to jeopardize that relationship for someone he was only casually acquainted with. He glanced at Jin Yong before following Xiao Bei out. Once the group departed, Jin Yong clenched his fists and kicked the nearby sofa in frustration. "Xiao Bei, just you wait. Tomorrow will be your reckoning." Calming himself, Jin Yong suddenly thought of something, and a sly smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, as Xiao Bei exited the VIP room, he turned to Qin Shi and said, "Brother Chun, this will be sufficient. See you tomorrow." "All right, Beizi, I will contact you tomorrow." Qin Shi replied with a smile. Xiao Bei then approached his LaFerrari. "Get in. I'll take you for a spin," he exclaimed, gazing at the car he could only dream of owning in his past life. Excitement bubbling within him as he joked with Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan rolled her eyes at Xiao Bei, but could not suppress her smile as she got into his car. As for the Mercedes S63, Xiao Bei had already informed Qin Shi to have his staff drive it back to Ji Qinglan's neighborhood. just as Xiao Bei departed. Chen Shi smiled slightly, picked up his phone, and opened a group chat named HCA Supercar Club. He composed a message and sent it. Chen Shi, the LaFerrari at the dealership has been successfully sold. Huang Bin, 666. Brother Chen, how much did you make from this deal? Yishuo, I'm just curious. Which esteemed individual made the purchase? Zhou Hongdu. 1. Su Jia. Brother Chen, do tell, who is the lucky buyer? Zhang Longfei, I'm eager to know as well. Suya, curious, adorable. Chen Shi read the messages in the group and smiled slightly before composing another message. Chen Shi, you all want to recognize who it is. But this individual has significant connections and is only 18 years old. Chen Shi, by the way, he has also entrusted me to find other top-tier supercars with a budget of 500 million. Suya, wow, who is this young master? Su Jia, at this level. He might be comparable to Zhang Xiao and the others. Zhang Longfei, I presume he ISNT from Hangzhou, right, Brother Chen? Chen Shi, all right, no need to speculate. I'll bring him to the gathering tomorrow, and you all can meet him then. Having said that, Chen Shi set down his phone. Just as he did, his phone rang. Picking it up, he smiled. Honghua, what is on your mind? Wow, Lao Chun, I just saw the messages in the group. Who is this formidable person? A hearty voice came through the phone. An individual of considerable stature. The waters of Hangzhou were about to become turbulent. Anyone capable of purchasing a LaFerrari is no ordinary person. Has he agreed to join the club yet? Not yet. I plan to assess the situation tomorrow. There was a brief silence on the line before the voice continued. What is your impression of this person? Despite being only 18, he possesses remarkable maturity and is worth befriending. Ha ha ha, it's rare for you, Lao Chun, to speak so highly of someone. All right, I'll keep an eye out tomorrow. If all goes well, let us bring him into the fold. MHM. After finishing the call, Chen Shi hung up. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Jin Yong was also on a phone call. Brother Fong, it's just as I described. Understood, I will meet him tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Fong. Jin Yong ended the call with a smirk. On the other side, in a villa in Hangzhou, Fong Chun hung up the phone, a cold smile gracing his lips. What is going on? A man seated beside Fong Chun looked at him, puzzled. Jin Yong called to ask me to teach someone a lesson. Who? The one who just purchased the LaFerrari from old Chun. The man beside Fong Chun smiled slightly. What do you intend to do? What are you talking about? I advocate for peaceful dealings. Besides, knowing Jin Yong as I do, he probably brought this upon himself. I'm not his father to clean up his mess. However, I just spoke with Chen Shi. The other party seems quite powerful. How could they not be? At 18, they can muster a budget of 500 million for a car. Let us wait and see how it unfolds. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei was racing with Ji Qinglan on the ring road. To be fair, the LaFerrari's acceleration is indeed impressive. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Bei was blissfully unaware that he had already caught the attention of certain individuals. After their exhilarating drive, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan found a restaurant to dine. Tomorrow is National Day. Are you returning to Ningqing? Ji Qinglan asked Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei paused momentarily, realizing how swiftly a month had passed since his arrival in Hangzhou. Ningqing? Let us talk about it later. Aren't I'm meeting with Brother Chun and the others tomorrow? MHM, I was just asking. If you don't return, then Ji Qinglan hesitated. Xiao Bei, seeing her coyness, smiled and gently lifted her chin, asking, then what? Ji Qinglan felt the warmth of his hand and shyly replied, then I want to go home either. After saying this, she bashfully lowered her head. Xiao Bei laughed heartily, understanding her feelings as she transitioned from girlhood into womanhood, now yearning for new experiences. My dear, do you find this dish delectable? Ji Qinglan was still feeling shy when she suddenly heard Xiao Bei's nonsensical question. Nevertheless, she lifted her head and replied, I'm fine. So, do you wish to continue enjoying this dish, or do you plan to return home to savor me instead? Xiao Bei responded with a lewd grin. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan's delicate face flushed, resembling the hue of a monkey's rear. Darling, how about we go home and indulge in you? Xiao Bei, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and pulled Ji Qinglan out of the restaurant. Once they were in the car, Xiao Bei drove at breakneck speed back to Ji Qinglan's residence. As soon as they exited the vehicle, Ji Qinglan leaped into Xiao Bei's arms. He smiled slightly, embracing her as they made their way to the elevator, quickly returning home. At that moment, Ji Qinglan surprisingly felt none of the earlier shyness. Instead, she whispered into Xiao Bei's ear, Tonight, I intend to drain you dry. Chapter 54, Darling, you look exceptionally handsome today. Xiao Bei, a vigorous young man, couldn't he possibly back down upon hearing such words. He promptly carried Ji Qinglan into the bedroom, leaving the lights on. 2 hours later, Ji Qinglan gazed at Xiao Bei with deep affection, saying, Darling, do you know? You are incredibly handsome today. Oh, just how handsome am I? Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow. Ji Qinglan playfully pressed down his brow, giggling like a kitten. Extremely, extremely handsome. More handsome than before. After a moment of dreamy laughter, she suddenly asked, "Don't your parents mind you spending so much money?" Xiao Bei caressed her cheek and replied with a smile. "All of this is my own money." Ji Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. "Your own money? What do you mean?" "Literally, I earned it all myself." Xiao Bei preferred not to delve further into this topic, as he was still reluctant to reveal that he was an orphan. He feared that if Ji Qinglan learned of his background, her feelings for him might deepen even further. Xiao Bei believed he wasn't yet strong enough to disregard everything. Ji Qinglan, sensing his discomfort, refrained from pursuing the matter. Although she was puzzled as to why Xiao Bei never spoke of his origins, or even called home, she resolved not to bring up anything that might upset him. Perhaps, sensing Xiao Bei's mood, she threw her arms around him. He gazed at the enchanting creature before him, never anticipating such a stark contrast in Ji Qinglan's demeanor. Yet, it was Xiao Bei who felt exhilarated. What reason did he have to refuse? He embraced Ji Qinglan tightly, while the moon outside seemed to blush in response. At 10 a.m., Xiao Bei's phone rang. Neither he nor Ji Qinglan stirred. But the incessant ringing persisted. "You rascal, answer the phone," Ji Qinglan complained. "Damn it, does that brat have no regard for sleep in the morning?" Xiao Bei, feeling irritable, got up to answer the call. "Hello, who is it?" On the other end, Chen Qi recognized Xiao Bei's groggy voice and chuckled softly. "Beizi, it's me, Chen Qi." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei instantly became alert. "Brother Chen, what's up? You just woke up, huh? Come by the Hangzhou International Circuit at 1 p.m. today. I'll send you the location." "All right, Brother Chen, I'll contact you once I arrive." "Great, get some more rest." After hanging up, Xiao Bei found it hard to sleep again. He glanced at Ji Qinglan, who lay beside him, and smiled gently before reaching out a hand to smack her on the rear. "Wow, Xiao Bei, I'll kill you." Ji Qinglan had quite the fierce wake-up temperament. With that, she sprang up and pounced on Xiao Bei, grabbing his hair. "Are you going to concede?" Ji Qinglan, with flushed cheeks, glared down at him. "Not a chance." Xiao Bei replied defiantly. Ji Qinglan, upon hearing this, yanked his hair even harder. "Will you concede? You big bad guy?" Xiao Bei chuckled. "You expect a grown man to yield to you? Not happening." He exerted a slight force, pushing Ji Qinglan down and capturing her hands. "Still think you're tough? You big bully, can't you let me win? I'm just a weak girl." Ji Qinglan feigned a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening as she looked up at Xiao Bei. Taken aback by her expression, Xiao Bei grinned. "Who was just calling me names? You villain." They playfully tussled on the bed until Ji Qinglan finally surrendered, though she still seemed displeased. "You big bad guy. You don't know how to give in at all." Consequently, while Xiao Bei was showering, Ji Qinglan pulled the bathroom door shut and locked it. When Xiao Bei finished his shower and attempted to exit, he found the door was locked. Ji Qinglan, open the door. "I'm freezing." "Call Daddy. Call Daddy to let you out." Ji Qinglan teased from outside, a smile on her face. "Not a chance, I want to call. Then you can stay inside and reflect. I'll open the door when you call me." Ji Qinglan declared triumphantly, determined to take charge today. Hearing her taunts, Xiao Bei thought, "This little girl is really trying to rebel." After a moment of contemplation, he noticed there was more than one door in the bathroom. "Hurry up, will you call? If you say Daddy now, I'll open the door right away." Ji Qinglan continued to gleefully taunt him from outside. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Bei had already opened another door in the bathroom and slipped out onto the balcony. He stealthily made his way back into the room. Watching Ji Qinglan as she continued her clamor, a smirk crept onto his lips. "Go ahead and shout. Darling, call out. Ji Qinglan, you're in trouble." Xiao Bei's voice emerged from behind her, startling Ji Qinglan. She swiftly turned around, only to find Xiao Bei grinning mischievously at her. "Ah, a ghost," she squealed, bolting away. But Xiao Bei was quick to catch her, lifting her as if she were a child and pulling her close. "Now, are you still going to shout?" Chapter 55, Culinary Mastery, Divine Noodles. Xiao Bei placed a hand on Ji Qinglan's head, smiling down at her with a victorious grin. Ji Qinglan pouted, casting a pitiful look at him. "Humph, you big bad guy, can't you let me win? Also, you cheated earlier." Observing her adorable demeanor, Xiao Bei chuckled softly, placing both hands on her face. "All right, my dear, time to wake up. We need to go see Brother Chen later." He then gave her a playful smack on her rear and added, "I'm going downstairs to prepare breakfast. Hurry down." "Humph, you big bad guy." Xiao Bei glanced at Ji Qinglan before heading downstairs to prepare breakfast, or rather, lunch. After she finished washing up, Ji Qinglan still bore a slight grudge. It wasn't he that she was throwing a tantrum. Rather, as a girl in love, she felt sensitive and cared about the little details. All she wanted was for Xiao Bei to pamper her a bit. Yet today, he seemed oblivious to her feelings. With a snort, she drew a circle to cast a curse upon him, declaring that he would have a child without a backside. After voicing her grievances, Ji Qinglan finished her morning routine, donned her attire, and descended the stairs. "Darling, it's splendid that you're down. Breakfast is ready. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan pouted, I don't want your food. I'll eat on my own. Consequently, she sauntered to the refrigerator, grabbed some bread and milk, retreated to the living room, and began to eat with determination. Casting a fierce glare at Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei soon emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of aromatic noodles, only to find Ji Qinglan already dining. Puzzled, he inquired, Why are you eating that? You should be having my noodles. Wait, why didn't you call me to eat? Ji Qinglan huffed dismissively. Whether you eat or not is none of my concern. Clearly, she was still irked by the earlier incident. Xiao Bei shrugged and approached her. Upon closer inspection, he saw her humble meal of milk and bread. Eating so meagerly, others might think I'm bullying you. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. He chuckled. Ji Qinglan shot him a disdainful glance, which Xiao Bei pretended not to notice. By the way, darling, do you know what it signifies to eat bread and milk? He queried. What? Ji Qinglan retorted directly. It means you're living a solitary life. I can imagine you're not truly alone, right? You were quite busy last night. Xiao Bei's explanation left Ji Qinglan momentarily speechless, her eyes widening in surprise. In an instant, she lost her composure. I want to deal with you now. Once I'm full and regain my strength, I'll settle the score. With that, she devoured a couple more bites, fervently replenishing her energy. Oh, did I misspeak? You're not living alone. You should be called an ice pop. Ji Qinglan chose to ignore him, focusing on her meal. Once I'm full, I'll make you pay. Xiao Bei, amused, picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy his noodles across from her. His culinary skills were evident. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, making the dish visually appealing and immensely appetizing, a feast for the senses. He slurped a mouthful, exclaiming, Wow! This flavor is absolutely incredible. I dare say even a 5-star hotel chef couldn't replicate this taste. His words were sincere. The experience of tasting the noodles was truly sublime. At that moment, Ji Qinglan finished her toast and milk, feeling revitalized. She stood up to stretch. Sensing her energy had surged, observing Xiao Bei slurping his noodles, she approached him with the intent to confront him. What did you just call me? Ice pop. Xiao Bei replied, still immersed in his meal. Ji Qinglan clenched her small fist and charged towards him, ready to unleash her wrath. However, halfway through, she halted, captivated by the enticing noodles in his hand. The aroma was simply irresistible. She had never encountered such an enticing scent before. What would it taste like? Her curiosity piqued. Slurp. Xiao Bei took another mouthful, a satisfied expression illuminating his face as he provocatively gazed at Ji Qinglan. Stunned, she felt her mouth twitch. She desperately wanted to know how delicious they were. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Bei teased, What did you say earlier? What was it I made? Is this your cooking? Ji Qinglan replied, somewhat begrudgingly. It was no wonder she was so intrigued. These noodles were crafted by a master chef. Just the aroma alone was enough to tempt anyone. Do you wish to try? Xiao Bei asked, amused by her eagerness. Huffed. What is so special about a bowl of noodles? Ji Qinglan feigned indifference. Yet her eyes betrayed her desire, fixated on the bowl in his hands. If you want to eat, just say so. I have another bowl. Xiao Bei offered. As if I crave your noodles. Ji Qinglan retorted, but her denial was hollow. Xiao Bei smiled, certain no one could resist his culinary creations. You don't want them, huh? Perfect. I find one bowl insufficient. He then swiftly devoured his noodles, intent on claiming Ji Qinglan's portion as well. He glanced at her again and noticed her eyes glued to his bowl, her mouth watering. Are you sure you don't want to eat? He asked. Unable to withstand the allure of the food any longer, she walked over, opening her mouth in anticipation. You rascal, give me another chance. Feed me. Xiao Bei chuckled, utterly charmed by her cuteness. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he used his chopsticks to lift some noodles to her lips. Careful, it's hot. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qinglan slurped the noodles into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight as she savored the taste. Her expressions were a delightful array of emotions. Wow, this flavor is simply exquisite. Soup, soup, I need a sip of the soup. She took another drink, exclaiming, This is the best soup I've ever had. Seizing the moment, she sat down and began to eat heartily with her chopsticks. Wow, darling, your noodles are simply divine. If you find them delicious, eat as much as you like. Are you still angry? Ji Qinglan quickly shook her head. I'm not angry anymore. You're the best. Thus, the two playfully enjoyed their meal, and soon after, they set out together. Chapter 56, HCA Club. After leaving home, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan drove in their LaFerrari towards the place Chun Chi had mentioned, the Hangzhou International Circuit. Neither in this life nor his previous one had Xiao Bei visited this locale. In his past, despite his wealth, he seldom indulged in leisure activities. As they drove, Xiao Bei played his favorite songs, while Ji Qinglan, seated beside him, dozed off, exhausted from the previous night's excitement. The car attracted many admiring glances as they cruised along. An hour later, They arrived at the Hangzhou International Circuit. Instead of immediately calling Chen Qi, Xiao Bei turned to Ji Qinglan and gently pinched her cheek. Darling, we've arrived. Huh, we're here? Ji Qinglan, still a bit groggy, quickly woke up and began touching up her makeup in the car. When Xiao Bei inquired why she was applying makeup, she replied, "There are many pretty girls in the supercar club. I can't let myself be outdone." Xiao Bei, unable to comprehend the nuances of women's competition, simply accepted her reasoning. After they got out of the car, Ji Qinglan stretched her long legs atop the car door, snapping her body into action. TSK TSK. Truly worthy of being my wife. Every gesture exudes temptation. At that moment, Xiao Bei spotted a Lamborghini Aventador approaching him. It came to a halt before him, and as the window lowered, he recognized Chen Qi. "Bei, you've arrived, and so has Lan Lan." "Yes, Chen Gu. Join your car with mine as we enter." "All right." Soon after, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan got into the car, heading towards the inner track. Before long, they followed Chen Qi's vehicle into the venue, which was bustling with people and luxury supercars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Lotuses, Porsches, and more. The roar of a LaFerrari drew the attention of club members watching the races, prompting them to turn their heads. They quickly caught sight of Xiao Bei's Tiffany blue supercar. "Wow, is that the LaFerrari? Absolutely stunning. The king of horses has arrived." As the crowd marveled, in a corner, Jin Yong spotted Xiao Bei's car, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He had already contacted brother Fong Chuan yesterday, planning to teach this brat a lesson today. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, the LaFerrari gradually came to a stop. Ji Qinglan exited from the passenger seat first, and as she did, onlookers were momentarily stunned. "Sister Qinglan, what brings you here?" At that moment, a sweet-looking girl from the crowd approached. Ji Qinglan smiled faintly upon seeing her. She was also a second generation from Hangqing, albeit quite low-key, seldom seen at supercar gatherings. However, that didn't mean Ji Qinglan was unfamiliar with these people. Likewise, many here recognized Ji Qinglan. "Suya, you're here too. Sister Qinglan, what is going on? You never come here." Suya glanced at the LaFerrari, then back at Ji Qinglan. "Well, my husband is here, so I had to accompany him." Ji Qinglan replied with a smile. At her words, those unaware of Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei's relationship were momentarily taken aback. "Wait, Sister Qinglan, did I just hear correctly? Husband? Seriously? Do Uncle and Aunt know about this? Damn, who is this guy? Sister Qinglan is dating him. Wow, suddenly feeling a bit envious." Suya was equally surprised. She was one of Ji Qinglan's closer friends, but had no idea Ji Qinglan was in a relationship. Moreover, Suya had heard in their group chat yesterday that the other party seemed to be only 18. "Sister Qinglan, are you indulging in some youthful romance?" Just as everyone was astonished, Xiao Bei emerged from the car. The moment he stepped out, a wave of gasps filled the air. "Wow, this guy is rather handsome. Too handsome. Looks like Wang Gu's title as the most handsome is in jeopardy. So dashing? A pretty boy, huh? When have you seen a pretty boy driving a LaFerrari?" Their astonishment was understandable. Xiao Bei was indeed looking quite dapper today, exuding a vibe of restrained allure. Thanks to Ji Qinglan's styling, how could he not be handsome? At that moment, Chen Qi approached Xiao Bei. "Bei, these are some of our HCA club members. The entire Hangqing International Circuit is ours this afternoon. Feel free to race." "All right, Chen Gu." Xiao Bei responded with a nod, surveying the surroundings with a smile. At this moment, Suya also turned to Xiao Bei. To be honest, she was equally captivated when Xiao Bei stepped out of the car. "Sister Qinglan, your husband is incredibly handsome." "Well, he is a bit vain," Ji Qinglan replied with a smile, though the grin at the corner of her mouth betrayed her inner happiness. "Oh, Sister Qinglan, is this the magic of love? Look at you smiling now." At that moment, Xiao Bei joined Ji Qinglan and Chen Qi. Upon seeing Xiao Bei, Ji Qinglan naturally linked her arm with his and introduced him, saying, "Husband, this is my good friend, Suya." Xiao Bei glanced at the girl named Suya. She was indeed beautiful but carried a bit of a rebellious vibe. Pink hair, leather pants, and a crop top. However, her figure was also quite impressive. "Hello, Xiao Bei, brother-in-law. Nice to meet you." Suya's cheeks flushed as she shook Xiao Bei's hand, feeling a bit shy in his presence, finding him the most handsome man she had ever encountered, with an admirable aura. Upon hearing Suya's address, Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback but smiled in response. Chen Qi then introduced Xiao Bei to the others. Though the crowd consisted of second-generation elites, Xiao Bei felt welcomed. They displayed no arrogance, perhaps recognizing that his capabilities surpassed theirs. While getting acquainted, Xiao Bei was particularly impressed by two individuals, one named Mu Miao, who seemed to have an endless thirst, and another named Kai Kuan, who sported basketball attire. They reminded Xiao Bei of a diligent trainee from his previous life. Xiao Bei couldn't help but wonder, hey, do you play basketball? Their cars undoubtedly weren't cheap, yet their attitudes were surprisingly amiable and unpretentious, engaging in lively chatter. "Bei, There are 2 more members currently racing. Once they return, I'll introduce you to them. Their backgrounds are also quite remarkable, Chen Qi remarked, glancing at Xiao Bei with a smile. Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of anticipation. Chapter 57, Joining HCA. Following that, Chen Qi led Xiao Bei to the edge of the racetrack. Ji Qinglan was chatting with some friends off to the side, and no one approached, as they understood that Chen Gu was currently working to bring Xiao Bei into the fold. The essence of a supercar club hinges on 2 elements: top-tier supercars and undeniable prowess. The attendees were well aware of Xiao Bei's strength. The LaFerrari, worth 60 million, was a testament to his capabilities. Such individuals were indeed beyond their current reach. They would only connect with Xiao Bei after he formally joined. Otherwise, how could they even get to know him? At the trackside, Chen Qi offered Xiao Bei a black cigarette. They lit up and took a deep drag. Beizi. The HCA Club is an organization I spearheaded, but there are 3 other founding members. 2 of them are currently racing, Zhang Honghua and Fang Chuan. The last one, Xin Bin, is busy with a project abroad and hasn't returned. Chen Qi continued, Zhang Honghua's family is in real estate, quite powerful, dominating the Yangtze River Delta region. I presume you might have guessed that. Fang Chuan's family is at the forefront of domestic security technology. After Chen Qi finished speaking, he quietly observed Xiao Bei. Greenland Group and Weihou Weisher? Xiao Bei replied with a faint smile. Chen Qi smiled in return, curious about Xiao Bei's background, but refrained from probing further, knowing that in due time, he would learn more. Meanwhile, Xin Bin, who was abroad, also hailed from a notable family, specializing in precision automotive components, his family being the Shunxiang Group. Indeed, Xiao Bei remarked nonchalantly. Chen Qi smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's heart became enlightened. Among the 3 founders, one was a tycoon in the real estate industry, a leading figure akin to Qianke Group. As for Weihou Weisher, it was undoubtedly one of the most prestigious companies in Xia country, responsible for the entirety of the Skynet system, a veritable industry leader. The Xinjiang Group, on the other hand, ranked among the top 500 enterprises in the nation. These 3 founders could indeed be considered the creme de la creme of Xia country. Not less impressive even when compared to Wang Kong brother Chen. Is your surname Chen? Chen Tian Media? Xiao Bei inquired with a smile. Chen Qi chuckled softly and patted Xiao Bei on the shoulder. Chen Tian Media is one of the largest entertainment companies domestically, boasting numerous cinema chains and talent agencies, making it one of the foremost entertainment and media enterprises in the country. Its strength is not to be underestimated. The reason Chen Qi held Xiao Bei in such high regard, even without knowing his background, lay not merely in the fact that Xiao Bei had purchased a LaFerrari, but rather because he had conducted a background check on Xiao Bei the previous day. To his surprise, Xiao Bei's information was classified. Such individuals typically belong to one of 2 categories. Either their family is politically connected with a significant position or their family possesses power on par with the likes of Erma. Regardless of which category Xiao Bei fell into, his origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. As the 2 conversed, 2 supercars pulled up beside them. Xiao Bei glanced over. One was a McLaren P1 and the other a limited edition Lamborghini SVJ, both epitomes of the supercar realm. Soon, 2 individuals emerged from the vehicles. They were undeniably handsome, appearing to be around the same age as Chen Qi, likely in their late 20s to early 30s. After disembarking, a man with slick back hair looked at Xiao Bei and smiled slightly. You must be Xiao Bei, right? I am Zhang Honghua. And I am Fang Chun, added the other, who stood at a similar height to Xiao Bei, exuding a mature charm. Xiao Bei nodded with a smile. Hello, brothers. Just call me Beizi. His intention was to forge friendships. The more allies, the more paths would open before him. Ha ha ha. Beizi has a delightful personality. In that case, we shall take advantage and call you Beizi. Zhang Honghua grinned at Xiao Bei. So, Beizi, care to join us? Fang Chun leaned against the car door, smiling as he inquired. Xiao Bei's first impression of Fang Chun was quite positive, and he recalled Chen Qi mentioning that Xiao Bei's status should be higher than theirs. Xiao Bei replied with a slight smile. Since you both have said so, if I don't join, it would be a loss of face for my older brothers. Ha ha. Beizi, then you're in. Your rank will align with ours. Just give us a shout if you need anything. Chen Qi interjected eagerly. All right. I'll be counting on you brothers then, and I'll do the same if you have any needs. Xiao Bei replied, harboring his own thoughts. After recently conversing with several members of HCA, he had developed a favorable impression of these individuals. They lacked the arrogance typically exhibited by second-generation wealthy heirs. More importantly, he had overheard discussions regarding collaborations. Compared to the ostentatious supercar clubs, Xiao Bei preferred this atmosphere. Since his first encounter with Chen Qi, he had been greeted with warmth, which spoke volumes. Furthermore, Chen Qi's earlier introduction, presenting a comprehensive overview, indicated their sincerity. What Xiao Bei sought were connections, quality connections. He had also investigated the backgrounds of these individuals through the system. They were all exemplary figures among their peers. This was the reason behind Xiao Bei's decision to join. Chen Shi, keep an eye on the kid from the Jin family, Feng Chun remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Thank you, Feng Ge. The three exchanged smiles, appreciating Xiao Bei's high emotional intelligence. Just as their conversation flourished, Jin Yong, who had been observing from a distance, wore a dark expression. He had known since yesterday that the chances of Feng Chun assisting him were 50-50. Thus, he had prepared contingencies. While everyone was engrossed in conversation, Jin Yong ventured outside the international track and made a phone call. Lin Xiao, HCA is gathering at the international track. Understood, I'm on my way. Shortly after, Chen Shi, accompanied by the three others, brought Xiao Bei before the group. Brothers and sisters, from today onward, Xiao Bei officially becomes a member of our HCA club, of the same rank as us. With Chen Shi's announcement, Xiao Bei was formally inducted into the HCA club. No one voiced dissatisfaction regarding Xiao Bei's rank, as his capabilities spoke for themselves. Cheers erupted, and everyone began exchanging WeChat contacts. The gathering comprised individuals from various industries, marking the beginning of Xiao Bei's network in this realm. Just as camaraderie filled the air, the distant roar of supercars approached. Zhang Honghua glanced over, his expression darkening. Damn it, how did Lin Fan find out we were gathering here today? As soon as Zhang Honghua finished speaking, 10 supercars came to a halt before the group. Xiao Bei surveyed the 10 vehicles, noting their impressive lineup. 3 Lamborghinis. Although not SVJs, they were still distinguished supercars, alongside a Ferrari 488, an F8, a McLaren 720S, a Maserati MC20, a Porsche 911 Track Edition, and leading the pack, a Koenigsegg and a Pagani Huayra. Chen Shi approached Xiao Bei and quietly remarked, "That's Lin Fan from the SSC Club. They are our HCA's sworn rivals. I wonder how he discovered our gathering today." Xiao Bei nodded slightly, withholding any thoughts, as it was prudent to observe rather than speak too much since he had just joined. At that moment, all 10 cars opened their doors. Each vehicle contained a man and a woman, resulting in 20 individuals emerging. However, Xiao Bei paid little attention to the others, fixating instead on the man descending from the Pagani. He sensed a certain aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Chen Shi approached with a smile. "Lin Xiao, do you possess the ability to see 1,000 miles ahead?" Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Shi, remaining silent as he surveyed the surroundings. He then spat on the ground, wiped his shoe clean, and addressed Chen Shi in a voice laced with a sinister charm. "Chen Shi, you seem to be regressing. Is this the best venue you could muster? The facilities are rather dated. Indeed, if Lin Xiao finds this place lacking, we could certainly relocate to a more suitable venue," Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. Lin Fan scrutinized Chen Shi before adjusting his attire. "I heard that your club has a newcomer driving a LaFerrari. Let him step forward." Chen Shi's previously amiable demeanor darkened instantly. "Lin Xiao, let us be clear, this is my territory now." Chen Shi certainly would not allow Xiao Bei to face Lin Fan. If Lin Fan called for him, Xiao Bei would be thrust into the spotlight. What kind of situation would that be? At this moment, Ji Qinglan approached Xiao Bei, softly whispering in his ear, "Lin Fan, the son of the chairman of the Tiantian Group in Hangzhou, possesses a rather arrogant personality and is at odds with us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled faintly, for he had already procured Lin Fan's information from the system moments ago. His gaze turned icy as he spotted Jin Yong in the corner of the HCA crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. Xiao Bei was not one to instigate trouble, yet if someone sought to confront him, he would not hesitate to engage in a bit of playful mischief. "Huh, Chen Shi, didn't you say a big shot was coming? Where's the noise now? What happened to all the bravado?" Lin Fan boasted ostentatiously, but the astute among them recognized that Lin Fan was merely trying to put Xiao Bei on the spot. Should Xiao Bei remain absent at this moment, the HCA members would inevitably underestimate him. They might display a modicum of respect, yet genuine camaraderie would elude him. In this circle, power was the ultimate currency. As expected, once Lin Fan's words echoed through the room, many eyes turned towards Xiao Bei, acknowledging their gaze. Xiao Bei gently patted Ji Qinglan on the shoulder. "I will handle this, be right back." Ji Qinglan cast a concerned glance at Xiao Bei, aware of Lin Fan's capabilities. Yet, seeing Xiao Bei's composure, she nodded resolutely but then grasped his hand. "I will go with you." Xiao Bei smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, hand in hand, they strode to the forefront amidst the crowd's watchful eyes. "Beizi, don't flinch. If trouble arises, we'll stand together." Zhang Honghua stepped forward, eyeing Xiao Bei. Feng Chun said nothing but joined them at the front. Xiao Bei offered them a reassuring smile, indicating all was well. "So, you are the newcomer?" Lin Fan remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan. "You must be young Master Lin, correct? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You are here to trouble me, aren't you?" Xiao Bei replied with an air of nonchalance. Lin Fan, taken aback, looked at Xiao Bei with surprise before clapping his hands in amusement. Quite clever. I hear you have quite the reputation. Young Master Lin, you jest. Compared to you, I am but a novice. Xiao Bei maintained his calm demeanor, subtly implying that Lin Fan's arrogance was unwarranted. Enough with the banter. I've heard you're quite formidable. A LaFerrari, worth 500 million for a car? How about this? Let us have a race. If you lose, the LaFerrari and your 500 million belong to me, and you shall apologize to Jin Yong. Lin Fan proposed with a smirk. Xiao Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. And if you lose? Lin Fan erupted in laughter. Me lose? You must be joking. If you wish to wager, you should at least bring something of value to the table. Surely, you don't think I'm a fool? Xiao Bei regarded the arrogant heir with a bemused expression. Very well, if you win, I shall give you my Pagani Huayra. And I will refrain from interfering in your business with Jin Yong. What do you say? Are you game? Uffed. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Bei was rendered speechless. Young Master Lin, I think Lin Beggar suits you better. I'm offering a LaFerrari plus 500 million, while you're presenting a car. Who is the fool here? Do you genuinely believe you can help Jin Yong out? Indeed, young Master Lin, if you wish to play, at least present something of commensurate value. Chen Qi chimed in, mocking Lin Fan. Could it be that young Master Lin lacks the funds? Feng Chun, pleased with Xiao Bei's retort, joined in the mockery. Is the young master short on cash, hoping to pull off a heist? Zhang Honghua also took a jab at Lin Fan. While many in attendance were hesitant about the unfolding situation, the members of HCA were electrified to witness Xiao Bei standing up to Lin Fan. They gazed at him in admiration. Even if Xiao Bei were to lose the subsequent race, they would still hold him in high esteem. After all, few dared to confront Hangzhou's elite with such audacity. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he glared at Xiao Bei, who remained unfazed, his countenance betraying no hint of trepidation. Yet his aura exuded superiority over Lin Fan. Fine, you've got guts. I'll wager my Pagani Huayra along with my villa at White Horse Lake and an additional 200 million. Shall we begin? Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Very well. Let us see the funds. Without hesitation, he transferred 500 million to Qin Shi via bank card. My 500 million is in the pot. What about yours? Chapter 59, Trouble Brewing? Xiao Bei's tone was calm, yet the crowd was left in astonishment. Brother, that is not just 500, that is 500 million. Instantly, the eyes of all present turned toward Xiao Bei with newfound respect and apprehension. How wealthy must his family be to casually throw around such sums? Suya, witnessing Xiao Bei's commanding presence, suddenly felt envious of Ji Qinglan. So impressive. Lin Fan, caught off guard by Xiao Bei's boldness, had always assumed the claim of 500 million was mere bravado. Yet, seeing the ease with which Xiao Bei produced the funds revealed the strength of his position. Though slightly intimidated, Lin Fan remained unyielding. Even if you are a dragon crossing the river in Hangzhou, you will still bow before me. All right, you've got spirit. Just wait, Lin Fan declared, making several phone calls. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce arrived on the scene. A middle-aged man, resembling a butler, alighted and approached Lin Fan, handing him a folder. Here are the transfer documents for my car and villa. The 200 million has already been transferred to Qin Shi's account. Shall we begin? Lin Fan, brimming with confidence in his driving skills, believed that racing was a craft honed through practice, and he doubted Xiao Bei, being so young and freshly licensed, could compete with him. Qin Shi and the others exchanged glances with Xiao Bei. Baisi, should we call in some reinforcements? Qin Shi asked with concern. Can Baisi manage? If it comes to it, we 1T bet. Should Lin Fan dare to cause trouble in Hangzhou, I'll deal with him. Zhang Honghua assured Xiao Bei. Indeed, with the three of us here, there is nothing to fear. Feng Chun added. Thanks, guys, but it's all good. Just prepare for the victory feast. Young Master Lin, shall we commence? Lin Fan suggested. To ensure fairness, let South all drive Lamborghinis. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Bei, aiming to handle the situation more favorably. Although his Pagani was no match for the LaFerrari, he had confidence in his skills. If he won using his own vehicle, it would reflect poorly on Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Let us get started. With that, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan climbed into a Lamborghini from HCA, while Lin Fan took his companion into their SSC Lamborghini. The atmosphere surged with excitement. For the first time, the members of HCA witnessed Xiao Bei's prowess. Wow, Xiao Bei is incredible. 500 million, just like that. Brothers, I feel we are about to witness history. A wager of 500 million. Unbelievable. Is this the chasm between the elite and us? Awesome. My brother-in-law is so impressive. Suya was the most exhilarated. The moment she laid eyes on Xiao Bei, she found him remarkably handsome and was aware that Qin Shi had mentioned his formidable abilities. However, the specifics of his prowess remained a mystery to everyone. Yet now, they understood. Their initial high regard for Xiao Bei now seemed woefully underestimated, as he was indeed a remarkable scion attending school in Hangqing. As the thunderous roar of engines filled the air, two powerful vehicles took to the track. Arriving at the starting line, the crowd eagerly gathered near the starting line, bracing themselves for the impending showdown. Inside the car, Ji Qinglan grasped Xiao Bei's hand tightly. "Darling, do you think you can do it?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Little girl, who knows us better than you?" Xiao Bei replied with a jest. "Stop it. What time is it to be joking around?" she chided. "Don't worry, trust me." Xiao Bei responded with a faint smile. Observing his calm demeanor, Ji Qinglan, though still a tad anxious, chose to place her faith in him. At that moment, Lin Fan rolled down his window, tauntingly declaring, "If you want to concede now, I might let you off easy. Half the loss, perhaps." His arrogance was palpable. Xiao Bei glanced at Lin Fan and replied with a slight smile. "I could say the same to you. What bravado. Just don't cry later." With that, both closed their windows. Xiao Bei then purchased a skill titled Peak Racing God within the system, which would elevate him to the status of a top-tier racer globally, at the cost of 10 million lavish points. Although Xiao Bei had amassed a considerable amount of these points, he felt a twinge of regret for spending them so freely. At that moment, a young lady clad in a black bikini approached the vehicles, holding a bra. 3, 2, 1. As her countdown concluded, she tossed the bra onto the ground. The two cars surged forward like wild stallions, racing off. They were neck and neck as they approached the first turn. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Bei, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Kid, let me show you what drifting really is." With that, he took the lead, drifting around the corner. Xiao Bei followed closely, yet Lin Fan remained ahead. After overtaking, Lin Fan glanced back through his rearview mirror. "Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance. Enjoy the fumes." The crowd had gathered on the platform by now. Bei took the corner first, but he was a bit slow. Overtaking Lin Fan might be a challenge now, Chen Qi remarked. "Damn it, Lin Fan is just bullying Bei since he hasn't been driving long." Zhang Honghua cursed. "If Bei loses, Lin Fan better not dare touch a hair on him," Fang Chun suggested. "Go, brother-in-law." Suya cheered from the sidelines. Her fists clenched against her face as she urged Xiao Bei on. Meanwhile, Jin Yong, now isolated, wore a sinister smile as he watched. "Xiao Bei, aren't you supposed to be impressive?" Both cars continued to accelerate, with Xiao Bei tailing Lin Fan closely. Ji Qinglan observed Xiao Bei steering with one hand. "Darling, we're falling behind." "No worries, the hairpin turn is just ahead. Trust me." "Okay, I believe in you." Her gaze was filled with admiration for him. Soon, they reached the midsection of the track, where consecutive hairpin turns awaited. Lin Fan checked his rearview mirror, smirking at Xiao Bei. "Kid, after the hairpin, you want to even be able to breathe my exhaust." He then playfully pinched the thigh of the woman beside him. But suddenly, he was taken aback. Xiao Bei had accelerated. Is this kid out of his mind? Accelerating here. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. "Look, brother-in-law is speeding up. Could it be dangerous?" Suya and the others on the platform noticed Xiao Bei's sudden burst of speed in the hairpin. "This is bad. Quick, get ready for rescue." Bei's speed is alarming. Chen Qi's expression turned anxious as he shot a glance at the smirking Jin Yong. Furious, he stormed over and kicked him. "If anything happens to Bei, not only will you suffer, we all will." Chapter 60, Extreme Cornering, Lin Fan's Underhanded Tactics. Jin Yong, having been kicked by Chen Qi, erupted in anger. "Brother Chun, it's just a kid from out of town. Who let him act so high and mighty? Sure, his family is powerful, but this is Hangqing. Lin Xiao fears no one." Jin Yong chuckled foolishly. "Fear no one. If his family truly gets angry, we won't stand a chance. You better pray nothing happens to Bei." Chen Qi retorted before rushing off. The crowd was astounded, not merely by Chen Qi's confrontation with Jin Yong, but by the implications of his last words. If something were to happen to Xiao Bei, everyone present would be in dire straits. Who exactly is Xiao Xiao? You ask me? Who can I ask? Damn Jin Yong, if it weren't for him. Pray Xiao Xiao remains safe. At this moment, the HCA members fervently hoped for Xiao Bei's safety. Meanwhile, another SSC executive, Huang Sheng, had overheard Chen Qi's remarks. "What is Xiao Bei's true identity?" he demanded. "Fanzi, check it out for me. I need to know as soon as possible." "Understood, Brother Huang." Although Huang Sheng was in opposition to Chen Qi, he recognized the significance of Chen Qi's words. Chen Qi's efforts to win Xiao Bei's favor indicated that he was privy to information unknown to them. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, their minds racing with the thought, if something were to happen to Xiao Bei today, the consequences would be catastrophic. As Lin Fan drove, he suddenly heard the sound of a horn, the intercom requesting communication. He frowned and answered, "What is going on? Don't you know I'm driving?" On the platform, Huang Sheng said, "Lin Fan, don't clash with Xiao Bei head-on. This kid has a significant background, and if he were to have an accident in this turn, we'd all be in trouble." What do you mean? Lin Fan was taken aback, dismissing the warning. This is Hangqing, a kid from out of town? Let him try me. With that, he abruptly hung up the intercom. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei had caught up. Damn it, I showed you respect. Lin Fan locked his line, denying Xiao Bei the chance to overtake. Kid, going this fast? Are you rushing to the afterlife? Lin Fan was now in a frenzy. Inside his car, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. He wanted the outside lane. With a surge of speed, he shot past. What the hell? Is he out of his mind? Look, Xiao is reaching 220 km/h, going for the outside lane. This is bad. At this speed, there's bound to be an accident. Who has the intercom? Quick. Notify Xiao. Xiao doesn't have the intercom. This is disastrous. Just as Lin Fan and everyone else believed Xiao Bei was doomed. He seamlessly merged with the car, executing a swift maneuver on the outside and immediately transitioning into the inner lane of the second turn. Lin Fan, taken aback, nearly collided with Xiao Bei. Stunned, he watched as Xiao Bei, having secured the inside line, executed several flawless moves, hugging the wall so tightly that Lin Fan couldn't find an opportunity to overtake. In the end, he could only watch as Xiao Bei's taillights grew fainter and fainter. The crowd on the platform was left in a state of disbelief. What had they just witnessed? My goodness. Just now, the maneuver executed by Xiao was absolutely astounding. Damn it. Now I can rest easy. Lin Fan won't be able to catch up. Xiao is navigating the turns without any deceleration, accelerating ever faster. Could he possibly be a professional driver? At this moment, Chen Qi and Zhang Honghua, who were preparing to intervene, were also stunned. I can't believe Bei Zi's driving skills. Did he just pass his driving test? This is the kind of expertise only a professional would possess. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a wave of relief. It turns out we are the clowns here, haha. Zhang Honghua laughed heartily. In the stands, Jin Yong was now wide-eyed with anger. Why? How is this possible? On the track, Lin Fan, witnessing Xiao Bei's rapidly increasing distance, slammed his hands against the steering wheel. How can this be? Unbeknownst to Xiao Bei, who was blissfully unaware of the spectators' thoughts, after a series of sharp turns, his speed surged to its peak. With wall-hugging drifts and a display of various skills, he had become one with his vehicle. What should have taken at least 5 more minutes, Xiao Bei completed in just 2, crossing the finish line, turning, and entering the waiting area. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Chen Qi and Zhang Honghua rushed over, eager to lift Xiao Bei high. Wait. Maintain your composure. Composure, my foot. If we don't vent this excitement, we might go mad. They clamored, overwhelming him with cheers. Damn, this is absolutely incredible. Bro, here. Take my knee. I swear, I almost peed my pants. Brothers, I nearly lost it. Thank you for holding it together. They were genuinely ecstatic, not merely because Xiao Bei had won, but because he had emerged unscathed. Moments ago, they had all been shrouded in tension, and now, they could finally exhale. Just then, Lin Fan's car returned. However, as he stepped out, he swiftly removed his gloves and approached Xiao Bei. How dare you act tough with me, you bastard? With that, Lin Fan raised his fist, preparing to strike Xiao Bei. The crowd was taken aback, while Xiao Bei's expression turned icy. As Lin Fan's fist approached, Xiao Bei extended his left hand, firmly grasping Lin Fan's fist, then pivoted his body, executing a flawless shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan crashed to the ground. The members of the SSC Supercar Club were about to rush forward upon witnessing Lin Fan being struck, but were halted by Huang Sheng. Do you all want to die? Don't drag me into this. Huang Sheng had just received the dossier and, after reviewing Xiao Bei's information, felt a chill of apprehension. This was classified material. To eliminate someone like him would be far too easy. The crowd exchanged glances, their initial excitement quickly replaced by a sense of caution as they recalled Chen Qi's earlier remarks in the stands, casting wary looks at Xiao Bei. At this moment, Xiao Bei approached Lin Fan, squatting beside him, his tone icy. This is your first and last warning. If you wish to clash with me, then come at me now. But first, you must place your bet. Xiao Bei patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan, accustomed to being the favored one, had never endured such humiliation. You want money? In your dreams. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Just wait. Lin Fan continued to spew threats, while Xiao Bei merely smiled faintly. Lin Fan, you must understand the principles of gambling. Losers must accept their fate. At this moment, Chen Qi stepped forward, exasperated by Lin Fan's actions. So, you were the one who proposed the wager, and now that you've lost, you want to back out? Zhang Honghua approached Xiao Bei, patting him on the shoulder. It's fine to embarrass yourself, but don't tarnish the reputation of our circle. Fang Chun lit a cigarette, mockingly eyeing Lin Fan. Chapter 61, Forsaken by All. Lin Fan gradually rose to his feet, disdainfully surveying the group, particularly fixating on Xiao Bei. What now? Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Chen Qi furrowed his brow, stepping closer and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. You refuse to admit it, huh? You think denying it will absolve you? The money is with me. I'm not afraid of your tricks. At this, Lin Fan's expression darkened, yet he approached Chen Qi, threatening, if you dare to take my money, just try it. Zhang Honghua, enraged, pointed at Lin Fan. Is it true that you have no shame whatsoever? Do you think your reputation can withstand another blow? You believe that since your name is already tarnished, you might as well exploit us, huh? Fang Chun sneered. What are you pretending for, HCA? Now you're the head honcho of HAC, is that it? While the tiger is away, the monkeys think they can strut around. Lin Fan's unexpected boldness startled everyone. This guy has some guts. Yet, if he hadn't been so volatile, perhaps today's scene would have unfolded differently. Fang Chun, with a stern expression, spoke slowly. So you're going to back out, huh? You initiated this, and you set the rules. According to the rules, losers must accept their fate. Su Jia, fetch the document bag. Understood, Fang Ge. Su Jia promptly made his way to the SSC side to retrieve the documents for the car and property that Lin Fan had previously pledged. Go ahead and try to take them, Lin Fan retorted, remaining unfazed, even lighting a cigarette. He was resolute in his refusal to yield. Uncertain why Huang Sheng had remained silent, not coming to his aid. Nevertheless, he was confident in his own strength. Despite Xiao Bei's formidable background, he still believed. This is Hangzhou. At that moment, Xiao Bei, who had been quiet all along, slowly approached Lin Fan. Disdain etched on his face as a cold smile emerged. When Lin Fan noticed Xiao Bei standing before him, he took a puff of his cigarette and blew the smoke directly into Xiao Bei's face. Xiao Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a fleeting glance before, in front of the onlookers, extending his hands. Everyone held their breath, wondering if another confrontation was imminent. However, Xiao Bei merely adjusted Lin Fan's collar, his demeanor exuding a calm authority reminiscent of a patriarch. Lin Fan, taken aback, dropped his cigarette in a flurry, instinctively preparing to defend himself, yet Xiao Bei's actions left him bewildered. Leaning forward, Lin Fan crossed his arms, peering at Xiao Bei's expression. Kid, what is your intention? I have no ulterior motive, but I must impart some wisdom. Xiao Bei spoke with a tranquil and composed voice, yet his aura was commanding, causing everyone to fall silent, eager to see how he would address the situation. First, if you wish to stand up for Jin Yong and wager 5 billion, I accept, and the bet is on. Second, I harbor no animosity towards you, nor do we share any camaraderie. You wish to take a stand, yet I could easily decline, as you lack the capability. Third, regardless of your feelings, rules are rules. I respect the rules, but know this, my principles are steadfast. Today, my adherence to the rules is not out of respect for you, but for the elder brothers of Hangzhou. Do not mistake me for a pushover. Fourthly, having articulated the rules, I turn my attention to the mood at hand. Although I had won money, I still felt quite displeased. I shall make my position clear. As long as I, Xiao Bei, remain in Hangzhou, USSC shall not surpass HCA. The aura emanating from Xiao Bei was overwhelmingly potent, causing Lin Fan's complexion to oscillate between pallor and a shade of green. He appeared genuinely intimidated. While Chen Qi failed to intimidate him, Zhang Honghua and Fang Chun were equally ineffective. Yet, at this moment, there was a palpable fear, partly due to Xiao Bei's formidable presence, which was undeniably pressuring, and partly because Xiao Bei was indeed ruthless. 500 million. Who dares to be so reckless? This man is truly insane. Having recounted 4 matters, a serene smile unexpectedly graced Xiao Bei's face. Fifthly, what you owe me cannot be taken away. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but his anger quickly surged. Despite his undeniable fear of Xiao Bei, he resolutely decided to renege on the debt. He had no intention of paying. And what could he do if Xiao Bei confronted him? What if I refuse to pay? Lin Fan shouted, his voice rising as his eyes turned red. In response to Lin Fan's vociferous outburst, Xiao Bei merely dug into his ears, and his previously unhurried demeanor transformed into one of chilling coldness as he replied, Refuse? You will not leave this place today. The sudden shift in atmosphere and demeanor left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Xiao Bei now laced with trepidation. Yet, he still attempted to maintain his bravado, saying, Ha ha ha, do you dare to lay a finger on me? Before Xiao Bei could respond, the second-generation youths who had been listening to him suddenly sprang to life. With one unexpected voice chiming in, Paying debts is a matter of principle. I see no issue with this. Huang Xing spoke up, surprisingly siding with Xiao Bei. Chen Qi and the others exchanged glances and began to chuckle, realizing that while their own issues with Xiao Bei remained unresolved, the SSC was now embroiled in internal discord. Huang Sheng, what do you mean by that? Who are you siding with? Lin Fan erupted in anger, truly furious, feeling like a cornered dog. Huang Sheng's expression was complex. Lin Gu, I shall address you as such one last time. We are all dignified individuals. If you play tricks over that trivial gambling sum, You not only tarnish the SSC's reputation, but mine as well. Henceforth, I am withdrawing from SSC. Lin Fan nearly choked on his rage. If you want to leave, then leave. And spare me your righteous rhetoric, while you throw me to the wolves. Pretending to be a gentleman, Huang Sheng wielded influence within the SSC that rivaled Lin Fan's. With his declaration, the remaining members of SSC began to follow suit. One after another. Boring, I'm out too. Me too. Let us disband. You all have no backbone. Lin Fan turned to see 3 young members from well-off backgrounds. Further proving his isolation, the young master was infuriated, glancing back at Xiao Bei, who had the audacity to smile, not in mockery, but with a calm assurance that suggested he had everything under control. You think you've got me all figured out, don't you? Chapter 62. Xiao Bei takes action. Seeing this, Lin Fan's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage as he glared at Xiao Bei. Then he erupted into manic laughter, turning to Huang Sheng and exclaiming in exasperation, "Today, I won pay the bet. If you all want to leave, so be it. However, the club membership fees are non-refundable. And you, Xiao Bei, do whatever you wish. I am not afraid of you." Lin Fan had abandoned his previous gentlemanly demeanor. Directly confronting Xiao Bei, was he truly pushed to the brink of madness, ready to unleash his unrestrained self? All eyes were now on Xiao Bei. As Lin Fan had thrown caution to the wind, it was now up to Xiao Bei to respond. Lin Fan, in his desperation, had become unpredictable. Once someone relinquishes their fear, they become exceedingly difficult to manage. Some suggested that a physical altercation might resolve the issue, but that would only allow Lin Fan to escape freely. If they refrained from violence, the stalemate would continue, and Lin Fan indeed could not exit through that door. But who could guarantee they could endure this maniac? Resorting to blatant dishonesty, what recourse did anyone have? At this moment, everyone was witnessing the depths of Lin Fan's shamelessness. Chen Qi exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, have some dignity, will you? This is truly embarrassing." Lin Fan retorted, "Embarrassing for you?" Fang Chun added, "And you call yourself a young master? More like a scoundrel." Lin Fan shot back, "Am I biting you?" Zhang Honghua warned, "Stop the nonsense. Don't force my hand." Lin Fan challenged, "Come at me. Am I afraid of you?" At this juncture, Lin Fan had engaged in a verbal battle, provoking laughter from those present. Anyone who insulted him found that he was utterly unperturbed, retaliating like an indomitable cockroach. After a round of insults, the young masters grew weary and turned their gazes towards Xiao Bei. "Xiao Bei, we are truly at a loss. It's up to you now." Xiao Bei had remained composed for quite some time, and rather than being underestimated, he exuded an aura of formidable potential, capable of both gentleness and severity. Had it not been for him, several might have seriously contemplated ganging up on Lin Fan, yet they would have certainly failed to recover their money. With Xiao Bei's calm demeanor and commanding presence, no one dared to overlook him. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Bei, filled with an inexplicable anticipation. Xiao Bei regarded Lin Fan. "Are you certain you won't pay? Go ahead, bite me if you dare, Zongsa." Lin Fan, at this juncture, was devoid of fear. Convinced that Xiao Bei could not subdue him, he would seek revenge once he left today. "Thank you for providing me the opportunity to incite your fury," Xiao Bei replied coolly, then proceeded to pick up his phone and walked aside. The crowd did not follow, merely observing from a distance. Xiao Bei's method of handling the situation was straightforward. Having reviewed Lin Fan's background and that of his family, he knew precisely how to retaliate. Lin Fan's family was indeed powerful in Hangzhou, with connections in the political realm. However, that did not imply they were without adversaries. At least, the newly appointed Secretary Qiu was currently seeking ways to bolster his performance. Xiao Bei quickly located his phone number and dialed. "Hello, who is this?" "Secretary Qiu. Do not inquire about my identity. I possess information that may pique your interest, which I have sent to your email. I believe after you review it, you will know how to proceed." On the other end, Qiu Yaoding frowned slightly, simultaneously checking his email on the computer. His voice turned frigid as he inquired, "Who are you, and how did you obtain my number?" "First, examine the materials." Xiao Bei was confident of his success. In an office, Qiu Yaoding opened the file and, upon glancing through it, his expression shifted to one of excitement, as it contained irrefutable evidence of Zhongtian Group's tax evasion and bribery of officials. "Who are you to have access to such information?" "Secretary Qiu, you cannot trace me. What you must do now is to initiate an investigation into Zhongtian Group immediately, or someone will flee." "Secretary Qiu, if you manage to resolve this matter, I believe we can discuss further collaboration, perhaps regarding the events from 8 years ago in Shidu." Xiao Bei concluded calmly. On the other end, Qiu Yaoding was momentarily taken aback, and then, with trembling lips, he asked, "Do you know?" "Yes. If you wish to be privy to all the information, follow my instructions immediately." "Very well, but if you dare deceive me, you are aware of the consequences. My sincerity is unwavering." With that, Xiao Bei abruptly hung up the phone. After the call, Xiao Yaoding gritted his teeth and sprang into action. Together with the Business Investigation Department and the Discipline Inspection Commission, he left the government building without delay. After ending the call, Xiao Bei returned to the group. You may leave now, but I suspect that in half an hour, you will come to plead with me, Xiao Bei stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Why were they being allowed to leave? Ha ha ha. Kid, you tried to act tough, but now you don't know how to conclude, do you? I'm not leaving. I'll wait for you for half an hour. With that, Lin Fan returned to his car. Chen Qi inquired, Bei Zi, are we just letting him go? He voiced the collective doubt of everyone present. Some matters need to let the bullets fly for a while. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, everyone became intrigued, eager to witness how this top-tier young master would compel Lin Fan to yield. Thus, they all decided to wait together. In less than half an hour, merely 20 minutes later, both Xiao Bei and Lin Fan received calls simultaneously. The Zhongtian group had been thoroughly investigated, and the news had been disseminated. Understood. What about that matter? I will come to find you. After hanging up, the gaze of the crowd towards Xiao Bei transformed into one of apprehension. For just moments ago, not only did Xiao Bei and Lin Fan receive calls, but others among them did as well. The Zhongtian group had been scrutinized. At that moment, Lin Fan comprehended the situation, his eyes now filled with fear as he looked towards Xiao Bei. The earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. He approached Xiao Bei directly. You cannot. Xiao, please spare my family. I was the one responsible for this. I alone must bear the consequences. It was my youth and ignorance. As he spoke, the proud Lin Fan knelt before Xiao Bei. The onlookers were astonished. Who was Lin Fan? The pinnacle of young masters in Hangqing. And with just a phone call from Xiao Bei, he was brought to his knees. What kind of power was this? No one will absolve you merely for your youth. If I let you off once, or even twice, do you truly believe I am simply lenient? Xiao Bei did not acknowledge Lin Fan as please. He then turned towards the crowd of HCA members and spotted Jin Yong, who appeared pale and trembling, filled with dread as he gazed at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei offered a slight smile and beckoned him with a finger, gesturing for him to come closer. Chapter 63, The Xiao Family of the Imperial Capital. Jin Yong now understood Chen Qi's earlier words. In fact, everyone present had grasped the gravity of Chen Qi's prior statement. Xiao Bei was indeed formidable. Despite his fear, Jin Yong approached Xiao Bei, his earlier defiance vanishing entirely. In the face of such a vast disparity, he felt no courage even to harbor jealousy. Xiao, I should perish. Jin Yong trembled as he looked at Xiao Bei. Indeed, you should perish, but someone has already paid the price for you. Were it not for the long-standing ties between our families, you would not escape today. Hearing this, Jin Yong's heart quivered. It seemed he would not face immediate retribution, and he sighed in relief. However, you have still crossed me, and I must take some form of action to alleviate my discontent. Xiao Bei continued languidly. Xiao, I will do whatever you say. At this moment, Jin Yong realized that further words would serve no purpose. Even Lin Fan was pleading on his knees, let alone himself. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations were mere wisps of cloud. From now on, I do not wish to see you in Hangqing again. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Bei's tone was calm, yet none dared dismiss his words. Especially not Jin Yong in his current state. Understood, Xiao, I will take my leave immediately. With that, he departed the venue without delay. Xiao Bei glanced at Lin Fan, who was still begging for mercy, and paid him no mind before approaching Chen Qi and the others. Brother Chen, let us conclude for today. We shall keep in touch. I'm weary and heading home. All right, Bei Zi. I will transfer Lin Fan's funds to your account shortly. Chen Qi now regarded Xiao Bei with considerable respect, which Xiao Bei noticed in the attitudes of several others. Still smiling, he replied, let us interact normally. If others do not provoke me, I shall not instigate trouble. Today, I must take my leave, but I will find a few older brothers for tea another day. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi, Zhang Honghua, and Fang Chun all exhaled in relief. They smiled at Xiao Bei. Good, Bei Zi. Just let us know when you plan to come. We'll ensure you are well entertained with fine tea and wine. Ha, me too. I'll come to find you at school to hang out. Zhang Honghua and Fang Chun chimed in cheerfully. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, took his leave with Ji Qinglan. As Suyo observed Xiao Bei's charismatic departure, an idea flickered in her mind. Once Xiao Bei had left, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. My goodness, Xiao is truly extraordinary. Just one phone call. No. One call and 20 minutes had Lin Fan begging for mercy. I can't hold it in. I almost wet myself. You hold it in. Upon hearing the chatter, Chen Qi turned and said, let us keep today's events under wraps, all right? Understood, Brother Chun. But what exactly is Xiao's background? He is terrifying. Like something out of a movie. Su Jie stepped forward to inquire. You'll know in due time. Right now, even I am uncertain. With that, They all heard the roar of Xiao Bei's LaFerrari, and soon a group watched as the car disappeared from view. In the vehicle, Ji Qinglong glanced at Xiao Bei, suddenly feeling a twinge of insecurity. Noticing her thoughts, Xiao Bei jested, "Wife, didn't your husband look handsome just now? Quite imposing, wouldn't you agree?" At this, Ji Qinglong, who had been lamenting that she might not be worthy of Xiao Bei, chuckled softly. "You're such a goof. But really, husband, you looked amazing," she complimented. Xiao Bei beamed with delight. "Was I fierce?" "Fierce, my husband is truly fierce." Ji Qinglong laughed, observing how Xiao Bei had transformed from being astute to utterly childish. Just as Ji Qinglong and Xiao Bei were chatting, a tempest swept through the business and political circles of Hangqing. First, in the political realm, the newly appointed director Qiu employed a swift and decisive approach, armed with ample evidence, to dismantle the Zhongtian group and, in the process, gathered a substantial number of adversaries, thus enjoying an unparalleled moment of prominence. Following that, the business world took notice. Prominent figures in Hangqing became engrossed in the unfolding saga. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the downfall of the Zhongtian group was due to Lin Fan offending a young man. Initially, many regarded it as a joke. But when the matter was brought up in front of their children, those business moguls realized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, they began urging their children to cultivate strong ties with Xiao Bei. In an instant, Xiao Bei became the most talked-about figure in Hangzhou. In Qiu Yaoting's office, his assistant stood before him. "Have the investigations yielded any results?" Qiu Yaoting inquired while organizing his documents. "Chief Qiu, we could not find anything," the assistant replied. Qiu Yaoting set down his pen, furrowing his brow as he raised his gaze. "What is going on?" "Chief Qiu, the information on the other party is classified, and my clearance is insufficient to access it," the assistant continued. "What about my clearance?" Qiu Yaoting asked directly, leaning back in his chair. "Your clearance is also inadequate," the assistant responded. Hearing this, Qiu Yaoting's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly asked, "Is there a photograph?" Upon realizing that even his identity was insufficient, he thought of certain powerful factions beyond his reach. The opponent's surname was Xiao. Could it be a member of the Xiao family from the imperial capital? "We do have a photo. Here is the recent information on Xiao Bei. It is worth noting that he seems to possess remarkable financial talent, having made substantial profits in the stock market." The assistant handed over the documents to Qiu Yaoting. As he perused the materials, he listened to his assistant's report. When he saw Xiao Bei's photograph, he was momentarily taken aback. With a serious expression, he instructed his assistant. "You may leave now." "Understood." Once the assistant exited, Qiu Yaoting scrutinized Xiao Bei's photograph. "Isn't this Xiao Xiong? This must be a younger version of him. Could it be that he is secretly aiding me this time?" A smile crept across Qiu Yaoting's lips. He then picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello. Who is this?" A rich voice echoed through the line. "Ha ha ha. Xiao Xiong, it's me, Yaoting." "Ah, Yaoting, I heard you've gone to Hangzhou. Did you encounter any issues upon your appointment?" A formidable middle-aged man spoke from his study in a villa in Zongnanhai, the imperial capital. "Thanks to you. The information you provided was invaluable. I have already established myself." "Yaoting, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What information did I provide you?" "Come on, Xiao Xiong. No need to play coy. Xiao Bei must be you, right?" "Ha ha. I just looked at the materials, and you look exactly like your younger self in that photo." As Qiu Yaoting spoke, he sensed something was amiss and recalled a certain secret, leaving him momentarily dazed. "What did you say? I look exactly like my younger self?" An excited voice emanated from the phone. Chapter 64, Journey to the Magic City. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bei, events were unfolding in Qiu Yaoting's domain. At that moment, he was accompanying Ji Qinglong to the Europe-America Financial Tower. Just earlier, Ji Qinglong informed Xiao Bei that the office renovations were nearly complete and they were merely awaiting the soft furnishings. Thus, they arrived at the Europe-America Financial Tower. As it was the first day of National Day, the entire building was relatively empty. The two soon reached their company. Upon entering, Xiao Bei was immediately enamored with the decor before him. The fusion of modernism and minimalist European aesthetics was perfectly balanced. He was highly satisfied with his office and the outdoor balcony. The entire office spanned 200 square meters, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows beside his desk. Behind the desk stood a crystal display cabinet, accompanied by a wine cabinet where he could store fine wines. The office was carpeted throughout, and behind the desk was a small door leading to a bedroom, allowing for late-night work sessions to be comfortably accommodated. In the office lobby, 3 artistically designed sofas were arranged before a 100-inch LCD television. There was also an entertainment area, which could be outfitted with recreational equipment according to Xiao Bei's preferences, such as a miniature golf setup or a pool table. Furthermore, the office boasted its own balcony, complete with a coffee machine, a cigar cabinet, a sunshade, and an outdoor sofa, providing a scenic respite for relaxation and cigar enjoyment. Do you like it? Ji Qinglan asked, hugging Xiao Bei from behind on the balcony. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. I adore it. It is only fitting for my dear wife. Does this mean I can forego the payment? He teased. If you aspire to be a kept man, then by all means, don't pay. I can support you. Ji Qinglan responded, her eyes wide with surprise. Xiao Bei chuckled. Truthfully, I prefer to enjoy the benefits of both worlds. What does enjoying both worlds mean? Ji Qinglan asked, perplexed. Without answering, Xiao Bei swiftly lifted her in a princess carry. You naughty boy, what do you intend to do? What do you think? The bedroom is quite inviting. Don't you want to experience it? He said as he carried Ji Qinglan into the bedroom. Moments later, sounds of gentle gasps emanated from within. On October 2nd, Xiao Bei embarked on his journey to the Magic City. After a night of intimacy with Ji Qinglan, the following day coincided with her return home. After bidding her farewell, he set his sights on two objectives for this trip to the Magic City. One was to win over Lu Qingyan, and the other was to obtain crucial intelligence. A month prior, Xiao Bei sought to ally with Fu Guochun and had thus purchased a piece of future business intelligence. The reason Xiao Bei invested in this intelligence was due to its description. C-level business intelligence. B-level intelligence yields profits, but has a short duration, hence classified as C-level. Understanding the system well, Xiao Bei was acutely aware of the hierarchy of business intelligence. The classifications ranged from D, C, B, A, S, to SS, D-level intelligence. Priced at 100,000 luxury points, could yield long-term profits exceeding 1 million. C-level intelligence, starting at 1 million luxury points, could generate long-term profits exceeding 10 million. B-level intelligence, priced at 10 million luxury points, could yield long-term profits exceeding 100 million but less than 2 billion. A-level intelligence, priced at 100 million luxury points, could generate long-term profits between 20 billion and 50 billion. S-level intelligence, priced at 1 billion luxury points, pertain to unicorn enterprises. SS-level intelligence, priced at 5 billion luxury points, indicated corporate potential and domain dominance, such as Alibaba Group. Xiao Bei's intelligence pertained to a gaming company in the Magic City called Jianyu Technology Company, Limited, which was currently seeking funding. An investment of 2 million would secure a 30% stake in the company, which was set to launch a game titled Niu Le Gunyo by the end of December. This game was projected to captivate the entire internet and generate profits of 20 billion in just 3 months. Xiao Bei aimed to rapidly establish his reputation in venture capital, and this project undoubtedly represented his best opportunity at present. The Magic City was not far from Hangzhou, with a high-speed train journey taking just an hour. Initially intending to drive, Xiao Bei reconsidered due to the city's traffic restrictions and opted for the train instead. Recently, he had not neglected Lu Qingyan, maintaining regular communication. This young lady surprisingly chose not to return home during the National Day holiday. Upon inquiry, he learned that she was focused on preparing for a performance in Jinling in early November, hence her decision to stay back for practice. In the business class of the high-speed train, Xiao Bei was engaged in a conversation with Lu Qingyan via his phone. Junior, now that you're in the Magic City, where do you plan to go? Lu Qingyan inquired. I want to check out a bar. I've never been to one before. Xiao Bei replied playfully. Humph. What do you plan to do at a bar? She retorted, rolling her eyes. I just want to see the lovely ladies. I've heard the girls in the Magic City are stunning. Xiao Bei spoke deliberately, wishing to discern Lu Qingyan's current feelings towards him. Lu Qingyan retorted, Humph. With such a stunning beauty like me accompanying you, you still think about other women? Truly, all men are the same. Xiao Bei inquired. What do you mean by that? Lu Qingyan declared. Men are creatures that think with their lower halves. Xiao Bei grinned. Actually, our upper halves can think too. Lu Qingyan replied. Humph. Aside from going to bars, where else do you wish to go? I need to make arrangements. By the way, have you reserved a place to stay? Xiao Bei responded. Not yet. Can you assist me, senior? Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying in the girls' dormitory. Smirking, Lu Qingyan laughed. All right, junior. It's been a month since we last met, and your tongue has become quite slick. You might not mind, but I certainly do. Xiao Bei lamented. Would you really let me wander the streets? Looking pitiful, Lu Qingyan admonished. Stop being so cheeky. Why don't you find a hotel closer to my school? That way, it'll be convenient for me to visit. Lu Qingyan continued. What is your budget? Let me help you find something. Xiao Bei replied. I don't have a budget. Any 5-star hotel will do. Lu Qingyan chided playfully. Speak properly. Punching lightly. Xiao Bei was indeed not pretending. But Lu Qingyan was skeptical because of their first meeting. Although Xiao Bei exuded charm, he appeared to come from an ordinary background. Now claiming he wanted to stay in a 5-star hotel, Xiao Bei remarked, I just checked, and it seems the hotels nearby are fully booked. Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes. Silly junior, do you not realize it's the National Day holiday? If you're coming to the Magic City without booking in advance, you're bound to have no rooms available. Xiao Bei replied. But, Qingyan, I'm unfamiliar with this city. It seems I must rely on you. Pleading. Lu Qingyan chuckled. Oh, so you only call me Qingyan when you need something? You're quite something, Junior. Xiao Bei countered. Well, that's because my Qingyan is both beautiful and kind. Lu Qingyan urged, enough with the flattery. I'll help you out. Are you arriving soon? Xiao Bei responded, almost there. Lu Qingyan said, great. I'm already at the train station. You'll see me as soon as you step out. Smiling, Xiao Bei remarked. Why does it feel like a wife waiting for her husband to come home? Grinning. Chapter 65. Oh no, I might also fall. At the high-speed rail station in the Magic City, two beauties stood at the exit, one being Lu Qingyan. The other was Yi Xianya, a local nicknamed Big Girl. If Lu Qingyan was the radiant moonlight, then Yi Xianya was the tomboy, possessing a personality that belied her striking beauty. Her piercing eyes radiated determination, and her exquisitely delicate face, framed by a petite chin, combined with her cherry-like lips, created an aura of elegance and strength. She exuded a powerful feminine charisma. Adorned with a white hat, a pair of dinosaur sunglasses, and a white LA t-shirt paired with an asymmetrical denim skirt. The layered outfit, while stylish, accentuated her impressive figure. At that moment, Yi Xianya observed Lu Qingyan, who was smiling at her phone, and rolled her eyes beneath her sunglasses. Sister, what is going on? Is this Xiao Bei really that impressive? Look at how smitten you are. OMG. Early that morning, Lu Qingyan had dragged Yi Xianya to the high-speed rail station, leaving Yi Xianya utterly stunned. She was so curious that she nearly snatched Lu Qingyan's phone to see who she was chatting with. Now her curiosity piqued. Who was this fellow who had melted her Ice Queen friend? No, she must find out. Hey, big girl, it's just a junior. Lu Qingyan blushed. Shyly responding, Yi Xianya pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of Lu Qingyan's flustered face, prompting a confused look from her friend. What are you doing? Lu Qingyan questioned. Look at your own flushed face. You look like you've just experienced a whirlwind romance. Yi Xianya teased, holding the phone up to Lu Qingyan's face. No, I must send this to old Zhang and old Buddha. They need to see that the Ice Queen has thawed. Lu Qingyan hurriedly lunged to grab the phone, exclaiming, wow, big girl, if you dare to send that, I won't talk to you anymore. Really? You'd cut ties with me over a man? I must see who this divine being is who has bewitched you into saying such outrageous things. The two playfully tussled at the station exit. Just then, the announcement for the arriving train echoed through the station. All right, big girl, I'm sorry. You three are my best friends, and a junior is just a junior. Friends are for life. Lu Qingyan, unable to withstand Yi Xianya's teasing, relented. Now that is more like it. Yi Xianya smiled at Lu Qingyan, her curiosity about the unseen junior intensifying. What sort of person would dare to melt the Ice Queen? By the way, big girl, could I borrow your apartment near the school for a few days? What? What are you saying? Yi Xianya exclaimed, incredulously gazing at Lu Qingyan. Are you planning to become a couple with this junior? Lu Qingyan's intentions were becoming clearer, and Yi Xianya couldn't help but feel alarmed. What is going on? You're making it sound so chaotic. Lu Qingyan clarified. It's mainly because the junior is struggling to find a hotel. He's all alone. But don't worry, I'll use my own linens. Just tell me, will you lend it to me? Lu Qingyan pouted, playfully hitting Yi Xianya. Yi Xianya scrutinized Lu Qingyan. You're not acting right. Sister, you're definitely not yourself. You're in love. Stop with the nonsense. Will you lend it or not? Lu Qingyan insisted, hands on her hips. Glaring at Yi Xianya, having been astounded by Lu Qingyan throughout the day, realized she must protect her friend from the potential heartaches of love. At that moment, as Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianya continued their playful banter, Xiao Bei emerged from the train station, clad in a sleek, all-black ensemble. He wore a Balenciaga crewneck knit t-shirt, Armani's relaxed fit cropped trousers, and LV Oberlampf high-top hiking boots. His shirt was tucked neatly into his trousers, giving him an elongated appearance, and his hairstyle was styled in a trendy Hong Kong split. Adorning his wrist was a Vacheron Constantine watch with a leather strap, and he carried a black LV backpack. His commanding presence drew the attention of several young women as he strolled from the station. As Xiao Bei stepped out, he spotted a familiar figure, Lu Qingyan. At that moment, she was engaged in lively chatter with a stunning friend, and Xiao Bei couldn't help but smile as he sauntered over at a leisurely pace. However, as he approached, he caught sight of Lu Qingyan's companion and paused momentarily, taken aback. Internally astonished, I pondered, what an extraordinary place the Shanghai Conservatory of Music is, where one can casually encounter such breathtaking beauty, that exuberance, that physique, that flawless skin, those long legs. At this moment, Xiao Bei could only utter a silent wish. Oh, heavens, could you grant me another chance at life, with my starting point chosen? Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianya had just finished their playful banter when their gaze turned towards the high-speed rail exit. Their surprise was immediate. Junior? Lu Qingyan was taken aback. Although Xiao Bei had transformed into a remarkably handsome young man, his features remained recognizable. Astonishment filled her heart. What had transpired in a month for this charming and emotionally intelligent junior to undergo such a stunning transformation? Yi Xuanya caught wind of Lu Qingyin's murmurs and followed her gaze. She too was momentarily stunned. Could he truly not be a celebrity? Grasping Lu Qingyin's hand, she interrogated. Is that the junior you know? Yes, why? Lu Qingyin responded. Are you certain he is not a domineering CEO? What nonsense. He is just a junior. Can you not be so lewd? Sister, I now understand why you've fallen for him. If I were in your shoes, I'd be smitten as well. He is absolutely stunning. Do be careful, he is still my junior. Please don't frighten him. Oh, and here I thought you were still single. Yet you're already leaning towards him. What has he fed you to enchant you so? I haven't tea. Stop making wild accusations. Chapter 66. Yi Xuanya's suspicion. Lu Qingyin lightly nudged Yi Xuanya. Despite Yi Xuanya's teasing, a sense of concern lingered within her. The junior before them was evidently no ordinary individual. As a protective friend, Yi Xuanya would not allow Lu Qingyin to be deceived. Since they could not extract any information, she decided to observe closely. As there were still a few days until the National Day holiday, she took upon herself the formidable task of ensuring Lu Qingyin was not led astray. At that moment, Xiao Bei approached Lu Qingyin, sporting a charming smile. Senior, I'm here. Lu Qingyin shyly glanced at Xiao Bei, finding his words to have an ambiguous undertone, and discreetly stole a glance at Yi Xuanya. Indeed, Yi Xuanya had already removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing Xiao Bei intently. Lu Qingyin felt a sense of helplessness, turning her astonished gaze back to Xiao Bei. Junior, your transformation over the past month is quite remarkable. Is it really that significant? In what way? Xiao Bei feigned ignorance. As soon as he spoke, Yi Xuanya's eyes widened. Can't you see me here? Are you really flirting with my friend in public? What a scoundrel. He's grown handsome. I hardly recognized him. Lu Qingyin exclaimed innocently. After all this time apart, aren't you going to give your senior a hug? Xiao Bei smiled at Lu Qingyin's adorably naive demeanor. Just as Lu Qingyin was about to step forward with a goofy smile, Yi Xuanya was not about to let this scoundrel take advantage of her friend. Ahem. Yi Xuanya deliberately cleared her throat. Immediately, both Lu Qingyin and Xiao Bei turned their attention to her. Who is this senior? Xiao Bei inquired, looking at Yi Xuanya. Lu Qingyin cheerfully replied. This is my good sister, Yi Xuanya. Since you've arrived, she happened to have a car and came to pick you up. Xuanya, this is Junior Xiao Bei. Lu Qingyin introduced. Hello, senior. I'm Xiao Bei. With that, Xiao Bei extended his hand with a polite smile. Yi Xuanya regarded Xiao Bei, exuding an air of skepticism, and coldly replied, hello, without reciprocating the handshake. Lu Qingyin, witnessing this, sighed in exasperation, then turned apologetically to Xiao Bei. Junior, please don't take offense. My friend has a rather brusque personality. She is a tomboy, quite cool, and generally unsatisfied with everyone. She might have prematurely entered her midlife crisis. Yi Xuanya shot Lu Qingyin a bewildered look, her mind swirling with questions. Xiao Bei smiled gently, unfazed by Yi Xuanya's demeanor. Instead, he humorously remarked, I suppose I'm just not as cool as you, senior. Haha. Lu Qingyin smiled slightly, while Yi Xuanya, despite recognizing Xiao Bei's courtesy and emotional intelligence, remained cautious. The notion of a perfect man was a mere illusion. However, overall, he wasn't particularly unpleasant. Her first impression was fairly positive. Let us get going then. Though she felt a twinge of suspicion towards Xiao Bei, he had not yet exhibited any inappropriate behavior. Furthermore, he appeared composed. Perhaps her initial judgment had been clouded. Consequently, her attitude softened slightly. The trio climbed into the car, with Yi Xuanya at the wheel, Lu Qingyin in the passenger seat, and Xiao Bei in the back. Yi Xuanya drove a striking red Mercedes C-Class, indicating her family's affluence, having acquired a vehicle even before graduating from university. Once inside, Xiao Bei refrained from saying much, recognizing that should he converse with Lu Qingyin, it would be more appropriate. They were, after all, in her friend's vehicle, so he decided to remain courteous. At that moment, Lu Qingyin turned her head, smiling at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, where is your luggage? Xiao Bei patted the bag beside him. Right here. Seeing this, Lu Qingyin contemplated and suggested, you don't have much luggage. How about we go for a stroll first? By the way, you mentioned yesterday that you had business in Shanghai. What is it? Lu Qingyin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Bei. Meanwhile, Yi Xuanya observed him through the rearview mirror. I'm heading to the Jiangpu Road Entrepreneurship Park. There's a project I want to check out. All right. Lu Qingyin didn't think much of it, while Yi Xuanya harbored her suspicions. An entrepreneurship park? A project? Was this junior genuinely pursuing entrepreneurial ventures? Or was he merely speaking for effect? Yi Xuanya scrutinized Xiao Bei closely. As she had recently heard of a new ploy employed by certain scoundrels, the fake socialite, and the faux tycoon. The fake socialite lured in wealthy individuals, while the faux tycoon enticed women. It was all too simple. Rent a venue and bring a girl along, creating an illusion of success. In that moment, Yi Xuanya instinctively felt that Xiao Bei was one of those individuals. Yet, through the rearview mirror, Xiao Bei appeared remarkably serene, with countless thoughts racing through her mind. Yi Xuanya could no longer contain herself and offered a word of caution. Junior, I've heard that many young people nowadays try to make quick money. They not only present themselves as successful individuals, but also engage in deceptive practices to attract investments. I advise you not to follow their example. Her warning, though intended as guidance, sounded more like an accusation. The straightforwardness of the girls from Shanghai was palpable. If you disagree, come at me. Feeling belittled always stung a bit. And Xiao Bei was no exception. However, he was wise enough not to confront Lu Qingyan's friend. Instead, he smiled graciously. Thank you, Senior Yi. I appreciate your concern. Lu Qingyan was taken aback by the exchange between Yi Xuanya and Xiao Bei, but she remained at a loss for words, glancing at her friend for guidance. Yi Xuanya believed that Lu Qingyan was aware of the situation, thus she offered a reassuring glance, subtly conveying the message that she was there to support. Subsequently, Yi Xuanya drove towards the Jiangpu Road Entrepreneurship Park, curious to discover what this junior intended to pursue. At that moment, Xiao Bei's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, furrowing his brows slightly, yet he answered the call. As he did so, Yi Xuanya's ears perked up. Xiao S. Zhang. I will contact you later. Rest assured, I am currently in MO2. When will I return? I am still a student, what do you think? I will reach out tonight. Upon hearing the mention of Xiao S. Zhang, Yi Xuanya and Lu Qingyan exhibited starkly different reactions. Lu Qingyan was astonished, pondering what kind of background this junior possessed to have a connection with S. Zhang. Meanwhile, Yi Xuanya smirked internally, thinking that this junior was clearly putting on an act. No way. Once they arrived, if he merely dawdled and accomplished nothing, she would expose him without hesitation. Chapter 67, GNU Technology. After hanging up, the car fell into a serene silence. Xiao Bei, being perceptive, quickly deduced the underlying reasons for the call, but opted not to elaborate. Sometimes, explanations do not alleviate suspicion. Rather, they can exacerbate it. Xiao Bei's mindset was simple. He would discover the truth upon arrival. When he decided to invest in GNU, he proactively contacted the founder. Fortunately, during the National Day holiday, the founder and the entire team were still in MO2, alleviating Xiao Bei's concern about making a fruitless trip. Thus, he felt no need to clarify anything. Upon arrival, all would be revealed. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but commend Yi Xuanya for her keen sense of caution. The high-speed rail station was not far from the Jiangpu Entrepreneurship Park, with a straight-line distance of merely 5 kilometers. Consequently, after a little over 10 minutes, Yi Xuanya's Mercedes arrived at the park. The Jiangpu Entrepreneurship Park featured a standalone 6-story building amidst several nearby factories. Its exterior lacked the opulence typical of office buildings, with walls draped in climbing ivy. This park was essentially a startup incubation center supported by the government of MO2, typically situated in less affluent areas to minimize costs. Once the car was parked, Yi Xuanya turned to Xiao Bei and inquired, "Do you mind if we accompany you to broaden our horizons?" Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, finding this young lady quite intriguing. However, he did not refuse, reasoning that there was nothing to hide. With a polite smile, he replied, "Certainly." After exiting the vehicle, Xiao Bei promptly called the founder of GNU Technology. The three then proceeded into the lobby, which was modestly decorated. At that moment, a middle-aged man, balding and wearing spectacles, approached them. It was a common appearance among many programmers. "Hello, are you Mr. Xiao?" Mao Shuchong asked uncertainly, taken aback by the youthfulness of the person before him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Bei, wondering if her junior was indeed the one in charge. Yi Xuanya was taken aback, thinking, what on earth? If they were to find an actor, couldn't they at least pick someone who resembles one? She decided to observe further. Xiao Bei smiled and stepped forward. "Hello, you must be Mr. Mao. I am Xiao Bei." Upon receiving Xiao Bei's confirmation, Mao Shuchong was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. After noticing the two stunningly beautiful women accompanying Xiao Bei, Mao Shuchong had no reason to doubt his capabilities. In his eyes, Xiao Bei appeared to be a wealthy heir, perhaps merely here to dabble in investments. "Just what I need. You invest without getting involved in management," he thought, smiling at Xiao Bei. "Mr. Xiao, you are truly young and promising, brimming with energy. Let's head upstairs to discuss." "Very well," Xiao Bei replied, and Mao Shuchong led the three to the 3rd floor. During the ascent, Xiao Bei and Mao Shuchong engaged in discussions about the entrepreneurship park, neither broaching the subject of financing. Yi Xuanya and Lu Qingyan followed behind in silence, both absorbed in their phones. Yi Xuanya messaged, "Ice cream." Your junior could very well be a fraud. Stay away. Lu Qingyan responded with a question mark. After finishing her message, the two exchanged glances, with Lu Qingyan's eyes reflecting a hint of anger. Yi Xianya, observing Lu Qingyan's naive yet clear gaze, chuckled helplessly. She then searched for the news story previously mentioned to Xiao Bei and sent the link to Lu Qingyan, adding, "Don't worry. I've got your back. In Mo Do, no one can bully my sister." After reading the news, Lu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the Xiao Bei ahead of them and then back at her friend Yi Xianya. "Let's observe for now. Perhaps the junior isn't the person we think he is," she suggested. Yi Xianya replied, "Sister, you're hopeless. Fine, we must get to the bottom of this soon." Mao Shuchong led Xiao Bei to a modest 100-square-meter office space. Apart from Mao Shuchong, there were only 4 others, all busy typing code at their computers. "Mr. Xiao, it's a small place. Please don't mind. Let us discuss in the conference room." Despite its humble appearance, Xiao Bei maintained his usual composure, sparing Mao Shuchong any embarrassment. Inside the Jinyu Technology office, Mao Shuchong wasted no time and stated directly, "Mr. Xiao, let us be straightforward. I need financing." After sitting down, he got straight to the point. Xiao Bei understood this blunt approach to business negotiations, recognizing that programmers often lack the tact of seasoned entrepreneurs. However, he appreciated this candor. Meanwhile, Yi Xianya glanced at Lu Qingyan, who noticed her expression. Yi Xianya remarked, "We've barely settled in, and he is already diving into business discussions. Is this how negotiations are conducted?" Lu Qingyan replied, "Let us wait and see." Yi Xianya sighed dramatically. "Mr. Mao, I am willing to invest, but I would like to hear your thoughts on the project, its current development stage, how the funds will be utilized, and your plans for subsequent operations." Xiao Bei inquired directly. Mao Shuchong paused for a moment before responding earnestly, "Mr. Xiao, the game is currently in closed beta. Once the funds are secured, I will engage with gaming influencers on Weibo. In this world, there is no TikTok yet, and gather support to create a buzz. We will also utilize WeChat mini programs." Xiao Bei, maintaining his composed demeanor, continued to probe, "And how do you plan to generate revenue?" "We haven't fully figured that out yet, but we plan to introduce some paid features." Mao Shuchong replied. "I see. Mr. Mao, how much equity are you willing to part with?" Xiao Bei asked. 30 for 2 million. Mao Shuchong answered without hesitation. Xiao Bei shook his head slightly. 30 is too little. I want 50. That is impossible, Mr. Xiao. Although our company is small, it represents my hard work. Mao Shuchong countered. What if I were to say that I wouldn't be involved in management and could even propose better operational strategies and revenue methods? Xiao Bei sipped the tea before him, patiently awaiting Mao Shuchong's decision. Upon hearing the words, Mao Shuchong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Xiao Bei, seemingly lost in thought. The exchange between Xiao Bei and Mao Shuchong only served to further convince Yi Xianya that the two were indeed putting on a performance, engaging in business negotiations in an unusually theatrical manner. However, she was soon rendered speechless. "Mr. Xiao, if you truly possess superior operational strategies or more lucrative methods while remaining uninvolved in management, that would be acceptable." After contemplating, Mao Shuchong ultimately acquiesced, considering the substantial offer Xiao Bei had already presented. Moreover, he was unable to delay any longer, as his own financial situation was precariously close to collapse. "Very well, Mr. Mao, let us formalize an investment contract, after which I shall share my insights with you. Please hold on." Without hesitation, Mao Shuchong exited to prepare the contract. Once Mao Shuchong had departed, Yi Xianya was poised to expose Xiao Bei's ruse, but Lu Qingyan interjected, exclaiming, "Junior, are you truly intending to invest in this company?" Chapter 68, The Mind of Xiao Bei. In response to Lu Qingyan's inquiry, Xiao Bei nodded affirmatively. "I have reviewed their project previously, and it aligns perfectly with the concept I wish to integrate. Thus I am inclined to invest. Yet, have you not considered this thoroughly? After all, it is a sum of 2 million. While Lu Qingyan's family was relatively well off, Xiao Bei's actions today had nonetheless left a profound impact on her. Although her close friend Yi Xianya had consistently claimed that Xiao Bei was merely putting on airs, Lu Qingyan's instincts suggested otherwise. The aura that emanated from him, particularly during their initial encounter, was not something easily replicated by just anyone. At that moment, Mao Shuchong re-entered. "Mr. Xiao, here is the investment contract." He handed the document to Xiao Bei, who examined it meticulously, finding no hidden traps. With a smile, he addressed Mao Shuchong. "Mr. Mao, the contract appears sound. Shall we proceed with the signing?" "That would be splendid. However, I do have one lingering question. When will the 2 million be transferred?" Mao Shuchong was genuinely in dire straits. The financing could not afford to be delayed, for he was uncertain how he would manage payroll otherwise. Xiao Bei, fully aware of his predicament, replied with a smile, "Once the contract is signed, the funds will be transferred directly to the corporate account without delay." Excellent. Without further ado, Mao Shuqiang inscribed his name on the contract, followed suit by Xiao Bei. Yi Xianye and Lu Qingyan observed the signing with astonishment. At that moment, Yi Xianye found herself momentarily bewildered. She was now uncertain whether this junior truly intended to invest, or if it was merely a facade. First and foremost, this junior had remained notably composed throughout. Secondly, when Mao Shuqiang inquired about the timeline for the funds, Xiao Bei asserted that they would arrive imminently. If Xiao Bei were indeed the type of phony who pretended to be a successful individual, such a statement would be exceedingly implausible. After all, both she and Lu Qingyan were present. The most plausible excuse would have been to claim that the funds would arrive in a few days, or at least the following day. This way, she and her friend would remain in the dark regarding whether the money had actually been transferred. What would stop him from simply fabricating a transfer with a screenshot? But now, what did he say? Immediately transferred? This meant that she and her friend would be able to verify it themselves. Had she truly been overly suspicious? Mr. Xiao, the contract has been signed. Please share your thoughts. Though Mao Shuqiang was in urgent need of funds, with the contract now finalized, he was assured that the money would indeed arrive. Thus, he no longer felt anxious. Rather, he was intrigued by Xiao Bei's earlier comments regarding operations and profitability. With the weight lifted from his shoulders, he felt a rare sense of ease. Xiao Bei, upon hearing this, took a sip of tea. For operations, we shall proceed according to your initial thoughts, focusing primarily on vertical advertising, but the next points I will outline are crucial. Xiao Bei glanced at Mao Shuqiang, who nodded encouragingly for him to continue. My strategy encompasses several steps. First, our operations must create a sense of conflict. For instance, we could design our advertisements such that only individuals with an IQ of 180 can succeed. Yet, in reality, is there a correlation between intelligence and completing a game? Clearly not. Therefore, I propose that we set an algorithm where the first level is exceedingly simple, allowing anyone to pass, while the second level escalates in difficulty, making it impossible for 98 of players to succeed. Before Xiao Bei could finish his thought, Mao Shuqiang shook his head vehemently. Mr. Xiao, if we proceed in this manner, who would want to play our game? That leads me to my second point. We can utilize algorithms to segment by province. Only those who pass the second level will gain access to exclusive groups in their respective provinces. If your friends succeed while you do not, how would you feel? Mao Shuqiang was taken aback. I would undoubtedly be displeased and would take action. Me too. If others advance while I do not, it would certainly irk me. Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianye chimed in. Bingo. You both are spot on. Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianye exchanged glances, astonished. Wow, Xiao Bei. I see it now. This approach would undoubtedly ignite a spirit of competition. Lu Qingyan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. At this moment, Yi Xianye regarded Xiao Bei with newfound admiration. Perhaps this junior was indeed genuine. How did I not think of this? Mao Shuqiang exclaimed, smacking his thigh. This way, we can incite users to unwittingly promote our game. Xiao Bei nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wait, Mr. Xiao, how would we generate profit in this scenario? Mao Shuqiang pondered aloud. Xiao Bei replied calmly. Did you not initially plan to monetize certain items? Indeed. Then let us offer those items for free. Xiao Bei smiled at Mao Shuqiang. Free? How can we make money then? Precisely. At this juncture, Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianye joined the discussion. Who says that offering something for free precludes profit? The three turned their attention to Xiao Bei, eagerly awaiting his explanation. In order to obtain free items, there exists a prerequisite. One must watch advertisements. Our revenue will derive from the advertisers. As for the advertising aspect, you need not worry. I will facilitate initial connections, and as our traffic increases, advertisers will seek us out. Xiao Bei stated nonchalantly, drawing upon insights gleaned from his research. At this revelation, all three experienced a moment of clarity. Mao Shuqiang was instantly exhilarated. Mr. Xiao, you truly are a talent. Do not fret, I have one more trick up my sleeve. Xiao Bei quipped lightly before continuing. Once our game becomes sufficiently popular, we will stoke the flames further. What? Yi Xianye, still reeling from Xiao Bei's earlier insights, quickly inquired. There are multiple means to achieve popularity, not just one. There exists both legitimate and controversial fame. Controversial fame? What do you mean, Mr. Xiao? Exactly what you were thinking. The inspiration for this game stems from a foreign title, correct? Therefore, the next steps involve generating buzz and drawing parallels. But did we truly plagiarize? Not at all. Mao Shuqiang interjected promptly. Then it is settled. This encapsulates my vision. After articulating his thoughts, Xiao Bei took a leisurely sip of tea. At this moment, both Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianye regarded Xiao Bei with a hint of reverence. All right, Mao, I've informed you about the operations and profit methods. Now, please provide me with a public account, and I shall transfer the financing to you. Certainly. After Mao Shuqiang and Xiao Bei exchanged WeChat contacts, he promptly sent the public account details to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei took out his phone and inserted the USB security token. Then, under the gaze of the three witnesses, he directly transferred 2 million to the public account. As the transaction success message appeared on his phone, Lu Qingyan suddenly grasped Yi Xuanya's arm tightly, gasping for breath. Yi Xuanya, equally flustered, silently adjusted her sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, thinking to herself how foolish she must look with her eyes wide open. Chapter 69. Xiao Bei earns the nickname Green Tea. 2 million. A student just starting university has directly invested in a company. Not just any investment, but a substantial 2 million in cold, hard cash. Moreover, he provided sound advice as well. At this moment, Yi Xuanya realized her own pettiness. However, unbeknownst to her, neither Lu Qingyan nor Xiao Bei would dwell on her thoughts. In Xiao Bei's eyes, the girl's actions were entirely justifiable. After all, women must learn to protect themselves, right? And for Lu Qingyan, it was merely a matter of being responsible for her sister. Yet, Yi Xuanya was genuinely astonished. Is my junior aiming for the stars? Yi Xuanya hailed from Shanghai, her family affording a comfortable lifestyle. While attending university, her family had gifted her a luxury Mercedes worth over 300,000 and secured a residence in Pudong, Shanghai, as a dowry. Logically, a sum of 2 million shouldn't be so shocking. However, it all depended on how that 2 million was utilized. Some second-generation affluent individuals might spend it on lavish consumption, evoking only feelings of envy since they had long anticipated such wealth. But Xiao Bei, investing 2 million directly into a company, seemingly poised to earn even more. This revelation was not only a shock to Lu Qingyan, but also to her. She cast an envious glance at Lu Qingyan. Why the envy? Just by taking a high-speed train, she had stumbled upon such an accomplished young man. Glancing back at Lu Qingyan, she found her at a loss for words. Her mind swirling with philosophical musings. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Her family background paled in comparison to Yi Xuanya's, and her social circle was much narrower. While luxury items like bags and cosmetics graced her daily life, casually investing 2 million was beyond her imagination. Xiao Bei, preoccupied with conversing with Mao Shuqiang, remained oblivious to the astonishment of the two young ladies. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly quipped, expanding horizons. After departing from Jinyu Technology, the trio returned to the car. At this moment, Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya remained in a state of shock, struggling to process the events. Yi Xuanya discreetly stole a glance at Xiao Bei through the rearview mirror, suddenly perceiving him as unfathomable. Initially, she had thought he was merely another pretentious individual, uncertain of the authenticity of his demeanor. Now, however, she realized he seemed rather understated. Coupled with the confidence radiating from Xiao Bei, she felt a pang of envy. What a charmer he was. Now, Yi Xuanya no longer felt that Xiao Bei was unworthy of her friend. In fact, recalling her previous underestimation of him ignited a slight flush of embarrassment on her cheeks. His wealth aside, it was his composed and confident demeanor, coupled with his good looks, that made him suitable for anyone. With a newfound perspective, Yi Xuanya turned to Xiao Bei and said, "Well done, Junior. You've taught me a lesson. My apologies for my earlier presumptions." Hearing her words, Xiao Bei felt a surge of affection for this girl. Her adaptability was commendable, though he wondered about her flexibility in other matters. Not at all, Senior. Seeing Xiao Bei respond this way brought a smile to Yi Xuanya's lips. After overcoming their initial awkwardness, she quickly reassured herself. The junior was handsome, charismatic, and affluent. But what did that mean for her? She had nothing to gain from it. Rather, she was thrilled for her close friend, who had found such a remarkable companion. So, it was best to carry on as usual. Where shall we head next? She inquired. Lu Qingyan instinctively turned to Xiao Bei, her expression clearly asking for his thoughts. Xiao Bei, taken aback, pondered, "Aren't you the hosts?" After a moment's thought, he replied, "Let's head to the hotel first and get our accommodations sorted." "Junior, didn't you say there are no hotels nearby?" Lu Qingyan pouted at Xiao Bei. Yi Xuanya, witnessing this, shook her head in exasperation. He was genuinely oblivious and had missed the obvious intent behind her words. Xiao Bei chuckled. What I meant was there are no budget options nearby, but there are still 5-star hotels available." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot an annoyed glance at Xiao Bei, as if saying, "Oh, you cheeky junior, how dare you tease me?" Huh. Yi Xuanya couldn't help but laugh and added, "Junior, you have no idea. Our ice cream is willing to let me lend you my apartment for your stay." At this, Xiao Bei's interest piqued. "Wow, really, Senior? Honestly, if that's the case, I wouldn't mind. Ice cream, keep an eye on your man." Yi Xuanya joked, starting the car. "Wow, you're quite the charmer, Xuanya. How could you refer to our beautiful Lu as ice cream?" Xiao Bei teased, adopting a slightly playful tone. Yi Xuanya glanced at Xiao Bei in the rearview mirror, then raised her middle finger playfully. "Junior, I've realized you're genuinely a green tea. From now on, I shall call you green tea. Ice cream and green tea, a perfect match. Junior, don't pay her any mind. That's just her way, the big girl. All right. Senior, I understand. Ooh, still calling her senior? You might as well call her ice cream or baby. She'd love that. Yi Xuanyao playfully encouraged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's eyes sparkled. He found such terms appealing but remained silent, gauging Lu Qingyin's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Xuanyao's words, Lu Qingyin's expression shifted. Her irritation evident as she glared at the big girl. Wow. Big girl, shut your mouth. It's not quite right to call you senior. How about you just call me Qingyan? Yes, just Qingyan. As she spoke, Lu Qingyin's face visibly reddened. Yi Xuanyao laughed heartily. Then you can just call me big girl. No, Junior, call her shut up. As Xiao Bei sat in the back, watching the two beauties bicker and amuse themselves, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Rebirth is indeed splendid. I'm carefree. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. The big girl's personality is delightful and carefree. All right then, it's settled. From now on, Junior. You'll call her shut up, and me Qingyan. And you don't need to call me Junior. Just Bei will do. Xiao Bei said with a grin. Junior, I have discovered that you are quite the green tea type, and yet you still wish to take advantage? Smiled Yi Xuanyao. My name is Xiao Bei. Do not call me Bei. What shall you call me? Xiao Bei inquired. Yi Xuanyao and Lu Qingyin exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, from now on, we shall call you green tea. Chapter 70. Lu Qingyin declares ownership. Xiao Bei expressed his discontent. Surely, green tea cannot compare to Bei? He grumbled. Ha. How about this? We shall fully respect your opinion. Lu Qingyin pondered for a moment, then cast a meaningful look at Xiao Bei. What? Xiao Bei asked. Henceforth, you shall be known as Green Tea Bei. Look how considerate your senior is. She never resorts to any form of authoritarianism. Ah. Ice cream, it's your turn. By the way, Green Tea Bei, which hotel shall we choose? Yi Xuanyao glanced at Xiao Bei through the rearview mirror. Xiao Bei replied. Perhaps one that is closer to your school. That way, it will be more convenient for you both. Budget? Ice cream. Are you seriously considering a budget for Green Tea Bei? Yi Xuanyao scoffed. Lu Qingyin then realized, I was the one being presumptuous. Xiao Bei smiled gently, appreciating this manner of interaction that did not hinge on wealth to curry favor. This is the essence of friendship. I propose we book a room at the Yangyun Amin Hotel. It is the only fine establishment nearby. Xiao Bei stated casually. Yi Xuanyao, upon hearing this, became irate. Ice cream. I genuinely feel like hitting someone. Who are you going to hit? Lu Qingyin queried. Green Tea Bei, just flaunting his privilege. I will hit him, and you want to be upset, will you? I want to be upset. I will join you. They laughed. Xiao Bei, overhearing their banter, chuckled. Protest. Protest denied. The trio, filled with laughter, arrived at the Yangyun Amin Hotel. You two go ahead and check in. I will find a parking spot. Decide where to go afterward. Parking fees are quite steep. Yi Xuanyao instructed before driving off in search of a parking space. Upon hearing Yi Xuanyao's words, Lu Qingyin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stomped her feet in frustration. She waved her tiny fists at the car departing, indignantly muttering, You have a foul mouth. Driving recklessly again. You two are going to check in first? What a brazen statement. Lu Qingyin's face flushed as she stealthily glanced at Xiao Bei beside her. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Bei grinned and said, Come on, Xiao Qingyin, let us go check in. You. Ha. With that, Xiao Bei took Lu Qingyin's hand and led her inside. As Xiao Bei held her hand, Lu Qingyin's face turned scarlet as she lowered her gaze. If there were a third-person perspective at that moment, they would witness a young man confidently leading a bashful young woman, her head bowed, taking small steps in his wake. Especially in a hotel setting, onlookers might think, Oh dear, today the world has lost another innocent girl and gained a woman. Soon, they approached the revolving door. Lu Qingyin quickly released Xiao Bei's hand and shot him a mock glare. Be careful. I'm afraid of getting lost. Xiao Bei grinned mischievously. Entering such a grand hotel for the first time makes me nervous. Holding your hand calms my nerves. Annoying. Lu Qingyin exclaimed, playfully swatting at him. You think I believe you? 200,000? You just invest without a second thought and still feel nervous? Wait, why are you nervous? Lu Qingyin pondered. Her mind momentarily blank. Humph, just taking advantage, huh? Tell me, do you often take advantage of young ladies? She interrogated. Please, this is my first time holding hands. Look, my palms are sweating. If Ji Qinglan were present, she would surely cast a cold glance at Xiao Bei and retort, My hand is not a hand? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Lu Qingyin paused, momentarily taken aback by the revelation that such a handsome young man was experiencing his first hand holding. Suddenly, her shyness dissipated. Since it's our first time, who is afraid of whom? Truth be told, Lu Qingyin also harbored feelings for Xiao Bei, but was hesitant due to pride. Feeling that things were progressing too swiftly. Truly unfazed, Dare to hold my hand and see what happens. Wherever it's cool, stay there. Having her heart racing from holding hands, Lu Qingyan hastily changed the subject. Xiao Bei, how long do you plan to stay in the Magic City? Unless something unexpected occurs, I'll be here for the entire national day. Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan felt a flicker of joy within her. The two continued to hold hands as they approached the hotel reception. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? The receptionist looked at Xiao Bei with polite curiosity. Astonished internally, which magnificent steed is this? Has he come to flaunt his wealth? I would like to stay for a few days. Please book me a presidential suite for a week, Xiao Bei stated after some consideration. Xiao Bei had no intention of pretending to be humble. With such capability, why not indulge in the best? After all, he was in the Magic City for leisure, and he deserved to treat himself well. The receptionist, taken aback, asked, Sir, did you just say the presidential suite for 7 days? Yes, indeed. Let us secure it for a week, Xiao Bei replied decisively. The receptionist's heart leaped with excitement at his response, and despite the stunning beauty beside him, she couldn't help but throw him flirtatious glances. It was inevitable. The young man exuded strength, charm, youth, and wealth, qualities that made any young lady swoon. Lu Qingyan, observing the receptionist's gaze, felt a surge of displeasure. So, I'm here, and you still have the audacity to flirt? Do you take me for air? In that moment, Lu Qingyan made her boldest move. She released Xiao Bei's hand and, under his puzzled gaze, linked her arm through his, declaring ownership. Xiao Bei felt the warmth of her touch on his arm, and his heart soared with joy. Lu Qingyan shot a fierce glare at the receptionist. Though the receptionist was internally fuming, she maintained a polite smile. Sir, our presidential suite is priced at 100,000 per night, totaling 700,000 for 7 days. How would you like to proceed? Let us just swipe the card, Xiao Bei said as he pulled out his wallet from his backpack upon exiting the vehicle. He handed his bank card and ID to the receptionist. And this lady's ID? The receptionist inquired with a professional smile, looking at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed. Just as Xiao Bei was about to say something, Lu Qingyan promptly retrieved her ID from her bag. At that moment, Xiao Bei felt a gentle tap on his arm, instantly understanding Lu Qingyan's intention. However, the one who ultimately reaped the benefits was Xiao Bei, and he was far too delighted to care. Although he knew Lu Qingyan would likely not stay with him that night, there would surely be another opportunity. Wouldn't he there? Lu Qingyan, oblivious to Xiao Bei's sly glances, stood her ground like a fierce little hen, defiantly staring at the receptionist. As if to say, this is my territory, and you've trespassed. This is my man. So keep your restless heart to yourself. Chapter 71. I too shall declare ownership. After securing the room, the two walked toward the elevator under the receptionist's forlorn gaze. As they stepped into the elevator, Lu Qingyan, her cheeks still flushed, turned to Xiao Bei. Junior, am I? Shoo. Xiao Bei smiled at her, signaling her to refrain from speaking for the moment. Lu Qingyan felt somewhat perplexed, but obediently sealed her lips. However, her mind was swirling with thoughts. Could the junior really think of me as a frivolous woman? Oh, this is so distressing. Lu Qingyan, can't you be a bit more reserved? What should I do now? Soon, the two arrived at the presidential suite on the 36th floor. Xiao Bei opened the door, momentarily neglecting the lavish decor of the suite, and abruptly pulled the still-dazed Lu Qingyan into his embrace, shutting the door behind them. At that moment, Lu Qingyan was stunned, leaning against the door as Xiao Bei supported himself against it, facing her directly. Their gazes locked. Xiao Bei's eyes gleamed with a predatory desire, while Lu Qingyan appeared flustered, her eyes darting away. She then glanced at Xiao Bei and whispered, Junior, what are you planning to do? Xiao Bei regarded her, who resembled a bashful kitten, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Then, in response to Lu Qingyan's astonished expression, he gently cupped her chin with one hand. Sister, was that a declaration of ownership just now? Lu Qingyan averted her gaze, her inner thoughts exclaiming, wow, the junior is so domineering. I like it, sob sob. Yet she maintained her composure and stammered, and no, it's just. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Bei kissed her. When it comes to charming a lady, one must take the initiative. If she doesn't reject your hand, it signifies her feelings for you. Find the right time and place to assertively make your move. Of course, if even holding hands is met with rejection, then perhaps you should reconsider. For not only will you face repercussions, but you might also be invited for tea by the authorities. Being proactive can lead to romance, but if it results in trouble, that is simply being a rogue. Lu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Bei's sudden kiss. Wide-eyed, she gazed at his handsome visage, her mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? Yet her body betrayed her, instinctively responding. She was unsure why she reciprocated. Was this what kissing felt like? A delightful sensation indeed. After responding, she shyly closed her eyes. as they embraced in a passionate kiss. Just when Lu Qingyan intended to wrap her arms around Xiao Bei's neck, a phone rang, startling her like a startled bird. She quickly opened her eyes and gently pushed Xiao Bei away. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him an indignant look. Xiao Bei merely grinned at her. Lu Qingyan retrieved her phone, took a deep breath, and answered the call. "Ice Pop, where are you?" came Yi Xianya's voice through the line. We're on the 36th floor, in the suite. Come on up," Lu Qingyan said, patting her chest lightly. Something seems off with you too," Yi Xianya teased over the phone. "Oh, just hurry up," Lu Qingyan replied, before hanging up and turning to Xiao Bei with a fierce look, hands on her hips. "How can you be like this, you big bad guy?" Seeing Lu Qingyan's adorable demeanor, Xiao Bei pulled her closer. "Junior, what are you planning? Please, don't. The big girl is coming soon." "Xiao Qingyan, you're so double standard," Xiao Bei retorted cheekily. If you can declare ownership, why can't I?" Lu Qingyan met Xiao Bei's gaze, his eyes captivating, clear, and bright. Yet, she thought, who declares ownership like this? "So do you like it?" Xiao Bei pressed further, the ball now in Lu Qingyan's court. Internally, she screamed, "Yes, I do." But girls are often coy and reserved. Shyly, she looked at Xiao Bei, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Qingyan glanced at the door and gestured to Xiao Bei. Yet, he still did not release her, whispering, "Xiao Qingyan, do you like it?" Realizing Xiao Bei's audacity, Lu Qingyan huffed, "Humph, you big bad guy, I like it, okay? Now let me go, the big girl is coming." Having received the answer he desired, Xiao Bei finally released Lu Qingyan. They quickly straightened themselves up, and Lu Qingyan hurriedly dashed to the door. As she opened it, Yi Xianya scrutinized Lu Qingyan, whose face was still flushed. "Wow, Ice Pop, the atmosphere between you two is quite peculiar." "No way, you just have a dirty mind," Lu Qingyan retorted. Yi Xianya stepped into the room and surveyed the opulent decor. Is this the world of the wealthy? The suite was vast, boasting 3 bedrooms, a master suite, 2 side rooms, an outdoor swimming pool, a study, a grand hall, and a kitchen that beautifully combined Eastern and Western elements. Truly luxurious. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, but remained silent, heading straight for the refrigerator to see what beverages were available. Upon opening it, he found a row of Filico water. Without a second thought, he grabbed 3 bottles. "Care for some water?" he asked. Yi Xianya, who was admiring the room with Lu Qingyan, turned to Xiao Bei. As they returned to the living room and spotted the bottles in his hands, Yi Xianya's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you sure you want to treat us to that water?" "It's just a bottle of water here," Xiao Bei replied, handing the bottles to Lu Qingyan and Yi Xianya. "Wow, big girl, does the water in a presidential suite come in such beautiful packaging?" Lu Qingyan marveled at the bottle, a conical shape topped with a crown. She thought it must be specially made for the suite. Yi Xianya paused momentarily before explaining to Lu Qingyan, "Ice Pop, this isn't custom-made. It's Filico, priced at $219 per bottle." Yi Xianya was genuinely shocked. Even her affluent family wouldn't splurge on such expensive water. "Wait, so that's over $1,500 for a bottle?" Lu Qingyan was taken aback, feeling as though her perception was being challenged. "Just for a bottle of water." "All right, it's just a bottle of water. Drink up," Xiao Bei declared, twisting open a bottle. In truth, Xiao Bei had tried this water in his past life. Seeing Xiao Bei so casual about it, Yi Xianya decided not to be finicky. "Green tea Bei, you're generous. I'll be your sister." Chapter 72. Contemplating the single life after enjoying the exquisite water, the trio sat in the living room, chatting. "So where to next?" Lu Qingyan inquired of the two. "I just received a call from Old Zhang and Old Buddha. Tonight is our weekly gathering. Let us go out for dinner," Yi Xianya replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's heart leaped with glee. He would get to see beautiful women again. Indeed, at this moment, he had come to believe that the Shanghai Conservatory of Music was filled with stunning beauties, simply delightful. "Big girl, can I join?" "Enough of your nonsense. Surely, your dear Yin would be reluctant to let you dine alone at the hotel. Besides, you are now my buddy. How could we possibly skip a meal together?" The girl chimed in. Lu Qingyan, noticing Yi Xianya teasing her yet again, felt compelled to retort, but the recent passionate kiss with Xiao Bei left her cheeks flushed, prompting her to fall silent and steal a glance at him instead. Xiao Bei, catching her gaze, offered a subtle smile. Observing this interaction, Yi Xianya couldn't help but feel that something was amiss between the two during her absence. After all, why was there a palpable scent of romance lingering in the air? "Come on, you two. What did you get up to while I was away?" Yi Xianya inquired, her expression brimming with curiosity. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing happened." Lu Qingyan hastily deflected. Xiao Bei merely smiled at her response and shifted the conversation, asking, "So, shall we head out for dinner now?" "Green tea Bei, I sense you're less interested in a meal and more keen on keeping an eye on the ladies," Yi Xianya remarked playfully, continuing, "By the way, your other 2 roommates are quite the catch too." Xiao Bei, intrigued by her words, felt tempted to inquire further but chose to maintain his composure with a gentle smile. Lu Qingyan, despite her acknowledged flaws, believed in being a devoted kind of unfaithful. What dinner? What time is it anyway? We should decide where to go next. Are we just going to linger here? Lu Qingyan questioned. Yi Xuanya turned her attention to Xiao Bei, clearly looking to him for direction. With one being a local and the other a third-year student in the city, both had explored most places already. Xiao Bei, uncertain of their next destination, found himself wishing to remain at the hotel. Perhaps he could even indulge in some playful banter. At that moment, his eyes fell upon a promotional flyer on the table, emblazoned with the words Shanghai Auto Show. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he would likely return to Shanghai many times in the future. Should he always depend on the girls to drive? Thus, he confidently picked up the flyer and declared, "Let's go here. Are you planning to buy a car?" Yi Xuanya glanced at Xiao Bei, quickly chastising herself for her foolishness. After all, a young man of his stature surely wouldn't venture out without a vehicle. Sounds good. Lu Qingyan had no objections. She was happy to follow Xiao Bei wherever he led. Seeing the consensus between Lu Qingyan and Xiao Bei, Yi Xuanya could only nod in agreement. Her curiosity piqued regarding what kind of car Xiao Bei intended to purchase. Once outside the hotel, Yi Xuanya went to retrieve the car, leaving Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan to wait in the lobby. Following their earlier kiss, Lu Qingyan felt a rush of shyness as they lingered together. Seated on the sofa, Xiao Bei turned slightly towards her and whispered in her ear, "Little Qingyan, you are truly beautiful." Slightly pouting, Lu Qingyan playfully slapped Xiao Bei's arm and shot him an annoyed glare. "You're such a nuisance." Xiao Bei chuckled, taking her hand in his once more. Lu Qingyan feigned resistance for a moment before surrendering, pouting as she looked at him with a mix of frustration and amusement. "Junior, don't call me that. Call me Xiao Bei, or something more affectionate," he replied, grinning at her. Never. Junior, she teased back. "Little girl, do you want me to declare my intentions?" Xiao Bei said with a teasing grin. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qingyan's earlier thoughts resurfaced, and she admonished him, "Xiao Bei, if you kiss someone without my permission again, I will be upset. And trust me, the consequences will be severe." Her words lacked conviction, prompting Xiao Bei to laugh. Teasing her further, "And just how severe are those consequences?" Rolling her eyes, she replied quietly, "It's just very serious." "Junior, are we moving too fast? If time represents love, then why did we not meet sooner?" Lu Qingyan's question was not genuinely about their pace. Many boys would hastily profess their loyalty in response, fearing the label of being a simp. However, it is often said that what one cannot obtain stirs restlessness, while those favored feel invulnerable. In truth, when girls pose such questions, it often reflects their insecurity, fearing they might seem too easily won over and consequently undervalued. At this delicate moment, it is crucial not to respond with typical male bravado, asserting that everything is fine and not too fast, as this tends to leave a poor impression and accelerate a girl's withdrawal. This is the beauty of language. It can touch the soul without inflicting pain. Indeed, Lu Qingyan felt a subtle smile tug at her heart upon hearing Xiao Bei's words. Just then, Yi Xuanya's phone rang, signaling the end of their brief flirtation as they exited the hotel together. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Xuanya had parked the car, and as they approached, Lu Qingyan chose to sit in the back seat with Xiao Bei instead of the front, a decision that made Xiao Bei smile knowingly. Often, subtle details from a girl convey her thoughts accurately, and Xiao Bei was astutely aware of this. Yi Xuanya, momentarily taken aback by this arrangement, glanced at Lu Qingyan through the rearview mirror, then at Xiao Bei, and couldn't help but remark, "Green tea and ice cream truly make a perfect match." Hearing this, Xiao Bei chuckled, while Lu Qingyan, who would typically retort, simply laughed and said, "What's wrong? Jealous? Go find your own green tea, or rather, your foul-mouthed boy. Isn't that right, Bei?" Lu Qingyan added, her cheeks flushed from her playful nickname. "Yes, indeed," Yi Xuanya quipped, her mouth curling into a grin. "If you want to be lovey-dovey, do it in bed tonight. Spare a thought for us single folks." The scene unfolded with Yi Xuanya's spirited nature, her fierce demeanor earning her a new title, Tiger Girl. Xiao Bei couldn't help but marvel at how a girl from Jiangnan could embody such ferocity. As the trio made their way, a more relaxed Lu Qingyan held Xiao Bei's hand in the back seat, much to Yi Xuanya's chagrin, who lamented the unfairness of singlehood amidst their affectionate display. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the underground parking lot of the Pudong Sports Center, Yi Xuanya parked the car, and the three of them headed towards the open-air soccer field where the auto show was taking place. Upon arrival, the sheer volume of attendees at the auto show was astonishing. "I must say, there are truly a lot of people here. Is it really worth braving the heat just to see cars?" Yi Xuanya grumbled. Uffed. Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan burst into laughter in unison. "Did I say something wrong? Isn't it better to relax at home with air conditioning, enjoying a juicy watermelon and binge-watching shows?" Yi Xuanya retorted, her playful spirit evident. I'm in agreement with the latter part of your statement, Xiao Bei remarked with a smile. However, we cannot concur with the former. Lu Qingyan interjected directly after Xiao Bei finished speaking. Why? Compared to Kosi, neither of us is unwell. You can simply take care of yourself. Xiao Bei chuckled. Indeed, Green Tea Bei, you are not a good person. Yi Xuanya immediately began to spar verbally with Xiao Bei, and Lu Qingyan, witnessing this exchange, could only smile helplessly, caught between her quasi-boyfriend and her close friend. It was a dilemma in which she could assist neither. All right, you two, stop bickering and let us go inside. Lu Qingyan found herself playing the peacemaker. As the trio entered the auto show, a gentle chill enveloped them, although they were in an open-air venue. The glass structure above them allowed the air conditioning to be set to its lowest, creating a somewhat brisk atmosphere. A sea of heads greeted their gaze, teeming with people, akin to a swarm of ants. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the auto show in the Magic City was indeed of a high caliber, showcasing everything from entry-level to luxury vehicles. Some streamers were even present, holding selfie sticks as they broadcast the grandeur of the event. The trio bypassed the lower and mid-range sections and made a beeline for the luxury area. In truth, Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya shared a tacit understanding. Green Tea Bei would never be interested in the lower tiers. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the high-end section, where Yi Xuanya's attention was immediately captured by a car model. With a playful nudge of her arm against Xiao Bei, she exclaimed, "Wow, this car is quite impressive." Initially, Xiao Bei believed Yi Xuanya was referring to the vehicle, but upon noticing her gaze, he burst into laughter. "Tiger girl, are you admiring the car or the person? With so many bikini-clad beauties around, how can you not look?" Yi Xuanya wore a smitten expression as she gazed at Xiao Bei, leaving him puzzled about how this tiger girl had been raised. "I'm not looking. I have little Qingyan, and that's enough for me." "Little Qingyan, did you hear that? Green Tea Bei wants to see you in a bikini." Yi Xuanya brazenly attempted to stir the pot. "Come on, tiger girl. You're unfairly accusing me. Are you just spouting nonsense? Go ahead, hit me, little Karami. How old do you think I am? Have you ever tried? Hey, Ice Pop. Your man has some inappropriate thoughts about me. Go and deal with him." Lu Qingyan shot a glance at Yi Xuanya, as if to say, "Do you think I'm foolish?" Amid their playful banter, a female streamer from Douyu was introducing a vehicle behind them. Suddenly, she noticed peculiar comments appearing in the chat. "Wow, that guy in front is with two stunning beauties. What a scoundrel. Drop the beauties and let me have a go. In Xia country, there are more women than men, and this scoundrel is hogging too? Seriously, with those figures and looks, they rival the bikini girls. That guy is so handsome." The streamer, named Yang Bei, was an outdoor host on Douyu with a following of 200,000 fans. Upon seeing the chat messages, she decided to take a bold step and approach them, not solely because the guy was handsome. "Hello, you three. May I trouble you for a moment for an interview?" As she stood before Xiao Bei, Lu Qingyan, and Yi Xuanya, she was momentarily taken aback by their striking appearances. The man was indeed handsome, and the women were breathtakingly beautiful. "Awesome, are you live streaming?" Yi Xuanya asked without hesitation. "Haha, yes, miss. I'm live," Yang Bei responded. "Would you three mind greeting my viewers?" she inquired. "I'm fine with that," Yi Xuanya replied cheerfully. "Me too," Lu Qingyan added with a slight smile. Seeing that the two stunning ladies had no objections, Xiao Bei nodded in agreement. Yang Bei then aimed the camera at the trio. Upon seeing them, the viewers in the live chat erupted with excitement. "Wow, those two ladies are truly beautiful. The one on the left, Lu Qingyan, gives off a first love vibe. The one on the right, Yi Xuanya, is my ideal type. Am I the only one who noticed how handsome that guy is?" It was evident that beautiful people tend to associate with other beautiful individuals. After the three exchanged greetings, the viewers began urging Yang Bei to pose questions. With a smile, Yang Bei turned to them and asked, "Are you here to buy a car?" Yi Xuanya replied, "Kind of, but not for me. It's for my friend." She pointed at Xiao Bei. Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement. "We're just here to accompany him." "Wow, this young man is decked out in designer brands. Handsome and wealthy. I wonder if he is truly genuine. He looks like a college student." The viewers speculated in the chat. Yang Bei approached Xiao Bei. "Do you have a specific car in mind? I see there are plenty of high-end vehicles here. From BBA to supercars. What are you planning to buy?" "I haven't thought it over yet. Just browsing for now?" he replied. "What is your budget? Our viewers know a thing or two about cars and could offer you some advice," Yang Bei suggested, eager to engage. However, Xiao Bei's next remark stunned her, as well as the viewers in the chat. With a smile, he gazed thoughtfully at the comments scrolling through the chat. "As for the budget, it's not really significant. What matters is the connection with the car. If I like it, I'll buy it." Xiao Bei's nonchalant words left Yang Bei and the viewers momentarily speechless. Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya exchanged knowing glances. They were accustomed to such remarks. Yet, they couldn't help but think about how Xiao Bei was both astute and, at times, surprisingly naive. At that moment, the viewers in the live chat were the most astonished. Wow, this guy is quite the show-off, talking about connection. Does he think he can just buy a LaFerrari because he feels a connection? Is he that reckless? They commented. He seems to be quite handsome, though. The girls are probably in for a rough time. Usually, when someone says that, they can't afford it and don't want to lose face in front of beautiful women. Xiao Bei soon regained her composure and, with a hint of curiosity, raised her perfect face to ask, "So, young man, is there a car here that you feel a connection with?" "I'll take a look," Xiao Bei replied with a casual smile. But his words struck the viewers differently. Clearly, he was trying to play it cool. It was a pity for the two ladies, as typically, such statements come from those who cannot afford the luxury but wish to maintain their dignity in front of beautiful women. As laughter echoed through the air, one couldn't help but jest about the possibility of attending an auto show devoid of any appealing vehicles. Ignoring the barrage of comments flooding the livestream, Xiao Bei, along with Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya, remained unfazed. The notion that Xiao Bei couldn't afford a car was laughable. However, the trio chose not to delve into explanations or pay heed to the comments. They simply pressed forward, with Xiao Bei contemplating whether to follow when the viewers in the livestream urged her to join. Heeding their words, Xiao Bei trailed behind them. The audience in the livestream grasped the essence of the trio's dialogue. "Green Tea Bei, are you considering the Ferrari 488? Yi Xuanya inquired, eyeing the Ferrari display. "Are you implying I should purchase a Ferrari, or is it the lovely lady beside me who has captured your attention?" Xiao Bei shot Yi Xuanya a sidelong glance. "Haha. Take a wild guess." She retorted. "Guess? Not a chance. I'm not buying it. I already have one." Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly, leaving Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya momentarily stunned. "You already have one? What a remarkable claim." The incredulity was palpable. The notion of him owning a Ferrari seemed far-fetched. "I won't believe it unless I see it." Yet, Xiao Bei mused. There was something about Xiao Bei's demeanor that made her think he might be telling the truth. "Bei, if you already own a car, why consider another?" Lu Qingyan queried, genuinely perplexed. "As my visits to Shanghai increase, I cannot expect the lovely lady to serve as my chauffeur every time. Actually, Green Tea Bei, as long as you pay me, I wouldn't mind at all." Yi Xuanya chuckled, earning a disapproving glare from Xiao Bei. "What a clever calculation. By the way, Green Tea Bei, after observing for a while, have you spotted any appealing vehicles?" Lu Qingyan chimed in. "Indeed, what car has caught your eye? You must provide a reference price. While we know you aren't short on funds, surely you aren't suggesting vehicles worth 5 to 6 million or even tens of millions as your criteria." Faced with their inquiries, Xiao Bei merely shrugged, shaking his head lightly. "If a car doesn't appeal to me, no matter how cheap, I won't purchase it. Conversely, if it captivates me, I would buy it regardless of the price." As he spoke, he continued walking, leaving Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya feeling that his statement was both bold and somewhat fanciful. Nonetheless, Xiao Bei's audacious declaration incited discontent among the viewers in the livestream. "Oh, such bravado. You claim you would buy any expensive car that appeals to you. Does he truly have the audacity to purchase a LaFerrari?" The commentary reflected a sense of disbelief, underscoring the impatience of the younger generation. Does he genuinely think the auto show is his personal playground? Amidst the discussions surrounding Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei, intrigued, decided to follow him, despite knowing it might not be the most appropriate action. After all, the innate curiosity of the Chinese people is hard to resist. The trio soon arrived at the Lamborghini exhibit, where Xiao Bei abruptly halted his stride. A sleek, matte black sports car caught his attention, a low-slung body, scissor doors, sharp geometric lines, a futuristic rear, and an interior that exuded glamour, all epitomizing style. Its emblem resembled a powerful bull, charging forward, perfectly aligning with its aggressive aesthetics, showcasing an indomitable spirit. The model beside the car was equally striking, a long-haired beauty clad in a provocative bikini paired with black stilettos, accentuating her curves. The allure of both the car and the model drew a throng of onlookers, eagerly snapping photographs. "Stunning," Xiao Bei couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Xuanya laughed, glancing at Lu Qingyan. "Your man is admiring a bikini-clad beauty, and you're not even a bit jealous?" "Why should I be jealous? He wasn't referring to the model," Lu Qingyan retorted, pointing at Xiao Bei. She watched as he approached the model, gazing at the matte black supercar. "Wait, Green Tea Bei has his eye on this car?" Yi Xuanya stared in disbelief at Xiao Bei standing next to the vehicle. "Is this really a Lamborghini?" Lu Qingyan, entranced by the car's aerodynamic design, was equally captivated. Before Yi Xuanya could respond, Xiao Bei stepped forward to explain to Lu Qingyan, "This isn't just any Lamborghini. It's the limited edition Aventador SVJ, priced at over 10 million, and only 900 units exist worldwide." "Wow, that's incredibly expensive, but it's undeniably stunning," Lu Qingyan remarked with a wry smile. "Quick, let us inquire if Green Tea Bei is truly interested." Yi Xuanya, aware of the vehicle's prestige, was now equally excited. Interest is one thing, but is this car not too extravagant? Can Bei actually afford it? Lu Qingyan said, a hint of concern in her voice. Yi Xuanya assessed Lu Qingyan's expression and responded, look at his calm demeanor. Does he seem like someone who can't handle it? Chapter 75, The Connoisseur Soon. Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya approached Xiao Bei, with Yang Bei following suit, primarily driven by the viewer's desire to discern whether he was genuinely serious or merely boasting. So, Green Tea Bei, does this car appeal to you? Yi Xuanya asked, standing beside him. Indeed, Xiao Bei confirmed with a nod, not denying his interest. Is that so? Are you planning to buy it? The excitement in Yi Xuanya's voice was palpable. Haha. We shall soon discover if he truly possesses the means, or is simply putting on airs. If I lack the ability, I certainly wouldn't be here looking. Xiao Bei asserted confidently, prompting the audience upstairs to contemplate. Shall we place a wager? Before long, Xiao Bei's actions provided clarity, as a middle-aged man with a prominent belly, slick back hair, and a tailored suit approached him. Good day, sir. May I inquire your name? I noticed you've been admiring this vehicle for quite some time. Are you interested? Xiao Bei glanced at the man, whose name tag read, Sales Director Tang Xiaolong. A moment of recognition passed over Xiao Bei. Are you not affiliated with a certain prestigious group? Indeed, this vehicle is available for purchase, and currently, no one has reserved it. Tang Xiaolong replied with a smile. Xiao Bei, now grinning, decisively retrieved his bank card from his pocket. I'll take this car. Let us proceed with the transaction. Xiao Bei's actions were not merely impulsive. Rather, they stemmed from a genuine fondness for the vehicle, one that he had cherished in his past life. His familiarity with its performance was profound. Upon witnessing Xiao Bei's demeanor, Tang Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. Yi Xuanya's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lu Qingyan maintained a serene smile directed at Xiao Bei. Yang Bei was left in a state of shock, as were the viewers in the live stream. My goodness. He didn't even inquire about the price and just went ahead with the purchase? I'm flabbergasted, yet I feel no sense of disdain. Wow, he's so dashing. To those upstairs, anyone who pays is handsome. My mind is utterly bewildered. Can someone enlighten me on the current price of this car? Are you blind? Didn't you see the announcement board beside you? It's 15 million. So, this young man is buying a car for 15 million directly? Incredible. The people in Magic City are indeed wealthy. Regaining his composure, Tang Xiaolong grinned as he accepted Xiao Bei's card, adding, Mr. Xiao, if you're making a purchase, please note that the car won't be available for collection today, as there are still 3 days until the exhibition concludes. What do you say? Then do reach out to me in 3 days. I'll make the payment now to avoid anyone else snatching it from me. Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaolong dared not linger and promptly called over the cashier. Charge this SVJ. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaolong handed Xiao Bei's card to the financial department. Fearful of any change in Xiao Bei's mind, Mr. Xiao, would you like to explore other vehicles? Tang Xiaolong inquired, eager to capitalize on this fortunate encounter with a significant client. Although Xiao Bei initially intended to peruse the Lamborghini selection, he soon realized that supercars seemed only suitable for attracting a single companion. Given the plethora of beautiful women in Magic City, this simply would not suffice. To be frank, he wasn't particularly fond of Rolls-Royce, deeming it too antiquated for his youthful disposition. Thus, he decided to embrace a more youthful mindset. Fortunately, Lamborghini had an SUV model as well. Surveying his surroundings, Xiao Bei soon spotted a vibrant yellow SUV, unmistakably bearing the iconic Lamborghini front. Manager Tang, let's add an URUS to my selection. I assume this vehicle can be collected immediately? Tang Xiaolong, thrilled by the prospect, replied, absolutely, Mr. Xiao. Once the payment for the URUS is completed, it can be taken home right away. Do you require a license plate service? Xiao Bei pondered for a moment. I assume you wish for a premium license plate? Indeed. Tang Xiaolong chuckled. You've arrived at the perfect moment. We have 2 top-tier plates prepared for you. What do you think? Price is inconsequential. I'll take both. By the way, what are the numbers? Xiao Bei inquired. Magic AXB 888 and Magic ALM 777. Tang Xiaolong responded slowly. Hearing these 2 plate numbers, Xiao Bei cast a peculiar glance at Tang Xiaolong. XBX what? LM for flirting? Nevertheless, he found it amusing. I'll take them. Let us settle the bill. Very well, Mr. Xiao. The total for the SVJ, URUS, and the 2 plates amounts to 24 million. What do you say? Just take care of the arrangements. Xiao Bei instructed. The conversation between Xiao Bei and Tang Xiaolong went unnoticed by Lu Qingyan and the others. Lu Qingyan was utterly stunned, while Yi Xuanya felt at a loss for words, thinking, little Qingyan is truly born with a silver spoon. The livestream host, Yang Bei, was equally astonished, gazing at the strikingly youthful figure before him. Throwing around 25 million as if it were pocket change, this was undoubtedly a remarkable individual. The viewers in the live stream, who had previously mocked, were now silenced, flooding the screen with the words, "Impressive." Today, they had truly witnessed what it meant to purchase a car as effortlessly as one would buy groceries. Soon, the financial department arrived with the invoice and the relevant paperwork for the two vehicles. Manager Tang, the payment has been successfully processed. Mr. Xiao, here are the purchase documents and the keys for the SVJ and URUS. Thank you. Xiao Bei accepted the materials. Mr. Xiao, shall we take the URUS for a wash? Would you like to rest in our lounge in the meantime? Certainly. Xiao Bei was not keen on lingering any longer. Thus, he accompanied Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya into the lounge. As for Yang Bei, regrettably, had she possessed a more appealing appearance, Xiao Bei might have considered inviting her in. However, relying solely on her influence or status? Regrettably, that was not sufficient for him. He was a man of discerning taste. Chapter 76, The Legendary Figure. Tang Xiaolong led Xiao Bei and his companions into an exclusive VIP room. Upon entering, Xiao Bei was surprised to spot a familiar face. Oh my Beizi, you're here too? The figure was none other than Chen Qi. Among his acquaintances was Wang Shizong, who was seated at the same table. Upon witnessing Chen Qi greet Xiao Bei, Tang Xiaolong immediately realized that this Mr. Xiao, whom he had yet to meet, was likely of considerable significance. He was well aware of Chen Qi's reputation. Anyone acquainted with him must possess substantial influence. Chen Gu, you're here as well. Where are Zhang Gu and Fang Gu? Xiao Bei approached with the two ladies. At that moment, the two women noticed Wang Shizong. They exchanged glances, with Yi Xuanya's mind brimming with questions. What on earth? Is the social circle of juniors this high-end? They didn't come, and I came alone. Had I known you were coming, I would have joined you, Chen Qi remarked. Then noted the two stunning ladies behind Xiao Bei. With a subtle glance, he indicated toward Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei offered a faint smile. Come, Beizi. Allow me to introduce you to Wang Shizong. I trust no further introduction is necessary. As Chen Qi welcomed Xiao Bei, he assumed the role of intermediary, initiating the introductions. Shizong, this is the younger brother I mentioned earlier, quite impressive. Perhaps you'd like to share your thoughts? While Chen Qi was greeting Xiao Bei, Wang Shizong had already set his sights on him. Quite handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, and the two ladies behind him are equally stunning. To be candid, he felt a twinge of envy, not for Xiao Bei's wealth, but for his looks. Internally, he mused, if only I had such looks, could Sun Yining ever reject me? His thoughts were swiftly redirected as Wang Shizong rose and extended his hand. Hello, Xiao Bei, I've heard much about you. I'm Wang Shizong. Hello, Xiao Bei replied, shaking Wang Shizong's hand. After a brief round of introductions, they settled down together. Wang Shizong's cordial demeanor towards Xiao Bei stemmed from Chen Qi's prior introduction. The owner of a LaFerrari, a billionaire with 500 million in assets for purchasing supercars, and capable of dismantling Lin Fan's family with a single call, such influence was beyond Wang Shizong's reach. In truth, if one were to categorize the second-generation elites of Xia country, they would fall into three categories. One comprises those from distinguished commercial families, like Wang Shizong, a top-tier heir. The second consists of the offspring of high-ranking officials, often referred to as official second generation. There exists yet another category of individuals, those hailing from prosperous families with substantial backgrounds, a blend of the offspring of officials and the wealthy elite. In the eyes of Chen Qi and Wang Shizong, Xiao Bei is perceived as an interloper. Such second-generation heirs are either commonplace or extraordinarily impressive. Clearly, Xiao Bei belongs to the latter category, which accounts for the reverence shown by Wang Shizong. Astonishingly, upon meeting a legendary figure from his past life, Xiao Bei felt no surge of excitement within. Perhaps in this life, he has grown more formidable, allowing him to interact with Wang Shizong with effortless ease. However, behind him, Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya remained oblivious. They witnessed the esteemed young master, Wang Shizong, bestowing such respect upon the green tea Xiao Bei. It was evident that Xiao Bei's background was anything but ordinary. Young Master Wang, your name resonates profoundly. Upon taking a seat, Xiao Bei remarked with a smile. Wang Shizong returned a slight grin. It is nothing to speak of. By the way, Xiao, as you are a friend of Qi Gu, that makes you my friend as well. Let us connect on WeChat. Just call me Shizong. Haha. Then please don't call me Xiao either. Like Chen Gu, just refer to me as Beizi. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qi suddenly had a thought. Beizi, are you in Magic City to purchase a car? Not at all. Primarily, I am here to invest, and secondarily, to visit my woman. Xiao Bei replied candidly, unperturbed by Chen Qi's casual remarks. At their level, who has only one girlfriend? However, when this statement reached Lu Qingyan's ears, she was momentarily taken aback. My woman? When did I become yours, you insufferable junior? Yet, why did her heart feel so elated? Yi Xuanya also cast an envious glance at Lu Qingyan, marveling at how the ice princess truly seemed destined for a life as a wealthy matron. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Wang Shirtsong exchanged knowing smiles, directing their attention towards the two young ladies behind Xiao Bei. Bei, you're coming to invest in a company? Indeed, just a small venture. I've invested in a gaming company, Xiao Bei said with a smile. So, you have an investment company? Chen Shi remarked with a meaningful look at Xiao Bei. Yes. I just got started. What's the matter? Haha, splendid. There's a business opportunity here. Would you care to join? Chen Shi smiled at Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, what is it? Chen Shi glanced at Wang Shirtsong, then looked back at Xiao Bei, saying, Shirtsong has a project seeking investment, and it seems promising. Would you like to hear about it? Xiao Bei turned his gaze towards Wang Shirtsong. Brother Wang, what is this project? Please enlighten me. I wouldn't dare to instruct. It is indeed presumptuous of me, huh? Although Xiao Bei found such flattery tiresome, he was willing to engage in the discussion, especially since it pertained to Wang Shirtsong's project. After all, in the realm of investment, making connections is as crucial as profit. No worries. I have admired you from afar, Principal Wang. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Having engaged in mutual flattery in his previous life, Xiao Bei found the conversation flowing effortlessly. As you may know, the live streaming industry is quite trending lately. My father has set 5 small objectives for me, and I thought it would be wise to embark on a venture. Since the live streaming industry is just gaining momentum, and Chigu's family is involved in media, I thought perhaps we could establish a live streaming platform. He could provide the talent, and we could acquire a live streaming company. Once we generate GMV, we could attract venture capital and see if we can take it public. Wang Shirtsong explained to Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei immediately grasped Wang Shirtsong's intentions. In his previous life, Wang Shirtsong's Panda Live had been established in 2015. It was surprising that in this world, it was delayed by 2 years. Xiao Bei recalled the case studies regarding Panda Live, where the primary issues stemmed from inadequate platform regulation, leading to incidents akin to gambling and inflated views, culminating in the eventual collapse of the company, despite its initial profitability. After pondering, Xiao Bei deemed it a worthy investment. After all, Panda Live had undergone 10 rounds of financing, securing substantial funds. He merely needed to cash out at the peak. I wonder, Brother Wang, how do you envision our collaboration? Xiao Bei inquired nonchalantly. In response, Chen Shi and Wang Shirtsong exchanged glances, realizing Xiao Bei's interest had been piqued. Bei, if you're in, then it's a matter of financial investment. It's not much. I plan to invest 100 million initially. If you join, I can offer you a 20 stake for 20 million. Wang Shirtsong stated, turning his gaze to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled slightly upon hearing this. Very well. I shall support the principal with 20 million, but I have one condition. Since I am still in school, if my energy proves insufficient, I wish to retain the right of first refusal on my shares and refrain from participating in management. Wang Shirtsong contemplated this and found it agreeable. He genuinely feared Xiao Bei might seek to interfere in management. Haha, Bei, that works perfectly. I shall commence preparations soon and give you a call. Certainly. Xiao Bei replied enthusiastically. Chapter 77. Lu Qingyan's change in attitude. Lu Qingyan observed Xiao Bei, who had just been earnestly discussing business with Wang Shirtsong. She thought to herself, so this is the true nature of Xiao Bei, engaging with influential figures in business. A person of such caliber would treat someone like her, a mere small fry, with such kindness, making their interactions feel utterly devoid of awkwardness. Instantly, Lu Qingyan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. After spending some time in the VIP lounge conversing with Chen Shi and Wang Shirtsong, Xiao Bei took his leave. Coincidentally, Wang Shirtsong had matters to attend to, and they arranged to meet again in Hangzhou for leisure. Just then, Xiao Bei's car was ready. Once Wang Shirtsong departed, only Xiao Bei, Chen Shi, Lu Qingyan, and Yi Xuanya remained. Xiao Bei walked ahead with Chen Shi, while Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya followed behind. Suddenly, Xiao Bei turned to Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya. Qingyan, my dear, why don't you both take my car out for a spin while I chat with Qinggu? All right. The two understood that Xiao Bei and Chen Shi likely had matters to discuss. After they left, Chen Shi produced a cigarette and handed it to Xiao Bei. They settled in the smoking area, engaging in conversation while smoking. Bei, do you have reservations about Shirtsong's live streaming platform? Chen Shi understood that Xiao Bei was no ordinary scion, knowing that Wang Shirtsong had just departed. Pulling him aside for a smoke indicated that Xiao Bei had a perspective to share. Qinggu, I relish conversing with intelligent individuals. Go on, speak your mind. Qinggu, how do you perceive Wang Shirtsong's business acumen? Xiao Bei, refraining from directness, sought to guide Chen Shi. He is fairly standard, nothing extraordinary. Then, Qinggu, are you aware of Wang Shirtsong's hobbies? Xiao Bei took a deep drag of his cigarette and continued. He enjoys gaming and flirting with girls. Bei, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. My relationship with Wang Shirtsong is primarily one of cooperation. Otherwise, it's quite superficial. And we seldom keep in touch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei contemplated before stating bluntly, Chengu, let me dampen your enthusiasm. Wang Shizong's platform will not reach the public market. At best, it will endure a few rounds of financing. As you just mentioned, his management skills are mediocre. And with his penchant for gaming, how can one expect such a super-rich heir to competently manage a company? Chen Qi took a deep drag of his cigarette, saying nothing further, simply observing Xiao Bei in silence. Moreover, what is the hottest trend in live streaming right now? Gaming. And he is an avid gamer. Thus, Chengu, be vigilant. Should the winds change, be prepared to walk away at once. Xiao Bei's analysis was received by Chen Qi, who promptly patted Xiao Bei on the shoulder. All right. Beizi, I understand. By the way, how many days will you be in the Magic City? Chen Qi inquired after a moment of contemplation. I plan to stay in the Magic City for a few more days, Xiao Bei replied. Okay, then I shall return to Hangxing on my own, huh? Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya, who had just brought Xiao Bei's car out, remained in the vehicle, still in a daze. How much has your man spent today? Lu Qingyan asked. It seems to be around 47 million. Yi Xuanya pondered, calculating the figure, and was slightly incredulous when she spoke it aloud. Wow, Qingyan. What kind of luck do you have? Why isn't it me? Yi Xuanya remarked enviously, though she was only joking. Honestly, I'm a bit scared, Lu Qingyan confessed. Her earlier joy from being with Xiao Bei having dissipated. The reality of Xiao Bei's formidable background weighed heavily on her. She came from an ordinary family. Yi Xuanya, being Lu Qingyan's close friend, was well aware of her thoughts. After regaining her composure, she turned to Lu Qingyan and asked earnestly, Sister, I must ask you one thing. Do you like Xiao Bei? Lu Qingyan shyly nodded in affirmation. And how do you feel about him? What is he to you? Yi Xuanya continued, observing Lu Qingyan. Is this a happy dilemma? Lu Qingyan reflected. So far, it has been wonderful. It feels different from the second-generation elites at our school. They are all so arrogant and boastful. However, with Xiao Bei, I don't sense that at all. Our interactions are quite pleasant. He never puts me in awkward situations. Yi Xuanya nodded in agreement and smiled. Now you have your answer. Since you trust him, seize the opportunity. Relationships are ultimately between two people, so it mainly depends on you and him. However, you've made a valid point. Xiao Bei is unlike other second-generation elites, perhaps because of his upbringing. After a moment of thought, Yi Xuanya added, It's all in your hands. You have my full support, sister. Lu Qingyan nodded, and then said, Hey, don't you think that if you encounter an exceptional person when you're young and don't grasp the chance, it could lead to many regrets later? Yi Xuanya agreed with a nod. Yet, she held back a thought. Such a remarkable man as Xiao Bei would surely never lack for admirers in the future. She refrained from voicing this concern to preserve her friend's romantic hopes. Well, now that you have your answer, just enjoy each other's company. We're not after his money, merely a bit of charm. Lu Qingyan playfully retorted. You're incorrigible, always making jokes. Lu Qingyan, who had initially felt pressured, now felt completely at ease. Indeed, as her friend had said, a normal interaction was all that was needed. At that moment, Lu Qingyan resolved to let time take its course. Just then, Xiao Bei emerged from the car exhibition. Yi Xuanya, spotting him, exclaimed, All right, you're here. It's getting late. Let us head to the restaurant. I'm starving. Lu Qingyan smiled softly and naturally linked her arm with Xiao Bei's. Seeing this, Yi Xuanya quipped. So, us single folks get to eat your dog food, huh? Ha ha ha, you should find someone too. Xiao Bei joked in response. Please. The kind of person who can conquer me hasn't he been born yet? Yi Xuanya retorted. After that, she instructed Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan, You two wait here. I'll go get the car. Ugh. Even with a luxury car, I can't take a ride. Actually, you could just ride with me. Xiao Bei said with a nonchalant smile. Forget it. I don't want to be shown up, she declared, leaving with a flourish. As they watched Yi Xuanya's departing figure, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Come on, Xiao let us get in the car. I'll take you for a spin, Xiao Bei teased. Humph, getting cheeky again. I'll hit you, she playfully retorted. Would you really dare? Of course I would. They bantered as they climbed into the vehicle, with Lu Qingyan taking her place in the passenger seat. At that moment, Xiao Bei leaned closer to Lu Qingyan, and she recognized his intentions. Yet this time, she did not resist, simply closing her eyes. However, after a moment of silence, she opened her eyes to find Xiao Bei fastening her seatbelt with a smile. Realizing she had misinterpreted his actions, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just as she was about to say something, Xiao Bei leaned in and kissed her. Lu Qingyan did not refuse. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with enthusiasm. They only paused after becoming breathless from the kiss. Lu Qingyan, with her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling, gazed at Xiao Bei, her tongue lightly brushing her lips. She felt a flutter of nerves, fearing he might suddenly kiss her again, especially since her lips felt slightly swollen from his affection. You've made my lips swell, You rascal. She playfully chastised. Really? Xiao Bei feigned disbelief. His gaze fixed on her rosy lips, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. Smack. Xiao Bei was unexpectedly slapped on the arm, a crisp sound echoing in the air. Why did you hit me? He asked, perplexed. What wicked thoughts are you harboring? Lu Qingyan shot back playfully. Humph. As if you know what I'm thinking. Of course. I do. Then tell me. Not a chance. But I know. Simon. If you guess right, I'll admit it. Get lost, you pest. Lu Qingyan was exasperated. Knowing Xiao Bei's mischievous thoughts were easy to decipher, but she felt too shy to voice it. Just then, the sound of honking interrupted them, and they glanced through the rearview mirror to see Yi Xuanya's car behind them. Yi Xuanya made a sharp turn, pulling up alongside the Lamborghini Urus. Lu Qingyan quickly pushed Xiao Bei back into the driver's seat, just as Yi Xuanya rolled down the passenger window. Xiao Bei lowered his window as well, looking down at Yi Xuanya, though his eyes nearly widened in surprise. Yi Xuanya was leaning towards the passenger side, and from Xiao Bei's elevated viewpoint. It was quite a view. He couldn't help but swallow hard, but he soon regained his composure, mentally chuckling at Yi Xuanya's unexpected allure. Instantly, Yi Xuanya noticed the lipstick mark on Xiao Bei's lips and exploded with indignation. Seriously? You two couldn't wait for me to grab a car? Have you no shame? She exclaimed. Don't wrongfully accuse the innocent. Xiao Bei retorted with mock seriousness. Come on, man. You've got lipstick all over your mouth. Yi Xuanya pointed out. And Xiao Bei quickly checked the rearview mirror. Oh no, looks like I've been caught today. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan remained silent, wishing she could bury her head in her chest, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yi Xuanya chuckled. Not bad. Lu Xiao Bei, you catch on quickly. Enough of that. Follow me. It's time for dinner. With that, she donned her sunglasses, rolled up the car window, and accelerated away. Xiao Bei promptly followed suit. At this moment, Lu Qingyan suddenly lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Xiao Bei. Pouting her red lips, she exclaimed, It's all your fault, you bad person. That was so awkward. What is so embarrassing about it? Soon everyone will know our relationship. Xiao Bei retorted. What relationship? What do we have between us? Lu Qingyan gazed at Xiao Bei earnestly. Driving. Xiao Bei replied seriously, We are boyfriend and girlfriend. Humph, did I ever agree to that? You scoundrel. She shot back, laughing. Then will you agree now? Xiao Bei asked with a grin. No way. You haven't even made a formal confession. There's no way I'm agreeing to you. Then am I just taking advantage of you now? I, Xiao Bei, am not that kind of person. How about I take advantage for a bit longer? Go to hell. Right now, you're at best a prospective boyfriend. Yes, still in the trial period. Lu Qingyan suddenly had a spark of inspiration. So, what rights does a prospective boyfriend have? Xiao Bei looked at Lu Qingyan with a mischievous grin. You have no rights. Only when I agree will you have any. As they drove, Xiao Bei teased Lu Qingyan, feeling quite pleased. Today, his investment of 2 million had yielded a tenfold return, transforming into 20 million. Additionally, the 25 million spent on a car had yielded a one-fold return, which was still decent, essentially allowing him to enjoy 2 luxury vehicles for free. Is there anything more exhilarating than getting something for nothing? Upon reaching their destination, it was already 6 p.m., the perfect time for a meal. And Xiao Bei was quite hungry. Stepping out of the car, he surveyed the surroundings. It was a lovely place called Garden Fresh Beef Hot Pot, nestled in a traditional courtyard near the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The ambience was quite charming. After regrouping, Yi Xuanya cast a knowing smile at the two, saying nothing. Yet her intentions were evident. She then led Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan inside. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were greeted by a picturesque scene, featuring a small pond emitting wisps of ethereal mist. The courtyard boasted 8 tables beneath 8 pavilions, all occupied by patrons, creating a delightful atmosphere for a hot pot restaurant. Navigating through the courtyard, they arrived at the west wing. Yi Xuanya pushed the door open, revealing 2 women and a man inside. Upon seeing Yi Xuanya and Lu Qingyan, they all raised their hands in cheer. Wow, big sis, ice cream, you finally made it. I was starving to the point of revealing my abs. One exclaimed, Big sis, hurry and order some food. Another chimed in, ice cream. Where have you and Big sis been all morning? You just dished your sisters? Hold on. Let us catch up later. Who is going to introduce this new brother? Yi Xuanya grinned mischievously, stepping aside to join the 2 women and the man. Now, with 3 women and 1 man. Everyone turned their attention to Lu Qingyan and Xiao Bei standing beside her. At this moment, Yi Xuanya teased Lu Qingyan. So, who is this new brother? Ice cream. Aren't you going to explain? The stage is yours. Feel free to perform. If this were the morning, Lu Qingyan might have felt shy under Yi Xuanya and the other's scrutiny. But now, recalling the events with Xiao Bei earlier, she felt at ease. Just as Xiao Bei had said in the car, everyone would find out eventually. However, Lu Qingyan certainly wouldn't disclose that Xiao Bei was her boyfriend. With a determined expression, she blushed and said, This handsome guy is Xiao Bei, my junior. He just happened to be visiting Shanghai. So I brought him along for some fun. Originally, Lu Qingyan had intended to say that he was her prospective boyfriend, but feeling that it sounded awkward, she settled for this statement. Ice cream, who are you fooling? Honesty is the best policy. Yi Xianya interjected, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Qingyan's introduction. Xiao Bei then turned to the girl sitting next to the male student. Wait a minute, ice cream. Are you planning to cook the rice before it's even been harvested? What do you mean by that? Lu Qingyan exclaimed, suddenly flustered, stamping her foot. Oh, I haven't said anything yet, and you're already panicking. A girl laughed, glancing back and forth between Lu Qingyan and Xiao Bei. So, he—your junior, huh? Indeed. Lu Qingyan confirmed, puffing up her cheeks. That's great. With such a handsome junior, and I'm still single. Why not consider me? The girl smiled at Xiao Bei, still teasing Lu Qingyan. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Qingyan grew anxious. Oh my heavens. Don't corrupt my junior. I'm single, and so is your junior. It's worth considering. Besides, he is so handsome, it's not a loss. The girl continued, suppressing her laughter as she gazed at Lu Qingyan. Absolutely not. Lu Qingyan asserted. Why not? Because what? All right, this is my boyfriend. Okay. Lu Qingyan finally conceded, revealing the actual situation. Weren't you just saying he was your junior? Exactly. Ice cream. Your melting speed is a bit too fast. Xiao Bei sensed it was time for him to step in, recognizing that Lu Qingyan was being playfully teased. Mostly due to her hunger. He promptly introduced himself. Hello, ladies. I'm Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei approached the group, greeting everyone before turning to the only male present. Hello. Senior, what is your name? Hello, Junior. I'm Su Penghua, Zhang Shibing's boyfriend. Nice to meet you, Su Senior. From now on, we'll be comrades in the same trench. Su Penghua smiled slightly and nodded at Xiao Bei. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly diffused by Xiao Bei's charm. The private room quieted down, and Xiao Bei turned his attention to Zhang Shibing, who was sitting beside Su Penghua. Hello, Zhang Senior. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hello, Xiao Junior. I'm Zhang Shibing. She replied with a playful smile, leaning against Su Penghua while sizing up Xiao Bei. Internally, she was taken aback, thinking, wow, ice cream has found a gem. As Zhang Shibing observed Xiao Bei, he too took in the pair of students. Su Penghua, like Xiao Bei, stood at 1.8 meters tall and was quite handsome, reminiscent of a younger version of Peng Yuyan from his previous life. Zhang Shibing was also a beauty, likely from the north. She was a classic northern beauty with a tall stature and fair skin. However, when she spoke, her accent betrayed her rustic background. Xiao Bei then smiled at the girl currently seated with Yi Xianya. Hello, you must be Hani, right? Earlier, while in the car, Lu Qingyan had mentioned their dorm situation, identifying Zhang Shibing as having a boyfriend and the other single girl as Hani Rina. Hani Rina, the one who had been teasing Lu Qingyan earlier, was indeed in front of him now. The young lady possessed a distinctive charm. As upon first laying eyes on her, Xiao Bei nearly blurted out, Doraba. She bore a striking resemblance to the renowned actress, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. A quintessential appearance of a Western Asian ethnic minority. Affectionately dubbed Old Buddha, she greeted Xiao Bei with a warm smile. Hello, Hani Rina. Thank you, my dear sisters Hani and Zhang, for taking such good care of our precious Qingyan. I truly appreciate your kindness, and tonight, I insist on treating you all. Xiao Bei said, deftly alleviating the awkwardness of their initial encounter with his eloquent words. Hani Rina was quite pleased with Xiao Bei's demeanor and responded heartily. It's nothing. We're all sisters here. Oh, and since the dear girl has allowed you to call her that, it shows you are of good character. You need not address me as Hani anymore. Simply call me Old Buddha. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded slightly in response. Then you may call me Old Zhang. And let him be Old Su. Zhang Shibing chimed in with a grin. His remarks were influenced by the amiable nature of the dear girl, whose attitude reflected that of the dormitory. Moreover, Xiao Bei was now in a relationship with Lu Qingyan, thus intertwining their social circles. Finally, the playful teasing subsided as everyone took their seats at the square table. Lu Qingyan and Xiao Bei sat together, with Yi Xianya to Xiao Bei's right and Hani Rina to his left, while the remaining couple settled opposite them. They had gathered to enjoy a delectable beef hot pot, and Xiao Bei learned that Lu Qingyan's dormitory had a tradition of monthly gatherings. As friendship was indeed a precious bond, as it was a hot pot affair, everyone was tasked with concocting their own dipping sauces. Just as Xiao Bei was about to rise, Lu Qingyan gently pulled him back, saying, let me prepare it for you. We frequent this place and I know the ropes. Xiao Bei chuckled and nodded, settling back into his seat. However, Su Penghua was not afforded the same privilege. He busied himself not only preparing sauces for his girlfriend, but also attending to the whims of the headstrong Yi Xianya, who was quite popular among Su Penghua and Zhang Shibing. Sitting back, Xiao Bei observed Lu Qingyan's other roommates. It was evident that the Shanghai Conservatory of Music was home to nothing but beauty. The allure of these two young women was undeniably captivating. At that moment, Xiao Bei felt grateful for his recent growth spurt. Otherwise, he would have found himself the least attractive in the company. Before long, Lu Qingyan returned with 2 bowls of dipping sauce, featuring sesame oil, peanut paste, scallions, garlic, and a special blend that was utterly tantalizing. I wasn't sure if you liked cilantro, so I left it out, but I can set some aside for you, she said, sitting beside Xiao Bei. I enjoy cilantro, Xiao Bei replied casually. Lu Qingyan smiled softly at his words and then shared some of her cilantro with him. Give it a try. See if it suits your palate. Xiao Bei picked up his chopsticks, sampled the sauce, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. Lu Qingyan beamed. I'm glad you like it. Their interaction left the other girls astonished. Wow, Green Tea Bei, you've truly got it going on. Our ice pop is like a treasure to us. We wouldn't dare treat her this way, yet she willingly indulges you. Ice pop usually shuns boys. How on earth did you manage to achieve this in such a short time? Xiao Bei chuckled and pretended to be oblivious. Huh, what? Uft, how dull. Such a sly one. Only Su Penghua regarded Xiao Bei with envy, silently giving him a thumbs up. As the dishes were served, the group began to feast heartily, with everyone showing consideration for Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan. Gradually, through their conversations, they became more familiar with one another. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak, Yi Xianya could no longer contain herself. Sisters, you have no idea how shocked I was today. What happened? Did we miss something exciting? Zhang Shibing inquired. As she picked up a piece of meat Su Penghua had served her. Come on, stop stalling. The stage is set. Let your performance commence. Hani Rina boldly encouraged. Unfazed, Yi Xianya began to animatedly recount her experience of the day. You won't believe it, but when I first saw Green Tea Bei at the high-speed train station, I was utterly astounded. I mean, he looks like a protagonist straight out of a romance novel. I thought to myself, how could Ice Pop fall for him? Just judging by his looks, I could easily fall for him too. Ha ha ha, I concur. When I first laid eyes on Green Tea Bei, I thought, what a celestial being. Hani Rina exclaimed excitedly. Later, when she encountered Green Tea Bei, after exchanging pleasantries with Ice Pop, he casually remarked, it's been so long since we met. How about a hug? Sisters, can you imagine what I thought at that moment? Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. The chorus of voices echoed from Old Buddha, Old Zhang, and Old Su in unison. Xiao Bei, go ahead, bully me all you want. I'll enjoy my meal. With so many delicacies, who has time for banter? Whoever speaks nonsense is a fool. And then what happened? Quickly, tell us how you dispelled any doubts. Hani Rina was eager for more. Then we boarded the train, and I asked Green Tea Bei where we were headed. He replied, to the Puxi Entrepreneurship Park. There's a project I'm investing in. At this, the trio present turned their gaze toward Xiao Bei, bewildered. What? An investment? Then, I recalled the news we saw a few days ago about fake socialites and phony tycoons. But I was mistaken. He went in and, after a brief discussion, directly invested 2 million, making the transaction on the spot. Can you imagine my shock? They all nodded in unison. Absolutely. We can picture it. Yi Xianya nearly burst out laughing but held back, continuing her tale. At that moment, my impression was that the landlord's foolish son was trying his hand at entrepreneurship. However, before I could fully grasp the situation, he took us to the Shanghai Auto Show, where he bought a car, saying it was all about fate. He was drawn to a Lamborghini SVJ and simply said, buy it, along with the URUS. Who is this prodigal son of a landlord? They all laughed, yet as they turned to Xiao Bei, a hint of intrigue lingered, for they were aware of his capabilities. But wait, it doesn't end there. The most astonishing part was when we entered the VIP lounge. Do you know who I saw? No, whom I met. Who? The crowd asked curiously. That scoundrel, Principal Wang. Really? The Principal Wang we know? Come on, tell us more. Give us the full story. Hani Rina urged, banging the table eagerly. Lu Qingyan exchanged a glance with Xiao Bei and quietly said, you know how they are. Let's just enjoy our meal. Here, have another piece of beef. As they continued to eat, the others were still engrossed in their banter. It was indeed Principal Wang. When we walked in, he was engaged in conversation with someone, and only now do I realize it was Chen Qi. Are you talking about the young director of Tianjin Media? Su Penghua was taken aback. Indeed, it was he, acquainted with Green Tea Bei, and then the shock ensued. Chen Qi, Principal Wang, and Green Tea Bei were sipping tea when they promptly finalized the collaboration. At that moment, I realized that Green Tea Bei was not merely the foolish son of a landlord. There was an unmistakable aura of a domineering CEO. Upon exiting the auto show and making my way here, I was utterly bewildered, my legs trembling as I drove. Upon arrival, I rushed to the restroom, and at last, I truly understood the meaning of having to relieve oneself after driving 100 kilometers. With a resounding boom, everyone present burst into laughter. Xiao Bei chuckled while shaking his head. Sister, Did you spend your childhood crouching under the overpass listening to Guidi Gang's crosstalk? With your talent, why pursue singing? You should change careers. You would undoubtedly achieve fame. However, Xiao Bei cast a meaningful glance at the girl. One cannot deny her high emotional intelligence. While it appeared she was playfully putting herself on display, her true intent was to help Xiao Bei integrate more swiftly into their circle. After all, if Xiao Bei were to recount such tales himself, others might perceive him as pretentious, but framing it humorously shifts the effect entirely. Indeed, just after she spoke, curiosity sparked amongst the crowd, and they began to engage Xiao Bei in conversation. Lu Qingyan also smiled at the girl, previously apprehensive about the social gathering, fearing Xiao Bei's presence would create awkwardness. However, to her surprise, Xiao Bei navigated the situation adeptly, with the girl providing excellent support. Observing Xiao Bei enjoying the conversation, Lu Qingyan's satisfaction with him increased, albeit just a smidgen. The topic soon veered towards Zhongtian media. Hani Rina, ever familiar, inquired. Green Tea Bei. What is your relationship with Qinqi? Xiao Bei pondered for a moment before replying. It's all right, we just hang out. Ha ha ha, that's good to hear. So, Green Tea Bei, as we step into the entertainment industry, can you look out for us? Absolutely. Xiao Bei grinned at Hani Rina. Well, with that assurance, if you end up spending the night with ice cream, I won't mind at all. Hani Rina jested. Lu Qingyan interjected. Old Buddha, what are you saying? This isn't a kindergarten bus. I want to get off. Hani Rina retorted. Ice cream. For your happiness and our future bliss. How about you sacrifice your charms tonight for the sake of our sisterhood? Lu Qingyan, blushing, reached out to swat Hani Rina. The group was lively and animated. Zhang Shibing, astonished, whispered to the girl. Ice cream's luck is extraordinary. Just riding in a car, and she managed to snag such an exceptional junior. The girl nodded, her gaze deepening. Indeed, to be honest, I can't help but feel envious. Had I encountered him, who knows what might have transpired.